Chapter 361. Moo Moo and Lu Xiuqi have already arrived at the gymnasium and are entering. Suddenly, Lu Xiuqi's face changed while she was looking at her phone. Moo Moo saw the change in Lu Xiuqi's expression and asked, "What's wrong, Xiuqi? You can see it yourself." Lu Xiuqi handed the phone to Moo Moo. Moo Moo saw the content on it, and a flash of panic flashed across his face. He is in love with Qianqian. Qianqian and the others know each other, and have met once or twice. She is prettier than them, and looks very good standing with Lin Feng. After returning the phone to Lu Xiuqi, the two walked into the gymnasium without saying a word. Lin Feng also rushed to the gymnasium with Qianqian. Qianqian returned to the audience area, while Lin Feng entered the contestant area. In the gymnasium, Qian Beibei sat in the front row. This was her first time to watch these esports games, and it was live, all because of Lin Feng. Because Lin Feng would participate in this competition, she came. However, she found that the stadium that can accommodate 20,000 people was actually full at the moment, which was simply unbelievable. Has domestic esports developed so well now? This surprised Qian Beibei, who never played games. Qian Beibei picked up her phone, and soon saw an interview about Lin Feng. After she clicked on it, her face changed completely. Lin Feng held Qianqian's hand, and said that she was his girlfriend. That serious look made Qian Beibei's heart a little hurt. If the person standing next to him was me, not Qianqian, how great it would be. Qian Beibei murmured in despair. She was very disappointed. This was the first time she liked a boy so much, but they couldn't be together. Lin Feng naturally didn't know these things at this time. When he entered the backstage, almost all the contestants had arrived. He was the last one. No wonder everyone here took this competition very seriously. Yin Country God of War, this is a title that everyone wants to have. Lin Feng also saw Baisha and Yining, greeted them, and sat next to them. Lin Feng looked around and found that there were 3 other female contestants besides Yining. Those who could participate in this competition were all professional people, and they were all extraordinary. It was a bit surprising that there were 4 girls. He thought that Yining was the only female contestant. Lin Feng looked at the 3 people. One of them was Lin Qingyu, the captain of the Huayu women's team. It was said that she was a rich second generation, but she liked to play esports, so she spent money to gradually form a women's team and became the captain herself. However, you can't get into this competition with money or connections. It seems that Lin Qingyu is still capable. Lin Feng looked at another girl, Su Chengcheng from Douyu Live, who has also become popular recently. I didn't expect that she could participate in this kind of competition. It seems that she is very capable. It is not easy for an anchor to achieve this step, because Lin Feng knows how big the gap is between game anchors and professional players. Another one is MOZ, who seems to be a member of the Snake team. Captain, you stare at the female players. Aren't you afraid that Sister Qianqian will know? Baisha said with a smirk. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at him. What do you know? I know myself and my enemy, and we can fight 100 battles without danger. However, Lin Feng looked at these 3 girls, and they were really good looking. In terms of appearance, they were on par with Yining, and even Lin Qingyu's appearance was better than Yining's. Baisha smiled and said, Captain, who do you think is prettier, Lin Qingyu or Qianqian? Baisha, is there something wrong with your eyes? You should get a pair of glasses. How can this Lin Qingyu compare with Qianqian? Speaking of it, Lin Qingyu and Qianqian's appearance should be comparable, but in the eyes of the beholder, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Naturally, Lin Feng thinks Qianqian is the most beautiful. Time passed by. The competition opened. All domestic live broadcast platforms such as Douyu kept Panda Quanon broadcasted this competition live, which was very grand. From this, we can see the popularity and importance of this competition. The audience cheered immediately, and among them, Lin Feng's voice was the highest. Because Lin Feng's popularity is too high during this period. In the live broadcast room, fans of Lin Feng and others are also in place. Lin Feng will win. Our killing god anchor is the strongest. Come on Wei Jiang, beat Lin Feng, beat 17 beasts. Come on Qingyu, you will always be my goddess. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room exceeded 10 million, and fans were crazy about Barrage. After the opening music ended, 2 hosts, a man and a woman, walked onto the stage. The man was dressed in formal clothes, he was the popular host Xiao Sa, and the woman had delicate makeup, she was the female host Bai Qingqing. Xiao Sa picked up the microphone and said, Welcome to the Aries Individual Cup Solo Finals. I believe that everyone is looking forward to this competition like me. Bai Qingqing continued, this competition lineup can be said to be quite luxurious. with all members of our star team for AM, the recently rising esports star Lin Feng, and many great players. Xiao Sa said, yes, first of all, we thank Penguin Video, Yashin Flower Water, Booby Laundry Detergent, QQ Reading, and Sona Map for their strong support for this competition. After Xiao Sa finished reading the names of the sponsors with a smile, Bai Qingqing said, then please invite our contestants today to come on stage. After that, Xiao Sa and Bai Qingqing stepped down, and then the commentator came on stage. This time the commentator is still the original lineup, Xiaoji, Qiufeng, two powerful players, and Rita, the handsome player. The players also came out one after another, and went to their game computers. As the contestants came out one after another, the audience cheered. Chapter 362. As the contestants entered one by one, the audience cheered immediately when they saw their favorite contestants. The most popular among them was Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng was not just a simple esports player, he was also an author and a singer. Lin Feng. Lin Feng will win. Lin Feng, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Lin Feng's supporters held up a plaque with Lin Feng's name on it. People who support Lin Feng actually accounted for half of all the audience. His popularity is terrifying. Hearing the cheers from the audience, Xiaoji smiled and said, it seems that our great Lin Feng has a lot of supporters. Qiufeng, Rita, who do you think will be the champion of this game? Qiufeng said with a tangled look on his face. It's really hard to say. You know, the players participating in this game are all elites from various teams, and there are some retired players who were once famous. It's really hard to estimate. But if we talk about the most hopeful ones to win, they should be the top players in this game, such as Wei Shen, 17 Beast and Ashin. Rita was upset when he saw that Qiufeng didn't mention Lin Feng. Qiufeng, you didn't mention Lin Feng. I think Lin Feng is the one who has the best chance of winning this competition. Qiufeng could only laugh. Haha, yes, there is also Lin Feng. His strength is really terrifying. Xiaoji said, it seems that Rita is really a loyal supporter of Qiufeng. Rita said, of course, but I am speaking objectively. Lin Feng is one of the people who has the best chance of winning this competition. The three commentators were talking on the stage, and the popularity of the live broadcast room was overwhelming. Ha ha ha, why does Miss Rita seem to like our great Lin Feng? What a pity, brother Lin Feng already has a girlfriend. Rita has no chance at all. By the way, brother Lin Feng's girlfriend is very beautiful. Of course, Lin Feng is so handsome and outstanding, of course his girlfriend can't be bad. Wow, the captain of the flower language team is so beautiful, I feel like I'm going to fall. The captain of the flower language team, Lin Qingyu, also has a lot of fans and supporters. Of course, these people don't think she can win the championship, but because she looks so beautiful. She is even more beautiful than the Jedi's first beautiful contestant Yinin, which is simply against the sky. So not long after the flower language team was established, supporters have already been overwhelming, of course, basically all men. All the players are in place, and the game officially begins. This time the competition adopts the 8422 system. The first place winner can get 8 points, the second place winner can get 4 points, and the third and fourth place winners can only get 2 points. Killing a player will get 1 point. This change in the competition system also affected the battle strategies of other players, but for Lin Feng, he was very satisfied with this competition system because it matched his usual style. Anyway, just fight when you see someone. In short, it can be described in one word. Reckless. The map of this competition is still the island map. 100 players will play 3 games on the island map. The player with the most total points in the 3 games will be the champion of this competition. Xiaoji said, we can see that all the contestants are ready, and the competition has officially begun. All the players entered a game room, and the game started. More than 100 players appeared on the birth island. It looked no different from the usual single-row competition, but this time, almost all the strongest players in Yin country were included. The countdown slowly ended, and all the players boarded the plane to the Jedi Island. Lin Feng watched the plane move forward quietly, but he was actually excited. Because he knew that this time, it was a good opportunity to brush the treasure chest. All the contestants were masters, and at the very least they could explode a golden treasure chest. How could he not be excited? He came here just to kill people. As for the so-called title of Yin country god of war, he actually didn't care. He never valued this kind of false reputation. Lin Feng looked at the route. The route of this round was from Z City to the nuclear power plant. There were many large resource points along this route, such as G Port and P City. Xiaoji said, we can see that according to this route, the competition in G Port should be quite fierce. Qiufeng nodded. Yes, after all, G-Port is a holy land of steel guns, and there is no shortage of high-level materials. There are many players who are reckless and tough in this contest. Xiaoji said with a smile. If you talk about reckless and tough, he is the toughest in this game. Qiufeng smiled bitterly. Are you talking about Lin Feng? You are right, he is really tough. Hearing the words of the two commentators, Lin Feng's fans in the live broadcast room were proud. Ha ha ha, Lin Feng is awesome. Even the commentator said he is reckless and tough. That's right, this is our anchor who is known as the god of killing. How can he not be reckless? What are you so proud of? Being reckless may not be a good thing. If Lin Feng is shot after landing, you will cry. Haha, you said our anchor was shot after landing. I will make you shot after landing first. Fans from different camps are in the same live broadcast room, so friction is inevitable. However, Lin Feng's fans are numerous and powerful, and they are particularly ruthless. Fans of other players dare not argue with them at all. The plane flew along the route, and some people jumped off one after another. We can see that someone has jumped off in Z City. Z City is also a pretty good resource point. Zhou Lily, Gu Xiyuan and several other players jumped into Z City. I wonder what sparks they will create, Xiaoji said while watching the screen. When Lin Feng saw that the time was almost right, he jumped off without any hesitation. His target was G-Port. That's right, it was the holy land of steel guns, Rita said excitedly. He jumped. Lin Feng jumped. He really jumped into G-Port. It seems that the battle in G-Port should be very exciting. Every time Lin Feng was mentioned, Rita would always be very excited. At this time, another player jumped down. This player was Lin Qingyu, the captain of the Huayu women's team, one of the focuses of the whole scene. Xiaoji was so surprised. I didn't expect that the captain of the Huayu team would also choose to jump to G-Port. It seems that our female captain is also a fierce person, Qiufeng said. Lin Qingyu and Lin Feng should be the two most watched players in the whole scene. It is really unexpected that these two people jump to G-Port at the same time. I just don't know if Lin Qingyu and Lin Feng will collide. If they really meet, can Lin Qingyu resist our Lin Feng who is known as the god of killing? G-Port is a large place, divided into the upper city, the lower city, and the container area. Even if they jump to G-Port at the same time, they may not be able to collide. Chapter 363. Lin Feng and Lin Qingyu jumped to G-Port at the same time, causing a sensation in the live broadcast room. Wow, my god has actually jumped to the same place as the great Lin Feng. Ha ha, Lin Qingyu is so beautiful, I really can't bear to see him being abused by the anchor. I suddenly feel that Sister Qingyu and Brother Lin Feng are a good match. I like both of them. It would be great if they could be together. It's a pity that Brother Lin Feng already has a girlfriend. What's the problem with having a girlfriend? You can have one more. At this moment, the plane has flown to the location of the nuclear power plant, and all the contestants have jumped off. Xiaoji said, as you can see, there are very few players jumping into the wild point this time. On the one hand, the players are strong, and on the other hand, it is because of the change in the competition system. Only the top 4 will get points. In this case, relying on hiding is no longer meaningful. Qiufeng nodded. Yes, the 8,422 competition system adopted this time does make the game more entertaining. Rita smiled and said, but some players who like to hide are a bit uncomfortable. At this time, the camera appeared on port G. The director was also very smart. He knew that everyone's attention was focused on port G, so he turned the camera directly to port G. Lin Feng landed on the container, with only an R1895 pistol in his hand. The situation was not good, because there were no big guns around him. Near him, a player had already got a UMP-9 submachine gun. In this game, everyone was a master. How could Lin Feng fight with the opponent with a pistol? Everyone couldn't help but sweat. Xiaoji said, it seems that the situation is not good for Lin Feng. The opponent, Xiaolang from the JXC team, is very strong. With only a pistol, it is difficult for Lin Feng to match him. Although Rita was also worried, she was full of confidence in Lin Feng. She believed that Lin Feng could definitely turn the disadvantage around. The live broadcast room was flooded with bullet screens at this moment, and Lin Feng's fans were a little panicked. Fuck, what's going on? The operator deliberately targeted our anchor? Give a small pistol? What's the use? What can I do? I have used this pistol before, and it's really useless. Ha ha ha, Lin Feng's fans, you keep being arrogant, your idol is about to die. After the audience finished speaking, he was attacked by Lin Feng's fans, and finally ran away in embarrassment. Qianqian, who who was watching the game on site, was very nervous. "Brother Lin Feng, you can do it, right?" She believed that Lin Feng was a man who could overcome all hardships. Li Xiao was also a spectator on the scene. Seeing Lin Feng's bad situation, she was also a little nervous. "Lin Feng, you little brat, if you dare to lose, I will show you how I will deal with you." Lin Feng also realized that his situation was not good at this moment, but he did not panic. Because he knew that panic would only affect his operation, he needed to stay calm to turn disadvantages into advantages. It is naturally difficult for ordinary people to win in this situation, because every player who can participate in this kind of competition is very strong. In this situation, fighting with a pistol is basically a death sentence. But Lin Feng is different. His pistol proficiency is advanced. It's not that there is no chance, and the opponent just landed, obviously without a helmet. The R1895 revolver in Lin Feng's hand is very useless, but it has an advantage that other pistols don't have. That is, in the case of no helmet, you can shoot the opponent in the head with one shot. As long as you seize this opportunity to shoot the opponent in the head, you can defeat the opponent. With a decision in mind, Lin Feng no longer hesitated and jumped off the container. On the container, he is a living target for the opponent, and there is no chance at all. Xiao Lang saw Lin Feng's action and smiled. "Still struggling? It's useless. I will use your blood to complete the first kill of the day." Xiao Lang immediately ran towards Lin Feng's position. He wanted to kill Lin Feng forcefully. So far, no one has been eliminated in the whole game. As long as he can kill Lin Feng first, he will be the first to kill in this game. It is also an honor to get the first kill in such a game. The more he thought about it, the better it was. Xiao Lang felt happy in his heart. Lin Feng jumped off the container and hit immediately. He must find an opportunity to kill the opponent with one blow. Xiao Ji saw the scene and said, if Lin Feng can dodge, it would be good. When he gets the gun later, he can show his skills. Some fans who don't like Lin Feng saw this scene and immediately mocked him. Ha ha, what kind of killing god Lin Feng is? It's just funny, so cowardly. If you have the guts, stand up. That's right, I thought he would kill everyone, but he turned out to be a turtle and hid. It's really embarrassing. You are too much. How can you say that about brother Lin Feng? Are we wrong? Isn't he very cowardly now? If he has the guts, he should stand up and fight with others. Fame brings trouble. Lin Feng is too popular. He has many fans, but also many haters. After all, it is impossible for one person to be liked by everyone. Xiao Lang did not jump off the container at this moment, but carefully looked for Lin Feng on the container. If he saw Lin Feng, he would kill him without hesitation, and Lin Feng's plan was also very simple. As long as the other party appeared in his field of vision, he would immediately take action. Lin Feng was not unsure, but he was also under great pressure. If the other party was a master of the level of Wei Shen or 17 beasts, then even if he was a god, it would be difficult for him to go against the sky. After all, he was holding a pistol, and his disadvantage was too obvious. Finally, Xiao Lang appeared in Lin Feng's field of vision. At this moment, Lin Feng moved. Lin Feng's action was caught by the opponent, and the opponent also moved. Lin Feng flashed out, and at the same time, the R1895 rifle in his hand instantly locked the opponent's head. He only had one chance. If he couldn't kill the opponent with one shot, with the opponent's skills, he would soon be shot to death. Xiao Lang's reaction was also not slow. After all, he was the ace player of the JXE team. How could his strength be weak? He also quickly aimed at Lin Feng. Bang! Bang bang bang. Two gunshots rang out one after another. The bullets whizzed between the two. Only one of them could survive. At the scene and in the live broadcast room, everyone was watching the game intently. Could it be that Lin Feng, who had been unstoppable all the way, would be killed here? Player Lin Fengji used R1895 to headshot and kill player JXE11 OLNG. The whole place was silent. You could hear a pin drop. He really did it. Chapter 364. Congratulations to the host for killing a special player and getting a Supreme Treasure Box X1. It turned out to be a Supreme Treasure Box. It seems that he was lucky. This Xiaolong's skills and popularity are completely incomparable to those of Wei Shen 17 Beast and others, but he exploded a Supreme Treasure Box. Perhaps it was because he used a pistol. Xiaoji said excitedly. He really did it. Lin Feng really did it. It's incredible. Lin Feng actually eliminated Xiao Lang, who used a UB9 submachine gun with a pistol. It's incredible. Rita smiled and said, I said how could Lin Feng be eliminated so easily? Xiaofeng also nodded. Congratulations to Lin Feng for getting the first kill of this competition. Lin Feng's first kill was naturally seen by the contestants, but everyone was not surprised. Isn't it normal to kill people with a pistol? However, if these people knew that Lin Feng killed a gold medal player of the team with a submachine gun with a pistol, they would probably be shocked. At this moment, Lin Feng's fans cheered immediately. Lin Feng is awesome. You are the best. Lin Feng, male god. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Qian, who was sitting in the audience, smiled happily. Brother Lin Feng, I know you can do it. Qian also stood up and cheered for Lin Feng with the fans. Li Xiao watched the live broadcast of the game and breathed a sigh of relief. You kid, you finally didn't let me down. At this moment, Lin Feng's fans went crazy in the live broadcast room, and a flood of bullet comments appeared. Who said Lin Feng was going to die? Stand up and see if I don't kill you. Ha ha, the anchor is still as fierce as ever, no one can stop him. Everyone, Lin Feng with a pistol is online, please be prepared to die. After killing Xiao Lang, Lin Feng did not delay and immediately ran to his body to loot. Xiao Lang had just landed, and there was nothing good in the box, only a UMP-9 submachine gun he had just picked up and some bullets. Lin Feng picked it up immediately. Although the submachine gun was not a good gun, it was at least a big gun, which was better than using a small pistol. The battle on Lin Feng's side ended, and the camera immediately switched to the location of Zi's city. This was the first large resource point on this route, and a battle had already occurred at this moment. Xiaoxi looked at the screen and said, we can see that Wei Shen and Xiao Xingmu of the 4 AM team are gradually approaching, and it seems that a battle is likely to occur. Xiao Feng nodded. Since this is an individual competition, when the identities of each other are unknown, it is inevitable that there will be civil wars between the teams. I just don't know who will be better in this confrontation. From the perspective of strength, as the captain of the 4 AM team, Wei Shen is definitely stronger than Xiao Xingmu, but the difference in strength is not particularly large. What's more, the battle between the two is not just determined by skills, but also by factors such as terrain, player status, weapons, etc. So it can only be said that Wei Shen has a greater chance of winning, but it is not a sure win. Soon the two met, and the battle ensued. In comparison, Wei Shen's operation was more fierce, and he killed Xiao Xingmu in one encounter, and of course, he was also seriously injured. Player 4 AM God killed player 4 AM CPT with an M416 rifle. Wei Shen was slightly stunned when he saw the kill message. I didn't expect that he would kill his own people. He was very reluctant to encounter such a civil war. But in the case that they didn't know each other's identities, this was inevitable. Oh, it's so unlucky that I was killed by the captain. Xiao Xingmu looked at Wei Shen's position with a face full of resentment. Of course, he would not blame Wei Shen. After all, this situation was something he didn't want to see. Forget it, at least I contributed a point to the captain. It's better than dying in the hands of others. I hope the captain can beat Lin Feng the killer. Xiao Xingmu comforted himself in his heart. The long-legged Rita said with a smile, it seems that our Captain Wei Shen is still stronger. I just hope that we won't meet our own people in the next game. Qiao Feng nodded. This can be regarded as a flood that flushed the Dragon King Temple. But think about it from another angle, it seems that this is also a good thing. The fans in the live broadcast room laughed so hard when they heard what Qiao Feng said. Send ahead 1,000 miles away. 666, a good thing doesn't flow to outsiders' fields. Qiao Feng's idiom is very appropriate. Yanhua Mobile reminds you that your phone bill is insufficient. This kind of civil war situation should become more and more common in the future, especially for strong teams. Almost all the players will participate, and it is inevitable to encounter it. Meow meow mia. Oh, I want to see my brother Lin Feng's peerless beauty. Why don't you turn the camera? Gentlemen, yes, I also want to see my goddess lynching you. Why don't you turn the camera? Lin Feng walked around the container area and finally found his favorite AKM rifle. At this time, the camera just gave to Lin Feng, and the scene of picking up the AKM just appeared, and then turned to the contestant area, and Lin Feng's face was photographed on the screen. At this moment, Lin Feng picked up the AKM rifle, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a charming smile. Meow meow meow. Wow, so handsome, so warm smile. I'm going to fall. J7 boiled water. The anchor finally got the AKM. AKM Lin Feng is finally online. Vodka stewed wolfberry. The anchor's smile is the smile of the god of death. Liangren. Yes, the smile of the god of death +1. After Lin Feng picked up the AKM rifle, he was immediately attacked by a player. However, Lin Feng was highly alert, and did not let the other party succeed. He quickly counterattacked after dodging. With the coordination of body movement skills and AKM advanced mastery skills, Lin Feng showed textbook operation and killed the opponent. The camera just recorded all this, and Lin Feng's perfect operation was seen by everyone. You used the AKM rifle to hit the head, and killed the player OU Linux. Congratulations to the host for killing the special player, and getting a gold treasure chest X1. Chiu Feng looked at the screen excitedly and said, "We can see that Lin Feng's operation is still so sharp. Such a fast reaction speed, and this hand speed and accuracy, I really don't know how to practice it." Xiaoji nodded and said, "It seems that Lin Feng is still Lin Feng. He has always been the focus, whether it is popularity or strength." Rita said a little admiringly, "It seems that Lin Feng is very likely to win the God of War Cup this time." Chapter 365. After Lin Feng cleared out the container area, he headed towards the lower city area. Seeing this scene, Xiaoji smiled and said, "Lin Feng has already gone to the lower city district. There is another player who is attracting much attention in the lower city district." Qiufeng immediately understood. "Xiaoji, the player you are talking about should be Lin Qingyu, the captain of the Huayu team, right?" Xiaoji nodded. "Yes, it is the captain of the Huayu team. We can see that Lin Qingyu has already killed a player when he landed. His strength is very good. And the Huayu team has just been established not long ago. It is not easy to get to this point." Rita also paid special attention to Lin Qingyu. "Yes, Lin Qingyu is really powerful. Her strength should not be worse than that of the Jedi's first female player Enin." Qiufeng smiled. "It seems that Enin's title of the Jedi's first female player will have a competitor. But what I am most concerned about now is whether Lin Feng will meet Lin Qingyu. Although Lin Qingyu is very strong, there is still a gap compared to Lin Feng." At this moment, the barrage in the live broadcast room is quite active. "Wow, my little sister Qingyu is actually going to run into the big devil Lin Feng. What should I do? Please don't kill me. I want to see my little sister." "Ha ha, our anchor is famous for being ruthless. Even if he knows that the other party is Lin Qingyu, he will definitely kill her. I heard that this Lin Qingyu is the daughter of the richest man in the Magic City, and she is so beautiful. It would be great if she could be my wife. Who has yellow urine, come upstairs and make him sober up." Lin Feng quickly arrived at the lower city district. The director immediately turned the camera to the lower city district. Lin Feng and Lin Qingyu were both the focus of this competition. Many viewers wanted to see the clash between the two. From the OB camera, in addition to Lin Feng and Lin Qingyu, there were two other players in the lower city district at this moment. Xiaoji said, "We can see that in addition to Lin Qingyu and Lin Feng, there are also NW Team Captain Xilan and BW Team main member Guoyu in the lower city. Both of them are strong players." Qiufeng nodded, "But as the captain of NW Team, Xilan is still stronger, and he seems to be about to meet Lin Feng." Ryu smiled. "If I remember correctly, Xilan and Lin Feng are old rivals. Xilan has suffered a lot at the hands of Lin Feng before." Qiufeng said excitedly, "They are fighting." Lin Feng soon met Xilan, and a wave of fire directly took away half of Xilan's health bar, forcing Xilan to hide in the house. Xilan was secretly shocked. Who is this guy? He is so fierce. He knew that the opponent was not injured in the previous firefight, but he was half of his blood. From the sound of the gunshot, it should be an AKM rifle. If it's an AKM rifle, it can't be that plague god, right? The more Xilan thought about it, the more likely it was, and his mood sank to the bottom. Every time I meet this guy, it's always bad. Xilan saw that the other party hadn't attacked yet, so he quickly took out a first aid kit from his backpack and shot him. Even if it was really him, I wouldn't be scared. I don't believe I can't beat him every time. Xilan put down the first aid kit and was about to finish it. At this moment, a grenade was thrown in. He was startled and didn't care about applying medicine. He jumped up from the spot and dodged to the side. Because he knew that this mine was most likely an instant explosion mine, and the other party might have grasped the time. Sure enough, the grenade exploded as soon as it landed. Xilan breathed a sigh of relief. If he didn't run just now, he would have been killed by this grenade. At the moment the grenade exploded, Lin Feng immediately rushed into the house with an AKM rifle. Seeing this figure, Xilan couldn't help but feel nervous. He knew that life and death depended on this one move. Both sides were highly focused, and the guns in their hands were instantly raised, and the triggers were pulled at each other. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Two gunshots rang out one after another. Everyone was quietly waiting for the final result. Who would stand to the end? The gunshots fell, and the figure holding the AKM rifle still stood there. A kill prompt popped up. Player 1 Linfengji killed player NW Zilan with an AKM rifle and shot him in the head. Lin Feng won. Congratulations to the host for killing the special player and getting a gold treasure chest. X1 Lin Feng suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Even he was not without pressure to deal with a master like Zilan. In the previous confrontation, although he won, he was also injured. Zilan saw this kill prompt and shut himself up on the spot. It was indeed him. It was indeed this plague god. Nothing good happened every time I met him. It was like this in the Tiger Fawn Destiny Cup, and it was also like this in the God of War Cup this time. Zilan couldn't help but sigh. Alas, esports, being bad is the original sin. The big screen perfectly presented the process of Lin Feng and Zilan's fight, which was a feast for the eyes of the audience. Xiaoji said, "We can see that Lin Feng is very good at timing. From the timing of throwing grenades to the time of attacking, they are all arranged very well. 1 second more is too much, and 1 second less is too little." Qiufeng nodded. At this moment, Lin Feng has won 3 kills, but he is not the player with the most kills in this game. The player with the most kills is 17 Beasts of Team 17. 17 Beasts landed in Peace City, and has won 4 kills with his extraordinary steel gun level. Rita said, "It is not unreasonable that 17 has the final say on whether Peace City is chaotic or not. But it seems that last time in the Destiny Cup, Lin Feng once forced Team 17 out of Peace City." The audience in the live broadcast room laughed when they heard Rita's words. A bottle of soda water. Ha ha ha, I thought Rita was going to praise Team 17, but he ended up praising Lin Feng. Little Lemon, I feel like Rita is really interested in Lin Feng. Grandpa Lu, the chess king at the entrance of the village. Grandpa, I think Rita is really good, and is a good match for Lin Feng. I strongly suggest you keep him. Meow meow meow. You are really not serious. Brother Lin Feng is mine. Lin Qingyu is in a small 2-story building at the moment. Seeing this kill prompt and the gunshots she just heard, she can basically confirm that Lin Feng is also in the lower city. This is definitely not good news for her, because Lin Feng's strength is too strong. However, she rarely smiled, as if she was looking forward to it. Lin Feng, long time no see. Chapter 366. Knowing that Lin Feng was also in the lower city, Lin Qingyu was not nervous, but smiled very happily. At this time, another player Duyu in Port G was getting closer and closer to Lin Qingyu. Xiaoji said, "We can see that Duyu, the ace player of the BW team, is getting closer and closer to Lin Qingyu. You should know that Duyu is very strong." Qiufeng nodded. It seems that Lin Qingyu's chances of winning are not great. After all, she is a girl and is not as good as male players in esports. In the field of esports, male players are more talented than female players. This is well known. This is also the reason why there are only 4 girls among the 100 contestants. Hearing Qiufeng's words, Rita was immediately unhappy, who said that girls are inferior to boys. "I think Duyu may not be able to beat Lin Qingyu this time. I think Lin Qingyu will win." Qiufeng said in surprise. "Rita, you think Lin Qingyu will win? Can you tell me your reason?" Rita said, "No reason, girls have a sixth sense." The audience in the live broadcast room saw that Lin Qingyu was about to meet Duyu, and they were all guessing who would win. "I think it's not easy for Lin Qingyu to get to this point, but I don't think it's possible to beat Duyu. My Qingyu goddess, please don't be eliminated so quickly. After my rational analysis, Lin Qingyu has little chance of winning." Almost all the audience in the live broadcast room thought that Lin Qingyu would lose, because it seems that this is not an opponent of the same level. Duyu is quite famous even in the professional circle. How can she be compared with Lin Qingyu, a woman who just debuted not long ago? At this moment, the two had heard each other's footsteps, and they couldn't help but get nervous. Because the battle between Lin Feng and Zilan just now made them all know that Lin Feng was likely in the lower city. So, could the person opposite be Lin Feng? When Duyu thought of Lin Feng, he was a little scared. You know, Lin Feng is a killing god, whoever meets him will be unlucky. He still remembered Lin Feng's performance in the Destiny Cup last time. What to do now? Should I fight head-on? This doesn't seem to work. Duyu mistook Lin Qingyu for Lin Feng, and was very entangled in his heart. If he fought with Lin Feng, Duyu felt that he didn't have much chance of winning. After thinking it over again and again, Duyu decided to put the overall situation first. Among the 36 strategies, running away is the best strategy. Thinking of this, Duyu did not hesitate, and immediately flipped out from the other side, and then ran away directly. Everyone was stunned when they saw Duyu running away. "What are you doing? Why did you run away?" Even the 3 commentators were confused. Rita said, "What's going on? He obviously found the opponent. Why did Duyu run away? No matter how you look at it, Duyu has an advantage over Lin Qingyu. Xiaoji seemed to have thought of something and said, in the battle between Lin Feng and Xylin just now, it is not difficult for a player like Duyu to guess that Lin Feng is in the lower city. Qiufeng suddenly realized, you mean Duyu mistook Lin Qingyu for Lin Feng, and then chose to retreat out of fear. Xiaoji said, yes, that's right. If the opponent is really Lin Feng, then it is actually very wise for Duyu to do this, because if he fights with Lin Feng, he will not have much chance of winning. After hearing the commentator's explanation, the fans in the live broadcast room were laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt. Ha ha, I feel like I'm going to die of laughter, it's so funny. Is it so that Lin Feng's reputation is so terrifying that even a top player like Duyu was scared away? Fortunately, my goddess Qingyu is fine. Duyu certainly knew that running away like this would be embarrassing, but this was an individual competition, and he didn't even have teammates. Who would know that he ran away? Since no one knew, it wouldn't be embarrassing. But what Duyu never expected was that because Lin Qingyu was so popular, the director directly gave the camera to the two of them. As a result, the whole process of Duyu's running away was seen by all the audience. Xiaoji looked at the direction where Duyu left, and his face was a little weird. Look at the direction that Duyu ran, it seems a bit bad. Qiufeng glanced at the screen and said, he actually ran towards Lin Feng. If he continues like this, he might meet Lin Feng. Rita almost couldn't help laughing. It seems that Duyu's luck is not very good. He wanted to avoid Lin Feng, but he met Lin Feng. The fans in the live broadcast room immediately started to post overwhelming comments. I'm going to die of laughter. Duyu really shot himself in the foot. Ha! I'm looking forward to what kind of expression he will have when he meets Lin Feng. It seems that Duyu and the anchor are destined to be together, and the fate is not shallow. At this time, Lin Qingyu on the other side was a little confused. Why did he run away? When did Lin Feng become so cowardly? No, Lin Feng has never been cowardly. Lin Qingyu has watched all of Lin Feng's game videos, and has never seen Lin Feng retreat in battle. No matter who the enemy is, he will fight directly. Could it be that the one just now was not Lin Feng? Lin Qingyu was puzzled. At this time, Lin Feng had finished licking the box, and gave himself medicine to full blood. Then he met Duyu, who ran over as soon as he went out. Duyu was suddenly shocked. There were actually people in the lower city. The two had already met, and fighting was inevitable. Both of them were masters, and they immediately picked up the guns in their hands, and fired a burst of shots. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The sound of gunfire rang out again in the quiet Port G. The bullets cut through the air, and each whistled towards the other. Lin Feng moved flexibly, and the weapon he used was his best AKM rifle. Duyu was no match at all, and was killed directly. Player 1 Lin Fengji used an AKM rifle to hit the head, and killed player BW Duyu. After killing Duyu, the voice of the system sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Congratulations to the host for killing a special player, and getting a gold treasure chest x1 another gold treasure chest. Can you give a supreme treasure chest? But Lin Feng was just thinking about it. How could a supreme treasure chest be so easy to get? Huh? Lin Feng? How could it be Lin Feng? Duyu's mind was confused for a while. This is Lin Feng, then the one just now is not? Damn! Duyu almost vomited blood. Duyu's expression of eating shit was just captured by the camera, and appeared on the big screen. It immediately caused everyone to laugh, and soon this expression was modified into many emoticons by the majority of netizens, and spread wildly on the internet, which was a rage for a while. Of course, this is all later. Chapter 367. Sure enough, Lin Feng is in the lower city. Hearing the gunshot and the kill prompt again, Lin Qingyu is now 100% sure that Lin Feng is in the lower city. Lin Qingyu took the gun and ran towards the place where the gunshot just sounded. Xiaoji was confused when he saw Lin Qingyu's operation. What is she doing? Lin Feng is over there. Why are you running over? Qiufeng was also confused. Why is Lin Qingyu still running towards Lin Feng? Is she trying to deal with Lin Feng? In theory, a player like Lin Qingyu should run away when encountering the big devil Lin Feng. Why is she running into the muzzle of the gun? Lin Qingyu's fans in the live broadcast room saw this scene and immediately became anxious. Fuck, my goddess, what are you doing? Aren't you going to die? Knowing there is a tiger in the mountain, you still go there, but the key is that you can't beat Lin Feng, this fierce tiger. What's wrong with Miss Qingyu? Why do you have to provoke this big devil Lin Feng? Lin Feng's strength has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. He has never lost in any one-on-one battle. So those fans who like Lin Qingyu were immediately anxious. Lin Qingyu naturally knew that Lin Feng was extremely powerful. She knew all of Lin Feng's information, and she didn't think she could beat Lin Feng. But so what? She didn't care about the result, she only cared about the process. As for the so-called God of War Cup and the so-called ranking, she didn't care at all. She formed a team purely for fun, as long as she was happy. Lin Feng had just licked the box at this moment, and he didn't expect another person to come to him. What happened today? Why did so many people come to the door on their own initiative? Everyone thought that Lin Qingyu would be defeated in one encounter, but the result was unexpected. Although Lin Qingyu was at a disadvantage in the first confrontation with Lin Feng, she did not suffer any fatal injuries. You know, Duyu was killed by Lin Feng in one encounter. Could it be that Lin Qingyu's strength is not inferior to Duyu? How is this possible? Xiaoji said a little excitedly. I didn't expect Lin Qingyu's strength to be so strong. Her operation just now was extremely sharp, and her awareness was also in place. Although she is far from top players, like Wei Shen Lin Feng, she is also at the level of first-line players. Xiaoji really couldn't believe that Lin Qingyu's strength was so strong that even the Jedi's first female player Yinin would probably be weaker in front of her. Lin Feng quickly dodged to the side, and avoided Lin Qingyu's attack. It seems that this guy has two hands. Lin Feng has roughly figured out Lin Qingyu's strength. Qiu Feng saw the scene and said in amazement, it's really unbelievable. Lin Qingyu actually hit so deeply, the strength she showed before was far less powerful than now. It seems that Yinin's title of the first female player in Jedi is about to be lost. The live broadcast room was even more boiling. Lin Qingyu was so awesome? Fuck, the goddess Qingyu is so awesome, I love her. She is rich and beautiful, and the key is that she plays the game so well, is there no way to live? I feel that Qingyu is completely the 2.0 version of Lin Feng. Both are very excellent. This skill is indeed rare, but unfortunately she met Lin Feng. Rita saw Lin Qingyu's sharp operation and immediately looked envious. If only I could have such strength. Although Rita is a well-known commentator and a game anchor, she has no talent and her strength is very poor. She is probably at the same level as Moo and the others. But Rita has always had an esports dream, so when she saw Lin Qingyu was so powerful, she was really envious. Lin Feng seized the opportunity at this time and shot Lin Qingyu in the head with a few bursts. Player 1 Lin Fengji killed player Hu Lqy with an AKM rifle and shot him in the head. Congratulations to the host for killing a special player and getting a gold treasure chest X1. It turned out to be her, Lin Qingyu, the captain of the Huayu team. Lin Feng was a little surprised. He really couldn't imagine that the person he had just fought with was Lin Qingyu. Lin Qingyu's strength was so strong that it surprised Lin Feng, because it was difficult for female players to have superb skills. And the strength shown by Lin Qingyu was already better than Yinin. And Lin Feng always felt that the name Lin Qingyu sounded familiar. Without thinking too much, Lin Feng hurried over to lick the bag. Xiaoji said, the gap between Lin Qingyu and Lin Feng's strength is still too big. It's not surprising that Gongqiang lost this time. Then Lin Qingyu's beautiful face was captured on the screen. Lin Qingyu's expression was indifferent, as if nothing had happened. Other players, who were eliminated, would have some emotional fluctuations, but Lin Qingyu seemed indifferent. The male audience in the live broadcast room saw Qingyu's beautiful face appear on the screen, and they wanted to lick the screen. Everyone, I'm done, what about you? Get lost, don't blaspheme my goddess. She's so beautiful, take a screenshot quickly. Didn't I say that you guys are so serious? It's like you haven't seen a woman in your previous life. Lin Qingyu's screen only appeared for a while, and the camera immediately turned to other players. After all, there are too many star players in this competition, such as Wei Shen, 17 Beast, Little Lion and others, who are all very popular. Lin Feng had cleaned up the mess in G-Port at this time, and was ready to leave. Because the poison circle has come. If he doesn't leave, he will be poisoned. Lin Feng came to the car brushing point outside, but he didn't see the motorcycle he liked, but saw a car. Lin Feng was a little disappointed. Without a motorcycle, he could only drive the car honestly, and couldn't show off his skills. If others knew what he was thinking now, they would probably be scared to death. In a game of this standard, you actually seem to be showing off. Lin Feng looked at the 5 people he killed, and according to the new competition system, he got 5 points. 5 points, it seemed so little. Whether in the previous competition system or the current competition system, eating chicken is crucial and almost determines the final result of the game. 1 chicken is 8 points, which is equivalent to killing 8 people to get it. But in a game like this where masters are everywhere, it is very difficult to get 8 kills. Only a few top players, like Lin Feng, can do it. So Lin Feng felt that he still had to play steadily and strive for eating chicken. But even with his strength, if he wants to eat chicken in such a game, he still has to rely on luck. Chapter 368. Lin Feng drove a car past Longji Mountain and came to the ruins. Although he only had the proficiency of motorcycles, he was quite stable driving this four-wheeled vehicle as long as he was not too reckless. Lin Feng came to the ruins steadily, and gunshots were heard in the ruins at this moment. Xiaoji said, "We can see that Lin Feng has driven to the ruins. Let's take a look at the players fighting in the ruins." The screen turned to the ruins, and two players were fighting fiercely, and they were deadlocked. When Xiaoji saw the idea of one of them, he was a little surprised. Hey, one of them turned out to be Su Chengcheng, one of the few female players in our game. The other player is Wu Qing, the captain of the LT team. Su Chengcheng is not a professional player, but a technical anchor, one of the few anchors in this game. All the participants in this game are top-notch masters, so they are basically professional players. There are relatively few anchors like Su Chengcheng. Qiu Feng said with a little surprise. I didn't expect Su Chengcheng to be able to fight Wu Qing, the captain of the LT team, to this extent. It seems that her strength should not be underestimated. Rita nodded. The female players participating in our competition this time really brought us a lot of surprises. Just now it was Lin Qingyu, and now it is Su Chengcheng. In the esports arena where there are almost no women, it is really surprising that the two can achieve such results. The audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, and also brushed the barrage. I didn't expect Su Chengcheng to be so powerful. Which live broadcast platform is she from? I want to go and follow her. Su Chengcheng is our live broadcaster. It looks like our live broadcaster is going to be popular this time. I was watching Lin Qingyu just now, and didn't notice Su Chengcheng. This Su Chengcheng is also quite cute. She is pure and cute. My favorite. Su Chengcheng's appearance is not as good as Lin Qingyu, but she is a cute girl. People like her at first sight. Most of the people watching the live broadcast are otakus. After seeing Su Chengcheng's cute appearance, they are completely attracted by her. Su Chengcheng and Wu Qing have suffered different degrees of damage at this moment, and their health bars have been somewhat reduced. Although the LT team is not a strong team, it is a professional team after all. As the captain of the LT team, how could Wu Qing be weak? It is really surprising that Su Chengcheng can fight Wu Qing to this extent. At this moment, both of them flashed out from behind their respective bunkers, and then they fought directly. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The gunshots rang out, and the quiet ruins at this moment seemed particularly loud. After the gunshots faded, a kill prompt popped up. Player Su CC killed player LT Wu Qingji by shooting him in the head with an M416 rifle. Incredible, the person who survived in the end was Su Chengcheng. The scene was silent, and no one thought that the seemingly fragile Su Chengcheng could burst out with powerful strength. She actually defeated Wu Qing. When Wu Qing saw that the person who killed him was Su Chengcheng, he was stunned and almost fainted. He actually lost to a girl, and this girl is not a professional player. Wu Qing was mentally collapsed, and he really lost face. Xiaoji said, it's incredible that Wu Qing actually lost. We can see that Su Chengcheng's operating awareness is great, and Wu Qing didn't make any big mistakes this time. Su Chengcheng didn't kill Wu Qing by luck, but by her own strength. Qiufeng nodded and said with emotion, it seems that after this game, there should be many professional teams inviting Su Chengcheng to join, because Su Chengcheng's strength is there, and she has not signed any team yet. Rita said with envy, I really envy these young ladies with good skills. How great it would be if I could also step onto the stage of professional competitions. Rita had imagined countless times that she could step onto the stage of professional competitions, but she knew that she didn't have the talent. And esports is an industry that relies on talent. Only those who are talented and hardworking can succeed. Without talent, even if they work very hard, it's useless. Just like some people, they are bronze players who play games all day long, but some people who play occasionally are gold players. This is the importance of talent. At this moment, the live broadcast room was completely boiling. Oh my god, Wu Qing actually lost to Su Chengcheng. How is this possible? Damn, are the girls of this class so good at playing games? First there was Lin Qingyu, and now there is Su Chengcheng. Girls nowadays are really good at playing games. My sister helped me to become the King of Glory. She is also a power player, and earns over 10,000 yuan a month. Fuck, are they so good? Why don't I have such a sister? My sister just asked me to go shopping with her all day long. Lin Feng just heard the gunfire in the ruin stop, and saw the news that Su Chengcheng killed Wu Qing. Isn't this Su Chengcheng a live streamer? How can he be so powerful? And this prompt popped up just as the gunfire stopped. Isn't Su Chung Chung in this ruin? Lin Feng couldn't help but have a weird expression on his face. It can't be such a coincidence, right? I just killed Lin Qingyu, and now I meet Su Chung Chung? So all the female players in this game have been met by him? Lin Feng drove directly into the ruins. Seeing Lin Feng driving into the ruins, Qiu Feng said in surprise, "We can see that Lin Feng has driven into the ruins now. Will he meet Su Chung Chung next?" Although Su Chingchung's strength is surprising, if he meets Lin Feng, the murderer, it will definitely be dangerous. The audience in the live broadcast room saw Lin Feng approaching Su Chung Chung, and they all became anxious. Fuck, no way, Lin Qingyu, the girl we just liked, has been killed by Lin Feng. Is it possible that Su Chung Chung, the girl we like, will also fall into the hands of the devil Lin Feng? Lin Feng, please be a human being and don't kill our little sister. We don't want to watch you guys playing games. It's useless. Lin Feng is the nemesis of female players. It's a pity that such a good girl like Su Chung Chung will be ruined by him. What you said above is easy to be misunderstood. After Su Chung Chung killed Wu Qing, she immediately took out a first aid kit and injected herself with it. After the blood bar recovered, she took another bottle of painkillers. Seeing the blood bar constantly rising, she felt more secure. This was her first time to participate in such a high-level competition. To be honest, she was a little nervous. Chapter 369. After Su Chung Chung finished taking medicine, he immediately ran over to loot the bag. After opening Wu Qing's box and seeing the contents inside, Su Chung Chung couldn't help but be overjoyed. 8x scope 98K sniper rifle. I didn't expect that there was such a magical weapon. Su Chung Chung originally had 2 rifles, but he threw one away and picked up the 98K. Then he picked up all the useful things in the box. At this time, the barrage in the live broadcast room was very active. Shindushio. Seeing this 98K, why do I feel that it will be a bargain for Lin Feng in the end? Shiba Yipianyan. Ha ha ha. I feel that Su Chung Chung will deliver a package to my anchor later. Chengjin Lao San. Why are you so confident? What if our Chung Chung fights back and kills Lin Feng? This is not impossible. Meow meow meow. Sister, I tell you, this is really impossible. My man Su Chung Chung can't be killed. Sweetheart Loli. The one upstairs. When did my brother Lin Feng become your man? The little brother is mine. At this time, several girls who claimed to be Lin Feng's girlfriends appeared in the live broadcast room and competed for the man. The other male viewers in the live broadcast room were envious. When would they have so many girls vying to be their girlfriends? That would be the peak of life. After Su Chung Chung picked up all the things, she heard a sound of an engine coming towards this side. Su Chung Chung didn't know that the opponent was Lin Feng, so he hid behind a rock with a gun in his hand, posing like a typical old sly guy. Xiaoji saw that Su Chung Chung was going to ambush Lin Feng and said, if Su Chung Chung leaves now, he might be able to avoid a confrontation with Lin Feng, but it seems that Su Chung Chung doesn't want to leave now. Qiu Feng saw Su Chingchung's look and said, maybe Su Chingchung's ambush will be successful. You know, in the Jedi, the old cunning ones are often the most difficult to deal with. Rita said, I think Lin Feng must have been prepared. It's really difficult to cunning him. After that, she added, it's good that he doesn't cunning others. The OB camera appeared on Lin Feng. Lin Feng drove to the ruins. It was calm, and there didn't look like anyone was there. But Lin Feng was almost sure that the people who had just fought here had not left. It is estimated that they are preparing to cunning him behind his back. Lin Feng seemed to be driving leisurely, but he was extremely vigilant in his heart. No one in this game is weak. Once he is cunning by others by accident, he may really capsize in the ditch. Su Chung Chung saw that the car was getting closer and closer to him, so he took out his M416 rifle, opened the scope on the rifle, and aimed at the main driver's seat. Qiu Feng said, why does it feel like Lin Feng is not alert at all? Has he really let down his guard? Xiaoxi smiled and said, don't worry, I think Lin Feng must have his own plan. What he is best at is pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. At this moment, Su Chung Chung pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. The sound of gunfire rang out. A series of 5.56mm bullets were ejected directly, all hitting the main driver's seat of the car. Su Chung Chung was overjoyed. Another kill was achieved. Just now, she had accurately locked the main driver's seat, and she was sure that with just this volley, the unlucky guy sitting in the car would definitely be killed. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Lin Feng, who always kills gods, would fall into Su Chingchung's hands today? It was too incredible. However, the expected kill prompt did not appear. The next second, Lin Feng flashed out from behind the car, and raised the AKM rifle in his hand. Through the gunshot just now, Lin Feng already knew where Su Chengcheng was. He opened the scope directly, locked Su Chengcheng instantly, and then pulled the trigger directly. Bang bang bang. Several 7.62mm bullets were fired instantly, hitting Su Chengcheng's head directly. Su Chengcheng's head spurted with blood, and then she fell backwards. Player 1 Lin Fengji killed player Su CC by shooting him in the head with an AKM rifle. Congratulations to the host for killing a special player and getting a gold treasure chest X1. Su Chengcheng looked incredulous. How could this be possible? She had clearly shot at his driver's seat. How could he not dodge it? And even came out from behind the car and killed her directly. This is not scientific at all. If this was not a regular event, if the opponent was not Lin Feng, she would have suspected that he was cheating. Su Chengcheng was very depressed. She thought she could easily get this point, but she didn't get it and lost herself. The audience in the live broadcast room were all confused at this moment. How did Lin Feng dodge it? Fuck, can anyone tell me what's going on? How did Lin Feng dodge it? Is he cheating? Do you have a brain, the guy above? Who can cheat in this kind of game? Who dares to cheat? And you don't even look at who's on the other side. It's Lin Feng. Is there any need for him to cheat? Wow, I don't want to know if he cheated or not. I just know that my sister Chengcheng is dead. The audience in the live broadcast room was confused. Even the commentator was confused. Rita said, "What's going on? How did Lin Feng dodge it?" Chiu Feng was also very confused and said, "Yeah, I can't think of it." Xiaoxi smiled confidently, and it seemed that he had figured out something. Rita saw Xiaoxi's look and hurriedly said, "Xiaoxi, did you figure out something? Tell me quickly, I'm really anxious." Xiaoxi kept it a secret. "Don't worry, let's watch the director's replay first." The camera replayed and returned to the time when Chengcheng fired the gun. In the camera, Lin Feng quickly switched from the driver's seat to the back seat at the moment the gunshot sounded, successfully dodged the bullet, and then quickly got out of the car and killed Su Chengcheng from the back of the car. The series of operations were so smooth and fast that it was dazzling. Rita looked at the playback and suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Lin Feng is just too good. Chiu Feng seemed to realize the problem and said, "No." When the gunshot sounded, Lin Feng changed his seat again. There was not enough time. Even if his hand speed was fast, he couldn't do it at all. Chiu Feng was very sure and certain that this speed was absolutely impossible to do, even if Lin Feng was strong. Such a hand speed does not exist at all. Xiaoxi smiled and said, "Under normal circumstances, of course, it is impossible to do it, but if Lin Feng has anticipated that this situation may happen, he put his fingers on the corresponding keys in advance, and then pressed them instantly when the gunshot sounded. Do you think this can be done?" Chapter 370. After Xiaoxi's explanation, Qiufeng immediately knew what was going on. Lin Feng is really smart. He probably expected Su Chengcheng to ambush him, so he made extra preparations. And he drove slowly and deliberately slowed down the speed to lure Su Chengcheng to shoot him, so that he could take the opportunity to kill him. I have to say that Lin Feng's routine is very deep. Hearing Xiaoxi talking about Lin Feng's routine, Rita couldn't help but chuckle and said, "I said it a long time ago, Lin Feng is lucky if he doesn't ambush others." After hearing a few commentators in the live broadcast room, he instantly understood. Landing with a 98k, so that's how it is, the anchor's routine is really too deep. Su Chengcheng is still too young. Lin Feng number 2, the anchor is awesome. It turns out that Miss Rita is right. It's good enough that he doesn't stab others. Sweetheart Loli, who are you upstairs? You dare to pretend to be my little brother. 17th Xiaolu, why are all the shots of Lin Feng? Where is our 17 Beast? Our 17 Beast's performance is also very good, and he killed a lot of people. Xiaoxi said. We can see that after Lin Feng killed Su Chengcheng, he has tied 17 Beast, who is leading all the way, in terms of the number of kills. Both of them have 6 kills. Chiu Feng nodded and said, this time, 17 Beast also performed very strongly, singing all the way, but I don't know who will win the chicken in the end of this game. You know, the 8 points for winning the chicken are crucial and directly affect the result of the game. Then Chiu Feng looked at Rita and asked, Rita, who do you think has the best chance of winning this game? Rita rolled her eyes at Chiu Feng, thinking, aren't you asking even though you already know the answer? I have always supported Lin Feng, don't you know that? Xiaoxi smiled and said, let me answer for Rita. I think Rita must support Lin Feng, right? Rita said proudly, of course. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed out loud when they saw Rita like this. Wang Jia of the Sky Blasting Gang, ha ha ha, I suddenly think Rita is so cute. Deep love family. I think Lin Feng and Rita are a good match. It would be great if they could be together. I think Rita must be interested in Lin Feng. Checks old ski. Our anchor already has a girlfriend. Our sister-in-law Qianqian is very beautiful, and she is pregnant with our anchor's child. Wunai Will Yang Tianzuan, is it true? Doesn't that mean the anchor is going to be a father soon? Under the rumors of several fans in the live broadcast room, Qianqian was inexplicably pregnant, and Lin Feng was inexplicably happy to be a father. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know about this. After he killed Su Chengcheng, he immediately went to lick the loot. Su Chengcheng looked at Lin Feng coming to lick the loot. When she thought of being eliminated, she felt very depressed and pouted her little mouth in grievance, which was very cute. This action was just captured by the camera and put on the screen of the live broadcast room. So cute, it's over, I'm sorry Qingyu. I'm going to fall in love with someone else. Get lost, Lin Qingyu is mine, no one can snatch her from me. The one upstairs, draw your sword. Actually, both Su Chengcheng and Lin Qingyu are good. Su Chengcheng is cute, and Lin Qingyu is exquisite. If I have to choose, I will choose Lin Qingyu because she is rich. Then may I ask, what is the relationship between these two girls and you upstairs? Some fans in the live broadcast room were still chatting about some trivial things, and at this time Lin Feng had already opened Su Chengcheng's box. As soon as he opened the box, he was overjoyed. There was a 98K sniper rifle with an 8-fold scope in the box. 98K sniper rifle, and it's an 8-fold scope. Lin Feng felt that his luck was really good today. Maybe there will be a few more gold treasure chests later. Lin Feng picked up the 98K with an 8-fold scope without saying a word. Qiu Feng said. Wu Qing's 98K sniper rifle finally fell into Lin Feng's hands. With Lin Feng's strength, I think he can bring out the full power of this 98K sniper rifle. Rita nodded. Viewers who often watch Lin Feng's live broadcast know that Lin Feng's best weapons are the AKM rifle and the 98K sniper rifle. Now that both are available, Lin Feng's performance in the future is really exciting. Qiu Feng glanced at Rita and snickered. Rita, how do you know so clearly? Do you often watch Lin Feng's live broadcast? Rita blushed when Qiu Feng said that, and said, you are the only one who talks too much, I don't. Rita has indeed watched Lin Feng's live broadcast frequently during this period, and basically watches it whenever she has time. Seeing Rita like this, the fans in the live broadcast room of the game teased her again. After Lin Feng picked up the equipment, he got back into the car and headed towards the safety zone. Not finding any enemies, Lin Feng opened the system and checked the Supreme Treasure box that exploded from Xiaolang of the JEX team at the beginning of the game. Entering the system space, the Supreme was placed on a pile of other treasure boxes, which was particularly conspicuous. System, open the Supreme Treasure box. Lin Feng said immediately, and at the same time, he was looking forward to it. What's in this Supreme Treasure box? Don't just give money. I, Lin, really don't like money. Now Lin Feng basically has enough money to spend. He likes to explode a skill, or explode some elixir of immortality, etc. In Lin Feng's expectant eyes, the Supreme Treasure box slowly opened. Open the Supreme Treasure box. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the game skill Jedi Master. Jedi Master? Why is the name so weird? It looks like it should be a driving skill. This skill is not bad. It can greatly improve your strength. The previous Motorcycle Mastery Intermediate skill was only useful for motorcycles, but now this skill is useful for all vehicles. When Lin Feng opened the system again, he found that his motorcycle proficiency skill had disappeared and was replaced by the Jedi Master. PUBG Killer System Host, Lin Feng. Items, none. Realistic abilities, Cooking Dod Skills Asterisk, Primary, Godly Voice Asterisk, Intermediate, Super Physical Skills Asterisk, Intermediate, Hacker Skills Asterisk, Primary, Language Master Asterisk, Intermediate, Game Skills, AKM Rifle Proficiency Asterisk, Advanced, Sniper Rifle Proficiency Asterisk, Intermediate, Assault Rifle Proficiency Asterisk, Intermediate, Steering Proficiency Asterisk, Intermediate, Throwing Object Proficiency Asterisk, Intermediate, Boxing Master Asterisk, Intermediate, Body Movement Skills Asterisk, Intermediate, 98K Proficiency, Advanced, Shotgun Proficiency Asterisk, Intermediate Jedi Master. Lin Feng knew what was going on without having to do it. It must be because the PUBG Master skills already covered the Motorcycle Proficiency skill, so it disappeared directly. Chapter 371. After acquiring the skill of the Jedi Old Driver, Lin Feng suddenly felt that his driving feel was completely different. With this skill, Lin Feng will be able to control other vehicles with ease in the future, without worrying about overturning. Lin Feng saw a downhill slope that was almost vertical at 90 degrees in front of him. In order to test the power of this skill, Lin Feng drove directly over. Xiaoji looked at Lin Feng driving downhill, so simply and crudely, and said, "What is Lin Feng going to do? The slope in front is so steep, and he will definitely overturn if he rushes over like this." Rita and Qiufeng were also puzzled. What is he doing? Why not just go downhill honestly? He has to do these dangerous operations. Rita was still a little worried. This Lin Feng is really worrying. There is obviously a gentler slope next to him. Although according to Lin Feng's reaction, he should be able to escape in time even if he overturned. The audience in the live broadcast room immediately started to brush the barrage. I've seen Gutsuan drive down this slope before, and he was also very good at driving, but he almost crashed and killed himself. Oh my god, it's the same old thing, the anchor is going to be crazy again. I bet this car will flip over. Lin Feng kept accelerating, and he flew out of the slope, then rolled in the air and landed smoothly. Lin Feng smiled. It seems that the skills of this Jedi-old driver are really reliable. His own driving skills are really different from before. Xiaoji was stunned for a moment and said, I didn't expect Lin Feng to come down unscathed, and the car is also very stable. Qiufeng said, Lin Feng is a bit naughty. Is he showing off his skills in front of us? Rita said, Lin Feng's driving skills are really great, and he is also a top racer in real life. Even the famous racing king Zhang Qi said that his driving skills may not be Lin Feng's opponent. Qiufeng immediately said, Of course I know. I also watched the video. He is very handsome. I really don't know what kind of freak Lin Feng is. It seems that he can do everything. Qiufeng is also a racing enthusiast. He often likes to go out racing with friends and enjoy the speed and passion. So when talking about Lin Feng's racing, he was particularly excited. Seeing that the two were going to continue talking, Xiaoji quickly stopped them and said, Ahem, we are still in the game now, don't talk about topics unrelated to the game. Two game commentators, but they talked about racing with great interest. If the organizer knew about this, they would have to criticize you severely. After hearing Xiaoji's reminder, the two immediately stopped discussing this topic. Qiufeng quickly shifted the focus and said, Yes, let's talk about the game. There was no fight happening on Lin Feng's side, so the camera immediately turned to the other players. The camera turned to the prison. Inside the prison, Bai Sha and Yin both entered the main building. It was obvious that both of them had discovered each other's existence. In a while, I'm afraid a fight will break out. Rita was surprised and said, I didn't expect that the one team would also have an internal fight. I just don't know who will be better between Bai Sha and Yin. Qiufeng said, It's really hard to say. The skills of the two are actually similar. Yin is the top female player in the country, and her skills are still quite good. As for Bai Sha, he used to be the top professional player in CF. Although he has now switched to PUBG, his skills are still quite sharp. Now the two are about to meet, and the result is hard to say. Rita asked Xiaoji, what do you think? Xiaoji is the most experienced and capable commentator among the three of them, so Rita asked immediately. Xiaoji waved his hand. I don't know either. We will know later. In the main building of the prison, Bai Sha and Yin walked carefully, holding their guns tightly. They both deliberately controlled their footsteps, so as not to let the other party find out. Finally, the two met at the corner. The next second, gunshots rang out. Da-da-da. Bang bang bang. The gunshots fell, and Yin was still standing with a trace of blood on her skin. And Bai Sha has become a corpse. Player 1 Yin killed Player 1 Bai by shooting him in the head with an AKM rifle. Yin's expression was a little surprised. She actually met Bai Sha. Bai Sha was even more bitter. He was killed by his teammates. This was really a bit dramatic. But there was no way. In this kind of competition, it was normal for the team to have a civil war. Lin Feng was driving, and saw the news that Yin killed Bai Sha. Bai Sha is really unlucky, Lin Feng said with a smile. He remembered that Bai Sha had just killed a player. Fortunately, there was still 1 point, so he didn't get 0. Xiaoji said, The performance of our female players in this competition is very eye-catching. Yin has now got 3 kills. In a competition of this standard, it is already very good. Rita nodded. They are all the pride of us girls. The game continued, and as the circle became smaller and smaller, the battles became more and more intense. Yin encountered a god of IFTY team on the way out of the prison to escape the poison, and was killed by a god. A god is also one of the top players in the country. Although Eneen is strong, she is still far behind a god. The game continued to shrink, and it was basically confirmed that the final round would be in Y City. What surprised everyone was that Lin Feng met MOZ, who was also driving a bung bung, on the way to Y City. MOZ was the last female player in this game. She looked pure and innocent. She was also the goddess of many people. She was the second only to Eneen in the professional circle. When everyone saw Lin Feng and MOZ, they couldn't help but sweat. Is she going to die in Lin Feng's hands again? I saw Lin Feng relying on his extraordinary driving skills to control the car and directly crashed into MOZ's bung bung. The speed of the buggy was not as fast as the sedan, so Lin Feng knocked over Mozi's buggy. Then he quickly got out of the car and killed Mozi head-on. Mozi's skills were slightly inferior to Eneen's. She was not unable to resist Lin Feng at all, but was killed by a headshot. Player 1 Lin Fengji used an AKM rifle to hit the head and knock down player SNATC Mozi. Congratulations to the host for the special kill, and got a gold treasure chest X1. When Lin Feng saw the kill prompt, he was stunned. He suspected that the operator deliberately let him win. There were only 4 girls in this game, and he met 3 of them alone. Fortunately, he did not meet Eneen. After all, it is not easy to kill acquaintances. Chapter 372. Seeing that MOZ was killed by Lin Feng, the 3 commentators didn't know what to say for a while. So you are a girl killer, right? Xiaoji said. Well, Lin Feng seems to be very popular with women. He met 3 of our 4 female players, and all 3 were killed by him. Qiufeng added. The fans in the live broadcast room were very unhappy at this moment. All the pretty girls were killed by Lin Feng. Ah, Lin Feng, you devil, give the girls back to us. Lin Feng has successfully become a girl killer. Too cruel, this man is too cruel. Why can the anchor always meet girls with this account? And the same goes for matching, but I can't meet them. Most of the fans in the live broadcast room were male fans, complaining to Lin Feng. Of course, they were all jokes. After killing MOZ, Lin Feng drove his car and continued to head towards Y City. Successfully eliminated another player on the way, 8 kills. Lin Feng shook his head. He was very dissatisfied that he had only killed 8 people so far. If others knew what he was thinking now, there would definitely be a lot of crazy complaints. You don't even look at what kind of competition this is. The strongest players in Yen country are basically here. You killed 8 people, but you still think it's not enough. It's too much. As the circle gradually narrowed, all the players came to Y City. Lin Feng drove the car and saw the outline of Y City from a distance. There was a large plane outside Y City, so Lin Feng didn't dare to waste time and drove all the way. You have to know that there is a plane outside Y City. There are many sniper experts among the contestants this time. If you drive too slowly and get shot in the head, you're done. Xiaoji looked at the screen and said, we can see that basically all the players have come to Y City, and there are still 13 players alive. Qiufeng nodded. Now 13 people are in Y City. The competition in Y City is very fierce. Gunshots rang out from time to time in Y City, and the 13 players suddenly became 3, which shows how fierce the battle was. Lin Feng was hiding in a puzzle building in Y City at this moment, leaning against the window, and occasionally sticking his head out to observe if there were any players. Soon a player in the opposite building caught Lin Feng's attention. It is estimated that this player has the same idea as Lin Feng, and is also testing. Lin Feng was the first to discover this player, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This player has been sentenced to death by Lin Feng. Soon, this player stuck his head out again. Just when he stuck his head out, a gunshot rang out. Bang! The sound of a 98K sniper rifle. A splash of blood spurted out from the head of the opposing player, and then he slowly fell to the ground. Player 1 Lin Fengji used a 98K sniper rifle to hit the head, and killed player LGDXIN8. Congratulations to the host for killing a special player, and getting a gold treasure chest X1. It turned out to be LGD team captain XIN8. This is not the first time that Lin Feng and LGD team have clashed. I remember that he wiped out the LGD team last time. XIN8 was very depressed. It's this Lin Feng again. What a plague god. Now Lin Feng is simply a plague god in the eyes of many teams. Nothing good will happen to him once they meet him. Lin Feng held a 98K sniper rifle and hid on the top floor of this puzzle building, like a hunter in the dark, waiting for the appearance of prey. Finally, Lin Feng found another player sneaking towards the puzzle building where he was. He was very careful, but he was discovered by Lin Feng. Lin Feng shot the player in the head again. Bang! A 7.62mm bullet was ejected. A bullet hit the player's head directly. He didn't die. This guy was wearing a level 3 helmet. Only a level 3 helmet can withstand the headshot of the 98K sniper rifle. Since the version update, the current level 3 helmet is even rarer. You can't find it on the map at all, and you can only find it in the airdrop. The player on the opposite side was shot in the head by Lin Feng, and he was also shocked for a while, but he reacted very quickly and hid in the bunker next to him immediately. Then he quickly took out the medicine and injected himself. The 98K sniper rifle needs to reload after firing a shot, so Lin Feng didn't have time for the second shot, and could only watch the other party hide. But Lin Feng was not panicked at all. You have the guts to hide all the time. Lin Feng's shot just now also exposed his position. After the opponent finished taking medicine, he immediately took out his 98K sniper rifle, also with an 8-fold scope. Then he shot Lin Feng with a sniper rifle without hesitation. The speed is very fast. Lin Feng didn't expect the opponent's speed to be so fast. He failed to dodge in time, and was shot in the body, and his health bar immediately lost 1/3. I was careless. If I was more careful, I could have dodged the shot just now. Besides, the opponent is definitely a tough guy. The speed of this sniper rifle is almost catching up with him. He is definitely a sniper expert. It seems that I have to take it seriously, otherwise it will be bad if I capsize. At this time, the OB camera turned to the position of Lin Feng and SY. Xiaoji said a little excitedly, I didn't expect Lin Feng and SY to meet. Both of them are called sniper gods. The duel between the two sniper gods must be very exciting. Qiufeng nodded and said, before, many fans have argued online about who is better at sniping, SY or 98K sniper god Lin Feng. Now we finally see their duel, and we will soon be able to decide the winner. Rita smiled faintly and said, I am also looking forward to it. Lin Feng, you can definitely win, right? When the fans in the live broadcast room saw the two sniper gods meet, they immediately started to brush the barrage. I am Wuliang Tinzuan, blessing Wuliang Tinzuan. Forgive me for being blunt, this time, Lin Feng will win. King Kong Fu Imo, fake Taoist, you know nothing, although Lin Feng has some strength, but compared with our sniper god SY, it is still a little bit worse. Blueberry Jelly, you know nothing, brother Lin Feng will win, definitely win. Sister Lin, that's right, Jelly is right, brother Lin Feng will definitely beat this guy called SY. Frying Pan eats chicken, then we see. Not only did Lin Feng and sniper god SY confront each other, but in the live broadcast room of the game, the fans of Lin Feng and sniper god SY also confronted each other, and the two sides were unable to win. However, the fans of sniper god SY could not compete with the fans of Lin Feng at all, because Lin Feng's fans were too many. Lin Feng's fans are not just fans of his skills. Many girls support him because he is handsome. Some fans also support him because they like his songs, novels, and poems. So when all these are added together, Lin Feng's fans are already an astonishing number. Every day when Lin Feng starts live streaming, the popularity of the live streaming room will increase. It is estimated that it will not be long before Lin Feng will take the throne of Huya's #1 anchor. Chapter 373. At this moment, everyone is paying attention to Lin Feng and SY, wanting to see who has the better sniper. If we talk about comprehensive strength, then Lin Feng is definitely stronger, there is no doubt about it. But if we talk about sniping alone, it is not necessarily the case. Because SY is a player who specializes in sniping, otherwise there would not be a title of Sniper God SY. Sniper God SY knows that it is not a good thing to hide behind this bunker all the time. What if someone takes advantage of his unpreparedness and shoots him? Fortunately, there is a puzzle building next to him, and he quickly climbed in. This puzzle building is just opposite to the puzzle building where Lin Feng is. So the two of them each held a 98K sniper rifle and faced each other. SY is extremely confident in his sniper, and so is Lin Feng. The two tried several times, but neither of them could take down the other. Xiaoji looked at the two people sniping and said, now we can see that Lin Feng and SY are both unbeatable in this sniping match. From the perspective of both sides' equipment, they are almost the same 8x scope 98K sniper rifle, the same level 3 armor. Although SY is wearing a level 3 helmet, its durability is almost empty, and it can't block a shot from the 98K sniper rifle, so the sniping match between the two is fair. Qiufeng nodded and said, now it's time to test the real skills of the two. A dragon slaying sword. I didn't expect that this sniper god SY is so strong. He can actually fight with our anchor to this extent. He has some strength. Putting shit without paper. Please, our SY is better, okay? When it comes to sniping, This Lin Feng is still a younger brother. You see, shocked department Lao Zhang. Then Sniper God SY is the weakest of the weak. The fans of both sides are still deadlocked in the live broadcast room of the game, and neither of them is willing to give in. Now it depends on who will win between Lin Feng and SY. At this moment, the two snipers are very cautious, because they both know that their opponents are not weak. If they underestimate the enemy, they will fall into an irreversible situation. And the two do not know each other's identity, so they can only rely on guessing. Even in the God of War Cup where there are many masters, there are not many people who have this gun skill, and many people are ruled out at once. Sniper God SY thought secretly in his heart, could it be Wei Shen? Or 17 Beast, or... Thinking about it, SY thought of a person in his mind, could it be that person? SY suddenly thought of Lin Feng. You know, last time in the Destiny Cup, Lin Feng was holding a 98K sniper rifle and killed many players. SY did not participate in the Destiny Cup, so he did not fight with Lin Feng. Now that they meet, let's have a good fight. See who will have the last laugh. Lin Feng did not deliberately guess who the opponent was. Is it necessary to care who he is? Just fight him. Lin Feng successfully tricked SY into firing a bullet with a fake move of poking his head out. Then he held the 98K sniper rifle tightly in his hand, waiting for the opportunity, a chance to shoot the opponent in the head. Even if the level 3 helmet on Sai's head still has durability, it will be completely destroyed by another shot from him. If one shot doesn't work, then 2 shots. Lin Feng still doesn't believe that he can't take him down. Finally, SY poked his head out again. Lin Feng raised a death smile. I finally waited for you. Fortunately, I didn't give up. Lin Feng poked his head out and fired a sniper shot. The speed was extremely fast. Before everyone could react, the bullet was fired with the sound of gunfire. Hearing the gunshot, SY was startled, and this shot was probably aimed at his head. His level 3 helmet has no durability. If he is hit by a 98K, he will die immediately. However, he realized that this was useless. Because of inertia, even if SY reacted quickly, he could not dodge. The next second, a 7.62mm bullet directly smashed his level 3 helmet with no durability and blew up his head. Player 1 Linfengji killed player DouYuTV SY by hitting his head with a 98K sniper rifle. Congratulations to the host for killing a special player and getting a gold treasure chest X1. Another gold treasure chest. This size shooting is so accurate, can't you give me a supreme treasure chest? Although Lin Feng kept complaining, the gold treasure chest is actually quite good. And now the system has a synthesis function. 10 gold treasure chests can be synthesized into a supreme treasure chest. You can synthesize it after the game is over. Xiaoji saw Lin Feng kill the sniper god SY, and said excitedly, Lin Feng's 98K is really powerful. Even SY, who has the title of sniper god, was defeated by him. It's really unexpected. Qiufeng continued, Lin Feng seems to be proficient in all weapons, even the pistol is very good, and it seems that his close-range fist attack is also very fierce. Rita said, so Lin Feng is almost a player with no weaknesses, but he has particularly outstanding strengths, which are the AKM rifle and the 98K sniper rifle. The 3 commentators spoke one after another. At this time, Lin Feng's fans immediately spoke in the live broadcast room. I am Williang Tianzuan. Blessing Williang Tianzuan, I have said that Lin Feng will definitely win, but you still don't believe it, and you say that I am a fake Taoist priest. It's really a dead wood that can't be carved. A 98K landed. Where are those people who just shouted, come out and see the style of our anchor? Sweetheart lowly. Brother Lin Feng is great, I said. Brother Lin Feng must be invincible. After SY was eliminated, the circle narrowed again. Lin Feng took a look. Although it was not the fate circle, this circle was still more beneficial to him, right next to him. Lin Feng took a look and walked out of the puzzle building directly, running towards the safe area. Bang bang bang. At this moment, another round of gunfire rang out. Player 4 AM God used the M416 rifle to kill player SSS Zhou Lily. It turned out that Wei Shen eliminated Zhou Lily of the SSS team. At this moment, the number of survivors immediately became 4. There were only 4 people left. Xiaoji looked at the finals and said, our top 4 today have come out. The ones who are still alive are Lin Feng, Wei Shen, 17 Beast, and the other one is Little Lion. Qiufeng was also a little excited and said, this is simply a luxurious lineup. These 4 people almost represent the highest level of Yin Country Jedi esports. Who will be the final winner of this game? A final circle with such a luxurious lineup is almost impossible to encounter at ordinary times. They are the sole figures of each top team, and their own strength is also extremely powerful. Only in a competition of the scale of the God of War Cup can you see this rare scene. Chapter 374. Wei Shen, 17 Beast, Lin Feng, Little Lion, these four are almost the strongest fighting force in the Yin Country esports circle. All the audience are watching the big screen attentively at this moment, afraid of missing every detail. The audience in the live broadcast room of the game are also cheering for their favorite players. You know, each of these four people has a huge fan base. I'm so excited to have the opportunity to see the four top masters play against each other. I bet $1 that Lin Feng will win this game. The person above, I'm betting with you. I bet Wei Shen. It's just a day's meal money. I can afford it. Are Wei Shen's fans having a hard time now? $1 for a day's meal. Come support Little Lion with me. I give you 3 steamed buns and a bag of pickled mustard a day. It seems that the food of our 17 Beast fan support team is better. You have a hard time. The fans of the four people in the live broadcast room teased each other and supported their favorite players. As for the fans of other people, they were no longer talking and were watching the game attentively. Xiaoji said with a smile, "We can see that the Little Lion is heading towards Wei Shen now. They are about to meet." Qiufeng then said excitedly, "They have already met." The Little Lion ran into Wei Shen head-on. The two hesitated for a moment, then raised their weapons and shot at each other directly. Both of them were top masters, changing positions while shooting. Da-da-da. Bang bang bang. 2 gunshots rang out one after another. The bullets were sprayed forward without regard for their lives. Wei Shen was shot quickly, and his health bar was half empty, which was quite uncomfortable. But he knew that the Little Lion's situation was not much better than his. This was indeed the case, and the injuries of both of them were similar. Wei Shen seized the opportunity and quickly left the bunker, while the M416 rifle in his hand instantly opened the scope. The red dot sight instantly locked onto the Little Lion's head, pulled the trigger, and shot. Bang bang bang. Wei Shen knew that this time the Little Lion was doomed. He had grasped the timing so well, and the speed of his shot was so fast that even if the Little Lion was strong, he would definitely not be able to dodge it. Sure enough, the Little Lion was hit head-on by a 5.56mm bullet, splattered a trace of blood, and slowly fell backwards. Player 4AM God used an M416 assault rifle to hit the head, and killed player OMG Lion K. It was so exciting. Wei Shen killed the Little Lion with a headshot, and both of them performed perfectly, but in the end Wei Shen seized the opportunity, and hit the Little Lion's head in one fell swoop. Xiaoji said a little excitedly. It was the finals, and the 4 people in the finals happened to be his most optimistic players. How could he not be excited? At this moment, Wei Shen's fans in the live broadcast room were also very excited. Wei Chan is simply amazing. Wei Chan will win. Qiufeng said. Look, after Lin Feng and 17 Beast heard the gunshots, they immediately went to Wei Shen's position. Wei Shen obviously knew that his position had been exposed, and he couldn't stay any longer, so he immediately hid in the puzzle building next to him, and took out medicine to inject himself. The poison circle shrank again, and the puzzle building where Wei Shen was located happened to be the safe zone. Wei Shen was very happy to see that he was in the circle of destiny. However, what he didn't know was that Lin Feng and 17 Beasts had already come to the foot of this puzzle building. So this circle was also the circle of destiny for them. Xiaoji said, "We can see that Lin Feng and 17 Beasts are leaning on one side of the puzzle building. If they continue to move forward, they will probably meet." Qiufeng was looking forward to it. You know, 17 Beasts is a famous steel gun king, and Lin Feng's steel gun strength is also obvious to all. I am looking forward to their head-on PK again. Rita nodded. I am also looking forward to it. Finally, both of them found the end of the wall. Then, they met face to face, in a split second. Bang bang bang. Da-da-da. So fast, everyone was shocked. Such a reaction speed can only be seen in the 2 steel gun kings. The duel between masters often takes only a moment. The gunshots faded, and Lin Feng was seen standing alone with an AKM rifle, while 17 Beast had already been lying on the ground as a corpse. Lin Feng won again. Following the last Tiger Fang Destiny Cup, Lin Feng once again faced the steel gun and defeated 17 Beast. Congratulations to the host for killing this special player and obtaining the Supreme Treasure Box X1. After killing 17 Beast, Lin Feng once again obtained the Supreme Treasure Box. It is worthy of being 17 Beast. It is really valuable. Lin Feng won. Lin Feng won again. Now our 3rd and 4th place have come out. Let's see who will be the first. Xiaoji was a little excited, and the first game was finally coming to an end. Lin Feng and Wei Shen will compete for the position of eating chicken, and strive for this particularly precious 8 points. The first and second place are very different, with a full 4 points, and 5 people must be killed to make up for it. You must know that it is very difficult to kill 4 people in this God of War Cup. You can see the difficulty by looking at the large number of players who did not get points. Qiufeng said, "We can see that Lin Feng's blood volume is only 1/3, and with 17B steel guns, it is almost impossible to be unscathed." At this time, the camera was given to Wei Shen, and Wei Shen rushed directly to Lin Feng's position. Through the gunshot, Wei Shen has basically determined Lin Feng's position. He knows that Lin Feng and 17B steel guns will definitely be injured even if they win. He wants to take his life, while the opponent is taking medicine. Rita saw the scene and said anxiously, "Why is Wei Shen so fast? Lin Feng has no time to take medicine." Lin Feng was hiding behind the wall at this moment. He did not take medicine because he knew that Wei Shen would soon find him. If he took medicine now, it would definitely affect his speed of attack, and he would not be a match for Wei Shen at that time. Lin Feng decided to take the initiative and jumped out from behind the bunker. At the same time, the AKM rifle in his hand instantly locked onto Wei Shen's head and pulled the trigger directly. Wei Shen also found Lin Feng at the first time and immediately picked up the gun in his hand and shot at Lin Feng. Bang bang bang. Da-da-da. The last gunshot of the final round sounded at this time. Everyone held their breath at this time. They knew that the final result of the game was about to come out. Congratulations to the host for killing the special player and getting a gold treasure chest X1. Good luck, eat chicken tonight. Lin Feng looked at the chicken eating logo on the screen and was relieved. Fortunately, he succeeded. In the last moment of the duel, Lin Feng was actually not very sure. Because he knew that he was already at low health, it was not easy to deal with Wei Shen who was at full health, but fortunately he succeeded. Chapter 375. Seeing Lin Feng successfully defeat Wei Shen and win the game, Xiaoji said excitedly, "Lin Feng, he won the game. He did it. He actually killed Wei Shen, who was full of blood, with 1/3 of his blood volume, and won the game successfully. We can see that every one of his operations is textbook-like. His grasp of timing is extremely perfect, and he can also achieve speed and accuracy at the same time. Lin Feng's strength is really terrifying." Qiufeng nodded. Lin Feng originally killed the most players in this game, plus winning the game. His score this time can be far ahead of other players. Rita Lin Feng won the game and said very happily, "I said Lin Feng has the best chance of winning the game. Do you think my prediction is accurate?" The first game ended, and the points ranking of this game appeared on the big screen. Lin Feng killed a total of 12 players in this game, 12 points for killing, plus 8 points for winning the game, a total of 20 points. This score is ahead of the second place 17 Beasts, who killed 10 players and got 10 points, plus the third place got 2 points, a total of 12 points. The third place is Wei Shen, 11 points. The fourth place is Xiao Shizi, 10 points. Looking at the score ranking on the screen, Xiaoji said, "Lin Feng not only won the game, but also the player with the most kills in this game." Qiufeng nodded. Yes, Lin Feng's performance in this game is indeed very outstanding. If he wins the game again in the next 2 games, it will be almost impossible for other players to catch up with his score. At this moment, the live broadcast room of the game was boiling, and Lin Feng's fans came out to cheer. "Sweetheart Loli, brother Lin Feng is really great. He will definitely win the next 2 games. I am Wuliang Tinzuan. Blessings to Wuliang Tinzuan. I calculated with my fingers that the anchor is the champion of this Aries Cup. Professional mage Lu Haizhu. Although our anchor is almost certain to win, everyone should be low-key and give other players some face." 17th Shufei. Damn, the final result has not come out yet. Our 17 beasts have only been pulled back by 8 points. We will definitely catch up later. I am Jia Zhahui. I think what the above said is right. It's only 8 points, which is only about half. Wei Shen, Xiaoshi and others felt very heavy when they saw the points ranking. Lin Feng got such a high score in the first game. If he can win another game later, then no one can stop him from winning the championship. Although Wei Shen and others have good points, this is not their goal. Their goal is the throne above them, the champion of the God of War Cup. Apart from the championship, any ranking is not what they want. Captain is awesome. Bai Sha was very excited when he looked at the points ranking, and he admired Lin Feng even more. This is simply invincible in the country. Although Bai Sha performed averagely and only got 1 point, he saw that there were a lot of people behind him who had no points, and his mood suddenly became less bad. There are still people who are worse than you. Don't panic. Een was also very happy for Lin Feng when she saw that his points were so high. It was a good thing that the championship fell into their team anyway. At this moment, the scene was also full of shouts. The number of Lin Feng's fans was terrifying, almost occupying half of the whole venue. Lin Feng is too strong. I fell in love with him after watching his battle through the heavens. I thought he played games for fun, but I didn't expect him to be so awesome. Yes, this Lin Feng is really invincible. I like his poems, but I didn't expect that talented people can also play games so well. In the audience, a man and a woman sitting next to Qianqian were both fans of Lin Feng and admired Lin Feng very much. Qianqian heard the conversation between the two and was secretly happy in her heart. Her boyfriend is so outstanding. After a short break, the second game was about to start. The camera captured the scene of the contestants' competition area, and specially left close-ups on several popular contestants. The camera stayed on Wei Shen's 17 Beast and others, and it can be seen that the expressions on their faces were very serious and cautious, and there was still a trace of nervousness. After all, they were ahead by so much in the first game, so they naturally felt a sense of urgency. But when Lin Feng appeared on the screen, he looked very comfortable and relaxed, leaning back on the gaming chair, and even yawned. Xiaoji saw this scene, and was immediately amused. Lin Feng really has a good mentality, and he doesn't feel any sense of urgency at all. Qiufeng's mouth twitched slightly. This didn't look like a high-level game. If you didn't know, you would think Lin Feng was playing a small game. Qiufeng said, after all, the first game has already opened up the other contestants, so Lin Feng will naturally be more relaxed than other players. Rita covered his mouth and laughed. It seems that Lin Feng has always been in this state, and he doesn't show any nervousness. He only shows a serious expression during the battle. Some viewers in the live broadcast room saw Lin Feng's appearance, and also posted barrages. Grandpa Lu, who sells cucumbers at the entrance of the village. Damn, why do I feel that I am more nervous than the anchor? The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is anxious. Eat watermelon without peeling the skin. Isn't the anchor always like this? He can be wild in the game, not to mention that the game hasn't started yet. Rainbow Fart. Do you think the title of the God of Wildness is called for nothing? Gentlemen's League. Oh, I want to see Lin Qingyu. Why is there no close-up of her? The second exciting game is about to start. I believe everyone here can't wait. Xiaoji said with a smile. Then Qiu Feng immediately said, such a wonderful game. First of all, thank you for the strong support of Chengdu Map, Cool Cat Music, Didi Taxi, and Auto Home for this game. Xiu Feng's forced placement of advertisements immediately caused the audience to complain. Damn, this advertisement is so shameless. I will never use you in my life. That's right, I will use Song the Map in the future, not your Chengdu one. What Auto Home? I will uninstall it immediately, and use Didi who knows cars. Okay, stop arguing, watch the game. At this time, all the players are ready to start the second game. The second game will start soon, so the players appear on the Birth Island. The countdown of the Birth Island slowly passed, and the fans in the live broadcast room of the game came out to cheer for their favorite players. Come on Wei Shen, beat Lin Feng. Come on 17, beat Lin Feng. Come on Su Chengcheng, beat Lin Feng. Damn, you guys shouldn't be targeting us like this. What did our anchor do to anyone? The following large wave of comments were all come on so-and-so, beat Lin Feng. Chapter 376. The countdown to the Birth Island ended quickly, and all the contestants boarded the flight to the Jedi Island. Lin Feng immediately opened the map to check the route of this competition. The route of this competition is from P-Port to K-City, which is a standard route, passing through P-Port, P-City, Y-City, and other major resource points. Lin Feng immediately decided to jump from P-City. P-City is located in the center of the map. If you jump here, you don't have to run away from the poison in the first two circles, and there are many car spawning points nearby, which can save a lot of trouble. The key is that the resources here are not bad, and 98K, M4 and AK can often be spawned here. When the plane arrived at P-Port, many players jumped off. Xiaoji said, we can see that there are quite a lot of players jumping to P-Port this time, including Wei Shen and Aluka from the 4AM team, Zhou Lily from the SSS team and others. Qiufeng nodded and said, it seems that the 4AM team is going to have a civil war again this time. Rita smiled and said, yes, but there is nothing we can do about it. This situation is unavoidable in this kind of game. The plane continued to fly along the route, and players jumped off one after another. When the plane came over P-City, Lin Feng jumped off directly without any hesitation. During the landing process, he adjusted his perspective to observe the surroundings, and found that 6 people jumped to P-City this time. For this game, this is already a lot. The 6 people are all masters, and they are bound to cause a fight in P-City. Hey, we can see that Lin Feng jumped to P-City, and the 2 great gods 17 Beast and a god also jumped to P-City. And the 2 female players lynching you, and Su Chungchung also jumped to P-City at the same time. It seems that the competition in P-City is very fierce this time. Xiaoji looked at the players jumping to P-City, and said a little surprised. How could he remember that these players seem to have been killed by Lin Feng? The audience in the live broadcast room saw that Lin Qingyu and Su Chungchung had jumped to P-City, and they were immediately excited. Wow, my Lin Qingyu and Su Chungchung actually jumped to P-City. The person above, please speak properly. What do you mean by all yours? This is obviously all mine. Fuck, you still have the mood to talk about this. Didn't you see that the big devil Lin Feng also jumped to P-City? Yes, this time those who jumped to P-City are big guys, like Lin Feng and 17 Beasts. How can Lin Qingyu and Su Chungchung resist? Lin Qingyu and Su Chungchung attracted a group of fans in this competition because of their outstanding appearance. Seeing that the 2 were in danger, the fans couldn't help but worry. Lin Feng naturally didn't know all this at the moment. He opened his parachute and landed on a fake garage in P-City. After landing on the garage, Lin Feng immediately started searching. After searching for a while, Lin Feng's face turned black. Except for a P92 pistol, there were only some accessories. There was not even a shotgun. Isn't this a rip-off? At this time, other players who landed in P-City had already found the big gun. Lin Feng quickly ran to a house in front, and after searching for a while, he found some accessories and medicines. Xiaoji saw this scene. It seems that our Lin Feng player is not very lucky. He only got a P92 pistol. Xiao Feng also nodded, and felt that Lin Feng might have offended the operator. In the 2 games, he landed with a small pistol. The P92 pistol, how should I put it, is indeed a bit embarrassing. Xiao Feng said very implicitly. In fact, everyone knows that this pistol is terrible. If it is a revolver, it will at least be more powerful, and there is a chance to shoot the enemy in the head. How come other players in P-City can pick up a big gun as soon as they land? I feel that Lin Feng is being targeted. Rita pouted and said, feeling unfair for Lin Feng. Fans in the live broadcast room saw this scene, and also swiped the barrage. A dragon-slaying sword. No way? Can you still play like this? Is the operator deliberately making things difficult for our anchor? Sweetheart Loli, I'm so angry. Why is brother Lin Feng so unlucky that he only picked up a small pistol? Well, Fairless Wuliang Tinzuan. Blessings to Wuliang Tinzuan, I calculated with my fingers. The anchor is not doing well this time. 17th Xiaobai. Ha ha. Our 17 Beast has already picked up the M4. Lin Feng then searched another house, and got a surprising harvest, a frying pan. Damn, what kind of luck am I? Lin Feng was speechless, he was so unlucky. At this time, 17 Beast saw Lin Feng holding a pistol, and immediately picked up the M416 in his hand, and fired a burst of shots. Bang bang bang. 5.56mm bullets sprayed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly hid, but his health was still half cleared. 17 Beast quickly chased after him, and Lin Feng hid in the house next door. At this time, he saw an S686 shotgun on the ground. This shotgun was a lifesaver for him now. Lin Feng was quick, and picked up the S686 at lightning speed. Xiaoji saw that Lin Feng finally picked up the big gun, and said, Lin Feng finally got his luck at the critical moment, but it may be difficult to deal with the current 17 Beast with this shotgun alone. Qiufeng nodded. Yes, after all, Lin Feng's health bar is less than half left now. Rita said, I don't think so, I still believe in Lin Feng. After loading the bullets, Lin Feng made up his mind. Fight! Don't care about life and death, just fight if you don't agree. Jump directly from the 2nd floor. 17 Beast was still thinking about how to go in and kill Lin Feng, but he didn't expect Lin Feng to jump out by himself. He quickly raised the M416 rifle in his hand and fired. Then Lin Feng moved faster. He raised the shotgun in the air, locked onto 17 Beast instantly, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang bang bang. The 2 gunshots sounded almost at the same time, but if you listen carefully, you can find that the dull sound of the shotgun sounded earlier than the sound of the M4. After the gunshots fell, Lin Feng was still standing there, and 17 Beast had become a corpse. Player 1 Lin Fengji used the S686 shotgun to hit the head, and killed player 17 Shou. Congratulations to the host for killing a special player, and getting the Supreme Treasure Box X1 this time. He actually got the Supreme Treasure Box. Lin Feng couldn't help but be overjoyed. But this is quite reasonable. After all, 17 Beast is a top master himself, and he killed him in such a disadvantageous situation. The difficulty coefficient is not ordinary. 17 Beast saw this kill prompt, and almost spit out a mouthful of blood. He was actually killed by someone in this situation, and the opponent was his old rival Lin Feng. The loss of this round has made him completely miss the championship. At this moment, the competition site and the live broadcast room were silent. No one thought that Lin Feng could actually fight back in this situation. Chapter 377. A moment later, in the live broadcast room and the competition site, Lin Feng's fans went completely crazy. Fuck, it's awesome. He can even make a comeback like this. Is there no one who can stop this big devil Lin Feng? Lin Feng, sorry, I take the chicken dinner in this round. 17 Beast has fainted in the toilet crying. Xiaoji said a little excitedly, Lin Feng's strength is really unfathomable. He can make such a perfect counterattack at the critical moment. Rita was relieved to see that Lin Feng was fine, and said happily, Lin Feng is always so surprising. Qiufeng said a little regretfully, it's a pity for 17 Beast. Now he has basically missed the championship throne. 17 Beast had a good performance in the first game, ranking second with 12 points, but did not get any points in the second game. It was almost impossible to turn the tables in the third game. However, just when everyone was cheering for Lin Feng, a 98K sniper rifle sounded suddenly. Bang! Then, in the eyes of everyone's disbelief, Lin Feng fell to the ground. Player Hu Lqy used a 98K sniper rifle to kill player 1 Lin Fengji. Lin Qingyu picked up a 98K and an 8x scope as soon as she landed, and then she just leaned out of the window and found Lin Feng. Then, when Lin Feng was not prepared, Lin Qingyu shot Lin Feng away with a 98K. This sudden scene made everyone dumbfounded. No one expected that Lin Feng, who had just killed 17 Beast in a desperate counterattack, would end up capsizing in the gutter. Lin Feng's mind was blank. This is so fucking ridiculous. You can't play like this, right? It's okay to drop a small pistol, but he was tricked by an 8x scope 98K. Lin Qingyu saw that the person she killed was actually Lin Feng, and she laughed so hard that her body shook. I didn't expect that this unlucky guy was actually Lin Feng, but it's good, let him know that I'm awesome. Xiaoji laughed and said, this is really surprising. I didn't expect Lin Qingyu to hide so deeply. This is probably the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole is waiting behind. Qiufeng said. Rita didn't know what to say at this time. This was really dramatic. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately started to post comments. In the misty rain of Jiangnan, fuck, what kind of luck is this Lin Feng? Isn't this too unlucky? Lao Wang, who sells hats next door, I didn't expect that the anchor's fame would be ruined by Lin Qingyu. Goddess Qingyu is so great. She actually killed the big devil Lin Feng. Ha ha ha, this big devil finally got punished today. Lin Feng's fans in the live broadcast room were indignant. They felt that Lin Feng's death was too unfair. But there was no way. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is sometimes like this. You may not win with good skills, but your results will definitely not be bad with good luck. Everyone also knew that this could not be blamed on Lin Feng, because it was purely a matter of luck. In this unprepared situation, no one could avoid the shot. Although he was stunned by Lin Qingyu's shot, Lin Feng quickly adjusted himself. As for Lin Qingyu, he was still immersed in the joy after killing Lin Feng. The director immediately gave a close-up of Lin Feng and Lin Qingyu, and put the two on the screen. Lin Feng looked calm, as if nothing had happened, and then yawned again very easily. Seeing this scene, Xiaoji laughed and said, Lin Feng's mentality is really good. No one who encounters such a thing can be as calm as Lin Feng, but Lin Feng did it. Qiufeng said, although Lin Feng lost this game, he had already opened up a lot of points with other players in the first game. As long as he can perform as well in the third game as in the first game, he still has a chance to compete for the championship. Xiaoji nodded. Yes, I was worried that this defeat would cause psychological pressure on Lin Feng, but now it seems that my worry is completely unnecessary. I am Wuliang Tianzuan. Blessings to Wuliang Tianzuan, I counted on my fingers, fellow Taoists, don't panic, the anchor will eventually turn the tables. Yuzuduxu, the anchor is too calm. Cultivated people, you can't show your ambition without being indifferent. The anchor's realm has reached a point that we can't understand. Wang Ergu from the next village, 666, cultural people are different. Sweetheart Loli, it seems that we worried for nothing, brother Lin Feng is not nervous at all. When Lin Qingyu's close-up appeared on the screen, Lin Qingyu couldn't help but laugh secretly, laughing so hard that her branches were shaking. Xiaoji was a little surprised. Lin Qingyu has always been serious. Why is she so happy after killing Lin Feng this time? Qiufeng nodded. Maybe it's because Lin Feng's identity is special. After all, Lin Feng's fame is much higher than other players. Lin Qingyu is already very beautiful, and with this smile, the animals in the live broadcast room stared at her eyes. Too beautiful. I can play with these legs for a year. The person above, how did you see her legs? Association, do you understand? Use your imagination. No, why is this Lin Qingyu laughing so happily? There is something wrong. The fans in the live broadcast room immediately noticed something wrong. This Lin Qingyu has always been aloof, and she has never been seen laughing. But after killing Lin Feng, she laughed so happily. This must be wrong. Why is Lin Qingyu laughing so happily? Is there some unspeakable secret between him and our anchor? I know, they must have been lovers, and then the anchor, the scumbag, ruthlessly abandoned Lin Qingyu, and now Lin Qingyu is back for revenge. The person above, it's a pity that you don't become a screenwriter. Lin Feng and Lin Qingyu certainly don't know at this moment that some fans in the live broadcast room have already arranged the two of them together, and have deduced a sad and beautiful love story. The barrage in the live broadcast room is still very active, and they are all discussing the relationship between Lin Feng and Lin Qingyu. While the game is still going on, some players, who hope to compete for the championship, are very happy to see that Lin Feng and 17 Beasts have been eliminated. In the first game, Lin Feng was the first place, and 17 Beasts was the second place. These two are definitely strong players for the championship. Now that both of them have capsized in the gutter, the remaining people like Wei Shen, Little Lion A God have a much greater chance of winning the championship. After Lin Qingyu eliminated Lin Feng, she did not stay in Peace City, but directly found a car and left. Su Chengcheng, who also jumped to Peace City, was also eliminated by a god of IFTY team. After Lin Feng and 17 Beasts died, a god became the strongest player in Peace City. Chapter 378. Lin Feng was eliminated, but the game has to go on. After learning that Lin Feng and 17 Beasts were eliminated, several top players fought even harder, wanting to win the chicken-eating throne. After Lin Qingyu killed Lin Feng, she was in a very good mood and drove a bumper car away from Peace City. At this moment in P-Port, Wei Shen once again had a civil war with his teammates. But what was surprising was that this time Wei Shen actually lost to Aluka from the same team. Aluka was stunned when he saw that the player he killed was Wei Shen. After Wei Shen was killed, his face looked a little ugly. He was just glad that Lin Feng and 17 Beasts had capsized in the gutter, but he didn't expect that he would capsize in the blink of an eye. Xiaoji said, I didn't expect that our top players would lose in the second game, and Wei Shen was killed by his teammate Aluka. Qiufeng nodded. It seems that Wei Shen and 17 Beasts have basically missed the championship, but Lin Feng still has hope. After all, Lin Feng's performance in the first game was too outstanding. Rita immediately came out to support Lin Feng. I believe Lin Feng will win the last game. The game continued. Except for Wei Shen, Lin Feng and 17 Beasts, who accidentally capsized, the other players performed stably. Surprisingly, the performance of Huayu team captain Lin Qingyu was particularly outstanding. He has eliminated 5 players in a row and finally successfully advanced to the finals. After Lin Feng was eliminated, the game seemed to be less exciting. Because Lin Feng always showed some cool operations from time to time during the game, and he often played recklessly. Although these behaviors are rather flashy, they can indeed bring good viewing effects, and the audience is also very willing to pay for them. Yuzuduxu, without Lin Feng, the game is incomplete and boring. Tianxin lowly, yes, it's meaningless without seeing brother Lin Feng. Yushulondo, I believe the anchor will definitely return as the king in the last game. Wunai Wuliang Tianzuan, blessings to Wuliang Tianzuan, I counted with my fingers, and your wish will soon come true. The barrage in the live broadcast room is still very active, but compared with the previous game, it is obviously much more depressed. After all, Lin Feng's fans occupy almost half of the live broadcast room. Seeing Lin Feng being eliminated, the fans have no desire to speak. Soon the game reached a white-hot stage, and there are only 7 people alive at this moment. These people soon met in the palm-sized final circle, and once they met, they faced each other with guns, directly facing each other head-on. Duh. Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out in the finals, and all of a sudden there were only 4 people left. Xiaoji said, we can see that the top 4 of the competition have already appeared. What surprised us is that the captain of the Huayu team, Lin Qingyu, is also among them. No wonder Xiaoji was surprised, because in the Jedi esports circle, there are very few outstanding female players like Lin Qingyu. Qiufeng nodded. It is indeed not easy for a girl to achieve this step, but she has to face the top players in the professional circle, and it is not easy to win. At this moment, the other three people in the finals are the captain of the OMG team, Xia Shizi, the captain of the IFPY team, Ashin, and the captain of the SSS team, Zhou Lili. The souls of the three top teams all made it to the finals. These are all masters among masters. Although Lin Qingyu performed very well, there is still some gap compared with these top players. The live broadcast room was very active, and it was basically some male fans who were swiping the screen. Lin Qingyu is too strong. She is really worthy of being the woman I like. Your face fell off upstairs, please pick it up. I am still wondering if this Lin Qingyu has any relationship with Lin Feng. Look at her icy face. She only smiles when she meets Lin Feng. I heard that this Lin Qingyu is the daughter of the Ma group, a white, rich and beautiful woman. If Lin Feng really has an affair with her, it would be a big profit. Where did you get this gossip? This Lin Qingyu's surname is Lin. What is the relationship between her and the Ma group? Lin Qingyu is very mysterious, because no one knows her origin, only that she is a very rich second-generation rich. Even the Flower Language Club was founded by her own money, and all the expenses of the Flower Language team were borne by her alone. The more mysterious the person, the more interested the crowd is, and they are all guessing Lin Qingyu's identity. Lin Qingyu certainly didn't know that the audience in the live broadcast room of the game were talking about her, and she was focusing on the game at the moment. After narrowing the circle again, she soon encountered the little lion. Lin Qingyu had almost no ability to resist when she met a top master like the little lion head-on. The moment the little lion saw Lin Qingyu, he immediately raised the M416 rifle in his hand, opened the scope instantly, and locked directly. Then he pulled the trigger without any hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. A series of 5.56mm bullets poured out. Although Lin Qingyu counterattacked immediately, how could her speed be compared with that of the little lion? Before she fired, the 5.56mm bullets flying in front of her had already penetrated her body. Player OMG Lion K used an M416 rifle to kill player Huayu LQY. After Lin Qingyu was killed, she put down the mouse, with a calm face, still an iceberg face. After Lin Qingyu was killed, the director immediately gave Lin Qingyu a close-up of her face. After Lin Qingyu was killed, she leaned on the gaming chair, calm and unmoved. After any player is killed, no matter how calm he is, there will always be some emotional fluctuations. But Lin Qingyu didn't have that at all. Among the contestants this time, only Lin Feng had this calmness. Xiaoji said, I didn't expect Lin Qingyu's mentality was not inferior to Lin Feng's at all. She could be so calm after being killed. Qiufeng smiled and said, I found that Lin Feng and Lin Qingyu seemed to be a good match. Hearing Qiufeng's words, Rita rolled her eyes at Qiufeng unhappily. Are they a good match? Why don't I think so at all? Dark Forest Law. Ha ha ha. Why do I feel that Rita is jealous? P-City Unicom official. This is not a feeling. This is obviously jealous. Yuzuduxu. It's a pity that Rita is destined not to get our anchor. Our anchor already has a girlfriend. Tushan Susu. What's the matter with having a girlfriend? I am willing to be a mistress to brother Lin Feng. A bunch of female fans immediately posted, I am willing to in the back. Chapter 379. After Lin Qingyu was killed, only 3 people were left in the whole game, Little Lion, a god and Zhou Lili. These 3 are all top players. After a while, the safe area was refreshed again, and the 3 met almost at the same time. A big melee broke out the moment the 3 met, and the surging gunfire sounded in the final circle. Player SSS Zhou Lili used an M416 assault rifle to hit the head, and kill player OMG Lion K. Among the 3, Little Lion was the first to be eliminated and died at the hands of Zhou Lili. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Lili was directly killed by a god's random gunfire. A god won the game with 9 kills. With 9 kill points and 8 points for winning the game, a god got a total of 17 points in the second game. After the game, the points ranking list changed immediately. Because of his outstanding performance in the second game and winning the game, a god became the first player on the points list with a total score of 24 points. Second place Lin Feng scored 21 points. Third place Little Lion scored 20 points. Xiaoji looked at the ranking list and said, we can see that God A has successfully ranked first in the ranking list because he won the second game. Our player Lin Feng lost the second game and only got 1 kill point, but because he opened up a gap with other players in the first game, he still remained in the second place in the ranking list. Qiufeng nodded. Yes, that's right. Lin Feng still has a great chance to win the championship of this competition. Rita immediately stood up and said, I believe Lin Feng can do it. 17 Shou and Wei Shen had a bit of an ugly look on their faces, because their performance in the second round was as bad as Lin Feng's, but they didn't get as high a score as Lin Feng in the first round, so their ranking dropped a lot at once. However, the two were the top professional players in the country after all, and they quickly adjusted themselves. Although it is difficult to win the championship, it is not impossible. In any case, they will try their best. After the second round, there was a short break for the players to adjust their status. Soon, the third round began. All the players were ready. 100 contestants appeared on the birth island. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and a plane appeared on the screen. Lin Feng immediately opened the map and checked the route. The route for this round was from Port N to City Z. Xiaoji said, we can see that the route of this game is from Port N to City Z, passing through several large resource points on the way, and the first resource point is Port N. Qiufeng nodded. It seems that the competition for Port N in this game should be very fierce. Yes, the resources of Port N are very rich, sometimes not inferior to the airport, and this time it is right on the route. There should be many players who choose it. Xiaoji said. Rita said, actually, I am more curious about where Lin Feng will choose to jump this time. Qiufeng laughed. Rita, you still care about Lin Feng so much, I guess Lin Feng should jump to Port N. Doesn't he always like to jump to the container? Xiaoji smiled and said, don't guess what Lin Feng is thinking, you never know what he will do. Xiaoji's words immediately caused laughter among the audience in the live broadcast room. Yuzuduxu. Ha ha ha, that's right, you never know what our anchor is thinking. Qianqi lowly. I hope brother Lin Feng can win this game. Taosu's sister. I believe brother Lin Feng can do it. Mr. Shark. But I want to see the anchor play some ways in this game. Soon, the plane came over Port N, and many players jumped off at once. There were also several more famous players, one of whom was SY, who had the title of Sniper God, and the other was Zhou Lili, the captain of the SSS team. Although size, strength, and fame were not as good as Zhou Lili, he had a sniper rifle in his hand, which was superb. Once he found the sniper rifle, he might not be unable to defeat Zhou Lili. Lin Feng saw that the route had reached a suitable position, so he jumped down and flew towards the airport. This time, his target was the airport. Lin Feng was a highly watched player in this competition. As soon as he left the cabin, the director immediately gave him the OB camera. Then, surprisingly, Lin Qingyu also fell towards the airport. This is simply, enemies will never meet. In the first game, Lin Feng eliminated Lin Qingyu, and in the second game, Lin Qingyu killed Lin Feng again. As a result, in the third game, the two actually jumped to the same place at the same time, which is simply a pair of enemies. Xiaoji saw the scene and said, I didn't expect that after Lin Feng jumped down, Lin Qingyu also jumped down towards the airport. I wonder if the two will meet. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room also swiped the barrage. Dark Emperor. Fuck, the host and Lin Qingyu are simply doomed. Old Sun is not a monkey. Since they are destined to be together, please let the host and Lin Qingyu get married on the spot. A dragon-slaying sword. I don't agree with this marriage. Qianqian will always be my sister-in-law. Lao Wang next door who sells hats. Yes, I still think the host and Qianqian are more suitable. By the way, who knows where the host lives? I want to be his neighbor. When Lin Feng landed, he immediately adjusted his perspective and observed how many people jumped from the airport. After a careful count, Lin Feng found that there were 7 people jumping from the airport in addition to himself. In fact, 7 people are not a small number. After all, the airport is not directly facing the flight route this time, and jumping from the airport requires floating. In comparison, there should be more people jumping from Port N. Lin Feng opened the parachute and landed on the roof of Building 1. What surprised him was that he landed with a 98K. This scene was seen by everyone, and Xiaoji immediately said excitedly, I didn't expect Lin Feng to be so lucky. He picked up a 98K just after landing. Qiufeng said, but Lin Feng is still missing a scope. The 98K without a scope can't play its power at all. Lin Feng's fans in the live broadcast room were excited and immediately started to brush the barrage. 98K Lin Feng is online. Everyone, please know. A ruthless killing is about to begin. Lin Feng. I bloom in the killing, just like a flower in the dawn. I say you Lin Feng fans are too crazy. You guys are starting to swell up just after picking up a 98K. Of course, some other fans in the live broadcast room were very unhappy when they saw these barrages, and they started to fight directly. Lin Feng, who was in the game at the moment, picked up the 98K and turned around to aim at a falling player. The player who just fell from the air was about 100 meters away from Lin Feng. If it was equipped with a telescope, this distance would be no problem for Lin Feng. But now he is aiming with a machine gun, so it is very difficult. Chapter 380. Do you think Lin Feng can hit it? Jiu Feng asked Xiao Ji subconsciously. Although Lin Feng is powerful, it is still quite difficult to kill someone with a 98K at 100 meters. It's hard to say, Rita. What do you think? Xiao Ji shook his head and asked Rita. Rita rolled his eyes at him. Aren't you asking even though you know the answer? Of course I believe Lin Feng can do it. This is a machine aiming. Do you think the anchor can hit it? I think it's a bit difficult, but the anchor skills are so good, nothing is impossible. If I can hit it, I will eat shit on the live broadcast. Everyone remember this person, he's here to cheat again, don't let him run away later. Some of the audience in the live broadcast room believe that Lin Feng could definitely hit the opponent. Of course, some people thought that Lin Feng couldn't do it at all. Bang! After aiming for a while, Lin Feng finally pulled the trigger, after a while. Player 1 Lin Fengji used a 98K sniper rifle to shoot a player in the head, and killed player Li Waikaya. Congratulations to the host for killing a special player, and getting a gold treasure chest X1. Lin Feng successfully killed the opponent with one shot. This is also the first kill of this competition. When the other contestants saw this kill prompt, they felt a lot heavier. Lin Feng got the 98K as soon as he landed, which was definitely not good news for them. Even SY couldn't match Lin Feng with the 98K, let alone others. I told you that the anchor is good, but you didn't believe it. By the way, who just said he was going to livestream eating shit? Hurry up and stand up for me. Aw? What livestream eating shit? How come I don't remember anything? Stop playing dumb, I've taken screenshots and saved them. This Lin Feng is really good, follow him. The livestream barrage was still active, and fans happily posted barrages after seeing Lin Feng successfully kill the other party. The camera appeared in port N, and Zhou Lily soon faced off against SY. SY didn't find a sniper rifle at this time, and only got a spray gun, so he had no advantage in the battle with Zhou Lily. After a gunfight, SY had fallen in a pool of blood and became a corpse. Player SSS Zhou Lily used a UB9 submachine gun to kill player DouYuTV SY. The battle in port N was also quite intense at this time, and there were noises from time to time. Zhou Lily also had to be careful. Although his strength was already top-notch in this competition, he could not guarantee that he would not capsize in the gutter. Wasn't this the case with Lin Feng, 17 Beast, and Wei Shen in the previous game? Player 1 Lin Fengji killed player LKTG by hitting the head with a 98K sniper rifle. Player 1 Lin Fengji killed player OUY LODA by hitting the head with a 98K sniper rifle. Player 1 Lin Fengji killed player RT Lucy by hitting the head with a 98K sniper rifle. 3 kill prompts appeared in a row, which surprised everyone. After Lin Feng picked up the 98K, he went down to building 1. After searching for a while, he found a 4x scope and an 8x scope. He also found his best weapon, the AK rifle. His luck was really good this time. Then he swept the airport, and the 3 unlucky players appeared in his field of vision, and were killed one by him. 666, the anchor is really too strong. It's only been a short time since the game started, and the anchor has eliminated 4 players. This round of the game is stable. In the first 2 games, our anchor was extremely unlucky. It seems that the third game will be a good turn for the better. Seeing Lin Feng's outstanding performance, Lin Feng's fans also posted barrages to support Lin Feng. Lin Qingyu knew that he had met Lin Feng again based on the gunshots and the kill prompts from the system. It seems that we are really destined to be together. Lin Qingyu couldn't help but smile. Lin Qingyu wanted to find Lin Feng immediately, but when he stepped out of the door, he heard the sound of a 98K gun. Bang! A 7.62mm bullet shot Lin Qingyu in the head. Player 1 Lin Fengji shot the player HuAULQY in the head with a 98K sniper rifle. Congratulations to the host for killing a special player and getting a gold treasure chest X1. It turned out that Lin Feng had already known that there was someone in the room based on the footsteps, so he aimed at this position in advance. But he didn't expect that this person was actually Lin Qingyu. This is really a case of enemies meeting each other. Lin Feng, you are really my enemy. Lin Qingyu looked at the dim screen and smiled charmingly. This was not the normal behavior of an eliminated player, and it immediately triggered heated discussions among others. Fuck, goddess Lin Qingyu looks so good when she smiles. Fuck, is this the point? The point is why Lin Feng killed Lin Qingyu. But Lin Qingyu smiled instead. There is something fishy. There is definitely something fishy. It shouldn't be like this. This Lin Qingyu has been staying abroad before. How could she have anything to do with Lin Feng? Seeing Lin Qingyu's abnormal smile, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly burned with gossip. However, after discussing it over and over again, everyone couldn't think of what the relationship between Lin Feng and this Lin Qingyu was. Qianqian, who was sitting in the audience, couldn't help but clench her hands. Brother Lin Feng should not know this Lin Qingyu, right? But this Lin Qingyu's attitude towards Brother Lin Feng is very different from his attitude towards others. Could it be that this Lin Qingyu has taken a fancy to Brother Lin Feng? That's definitely the case. Like Brother Lin Feng, who plays games so well, can sing, drive, and write novels, who wouldn't like such a perfect man? Qianqian felt a sense of crisis. This Lin Qingyu in front of her was not inferior to her at all, whether in appearance or family background. Lin Feng naturally didn't know Qianqian's feelings at this moment. After killing Lin Qingyu, he was in a good mood, with a sense of revenge. At this time, he had already got 5 kills at the airport. According to his observation when he just parachuted, a total of 7 people jumped at the airport, or there were 2 players in the airport now. Lin Feng climbed directly onto the high-speed rail frame, which was also called fried dough sticks, because when looking down from above, the shape of the high-speed rail frame was like fried dough sticks. As the commanding height of the airport, the whole picture of the airport can be clearly observed here. Lin Feng, who has an 8x scope and a 98K, is the most suitable for sniping here. Lin Feng's performance in this game can be said to be quite strong. Not long after landing, he has already killed 5 players. Xiaoji also said with surprise. Qiufeng said, yes, this is incredible. You know, this is not a fish pond game, but a War God Cup game that gathers almost all the masters of Yin country. Seeing Xiaoji and Qiufeng being shocked, Rita couldn't help but be proud. I said Lin Feng would definitely turn the tables in the 3rd game, but you still didn't believe it. Xiaoji and Qiufeng couldn't help but laugh. When did you not support Lin Feng? Chapter 381. Lin Feng stood on the high iron frame, holding an 8x scope 98K, observing the slightest movement at the airport. At this time, a burst of gunfire rang out. Then a kill prompt appeared. Player NWLNGY killed player YT Leah with an M16A4 rifle. Lin Feng immediately looked at the place where the gunfire came from. Sure enough, in a small house, a player was walking. It seemed that he was going to lick the bag, but unfortunately, he was exposed to the field of view of Lin Feng's 8x scope. Almost in an instant, Lin Feng locked his head. Pulled the trigger directly. Bang! A gunshot from a 98K sniper rifle rang out. The opposite player was immediately shattered in the head by the 7.62mm bullet and fell to the ground directly. Player 1 Lin Fengji killed player NWLNGY by shooting him in the head with a 98K sniper rifle. Congratulations to the host for killing a special player and getting a gold treasure chest X1. Another gold treasure chest. Lin Feng was a little disappointed. But it doesn't matter, a little bit makes a lot. Now that there is a treasure chest synthesis function, there are more gold treasure chests. Will there be fewer supreme treasure chests? Lin Feng's 98K is really strong. The distance between NW teams Langia and him is estimated to be close to 500 meters. Even so, he can still shoot his head. It's really terrifying. Xiaoji said sincerely. Qiufeng nodded. I thought that after losing the 2nd game, it would be difficult for Lin Feng to win the championship, but seeing his current performance, he is still the player most likely to win. After Lin Feng killed this player, he did not delay at the airport and drove a motorcycle directly away from the airport. Soon they arrived at the bridge on the west side. Lin Feng drove onto the bridge without thinking twice. Through the OB perspective, it can be clearly seen that there is a player lurking on the other side of the west bridge. And his target is naturally Lin Feng, who is just about to cross the bridge. Everyone quickly recognized the game ID of this player, Xiao Xingmu of the 4AM team. As a member of the 4AM team, Xiao Xingmu is also very well known in the Jedi Circle. And his strength is also good. Now Xiao Xingmu is hiding at the other side of the bridge. According to the current situation, it is not good for Lin Feng. Qiufeng said while looking at the camera. Xiaoxi also echoed, if it is other players, they may not be able to pose a threat to Lin Feng, but Xiao Xingmu is different. His strength is very strong. If Lin Feng is not careful, he may really fall into his trap. Lin Feng drove the car, and soon arrived in the middle of the bridge. Xiao Xingmu took out his M416 assault rifle. leaned out from the bridge head, and fired at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had expected that someone would block the bridge, so he did a drift to stop the car and avoided the bullets. Then he pressed the F key, got out of the car, picked up his 98K sniper rifle, opened the scope instantly, and locked directly. Bang! A beautiful sniper shot. Player 1 Lin Fengji used the 98K sniper rifle to hit the head, and killed player 4 AMCPT. Congratulations to the host for killing the special player, and getting a gold treasure chest X1. What surprised Lin Feng was that the guy on the opposite side was actually Xiaoxingmu. Lin Feng and the 4AM team are both enemies and friends, and their relationship is actually pretty good. However, it was his bad luck that this little Xingmu met him. 666, what a fast gun. 666, what a fast man. Huh? Why did you suddenly start driving? You actually said Lin Feng was fast. Aren't you afraid of being hit in the head by Sister Qianqian? In the live broadcast room of the game, Lin Feng's fans were brushing cheerful bullet screens. After getting rid of Xiaoxingmu, Lin Feng drove on. When passing a housing area, a gunshot from an AWM sniper rifle sounded. The bullet hit Lin Feng directly, and half of his health bar was immediately emptied. The audience's heart suddenly became nervous. Lin Feng was not panicked at all, because he knew that he had to stay calm at this time. The opponent was holding an AWM sniper rifle. If he shot him in the head, he could be shot away directly. Lin Feng quickly adjusted the direction, and made an emergency stop with a tail swing. Then he quickly hid behind the stone next to him. Seeing that he failed to take down the opponent with one shot, Fengshen was a little impatient, and immediately aimed his gun at the stone where Lin Feng was. Seeing that the player on the house was Fengshen, Xiaoji said in surprise, "I didn't expect that the one who just hit Lin Feng was Fengshen." The relationship between him and Lin Feng doesn't seem to be very harmonious. The audience in the live broadcast room also posted barrages at this time. It turned out to be this madman. Hasn't he been kicked out by the DS team? He was kicked out by the DS team, but this is an individual competition, not a team competition. He can also sign up alone. Then there will be a good show to watch. The grudge between him and Lin Feng cannot be explained in just a few words. Speaking of which, Fengshen is also quite pitiful and miserable. The above, there must be something hateful about pitiful people. The confrontation between Lin Feng and Fengshen can be said to be full of highlights. Because the two had already made a feud before, the audience was looking forward to it this time. Lin Feng hid behind a stone, and did not rush to attack, but filled his blood bar. Because he knew that the person on the opposite side must be aiming at his position, with the AWM in his hand. After a while, Lin Feng made a fake move, poked his head out from behind the stone, did not raise the gun, and then quickly retracted it. Just as he said to retract it, a magnum bullet passed by him. Then at this time, he poked his head out from behind the stone, holding up the 98K in his hand. At this time, he had already seized the initiative. Fengshen also made a fake move, and tricked Lin Feng into firing a bullet. For a while, the two of them were deadlocked. Although this mad god is a little arrogant, he still has strength. That's for sure. He was the pillar of the DS team before. He is really powerful, but he met the anchor, and this game has come to an end. Although the mad god is very strong, the audience in the live broadcast room believe that Lin Feng can definitely win. Just on time, Lin Feng pulled the trigger and shot directly. After the gunshot, a 7.62mm bullet was ejected. At this time, the mad god just stuck his head out, and his head was accurately shattered by this bullet. Player 1 Lin Fengji used a 98K sniper rifle to hit the head. Next player Fancy. Congratulations to the host for killing a special player, and getting a gold treasure chest X1. Seeing this set of kill prompts, Lin Feng was a little surprised. It turned out to be the mad god. This guy hated him to the bone before. Fengshen saw that the person he killed was Lin Feng, and he was furious. Why is it this Lin Feng again? This damn guy. Why does he always block my way at the critical moment? Chapter 382. Fengshen really wanted to rush over and beat up Lin Feng, but he knew that if he did that, he would be finished. Last time, he was abandoned by the DS team because of his impulsiveness. If he was impulsive again this time, I am afraid his career would be completely over. This is something he cannot bear. Without PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, he would not have any Halo. Lin Feng's advance warning is really beautiful, Xiaoji said, as he watched Lin Feng's operation. Bitter melon with cold dishes. I said the anchor would definitely win. Eating watermelon without peeling the skin. You don't need to tell me, we all know it. The hat seller next door, Lao Wang. Poor Fengshen, he was defeated by the anchor again. I am Will Tinzuan. Blessings and blessings to Will Tinzuan. I calculated with my fingers, the anchor won this game. The fans in the live broadcast room saw Lin Feng beat Fengshen, and they all started to post comments. At this time, a player was quietly approaching Lin Feng, attracting everyone's attention. It's Su Chengcheng. What is she doing? Want to sneak attack Lin Feng? I lost to Lin Qingyu in the last game. I won't lose to Su Chengcheng this time. I won't be so unlucky. Seeing Su Chengcheng approaching stealthily, the fans in the live broadcast room couldn't help but sweat for Lin Feng. If he really lost to Su Chengcheng, it would be embarrassing. Hee, it's my turn to kill. Su Chengcheng saw that the person in front of him was not on guard at all, and was immediately happy. He immediately raised his gun and aimed at Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly turned his head and shot backhand. Bang, bang, bang. The AKM rifle in his hand sprayed bullets crazily. Before Su Chengcheng could react, he had already fallen into Lin Feng's hands. Player 1 Lin Fengji used an AKM rifle to kill the player. Su Chengcheng saw this kill prompt and looked at Lin Feng's position with resentment. Why is it this guy again? What bad luck. Su Chengcheng was really depressed. He didn't expect that Lin Feng had already discovered him. As a result, when he was about to make a move, he took him away with a wave of shooting. This man is really a thief. Su Chengcheng complained about Lin Feng in his heart. After killing Su Chengcheng, there was another gold treasure chest. It was just as Lin Feng expected. Ha ha ha, the woman-killing maniac is online again. Su Chengcheng is such a cute girl, it's a pity that she met this big devil. Lin Feng's luck with women is really good, he can meet girls every time. It turns out that the anchor had prepared in advance, which made me worry for nothing. The barrage in the live broadcast room was very active, and it was directly flooded in the live broadcast room of the game. After killing Su Macheng, Lin Feng's kill count can also reach 8 people. We can see that Lin Feng's performance in this game is very strong, and he has killed 8 people so far. A god also performed well, and he has killed 5 people so far. The points of the 2 people are already equal, Xiaoji said while looking at the data of the game. Rita said, Little Lion's current score is also 26 points, and he is only 3 points behind a god and Lin Feng. The final key is still in eating chicken. Qiu Feng echoed, 8 points for a chicken dinner is indeed crucial, but I don't know who will win in the end. After killing Su Chengcheng, Lin Feng didn't even fill the box, and drove away directly. As for Fengshen's AWM sniper rifle, Lin Feng didn't even take a look at it. The AWM sniper rifle is indeed very powerful, but for Lin Feng, the 98K is the king. The AWM sniper rifle is powerful, and can blow up a level 3 head with one shot, but it has a fatal flaw, that is, it can only use magnum bullets. Once the bullets are used up, this gun immediately becomes a fire stick. So in the current professional arena, this gun is not very popular, and many people prefer to choose 98K. Of course, this is not the key. The key is that Lin Feng only has advanced skills for 98K, and the other sniper rifles are all intermediate, and they can't show their strength at all. Driving along the way, Lin Feng soon arrived at the high ground north of our city. This is the commanding height of our city, and it is very convenient to observe our city. Soon, 2 unlucky players came to our city, and they were both killed by Lin Feng with 1 headshot each. Kill 10 people, the game gradually became fierce, and what surprised Lin Feng even more was that our city was the final round. It seems that Lin Feng has a high chance of winning this game. That's right, in a melee outside P City just now, Zhou Lily and Xiao Shitzi were eliminated. They are both strong competitors for the championship. Qiu Feng and Xiao Ji, the 2 commentators, talked to themselves. At this time, there were only 9 people left in the game. All will gather in our city. Lin Feng now occupies the commanding heights of our city, and his advantage is particularly obvious. Player 1 Lin Fengji killed player 4 AM Long with a 98K sniper rifle, and shot him in the head. Player 1 Lin Fengji killed player OMG 11 AOI with a 98K sniper rifle, and shot him in the head. Lin Feng relied on the advantage of the terrain, and the 98K with an 8x scope in his hand, to directly kill 2 players, who popped out. At this time, his kill count, 12, God A was under great pressure for a while, as Lin Feng's points had surpassed him. The circle shrank again, and more players kept meeting, and gunshots rang out one after another. Bang bang bang. Duh. Player 4 AM God killed player 1 Biache with an M416 rifle. Lin Feng was a little surprised to see this kill prompt. I didn't expect Baisha to make it to the finals. It was really not easy. Another round of gunshots rang out, and the number of survivors in the game immediately became 4 people. The kid immediately said, "Now the top 4 of the game have appeared. They are Lin Feng, a god, Wei Shen and Lan Zhanfei." Although Lan Zhanfei is just a streamer, his strength is not inferior to that of professional players. Being able to survive to the finals in this kind of game has proved this point. Lan Zhanfei and Wei Shen met soon, and after a wave of steel guns, Lan Zhanfei was defeated by Wei Shen and was directly eliminated. Wei Shen was also killed by a god who followed. A god has killed 8 players and now has 32 points. Lin Feng's kills are 33 points. Rita bit his lips and prayed for Lin Feng in his heart. He believed that Lin Feng would win. The score between a god and Lin Feng is only 1 point different. Whoever can win the chicken in the end will be the final winner of this game. Qianqian on the podium, and the audience watching the game were all nervous. The final decisive moment is about to come. Between Lin Feng and God A, who will win and become the much-anticipated God of War of Yin Country. Chapter 383. Everyone was staring at the big screen. The game finally came to an end, and it was also the most critical moment. Lin Feng held the AKM rifle and leaned against the wall. Now there were only 2 people left in the game. Although the opposite A god had been defeated by him, it cannot be denied that he was definitely a master. So Lin Feng did not dare to be arrogant, but observed carefully. The safe area was refreshed again soon, directly in the middle of the 2 people, that is, both of them had to run away from the poison. At this time, the lethality of the poison circle can be said to be extraordinary. Once you move slowly, you may die in the poison. Lin Feng and a god jumped out of the bunker almost at the same time and ran towards the safe area. But at the same time, the 2 officially met. Lin Feng quickly raised the AKM rifle in his hand, opened the scope instantly, and fired a wave of shots directly. A god's speed was also not slow, and the M416 assault rifle in his hand fired bullets crazily. Bang, bang, bang. Duh duh duh. The last round of gunfire sounded in the final round. Many spectators stood up from their seats excitedly and stared at the big screen. They knew that after this bloody battle, the winner of the Ares Cup would be revealed. Who would be the champion of this game, the veteran King Ashen, or Lin Feng, who had been unstoppable since his debut? Soon the gunfire fell, and Lin Feng's chicken-eating sign appeared on the screen. Good luck, chicken, tonight. In the final round of gunfire, Lin Feng still defeated Ashen with his excellent marksmanship. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Win, Lin Feng wins. Yin Country God of War. Yin Country God of War. Lin Feng's fans at the game site immediately shouted loudly. Even Qianqian and Qian Bebe stood up and shouted loudly. Qianqian was proud to see Lin Feng win. My man is so good. Chicken. Lin Feng won the chicken. He is the champion of this game. Xiaoji said excitedly while looking at the big screen. Rita was ecstatic. Lin Feng really didn't let us down. He succeeded. Let us congratulate the birth of Yin Country God of War. Qiufeng was also slightly excited. The champion of this God of War Cup can get the title of Yin Country God of War, which is a supreme honor. From then on, Lin Feng is recognized as the #1 player in Yin Country PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. In the live broadcast room of the game, the audience was also boiling. Wolf Totem. Lin Feng is so awesome, he is simply overwhelming. A dragon-slaying sword. That's for sure. Don't you see whose anchor this is? I am Wuliang Tinzuan. Blessings to Wuliang Tinzuan. I have said long ago that the anchor will definitely win this game. Sweetheart Loli. Brother Lin Feng is awesome, but unfortunately I have something to do at home today and can't go to the game, otherwise I will definitely go to cheer for Brother Lin Feng. A brood boiled water. In the future, our anchor will be the God of War of Yin Country. The God of War of Yin Country is awesome. Lin Feng stretched comfortably at this time, and then yawned again. Not bad, not bad, he won a championship by the way. Although Lin Feng doesn't care much about these false names, it's not bad if there are any. Some of the other players had smiles on their faces, while others were gloomy. People like Wei Shen 17 were not in a particularly good mood. After all, their goal was to win the championship. Lin Qingyu looked at the final result with a smile on her face. Lin Feng's victory was also a good result for her. Lin Feng looked at the score list. Lin Feng, 42 points. A God, 36 points. Little Lion, 28 points. King of Kills, Lin Feng 26 people. Lin Feng was the player with the highest points and the most kills in this competition. The total number of kills in 3 games was 26, which seemed to be a very ordinary data. But you have to know that this is not an ordinary game. but a War God Cup game that brought together all the masters of Yin country. In such a game, Lin Feng can get such a kill data, which is already very amazing. Let's invite the champion of this game, Lin Feng, to play, Xiaoji said with a smile. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. My God. My God. Lin Feng, I want to give birth to a baby for you. The fans at the scene shouted excitedly. Lin Feng walked onto the stage step by step, without any nervousness or uneasiness. This little scene was nothing to him. Lin Feng, do you have anything to say about winning the Aries Cup and becoming the Yin country Aries? Xiaoji asked Lin Feng. First of all, thank you all for your support and thank my teammates. Lin Feng blabbered a lot of meaningless words. Why do I feel that the anchor is so perfunctory? Haven't you noticed that every time Lin Feng speaks on stage, he is so perfunctory? This is the style of a great god, indifferent to fame and fortune, and he remains calm even when Mount Tai collapses in front of him. Ha ha ha, although he is very perfunctory and official, you can't find any fault with him at all, as if every word makes sense. The audience in the live broadcast room immediately started a wave of barrages, all teasing Lin Feng. Lin Feng said a few words casually, and was ready to leave the stage. Rita saw that Lin Feng was about to leave the stage, and immediately smiled and said, Lin Feng, I heard that you are particularly good at writing poems, and even Mr. Shenwan, a literary giant, praises you. Ahem, no, those are rumors on the internet, nothing. Lin Feng hurriedly shook his head to deny it. Who knows what bad water Rita is holding in his heart? Lin Feng, you are too modest, Rita said with a smile. Yes, too modest. Lin Feng, sing a song on the spot. That's right. We don't want to listen to songs now, we just want to see you write poems. The audience immediately started to make noises. Xiao Ji and Qiu Feng stood on the stage with confused faces. What was going on? How come we didn't know there was a poem arrangement? Rita, can you please stop messing around? This is an esports competition, and you want an esports player to write a poem. Isn't this nonsense? Xiao Shi immediately stood up and said, Everyone, don't make it difficult for Lin Feng. Writing poems is not something that can be written in a short time. Qiu Feng immediately laughed and said, Yes, writing poems requires precipitation and brewing emotions. How can you write them just like that? Let's let Lin Feng go down and rest. Ahem, actually I can write, Lin Feng said abruptly. He originally thought that Rita had some bad intentions, but it turned out to be writing poems. Is this a real thing? There are hundreds of good poems and lyrics in his mind, and any one of them he picks out is shocking. Chapter 384. Xiaoji and Qiufeng were stunned for a moment. What's going on? You said you can write? When did you write poems so casually? Lin Feng picked up the microphone and said, In that case, I just give you a random sentence. The spring breeze is so refreshing, and the horses are so happy. I can see all the flowers in the city in one day. Lin Feng said, and then left the stage, leaving the three commentators on the stage, who had not yet reacted. The audience in the audience was the first to react. The spring breeze is so refreshing, and the horses are so happy. I can see all the flowers in the city in one day. What a beautiful poem. Hurry up and search on Baidu to see if there is this poem on the internet. Don't be fooled by Lin Feng. No, I can't find it at all. This poem is original. Awesome, this is much better than the 7-step poem, the audience in the audience said excitedly. The female fans were even crazier. Who wouldn't like a man who can play games, is handsome, and is so talented? In the live broadcast room, the audience also filled the screen with wow. Fuck. The anchor is awesome. Fuck. This is really awesome. Comparing with others is so annoying. It's hard for me to write doggerel, but this guy can write 2 good poems at once. Sorry, my anchor is so talented. Captain, you said he is so talented. Why does he compete with us for food? Xiao Xingmu stood next to Captain Wei Shen and muttered. Wei Shen glared at him. How should I know? Wei Shen muttered. The spring breeze is full of joy, and the horses are refreshing. I can see all the flowers in the city in one day. This is quite artistic. Xiao Xingmu interrupted. And it is particularly in line with the current situation. The spring breeze is full of joy, and the horses are refreshing. Isn't Lin Feng particularly proud now? So, these 2 lines of poetry are really good? Wei Shen asked. Anyway, I think they are pretty good. Xiao Xingmu nodded. Wei Shen knocked him on the head with a chestnut. Is it time to talk about this now? We have lost the game. Xiao Xingmu covered his head and felt wronged. Didn't you bring up this topic first? The 2 lines of poetry that Lin Feng casually said were immediately remembered by everyone. There were also some people with high literary literacy in the audience, who immediately saw the extraordinariness of Lin Feng's 2 lines of poetry. For some other audiences, basically they just thought that these 2 poems were nice to hear and felt quite impressive. Some cultural people could see that these 2 lines of poetry were describing Lin Feng's pride in winning the championship at this moment. After Lin Feng stepped down, Ashun and Xiao Shizhi came on stage one after another. They were the 2nd and 3rd place in the competition. But it can be seen that the expressions on their faces were not very happy, especially Ashun, who had a bitter face. This is no wonder. He originally had a chance to win the championship, but he was just a little bit short. How could he not be depressed? After the 2 of them came on stage, they casually said a few official words and then left the stage. The competition ended here, but Lin Feng's popularity reached its peak at this moment. The Aries Cup competition is definitely a very valuable competition. The champion of the competition is almost recognized as the #1 Jedi in Yin country. In addition, Lin Feng directly wrote 2 lines of poetry on the spot, which immediately became a hot topic and attracted a large number of media reports. You see, shocked department. Shocked. This esports player actually did such a thing on the stage. Shock. A well-known esports player wrote a poem on the spot and has multiple identities. Net News. Esports and talent, legendary figure Lin Feng. Penguin News. Who said playing games is not a proper job? Lin Feng gave his answer. Major news reports rushed to report, and Lin Feng was pushed to the hot search on Weibo. These things, Lin Feng naturally didn't know. After the game, Baisha called him, and said that he would hold a celebration banquet at Huading Hotel. Then he invited Qianqian and Lu Xiaoqi to join. Lin Feng drove and brought Qianqian to Huading Hotel. Huading Hotel is one of the most luxurious hotels in Shenzhen. A meal here is basically more than 5 figures. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that the last time in the hospital, Baisha seemed to be blackmailed by Mu Mu in order to prevent Xiao Xiao from knowing that he smoked, and asked to treat him to a meal at Huading Hotel. No wonder Baisha was so generous and straightforward this time. When he came to the reserve box, he found that everyone was already there. Everyone knew each other, and there was no need for introductions. They just sat down and started eating. Brother Lin Feng, try this. Qianqian picked up a piece of meat for Lin Feng. Okay, try this too. Lin Feng picked up another piece of meat for Qianqian. Xiao Xiao, who was sitting next to Baisha, stretched out her hand and pinched Baisha's waist. Tear! What are you doing? Baisha gasped in pain. Look at your captain, how he loves his girlfriend. Look at you, Xiao Xiao said immediately. Aye. Baisha really had a lot of bitterness in his heart at this time, but he didn't dare to say it. Captain, can you restrain yourself a little? You've caused me all the trouble. Baisha said to Lin Feng with a bitter face. Yeah, don't show off your affection like this, Henin said with a smile. However, what everyone didn't notice was that Mu Mu and Lu Xiaoqi were surprisingly quiet, and their expressions were a little unnatural. When they saw the intimacy between Lin Feng and Qianqian, they felt indescribably uncomfortable. But the 2 could only force a smile at the dinner table. Lin Feng, cheers. Congratulations on becoming the god of war of Yin country today. Lu Xiaoqi raised her glass and said. Everyone immediately stood up and toasted together to celebrate Lin Feng's victory today. After dinner at Huading Hotel, because Qianqian had classes at school tomorrow, Lin Feng sent her back to school first, and then returned to the community. Lin Feng drove very fast, and returned to the community soon. After parking the car, he prepared to go home. When he arrived downstairs, he found a red Ferrari parked downstairs, and a beautiful woman was leaning on the hood of the car. Lin Feng looked at her carefully. Why did this person look familiar? After taking a closer look, he was shocked. Isn't this Lin Qingyu whom he met in today's game? What's going on? Why is she here? What is she doing here? These questions popped up in Lin Feng's mind, and he quickly summed up an answer. It should be that he killed Lin Qingyu today, and she was upset and wanted to trouble him at this time. This woman is really stingy, Lin Feng thought, so in his heart. I heard that this Lin Qingyu is a very rich and beautiful woman. Could she bring a few bodyguards to ambush him? The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more likely it was, but he was not afraid. According to his current physical strength, even dozens of special forces soldiers could not beat him. Soon, Lin Qingyu walked in front of him and said something that made him confused. Lin Feng, long time no see. Chapter 385. Lin Qingyu's unexpected words made Lin Feng confused. Long time no see? Do we know each other? Not long, didn't we just meet at the game today? Lin Feng laughed. Lin Qingyu smiled. It seems that you really don't remember me. Lin Feng frowned. Do we know each other? Lin Feng searched through the memories in his mind, but he didn't remember that he knew this Lin Qingyu. Lin Qingyu smiled and said, Your father is Lin Fengguo, right? Yes, how did you know? Although Lin Feng came from a different world, his memory did not disappear. The chief father of Lin Feng in this world is indeed called Lin Fengguo. However, Lin Fengguo died in a car accident with his mother a few years ago. Otherwise, Lin Feng would not have been so miserable at the beginning. My father is Lin Wanhai, and he is a comrade in arms with your father. Do you remember it now? Lin Qingyu said. The memories in Lin Feng's mind rolled out. Lin Wanhai and his father Lin Fengguo were close comrades in arms, but later Lin Wanhai went into business, and the two families no longer had any contact. And Lin Feng remembered that Lin Wanhai's daughter was called Lin Qing. Lin Qing? Lin Qingyu? You are Lin Qing? Lin Feng was shocked. Lin Qingyu nodded. Yes, I am Lin Qing, but I have changed my name to Lin Qingyu now. Oh, so that's how it is. Lin Feng laughed. He still remembered that Lin Qing liked to follow him around. It has to be said that girls change a lot when they grow up. The little girl has now become a real beauty. Lin Feng, I didn't expect you to have changed so much now. Lin Qingyu stared at Lin Feng and said with a smile, You have changed a lot too. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while, and the relationship between them became closer. After all, they were friends who often played together when they were young. Although they have grown up, those memories of their youth will not disappear. Lin Feng took Lin Qingyu to his room and sat down and poured him a glass of water. I don't have anything else here, just boiled water to deal with it. It's okay, boiled water is fine. Lin Qingyu picked up the water cup and took a sip. Have you been abroad before? Yes, I have been studying abroad and just came back recently. Lin Feng smiled and said, I didn't expect you to be interested in esports, and you formed a team as soon as you returned to China. Lin Qingyu shook her head. Forming a team is just for fun. In fact, I have more important things to do when I return to China. Oh! Lin Feng nodded, and did not ask any more questions. The atmosphere seemed a little awkward. Although he and Lin Qingyu were childhood playmates, they were both grown up and inevitably a little unfamiliar. It was obviously a bit awkward to stay together like this. Lin Qingyu was calm and composed. Seeing that Lin Feng did not speak, she smiled and said, Don't you want to know what I am going to do when I return to China? It's useless for me to know. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Feng said. Lin Qingyu suddenly stared at Lin Feng and said, This matter has something to do with you. Lin Feng was confused. Huh? What does it have to do with me? Lin Qingyu said very seriously, I am here to marry you. Lin Feng was shocked and said quickly, Don't joke. He suddenly felt uneasy. This is too weird. A childhood playmate suddenly appeared in front of him and said he wanted to marry him. This plot is totally wrong. Lin Qingyu said, I'm not kidding. We had a baby marriage when we were young. Don't you remember? Lin Feng remembered that this was the case because his mother and Lin Wanhai's wife were pregnant at the same time. So the two families agreed that if the children born were a boy and a girl, they would be engaged. But now it's the 21st century. Who the hell still does this kind of baby marriage? But looking at Lin Qingyu's look, it seems a little serious. Lin Feng hurriedly said, Those were all jokes in the past. Don't take it seriously. Lin Qingyu said seriously, This is not a joke. Although my uncle and aunt are gone, the agreement between our two families is still there, and we must fulfill it. Let's stop joking, okay? Lin Feng was panicking. I'm not kidding. Looking at Lin Qingyu's serious look, Lin Feng's mind was a mess. Lin Qingyu looks so pretty. How can she not be smart? We are all adults. Can we be more mature? Lin Feng said speechlessly. I didn't expect that such a ridiculous thing as a child marriage would happen to him. Lin Qingyu frowned and said unhappily, I am very mature, and I am serious about this matter. Besides, am I Lin Qingyu not worthy of you? Am I not pretty enough? You are very beautiful, but I already have a girlfriend. Her name is Qianqian. I love her very much. Lin Feng said firmly. That doesn't matter. She is your girlfriend, but you are not married. Lin Feng was speechless for a moment. No, according to your conditions, there should be a lot of boys chasing you. Why do you have to stare at me? Lin Qingyu blushed rarely and said, Because I like you. What? We have only met a few times. You like it already? Lin Feng didn't think he was so charming. In fact, Lin Qingyu didn't think much of Lin Feng, but later Lin Feng's sudden talent made her look at him with new eyes. He can write poems, sing, play games, and write novels. Lin Qingyu has been paying attention to Lin Feng. When she found out that Lin Feng had achieved so many achievements, she began to like Lin Feng slowly. Although there are many excellent men around Lin Qingyu, they are not as good as Lin Feng. Moreover, most of these people have superior backgrounds and have achieved their current achievements by relying on their family's cultivation. But Lin Feng is different. Lin Qingyu knows that everything Lin Feng has now is due to his own efforts. When he saw other women around Lin Feng, Lin Qingyu felt very uncomfortable, and she knew she had to take action. As for the so-called child marriage, if it was someone she didn't like, she wouldn't care at all. But now, the target is Lin Feng, and she is determined to be married. The two of them were silent for a while, and Lin Feng's mind was even more stormy. This matter is really ridiculous. A girl like Lin Qingyu, who has a privileged family and looks so beautiful, is the object of all boys' dreams. If it was the old Lin Feng, he would definitely like her. But now, he is Qianqian, and Qianqian is so good to him. How can he do something to let Qianqian down? After a moment of silence, Lin Feng suddenly said, "What do you like about me? Can I change it?" Chapter 386. I just like the way you live. Lin Feng, There's really no way to change this. Lin Qingyu stood up, stared at Lin Feng and said, "I won't give up. I will make you fall in love with me in the future." Lin Qingyu walked to the door, turned around, and said with a slightly red face, "If you need it, I can stay with you tonight." "Ahem, that's not necessary, drive carefully." Seeing Lin Qingyu leaving, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. If she continues to pester him, Lin Feng really doesn't know what to do. Lin Feng stood at the window, looking at the red Ferrari going away. Suddenly fell into deep thought. What happened tonight was too sudden. Even he, a time traveler, felt a little ridiculous. Lin Feng took out a pack of Yen Country cigarettes from the cabinet, took one out of it, and put it in his mouth, lit it, and began to smoke. Normally, he hardly smoked, but now, for some reason, he wanted to have one. Anyway, the cigarettes in this system were harmless. After finishing a cigarette, Lin Feng threw the cigarette, but into the trash can. He put Lin Qingyu's matter behind him, and stopped thinking about it. It was useless to think about it anyway, and there was no solution to this problem. Lin Feng opened his system to check. This time, the God of War Cup competition brought Lin Feng a lot of gains. He looked at the gold treasure chests, and the supreme treasure chests in the system space. Lin Feng combined all the gold treasure chests that could be synthesized in the space into the supreme treasure chest. All of a sudden, 3 supreme treasure chests appeared in the system space, plus the 2 supreme treasure chests obtained in the competition, and now there are a total of 5 supreme treasure chests. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly turned red. These are all treasures. Open one of the supreme treasure boxes. Open the supreme treasure box. Open the supreme treasure box. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 700,000 YGB. It's actually money. Lin Feng was a little dissatisfied and continued to open. Open the supreme treasure box. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 990,000 YGB. Open again. Open the supreme treasure box. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 990,000 YGB. Damn, why is it money again? Am I the kind of person who lacks money? What I lack now is skills. Lin Feng opened it again. Open the supreme treasure box. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Ming Dynasty's affairs, and obtained 990,000 YGB. The Ming Dynasty's affairs. Lin Feng was speechless for a while. Why did he want that thing? Yes, it seems that there is no Ming Dynasty's affairs in this world. It seems that I have to be a cultural disseminator again. 4 of the 5 supreme treasure boxes have been opened, and no skills have been obtained. Lin Feng could only pin his hopes on the last supreme treasure box. Open the supreme treasure box. Open the supreme treasure box. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the game skill Submachine Gun Mastery Intermediate Skill. Submachine Gun Mastery Intermediate Skill. Finally, a game skill has arrived. Lin Feng was overjoyed. This submachine gun mastery skill is of great help to him. After all, the submachine gun is also one of the important firearms in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. After opening all the supreme treasure boxes, Lin Feng opened the system again. PUBG Killing God System Host, Lin Feng. Items. 3 gold treasure chests, those things in the Ming Dynasty. Realistic abilities. Kitchen God Skills Asterisk, Primary, God Level Voice Asterisk, Intermediate, Super Physical Skills Asterisk, Intermediate, Hacker Skills Asterisk, Primary, Language Master Asterisk, Intermediate, Game Skills, AKM Rifle Mastery Asterisk, Advanced, Sniper Rifle Mastery Asterisk, Intermediate, Assault Rifle Mastery Asterisk, Intermediate. hearing mastery asterisk, intermediate, throwing mastery asterisk, intermediate, boxing master asterisk, intermediate, body skills asterisk, intermediate, 98K mastery, advanced, shotgun mastery asterisk, intermediate, body skills asterisk, intermediate, submachine gun mastery skills, intermediate, Jedi master. Money. 780000 YGB. Lin Feng looked at it, and found that there were 3 gold treasure chests in the system space. He was not going to open it, and kept the Synthesis Supreme treasure chest. Then he took out the book Those Things in the Ming Dynasty. Those Things in the Ming Dynasty was definitely a classic work in the previous life. He described history with a humorous touch and influenced many people. Lin Feng once loved this book and liked the last sentence in it the most. There is only one success, that is, to spend your life in your own way. Lin Feng decided to publish this book like Do Patsangxiong. Putting the book aside, Lin Feng took a look at the money in the system account. 780000 YGB. These 7 million are nothing to Lin Feng, so he directly cashed it out. After this period of accumulation, Lin Feng's bank card has nearly 60 million deposits. Part of this is from the royalties and copyright income of Do Patsangxiong. A few days ago, Yang Zi called to tell him that Do Patsangxiong has started to be adapted into a comic book and will be released in a few days. Lin Feng didn't care too much about this matter, and left it all to Yang Zi. Lin Feng called Sally out and asked Sally to save the electronic version of the book about the Ming Dynasty on the computer. Sally's work efficiency was very high, and she finished it in a short time. Master, do you need Sally to serve you tonight? The blonde and blue-eyed Sally said, twisting her waist. Lin Feng swallowed his saliva. This damn goblin. No, you come back first. In Sally's resentful eyes, Lin Feng put it back into the system space. After finishing all this, Lin Feng called Yang Zi and told her about the book Those Things in the Ming Dynasty. What? You wrote a new book again? And it's a historical article? Yang Zi was a little confused. Didn't Lin Feng just finish the Aries Cup? How come a new book popped up in the blink of an eye? Yes, and I want to publish it this time. Lin Feng knew that the most popular thing about Those Things in the Ming Dynasty was not electronic reading, but physical books. Are you sure you can do it? This is a historical article. Yang Zi couldn't help but say. Historical articles are different from ordinary online articles. They require a certain amount of historical knowledge as a foundation. I send you the manuscript first, and you be responsible for this matter. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng sent all the electronic manuscripts of Those Things in the Ming Dynasty to Yang Zi. Lin Feng was quite relieved to let him handle it. In this way, he could be a hands-off boss. At this time, Lin Feng became popular on the internet again. The Aries Cup was originally a highly watched competition, but when Lin Feng won the championship, he even acted cool on the stage. He wrote 2 very sexy poems. The spring breeze is so strong that the horses gallop, and I can see all the flowers in the city in one day. It was hard not to get noticed. When the netizens heard that the Aries Cup champion could write poems, they immediately started to watch. Chapter 387. The Aries Cup match video, and the 2 poems written by Lin Feng immediately became popular on the internet, and attracted much attention. It even occupied the top spot on Weibo's Hot Search. Hot Search number 1, Talented Esports Players. Hot Search number 2, Lute scratched his hand while acting. Hot Search number 3, The spring breeze is full of joy, and the horses are galloping, and one day I saw the flowers in the city. Lin Feng alone occupied 2 of the top 3 hot searches. The attention was simply amazing, and Lin Feng became famous again. The spectators were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Fuck, who is this Lin Feng? This is too fucking amazing. Too awesome, this Lin Feng is simply an all-rounder. If only my boyfriend was half as good as him. Everyone look, this is my anchor, isn't he super good? Lin Feng opened Weibo, and shook his head with a wry smile. If he had known, he wouldn't have pretended to be so awesome. This time, he was on the hot search list. It's impossible not to be famous. I guess I have to wear a mask when I go out from now on. These are exactly what Lin Feng is worried about, and why he has always been unwilling to be famous and low-key. He doesn't want to be like those stars, who are too famous and have to wear masks and sunglasses when they go out, and there are a lot of paparazzi chasing behind them. Lin Feng turned off Weibo, with a bitter face, opened WeChat and chatted with Qianqian. This is what he must do every night. Although the things he talked about are some trivial matters in daily life, he enjoys it and feels very sweet every time. This is probably the feeling of being in love. Although Lin Feng had been in a relationship before, his ex-girlfriend didn't care about him, and didn't give Lin Feng such a sweet feeling. After chatting with Qianqian, Lin Feng prepared to brush his teeth, wash his face, and go to bed. Wait, it seems that there is something I haven't done yet. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that he hadn't broadcast live tonight. But he looked at the time, and it was almost midnight. Forget it, I'd better go to bed. Lin Feng fell asleep deeply. This guy, he really didn't broadcast live tonight again. Li Xiao looked at the fans cursing in Lin Feng's live broadcast room, and felt a little headache. She really had no way to deal with this guy Lin Feng. Every time she had to remind this guy to broadcast live. Originally, she was going to urge Lin Feng to broadcast live tonight, but thinking that he had just finished the game today, his body was inevitably a little tired, so she didn't do it. If this guy dares to skip the broadcast again in the future, I will definitely deduct his salary, Lin Xiao said viciously. But when she thought of Lin Feng's revenue worth more than 15 million, she was stunned for a while. Lin Feng was not short of money at all, so how could he care about deducting his salary? Lin Xiao's head ached when she thought of this, so she simply stopped thinking about it, tidied up, turned off the lights and went to sleep. In a bedroom that was neither too big nor too small, Yang Zi was lying in front of the computer, looking at the document of those things in the Ming Dynasty that Lin Feng had just sent over. My job as the editor-in-chief is really miserable. I have to help others read manuscripts in the middle of the night. Yang Zi complained a little, and clicked on the document sent by Lin Feng. To be honest, she was looking forward to it, because Lin Feng's talent did not need to be questioned at all. But she had never heard that Lin Feng was good at history, so how could he suddenly write a history book? Opening the document, she began to read the manuscript sent by Lin Feng. The expression on Yang Zi's face changed from curiosity to seriousness, then from seriousness to solemnity, and then directly to a shocked expression. This is really incredible. Yang Zi couldn't help but said in shock. She was worried that historical articles were too old-fashioned, and would not be welcomed by readers. But when he finished reading Lin Feng's manuscript, he was completely shocked. It turns out that historical articles can be so interesting. Lin Feng wrote about every little thing in history with a humorous touch, which made readers feel very interesting. But these contents were not nonsense, but were well-founded, and everything was traceable in history. She really couldn't imagine what Lin Feng's brain was made of. Why was he so talented? Yang Zi knew that this book about the events of the Ming Dynasty would definitely be popular in the market and cause a sensation. It could even change the current situation where historical books were not welcomed. Such an interesting historical book is worth studying and learning by every historian. After reading a few chapters, Yang Zi knew that the biggest market for this book should be the publishing market, not the e-reading market. No wonder Lin Feng told him that he wanted to publish this book just now. It turned out to be this reason. Their QQ reading can be ranked among the top in China in terms of e-reading, but it is weak in publishing. Yang Zi has a hunch that they can rely on this book to reverse their shortcomings in publishing. Yang Zi couldn't help but yawn. Looking at the time, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. She was a person with a very regular work and rest habits, and she should have gone to bed at this time, but she decided to finish reading this book all night tonight. One is because she is looking forward to the performance of this book, and the other is because this book is really good and people can't put it down. As the editor-in-chief of QQ Reading, she has read thousands of books, and ordinary literary works are difficult to catch her eye. Even for a cross-era work like Battle Through the Heavens, she only picks it up and reads it when she has time to kill time. But this Ming Dynasty things is different. She is really attracted by this book, and feels a little fascinated. The night passed quickly. Lin Feng woke up from his sleep, brushed his teeth and washed his face, then opened the food delivery app on his phone and ordered a breakfast. The delivery guy quickly brought the breakfast up. Lin Feng ordered a rice noodle roll, which was his favorite breakfast. After breakfast, Lin Feng thought that he didn't have any plans for today, so he was going to play some games and start a live broadcast. He was ready to be criticized by those fans. After all, it was indeed his fault for skipping the live broadcast last night. Chapter 388. Lin Feng turned on the computer and logged into the live broadcast room directly. He originally thought that there would be no viewers in the morning, but after a while, he saw the number of people in the live broadcast room was rising. As soon as the viewers in the live broadcast room came in, they immediately started to brush the barrage. Uncle Lu, who sells cucumbers, Anchor, you finally showed up. I want to send you the 2 kitchen knives at my house. The neighbor Lao Wang who loves to eat chicken, he skipped the broadcast again last night. If anyone knows the address of the Anchor, please let me know so that I can send him a gift. Sweetheart Loli. Oh, brother Lin Feng just finished the game yesterday. He must have been a little tired last night. Everyone, please understand. The cute little chicken eater, sweetheart, you just spoil him too much, so he is so lazy to live broadcast all day. As expected by Lin Feng, the viewers in the live broadcast room really complained crazily as soon as they came in. Lin Feng immediately changed the subject. Ahem, good morning, everyone. The weather is nice today. Have you had breakfast? Lao Wang, who loves to eat chicken next door. Forget it, forget it. Lao Wang, I will forgive you once today. Mark vomited blood. First, congratulations to the anchor for winning the God of War Cup and becoming the God of War of Yin Country. Congratulations to the anchor for becoming the God of War of Yin Country. Congratulations to the anchor for becoming the God of War of Yin Country. Then there was a lot of congratulations to the anchor for becoming the God of War of Yin Country. Barrage. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, everyone, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. After that, Lin Feng didn't talk nonsense and directly started to log into the Steam account and prepared to start the game. In a live broadcast room of Douyu. Dai just finished a game. Dai was supposed to live stream at night, but because she had nothing to do these days, she also live streamed in the morning. When she finished this game, she happened to see Lin Feng just online. She was overjoyed. The audience in the live broadcast room also urged Dai to send a game invitation to Lin Feng. Dai, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and invite Lin Feng to play with you. Yes, with Lin Feng playing with you, are you still afraid that you can't win the game? Yesterday's Aries Cup game was really exciting, and Lin Feng's strength is really too strong. Dai saw the barrage saying this, and coughed dryly and said, you asked me to invite him, not me. Hearing Dai's words, the audience in the live broadcast room all laughed. Hey Dai, what are you doing? When did you become so shy? That's right, the carefree old woman before. What a miracle, an old woman can be embarrassed sometimes. Old woman, you always tell us, are you interested in Lin Feng? When Dai saw these comments, her pretty face suddenly turned red, and she immediately defended, don't talk nonsense, I don't like that, straight guy. After saying that, Dai no longer hesitated and immediately sent a game invitation to Lin Feng. She knew that Lin Feng's market was very good, and if she was a little slower, she might be pulled away by other girls. Lin Feng soon received Dai's game invitation. He hesitated for a while. Seeing that Lin Feng was actually hesitating, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately came out to assist Dai. Host, this is an old woman's game invitation. Hurry up and accept it. Yes, she is a girl, and she took the initiative to find you to play games. You can't let her down. Brother Lin Feng, don't pay attention to her, or I will play with you. Why do so many girls find hosts to play games? Why doesn't anyone find someone as handsome as me? The one upstairs, how about I take a piss first, and let you take a picture of yourself first? Lin Feng accepted the game invitation and entered a game room. As soon as he entered the game room, Dai's voice came immediately. Congratulations, Lin Feng, you have become the God of War of Yin Country. Dai immediately congratulated Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, it's just good luck. If you are lucky, you can do it too. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Dai's cheeks swelled up with anger. Why do I feel like you are mocking me? With Dai's skills, the probability of winning the championship in a competition like the God of War Cup is even lower than the probability of winning a 500 million lottery. Lin Feng did not answer Dai's words, but smiled and said, let's go, I take you to eat PUBG. Lao Wang, who loves eating PUBG next door. Anchor, you are too bad. You actually want to take Dai to eat PUBG. You can eat PUBG, but remember to take care of your body. Jia Tian Bang Entertainment Media Company Limited. 666, you are worthy of being Lao Wang. You really drive differently. Sweetheart Lowly, you guys upstairs are too dirty. A little lemon. Yeah, don't you know there are many girls in the live broadcast room? How can you drive like this? Lung Ai of the Zong Ai family. Don't you know that girls nowadays drive steadily and fast, and boys may not be able to catch up? Lin Feng glanced at the bullet screen and found that the bullet screen in this live broadcast room was very indecent, so he ignored it. He started the game with Dai and entered the Birth Island together. As soon as he entered the Birth Island, a magical voice came immediately. Jiangnan Liangzhou, the largest leather factory, Jiangnan Leather Factory has closed down. The original price of more than 100, 200, and 300 wallets is only 20 yuan. Dai heard this magical song and couldn't help laughing. What is this so funny? Lin Feng also laughed. There was a similar divine song in his previous life, but it became popular a long time ago. And in this parallel world, This magical song has only recently become popular on the internet. The audience in the live broadcast room also laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt. This song is so magical, the adaptation is so great. 20 yuan for all. This is just advertising. Is advertising so crazy now? Just for this advertisement, I will buy this 20 yuan thing. The countdown to the birth island ended quickly. Lin Feng and Dai Dai got on the plane to the Jedi Island. Lin Feng opened the route and found that the route of this round was from Port P to the nuclear power plant. This route is not common, but there are many large resource points passed by. Dai Dai asked Lin Feng at the first time, "Lin Feng, where should we jump?" Lin Feng directly marked the location of M City and said, "Let's jump directly to M City." M City covers a large area, there are many houses in it, and the resources are also very good. Lin Feng's principle of playing this kind of fish pond game has always been to jump to where there are more people. According to the route of this round, there must be a lot of people jumping to M City. So Lin Feng immediately decided to jump from M City. Chapter 389. Dai Dai naturally had no objection to Lin Feng's decision. She had been following Lin Feng to be a chicken. The plane flew along the route, and players jumped off one after another. Lin Feng waited quietly, and soon the plane came over the sky of M City. Lin Feng saw that the position should be almost right, so he jumped off the plane directly. Dai Dai saw that Lin Feng had already jumped off, and hurriedly jumped down. During the landing process, Lin Feng adjusted his perspective to observe the people who jumped into M City. There were not many people who jumped into M City in this round, and Lin Feng counted them. In addition to him and Dai Dai, there were 6 people from 3 other teams who also jumped into M City. Lin Feng landed directly on a house on the south side. This is the commanding height on the south side of M City. It can attack or defend, and it is a good landing position. After Lin Feng landed, he did not have the good luck of landing a 98K, but picked up an S686 shotgun, which is also called the equality of all beings. Because with this gun, if you are hit head-on, no matter how good your equipment is, you will die. After Lin Feng picked up the gun, he quickly loaded the bullet. Based on the observation just now, and the sound of the parachute when landing just now, Lin Feng can roughly determine the location where the nearby players landed. There is a team nearby. Lin Feng did not hesitate and charged directly with the shotgun. Soon he met a player with a submachine gun at the corner, and Lin Feng aimed directly at his head and fired a shot. Bang! After knocking him down with one shot, Lin Feng approached and aimed at his head again, and took him away completely with another shot. You killed the player FJOF by shooting him in the head with the S686 shotgun. Kill ordinary players and get 1 silver treasure chest. Then Lin Feng heard a faint sound of footsteps. He knew that the opponent's teammates were coming. Following the direction of the footsteps, he soon met this person. He fired 2 shotguns directly at the head. Bang! Bang! You killed the player JFA by shooting him in the head with the S686 shotgun. After killing the 2 people, Lin Feng went directly to the direction of the other players in City M. He didn't even lick the box. Dai Dai was lucky enough to pick up an AKM rifle after landing. Then she immediately ran to Lin Feng happily and said with a smile, "Lin Feng, this AKM rifle is for you." She knew that Lin Feng's best firearm was the AKM rifle, so as soon as she picked up the AKM rifle, she wanted to give it to Lin Feng. When the fans in Dai Dai's live broadcast room saw this scene, they immediately started to post comments. "You actually gave the AK rifle to the little brother. What's wrong with you today? You are a little abnormal today, old woman." It's over, I'm afraid the old woman really likes Lin Feng, the big devil. Dai Dai saw the comments in the live broadcast room, her face turned red, and she immediately said, "Don't talk nonsense, I just think this gun can play a greater role in Lin Feng's hands." Lin Feng took a look at the AKM rifle in Dai Dai's hand. He felt that in this kind of fish pond game, it didn't matter what gun was used, so he said, "Keep this gun for yourself. In this game, I want to use this shotgun to win the game." Dai Dai was stunned and took a look at the spray gun in Lin Feng's hand. This spray gun was very advantageous in the early close combat, but later on, it was no different from a fire stick. As long as the distance is far, this gun can't play its power at all. How can you use it to win the game? Can you stop being so reckless? Dai Dai hesitated and said, "Then you will only use this spray gun in the future?" Lin Feng nodded. "Yes, I will only use the spray gun in this game. I believe it won't be a big problem." Dai Dai couldn't help but have a few black lines on his forehead. It won't be a big problem. When the audience in Lin Feng's live broadcast room heard Lin Feng's words, they immediately started to brush the barrage. Mr. Zhang, the cucumber seller, here he comes, the god of waves, Lin Feng, is back. Tanya lose Wan Bujianjin, ha ha, the Aries Cup game just ended, and brother Lin Feng is going to be a slut again. Girl under the moonlight, here he comes, the man who has been slugging all over the map is back. Lin Feng saw the barrage in the live broadcast room and said speechlessly, isn't it just using a shotgun to win the game? Is it so exaggerated? After that, Lin Feng stopped talking nonsense and went hunting directly in M-City. Due to the large number of buildings in M-City, Lin Feng has a great advantage in using a shotgun, basically one shot at a time. You use the S686 shotgun and shot the player in the head. My husband is Lin Feng. When Lin Feng saw this message prompt, he was stunned for a moment. Is there still such an operation? This name is so discerning. Dai also saw this kill prompt, covered his mouth and smiled and said, Lin Feng, you are really popular now, and many little sisters like you very much. Lin Feng sighed and said, don't be obsessed with me, I'm just a legend. Dai heard Lin Feng's narcissistic words and immediately said, shameless. Fans in Lin Feng's live broadcast room also immediately started to brush the barrage. The neighbor Lao Wang who loves to eat chicken, bah, shameless. The clown who loves to send blades, shameless +1. The little pure who knows nothing, shameless plus 10,086. The girl under the moonlight, brother Lin Feng's classic quote, don't be obsessed with me, I'm just a legend. Xiaolan from the Funeral Love family, although this sentence is a bit second year, it sounds very cool. Looking at the barrage in the live broadcast room, Lin Feng smiled slightly and didn't care. This sentence was once popular all over the country in the previous life, and was regarded as a classic quote by countless boys and girls. What disappointed Lin Feng a little was that it was difficult to meet real masters in these fish ponds, so there were no special players, and only some bronze and silver treasure chests could be exploded. But it doesn't matter, a little bit adds up to a lot. Anyway, now that we have the treasure chest synthesis system, everything can be accumulated slowly and finally synthesized into the supreme treasure chest. After clearing all the players in M-City, Lin Feng found a motorcycle at the spawning point outside M-City, and then prepared to leave with Dai. Then, they saw a jeep coming from the opposite side of the bridge, and had already arrived in the middle of the bridge. If he had a 4x scope sniper rifle in his hand, he could shoot down the two people in the car now. Then he had nothing in his hand except a shotgun. A good cook cannot cook without rice. Without a handy weapon, he could only watch the two people in the opposite jeep slowly cross the bridge. Lin Feng glanced to Dai and said, Dai, your chance to show off has come. Chapter 390. Ah? What do you mean my chance to show off? Lin Feng pointed at the jeep coming towards them, and said, use the 98K in your hand to shoot them down. This is a moving target, how can I hit it? Dai looked at the jeep driving at high speed, and shook her head for a moment. Although she always claimed to be a technical anchor, she actually had a rough idea of her own strength in her heart. This jeep was driving so fast, how could she hit it? How do you know you can't hit it if you don't try? Hurry up, it's too late if you don't do it now. Lin Feng said. Okay, let me try. Dai got out of the car quickly, then raised the 98K in his hand, opened the 4x scope, and aimed at the moving jeep. Lin Feng said on the side, take your time, don't rush. Aim at a position one body length in front of the main driver's seat of the jeep, and then seize the opportunity to shoot. Dai followed Lin Feng's instructions, took a deep breath, then bent his fingers slightly, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot from a 98K sniper rifle sounded. A 7.62mm bullet was ejected from the muzzle of the 98K in Dai's hand with a hot flame, cutting through the air, and then shattered the windshield in front of the jeep. Then, the player's avatar, who was controlling the car in the main driver's seat, splattered a touch of blood and rolled down directly from the car. You used the 98K sniper rifle to hit the head and knock down the player Xiaobai. Dai was overjoyed when he saw this kill prompt. He didn't expect that he actually hit it. Oh yeah. Lin Feng, look, I really hit it. Lin Feng smiled and said, I told you that you can do it. Try again, and shoot the other one in the head. Okay, leave it to me. Dai just hit it with one shot, and now he is very confident, and wants to shoot again immediately. At this time, the sound of a 98K sniper rifle rang out. Then Dai saw himself being knocked to the ground by the opponent's player. Player LHNG used a 98K sniper rifle to hit the head, and knock down player WTVDAI. Dai looked back and saw that the teammate of the person who had just been knocked down was holding a 98K sniper rifle. It was obvious that the opponent's shooting skills were good, and he knocked himself down with one shot. Dai Dai quickly climbed up the bunker beside him and hid, and then immediately asked Lin Feng for help. Lin Feng, what should we do now? Lin Feng said calmly, don't worry, we will take it slowly. The fans in Dai Dai's live broadcast room couldn't help but post comments when they saw Dai Dai like this. Ha ha ha, Dai Dai is really handsome for only 3 seconds. I thought Dai Dai would be awesome this time, but he is still like this. This Lin Feng used a spray gun to show off, but now he is embarrassed. At a distance of several hundred meters, even if he is a god, he can't hit anyone with a spray gun. You're right, the one above. Last time there was an orphan who used a spray gun to shoot me in the head from 500 meters away. Lin Feng came to her side calmly and helped her up. After Dai Dai was helped up, she took a look at the spray gun in Lin Feng's hand and said, Lin Feng, why don't we retreat first? You can't do anything to them with only a spray gun now. At this time, the two people on the opposite side got on the jeep again and drove over from the middle of the bridge. Lin Feng smiled, grabbed the spray gun in his hand, and drove the motorcycle directly, and actually rushed over. Lin Feng's dangerous operation scared everyone in the live broadcast room. Lao Wang next door, who loves to eat chicken, my goodness, Anchor, you are too wild. Ma Xiaotiao, who couldn't jump up. It's over, I seem to have foreseen the scene where the anchor was hit and killed. Lao Zhang from the UC Shock Department, shock. The war god of Yen country died tragically in the Fish Pond Bureau. Let's uncover the truth behind it together. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to the bullet screen in the live broadcast room, and focused all his attention on the game. Holding a spray gun and riding a motorcycle, he dared to rush forward like this. Only he, Lin Feng, dared to do this. In the entire Jedi Circle, I'm afraid there will be no one as wild as him. The two players on the jeep were also confused. What was this guy doing? Come over here to die. Lao Chun, that guy seems to only have this shotgun. The player sitting in the co-pilot seat looked at Lin Feng and said, Oh, he's quite crazy. Just kill him, said the player called Lao Chun. Okay, I've been practicing my marksmanship hard recently, and it's finally useful. After saying this, the player picked up his rifle, leaned out of the window, and shot at Lin Feng. Then, to his surprise, Lin Feng drove the motorcycle like a loach, dodging here and there, so agile that his bullets couldn't hit Lin Feng at all, and Lin Feng easily dodged them. Xiaobai, your skills are still not good enough. You need to practice more when you go home, Lao Chen said with a smile. Damn, you can't blame me. It's not that my shooting skills are bad. It's that the guy on the other side is too cunning, Xiaobai defended. In fact, what he said was true. His shooting skills were already outstanding among ordinary players, but who made him face Lin Feng? Seeing Lin Feng's outstanding driving skills, Xiaobai said for a while, This guy drives so well, can't he be my idol Lin Feng? Lao Chen smiled and said, You are dreaming. I might let us meet a famous guy like Lin Feng. He plays in high-end games, you know? Xiaobai touched his head and said embarrassedly, It's not impossible, what if we are lucky, haha. Fuck, this guy is too much, Lao Chen said angrily, and saw Lin Feng driving a motorcycle, swaying from time to time, always provoking him. Xiaobai was a little embarrassed. He's in a good position, I can't hit him at all. Lao Chen made a prompt decision. He's shitting on my head, how can I bear this? Get off the car and shoot him. Lao Chen immediately stopped the car, and then he and Xiaobai jumped off the car one after another. Lin Feng saw the two people get off the car, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You finally got off the car. Lin Feng jumped off the motorcycle the moment the two people got off the car. Due to the inertia of the car, half of his blood was lost directly. But it doesn't matter, half of the blood is enough to kill the two idiots in front of him. Lin Feng instantly locked onto one person's head and shot him directly in the face. Player Lin Fengji used the S686 shotgun to hit the head and knock down player Lao Chenji. Then Lin Feng did not stop there, but immediately turned the muzzle of the gun and loaded the bullet in the gun at the same time. At the moment the bullet was loaded, he aimed directly at another player. Chapter 391. After killing both of them, Lin Feng obtained 2 silver treasure chests. When Xiaobai saw the kill prompt, he was stunned for a moment. Fuck, this is Lin Feng. It's really my idol Lin Feng, Xiaobai said excitedly. He didn't expect that he could actually match Lin Feng. It was just like a dream. Lao Chen didn't expect that he would really meet the great Lin Feng. Fuck, then I have something to brag about when I go out with my friends tonight. There are also many fans of Lin Feng among his friends, and they will be envious of him when the time comes. Xiaobai and Lao Chen no longer felt dissatisfied with being killed, and they were in a very good mood. Xiaobai then remembered that the teammate of Lin Feng, who was just knocked down by them, was the very famous Dai Dai on Douyu Live. Will the great Lin Feng start a live broadcast? Let's go and take a look, Xiaobai said a little excitedly. Lao Chen shook his head. No way, Master Lin Feng is a well-known lazy person. He can skip broadcasting at night. How could he broadcast live this early in the morning? Just take a look and you will know. Xiaobai immediately clicked on the Huya live broadcast platform. Sure enough, he saw that Lin Feng had already started broadcasting. It's on, Master Lin Feng really started broadcasting, Xiaobai said excitedly. Oh! Then I come and see it too. Lao Chen also hurried into Lin Feng's live broadcast room. As soon as Xiaobai and Lao Chen entered the live broadcast room, they saw Lin Feng and Dai Dai licking their boxes. But the two of them were not unhappy at all, and even a little happy. It was their honor to have Master Lin Feng lick their boxes. At this time, there was another round of 666 in the live broadcast room. 6-6, I didn't expect the anchor to be so good at using a spray gun. Nonsense, the anchor is the god of war of Yin country. What kind of gun can't he use? I wish I had half the skills of the anchor. After Lin Feng and Dai Dai licked the box, they continued to drive forward. And Lin Feng still had only a spray gun in his hand. With a spray gun in hand, I have the world. When driving past a residential area, gunshots were heard in the residential area. Lin Feng judged from the gunshots that there should be 3 players in this residential area. He stopped the car immediately. He smiled at Dai Dai behind him. Dai Dai, why don't you go and deal with them? Dai Dai immediately shook his head like a rattle. I'm afraid I can't beat them, Dai Dai answered honestly. Seeing Dai Dai like this, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately laughed. The man in the red mansion, ha ha ha, Dai Dai just admitted his defeat. A little memory. After all, Lin Feng can cling to someone powerful, and Dai Dai doesn't want to take risks at all. The neighbor Lao Wang who loves playing PUBG. The old woman looks really feminine. Lin Feng saw Dai Dai's ugly look and said nothing more. He got out of the car and entered the room with a shotgun. As soon as he entered the room, he ran into a player with an AKM rifle. Lin Feng shot him in the head. Bang! A headshot for all beings is equal, and even the golden immortal can't save him. The player was knocked down by the headshot. After Lin Feng reloaded a bullet, he shot him in the head again, eliminating him directly. Player Lin Fengji killed the player by shooting him in the head with an S686 shotgun. When Lin Feng saw the name of the game, he said to Dai Dai with a sly smile, Dai Dai, is this player destined to be with you? Dai Dai's face turned red all of a sudden. How could she not know what Lin Feng was talking about? It was a sentence that the water friends in the live broadcast room often teased her. The player that Lin Feng just killed was probably a water friend in his live broadcast room. Dai Dai's face flushed immediately and said, What do you mean by destiny? I don't understand what you are talking about. You really don't understand? Lin Feng said meaningfully. Lin Feng smiled and stopped teasing Dai Dai. He took the gun and eliminated the 2 players in the room. At this time, the live broadcast room was covered with bullet screens, and the overwhelming bullet screens were brushed out. This is simply the weakness of an old woman. Who said that about Dai Dai? Hurry up and stand up. You are obviously not well yet. You are too mean. Please don't say that about an old woman. Dai Dai was so angry when she saw these comments, but she didn't know what to say. She knew that the more she said, the more these fans would be happy. So she had to hold back. Dai Dai comforted herself in her heart. At the same time, she was madly complaining to the player who was killed by Lin Feng in her heart, saying that you had to give any other name, and you had to give this name, and you just happened to meet me. This is really too pitfall. After Lin Feng cleared all the players in the room, he continued to drive Dai Dai to Y City. Lin Feng now only had a spray gun in his hand, so he didn't dare to wander around outside. Coming to a resource point like Y City with many buildings was the best choice for him. Otherwise, walking around on the plane with a shotgun wouldn't be courting death. After arriving at Y City, Lin Feng used the shotgun in his hand to kill all the players in Y City one by one. What surprised him was that the final round of this game was actually in Y City. Because Lin Feng used a shotgun this time, it gave Dai Dai many opportunities to shoot. Dai Dai also killed 5 people, and Lin Feng killed 15 people. Soon the game reached a white-hot stage. When the last player appeared in front of Lin Feng directly shot him with a shotgun. After the gunshot fell, the chicken-eating sign appeared on the screen. Good luck, chicken, tonight. Lin Feng 16 kills to eat chicken, 16 kills to eat chicken is not an outstanding result, but you have to know that throughout the game, Lin Feng only used a shotgun and did not use any other firearms. When the fans in the live broadcast room saw that Lin Feng actually won the game with a spray gun, they immediately started to post comments, and many fans gave gifts. Sweetheart Lolita gives the anchor Hot Pot X666. A cup of tea gives the anchor Magic Book X666. I'm so poor that I only have XX left. I give the anchor Tiger Fong number 1X3. Sweetheart Lolita, brother Lin Feng is awesome. He actually won the game with 16 kills with a spray gun. The leader of the Sky Blasting Gang. 666. This wave of operations is very strong. Martonio Freewilsinski. 666. Lin Feng is awesome. Jedi Old Driver. What country are you from? Why is your name so long? Chapter 392. Lin Feng then played a few more games with Dai, and they all won the game successfully. The two played until noon. Lin Feng was a little hungry, so he said, "Then today's live broadcast ends here, by everyone." After that, Lin Feng directly exited the live broadcast room, not giving fans time to react. He knew that there would be a lot of complaints in the live broadcast room, and he had to hide quickly if he couldn't afford to offend. Fuck, the anchor ran away again? He ran away so fast. The salted fish anchor, it turns out he is still the same. No more talking. Does anyone know the anchor's address? I want to send him a razor blade. The fans in the live broadcast room complained, but they didn't really take it to heart. After all, they were used to Lin Feng's salted fish style. If one day Lin Feng stopped being a salted fish, they would be uncomfortable. After Lin Feng exited the live broadcast room, he said a few words to Dai, and then he exited the game directly. Dai was thinking about ordering a few more plates with Lin Feng, but Lin Feng had already said he was going to quit, so she was too embarrassed to force him. After all, girls should be reserved. After Lin Feng left, he picked up a Yin Country cigarette from the table and lit it up. Lin Feng hardly smoked before, but after smoking one last night, he found that the taste was really good. The cigarettes given by this system are different. While puffing, he also picked up his phone and opened the food delivery app. Although he already had the cooking skills of a Michelin chef, cooking a meal was too troublesome, and it was easier to order food. In the office of the editor-in-chief of QQ Reading, Yang Zi had a big dark circle under her eyes, and was reading Lin Feng's book about the Ming Dynasty. She had read it from last night until now, and found that she had only read less than 1/3 of it. But this book is really wonderful. The language is very humorous and interesting. At the same time, Lin Feng also incorporated some of his own feelings and insights about history. In short, this book is wonderful and has a bright future. Yang Zi felt that this book could be published. However, the form of publishing should be more solemn. Yang Zi picked up the phone and made a call. "Hello Lao Zhang, it's me Yang Zi. I have something to ask you, Shincheng Publishing House, for help. Yes, this book is great and especially suitable for publishing. When did I Yang Zi fool you? I promise you that this book will definitely sell well." After a while, Yang Zi hung up the phone. The publishing matter was finally settled. Then Yang Zi made another call. The spring breeze of reform is blowing everywhere. Lin Feng, who was gnawing on a chicken leg, suddenly saw his phone ring. Picking up the phone, it was a call from Yang Zi, the editor-in-chief of QQ Reading. Lin Feng pressed the answer button. "Hello, Editor-in-Chief Yang. What? You said you want to hold a new book launch? No need to make it so troublesome. Do I need to hold a new book launch with my strength? Better effect? I don't think it's necessary." After a moment. "Okay, 2 days later, right? Okay." Lin Feng hung up the phone directly. "It's really troublesome. There's actually a new book launch." At this time, an announcement was issued in the Jedi Esports Circle of Yin Country. The general content of the announcement is that a 40 vs 40 match between Yin Country and Daka will be held next week, and this match was proposed by Daka. When Lin Feng saw the announcement, he was stunned. Is Daka so arrogant now? Dared to take the initiative to propose a match? Lin Feng thought of Huizi, whom he met during the live broadcast before. With such a level, he can be a professional player in Daka. You can imagine how bad the professional players of Daka's PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds are. After this news came out, it naturally attracted everyone's attention. This match is related to the face of Yin Country, and it cannot be lost. Lin Feng turned off the announcement. If he needs to take action, he will naturally do it. However, the specific matters of the match will not be determined for 2 days, so there is no rush. When he opened the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds professional player group, he found that it was boiling inside, and everyone was discussing this Yin Country Daka match. Weishan, is it because I can't lift the knife anymore, or are they so proud that they dare to initiate a competition? Little Lion, no matter what, we must win this time. A god, there are several very powerful teams in Daka, we can't take it lightly. Lin Feng, brothers, are you chatting? Lin Feng also sent a message casually. Weishan, Lin Feng, you don't even know to treat us after winning the championship? Lin Qingyu at Lin Feng, you are here too? Lin Feng was so scared when he saw Lin Qingyu tag him. Fuck, why is she in the group too? By the way, she is also a professional player, and the captain of the Huayu team. Lin Feng didn't dare to speak immediately, for fear that Lin Qingyu would reveal their child marriage later. Although normal people would not do this, Lin Qingyu was obviously not normal. Can normal people take a child marriage seriously? Xiao Xingmu, why didn't Qingyu say anything when we were talking, but he tagged Lin Feng as soon as Lin Feng came? Seeing Xiao Xingmu's message, Lin Feng really wanted to slap him on the head. If you can't speak, don't speak. Chapter 393. Seeing Lin Qingyu appear, Lin Feng didn't dare to speak in the group, fearing that Lin Qingyu would suddenly say I want to marry Lin Feng. Then he really couldn't clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Lin Feng originally thought that he would be done if he didn't speak, but he soon received a WeChat friend request from Lin Qingyu. This made him feel troubled. It's not good to refuse, nor is it good to accept. It's really difficult. Lin Feng hesitated for a while, but still agreed to Lin Qingyu's friend request and added it as a friend. After becoming friends, Lin Feng was still hesitating about what to say. Lin Qingyu took the initiative to send a message. Husband, why did you run away when you saw me just now? Damn, don't yell. Lin Feng was shocked. If Qianqian saw the sentence, he would have to twist his head. Fortunately, Qianqian is a gentle girl, and she never looks at her phone. But Lin Feng still has to make it clear to Lin Qingyu. After all, he already has a girlfriend, and he can't delay her. We have been engaged since childhood. What else can I call you if not husband? Lin Qingyu sent a voice message directly. Her voice is crisp and pleasant, and Lin Feng actually felt a little satisfied listening to it. Lin Qingyu is definitely a girl that every boy likes, a perfect white, rich and beautiful girl. But Qianqian is not bad either. With Qianqian, Lin Feng has no extra thoughts about other girls, including Lin Qingyu. Lin Feng pressed the voice button and said, call me whatever you like, just don't call me husband. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Lin Qingyu sent another voice message. Okay dear. Now it's fine. I won't call you husband anymore, I call you dear, don't do it, I have a girlfriend. Lin Feng sent a voice message. It's okay, she's your girlfriend, I'm your wife, that's just right. Lin Feng was shocked by her. She's worthy of being a person who has studied abroad, isn't her thinking so advanced? At this time, Lin Qingyu called in with a WeChat call. After Lin Feng answered the call, he said directly, you don't have to say anything, I'm the man you can't get. Dear, there's no man that I, Lin Qingyu, can't be. It seems that you have a rich emotional experience. Dear, you're my first love. I don't believe you. After Lin Feng and Lin Qingyu argued for a while, he hung up the phone. He didn't pay attention to any messages from Lin Qingyu. Women are troublesome. Lin Qingyu saw that Lin Feng didn't reply to his message, so she stopped sending messages. But she won't give up. You must fight for your own man. After Lin Feng hung up the phone, he took out a pack of Yinghui cigarettes from his pocket and started smoking. I have to say, it is really good to have a cigarette when you are troubled. Lin Feng was thinking about what to do in the afternoon when he saw a WeChat message from someone. Lin Feng took a look and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not Lin Qingyu. But what surprised Lin Feng was that it was Qian Beibei, Qianqian's classmate, who sent the message. Since adding WeChat to the number 7 club last time, Lin Feng rarely chatted with Qian Beibei. Why did he suddenly send a message this time? Lin Feng, come to the club to race in the afternoon. Lin Feng saw the message and thought that he had nothing to do in the afternoon, so he agreed to Qian Beibei's request. Qian Beibei was delighted to see Lin Feng agree. By the way, you should also ask Qianqian to come along. I take her to race. When Lin Feng said this, Qian Beibei was immediately anxious. If Qianqian is brought along, what's the point of playing? Qianqian seems to have a rehearsal in the afternoon, so she probably won't have much time. Qian Beibei was telling the truth. Then I go by myself? See you in the afternoon. Lin Feng also knew that Qianqian was very busy at school, so he didn't ask her to go with him. Lin Feng took a nap first, and then drove his Reventon out directly after getting up. Since he was going to race, he must have his Lamborghini. Lin Feng drove the Reventon, and soon arrived at club number 7. He saw Qian Beibei standing at the door waiting for him. Lin Feng greeted her. Lin Feng, can I take your car? When I came out, I found that my car was restricted today. Qian Beibei stood by the car window and said to Lin Feng with a smile. Sure. Lin Feng didn't think much about it and let him get in the car directly. Qian Beibei did have a car that was restricted today, but she had 3 cars of her own. The reason why she didn't drive out was naturally to sit with Lin Feng. After entering the club, Lin Feng immediately attracted a lot of attention. They still remembered Lin Feng's performance in club number 7 last time. It was really terrible. One by one, they immediately ran to greet Lin Feng attentively. Brother Feng, I'm Yang Wei. Do you still remember me? A fat man who looked at least 200 pounds greeted Lin Feng enthusiastically. Remember, Xiao Wei? Lin Feng said with a smile, muttering in his heart, Yang Wei's name is really auspicious. Hee, the great god actually still remembers me. The fat man smiled proudly. Okay, you don't have to gather around. Lin Feng still has to drive. Qian Beibei immediately said to the few people. Listen to Sister Beibei. The fat man laughed. Then he immediately said to the people around him. Disperse, don't affect my brother Feng's performance. After Lin Feng got on the track, he immediately felt a surge of blood. When I was driving normally, I didn't have enough fun, and my car god skills were not effective at all. Now I can finally have fun. After getting on the track, Lin Feng stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The Reventon shot out like a sharp arrow. Qian Beibei, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned pale. This driving was too fierce. Although she would usually drive fast, she would never dare to step on the accelerator like Lin Feng did. The Reventon is the top sports car. You can imagine how fast it will go. When it came time to turn, Lin Feng didn't slow down at all. Qian Beibei thought that if she drove like this, she might not have enough 9 lives. She looked at Lin Feng. Looking at his calm face, her heart was beating. This is really a different man. Qian Beibei clenched her fists. She must seize the opportunity. She knew that if she missed Lin Feng, she might never meet a man who could move her like this again in her life. After running a lap, Lin Feng got off the car calmly. Qian Beibei, who looked a little embarrassed, realized something and said apologetically, Sorry, I just had too much fun driving. Are you okay? Unexpectedly, Qian Beibei smiled and said, I'm fine. It was really exciting just now. Although Qian Beibei was frightened by Lin Feng's simple and rough driving style, she had to admit that this speed was really exciting. She had never been in such a fast car. Chapter 394. Driving to your heart's content in club number 7, the afternoon passed quickly, and it was soon evening. What surprised Lin Feng was that Qian Beibei just sat in his passenger seat and peeked at him from time to time. What on earth was she doing? Lin Feng was puzzled. Let's stop here today. I'm also going to go back. What about you? Lin Feng said to Qian Beibei. Qian Beibei said enthusiastically, It's almost time for dinner. I know there's a restaurant nearby that has delicious food. I take you there. Since Qian Beibei said so, Lin Feng couldn't refuse, and he happened to be hungry. So he drove the Reventon to a Western restaurant. The decoration and style looked quite high-end. There were also many luxury cars outside this Western restaurant, with BMWs and Mercedes-Benz as standard, and many sports cars. However, there were still no luxury cars of the level of Reventon here. Fuck, this is a Reventon. Take a picture quickly to post on WeChat Moments. Is this a big bull or a small bull? What big bull or small bull? This is a Reventon, much more expensive than a big bull or a small bull. Several passers-by on the roadside immediately took up their phones and took a lot of pictures of the Reventon. Even in an international metropolis like Shenzhen, Reventon is very rare. Lin Feng didn't care and followed Qian Beibei into the Western restaurant. Qian Beibei had booked a private room on the way here. After the two entered the private room, Lin Feng handed the task of ordering dishes to Qian Beibei. Lin Feng didn't know what delicious food there was, so he just let Qian Beibei take charge. Qian Beibei ordered 2 steaks and a bottle of Lafite. After the waiter left, Qian Beibei held her chin and looked at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, I really envy Qian for having a boyfriend like you who loves her so much. Lin Feng smiled and said, You will have one too. Although Qian Beibei's appearance is a little worse than Qian's, she is definitely a top beauty, and with her pair of long white legs, few men will not be tempted. For a girl like her, it will take only a few minutes to find a boyfriend. But I'm still single now. Qian Bebe sighed and said. After that, Qian Bebe continued, actually, I like a guy recently. He is very outstanding, and I am very moved. But I don't know whether to pursue him. When Lin Feng heard Qian Bebe's words, he was stunned for a moment. Why did she tell me such a thing? Did she think of me as a male best friend? Lin Feng thought for a while and said, if that's the case, then you must be brave to pursue him. But he already has a girlfriend. Qian Bebe stared at Lin Feng and said, and his girlfriend is very beautiful, not worse than me at all. This is a bit complicated. Lin Feng didn't know what to say. To be honest, he had very little experience in love. Even Qian took the initiative herself, otherwise Lin Feng would still be a bachelor now. Qian Bebe stared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, what do you think I should do? How do I know what to do? Lin Feng thought that if he had known earlier, he would not have come to have this meal with her. Lin Feng responded by saying, why don't you just wait until they break up? Qian Bebe looked frustrated, but they have a good relationship and won't break up. Then why don't you just snatch him away? Lin Feng said. Wouldn't that be too mean? No, you're pursuing love. So do you support me doing this? I support. Lin Feng nodded subconsciously. Do you think that guy will like me? Of course, you're so good. Although Lin Feng felt that Qian Bebe's behavior was a little bad, he had to admit that Qian Bebe was indeed a very good girl, rich and pretty, and from such a good family, she was the dream goddess of many boys. At this time, the waiter came up with the dishes. Lin Feng was already so hungry that he said quickly, let's eat first and talk after we finish eating. Okay. Qian Bebe nodded. Lin Feng took a look at the steak on the plate, which was really small. Lin Feng ate the steak in a simple and rough way, and didn't look elegant at all. But Qian Bebe thought Lin Feng was very cute like this. After drinking a few sips of red wine, Qian Bebe's face turned red. Under the influence of alcohol, she said to Lin Feng, can I be your girlfriend? Puff. Lin Feng sprayed out a mouthful of red wine. What did you say? Lin Feng thought he had heard it wrong. Qian Bebe plucked up the courage to say, can I be your girlfriend? In fact, the person I just said is you. At this moment, she was a little nervous and a little expectant. You just said that you would let me pursue love and support me. And you also said that I am so good that you will definitely like me. Lin Feng understood at once. It turned out that he had just set a trap for himself. Lin Feng's thoughts were confused all of a sudden. Something was wrong. Am I destined to have a romantic relationship recently? Lin Qingyu just came yesterday, and now Qian Bebe is here. I don't want to be a scumbag. Why does God force me to do that? Lin Feng hurriedly said, you know I have a girlfriend, and Qian, and you have such a good relationship. Qian Bebe's eyes dimmed suddenly, and her heart was full of guilt. Qian and she are best friends, and they have a very good relationship. She also knows that she can't steal her best friend's boyfriend, but she really likes Lin Feng. If you miss such an excellent man like Lin Feng, you may never meet him in this life. Qian Bebe bit her lips tightly, and after a while, she said, we can be together secretly without letting Qian know. Lin Feng was confused for a moment. Isn't this cheating? Ahem, in fact, liking someone doesn't mean you have to be together. Being friends is good enough. You should understand what I mean, right? Lin Feng could only refuse tactfully. After all, he couldn't really do such a thing behind Qian's back. Qian Bebe said a little disappointedly, I understand what you mean. In fact, Qian Bebe had already expected this result, but she still tried it with a fluke mentality. Lin Feng nodded. It's good that you understand. Suddenly Qian Bebe said firmly, I understand what you mean, but I won't give up. I will compete fairly with Qian. Huh? Lin Feng didn't expect Qian Bebe to be so persistent. He is already with Qian. What kind of fair competition is this? However, Lin Feng was embarrassed to say it too bluntly, so he could only give Qian Bebe a good guy card. In fact, you are a good girl. I don't think I am worthy of you at all. You think you are suitable for better people. Before she finished speaking, Qian Bebe immediately said, you don't need to say anything more. Don't worry, I won't pester you. I will let you like me by yourself. Chapter 395. When Lin Feng returned to the community at night, his mind was still a little confused. When he recalled what Qian Bebe said tonight, his head hurt. The matter of Lin Qingyu has not been resolved yet, and now Qian Bebe has appeared. Lin Feng suddenly felt that he was in a difficult situation. Lin Feng naturally rejected Qian Bebe in the end, but Qian Bebe was a stubborn person and refused to give up. In the end, she said something about fair competition. She also said that she had the right to pursue love, and I had no right to interfere. Should I tell Qian about this? Lin Feng was very entangled in his heart, and finally decided to forget it. If he told Qian Qian, there might be trouble. In the future, I will just stay away from Qian Beibei. If I can't afford to offend her, can I avoid her? After returning home, Lin Feng took out a pack of Yanhua cigarettes, took out one, lit it, and began to smoke. Recently, he found that he smoked a little too frequently, but when he thought about the cigarettes of these systems, it didn't seem to matter. After all, this thing can prolong life. At this time, the news that Lin Feng was going to publish a new book had been announced by Yang Zi on the internet. It attracted the attention of netizens for a while. When they learned that this was a historical text, some fans of Dupo were not happy. Why write history instead of fantasy? However, some people were quite looking forward to it. They didn't expect that Lin Feng's new book would be a historical text. Soon, this news became a hot search on Weibo. A large number of netizens discussed it. I didn't expect that Lin Feng would publish a novel right after finishing the Aries Cup. I really don't know where he got the time. Fighting Break Sphere only accepted 2 women in the end. I am very upset. I hope to accept more this time. Are you stupid? Lin Feng is writing a serious historical article this time. How can he accept women? No matter whether it is good or not, I will watch it for the sake of fighting Break Sphere. Lin Feng didn't know the news at this time. He just turned on the computer and prepared to start the live broadcast tonight. After entering the live broadcast room, Lin Feng learned about this news through the barrage in the live broadcast room. Opening QQ reading, Lin Feng found that the homepage already had a recommendation for Ming Dynasty affairs. It turned out that Yang Zi had helped him publish this book and made a cover for him. Although Lin Bei thought this cover was ugly, it seems that Editor-in-Chief Yang's aesthetics needs to be improved. Of course, Yang Zi did not publish all of them, but published 200,000 words at one time. Lin Feng saw that the collection of Ming Dynasty affairs had reached more than 40,000. You should know that this book was only published in the afternoon, and this data is already terrifying. Since Yang Zi has already done this for him, he doesn't need to worry about it. Just let Yang Zi take charge. Lin Feng likes to do this kind of hands-off thing the most. No longer paying attention to this matter, Lin Feng said to the audience in the live broadcast room, "Then let's start the live broadcast tonight. Anchor, you are late again today. The upstairs, it's a miracle that the anchor can come, and you still want him not to be late. Do you think it's possible?" That's right. Xianyu Anchor's home can probably open a nice shop. Lin Feng saw these comments and felt helpless. Actually, I am not as indifferent as you say, okay? Red Mansion Man. Host, it is very popular to order some girls to play with you during live broadcasts now. Why don't you try it? An old indifferent. Yes, I see that the girls ordered by the hosts are very cute, and the live broadcast effect is not bad. Why don't you try it? Landing with a 98k. I think this is possible. Lin Feng noticed these comments. He had heard about those girls to play with you. It means to spend money to find some girls to play games with you. However, Lin Feng did not pay attention to this area, but he heard that many male hosts have found some female girls to play games with them, and the live broadcast effect is not bad. Since the fans in the live broadcast room said so, Lin Feng thought he could give it a try. After all, the audience is God. Okay, I order a girl to play with me to try. Lin Feng downloaded the most popular play software on the market from the App Store. Then he registered an account, put some money into it, randomly clicked on a girl who looked pleasing to the eye, and sent his game ID to her. After a while, the girl's ad message came in the game. After Lin Feng agreed, the two started the game and appeared on the birth island. Boss, hello. The female companion's voice was very sweet. Lin Feng nodded and said lightly, hello. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room started to brush the barrage. The old man loves to push the cart. This girl's voice is good, I like it very much. Lao Wang next door, who loves to eat chicken. Okay, Lao Wang, I will spend some money to hire a companion tomorrow. A big sausage. Suddenly I am looking forward to it. No wonder it is so popular to play with a companion now. The girls in it speak so nicely. The comments in the live broadcast room were all commenting on this girl. Lin Feng glanced at her and had no interest, so he ignored them directly. Boss, what's your name? The girl's sweet voice came again. Lin Feng thought about it and said, you can just call me Dad. Boss, you are so bad. The girl's aggrieved voice came. Although she was very unhappy in her heart, Lin Feng was the boss and could not be offended, so she could only bear it. The fans in the live broadcast room couldn't help laughing when they heard Lin Feng's dad. 666, the anchor is from my demon sect. May I ask if you are Yubuchuan of the demon sect? 666. This sentence made my dad laugh so hard that his stomach hurts. Shocking. A well-known anchor on a certain platform actually did this to a female companion. Lin Feng stopped teasing the girl and said, "Just call me boss. By the way, what's your name?" "My name is Xiao Liuli," the companion girl said. Lin Feng nodded. "Xiao Liuli is a good name. It sounds nice." Xiao Liuli said happily, "Thank you for the compliment, boss." At this time, the countdown to the birth island is ended, and a plane appears on the screen. Lin Feng subconsciously opened the route to check. This time the route is from Z City to Import, which is a relatively common route. Xiao Liuli immediately asked, "Boss, where are you going to jump?" Lin Feng took a look and said directly, "Let's jump to P City in this round." "Okay, I listen to you, boss," Xiao Liuli said sweetly. Lin Feng asked, "By the way, how is your skill?" "My skill is okay." Lin Feng smiled and said, "If you can't help me win the game later, I will give you a bad review." Chapter 396. Hearing Lin Feng say that he would give a bad review, Xiao Liuli suddenly became anxious. "Boss, don't be like this. Let's talk it out." Xiao Liuli thought, "This boss is really hard to deal with. I have to be careful and not offend him. Otherwise he really gives me a bad review. Then it's over." Lin Feng said seriously, "I'm looking for a playmate just to eat chicken. You can't help me eat chicken. Then why do I need you?" Xiao Liuli said aggrievedly, "Boss, we can talk, and this game sometimes depends on luck. No one can guarantee to eat chicken." Lin Feng said, "I don't care. Anyway, I will give a bad review if I lose." The audience in the live broadcast room laughed for a while when they saw Lin Feng like this. Lao Wang next door, who loves to eat chicken. "Anchor, is it really okay for you to tease the girl like this?" Grandpa Zhang, who sells cucumbers. "That's right. I think the anchor is going to play dumb again." Sweetheart Loli. "Ha ha ha. Brother Lin Feng is as ruthless as ever." The man in the red building. "I just don't know what expression this companion named Xiao Liuli will have if she knows the identity of the anchor." Because Lin Feng used a small account this time, the companion girl did not recognize Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng is still very well known now, especially in the PUBG circle. If he uses his original account, he may be recognized by the girl at once, which is meaningless. The plane flew along the route, and soon arrived over P City. Lin Feng said to Xiao Liuli, "Get ready, let's jump to P City." Xiao Liuli immediately said, "Boss, why don't we find a wild spot with fewer people to jump, so that our chances of winning will be higher?" When Xiao Liuli thought that Lin Feng would be criticized if he couldn't win the game, he suddenly became nervous, fearing that Lin Feng would be killed as soon as he landed. Lin Feng smiled and said, "No, just jump to P City directly." After that, Lin Feng jumped directly to P City. During the landing process, he observed other players who jumped to P City and roughly understood their landing positions, which was convenient for killing people. "Isn't this boss a rookie? Why does he feel that he lands so fast?" Xiao Liuli looked at Lin Feng and landed quickly, feeling a little confused. Is he pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? It doesn't look like it. Lin Feng and Xiao Liuli landed one after another. Lin Feng picked up a Uzi submachine gun when he landed, but Xiao Liuli was lucky and picked up an M16 assault rifle. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Liuli and decided to tease her. Lin Feng said, "Xiao Liuli, give me your M16 rifle. I will give you this very useful submachine gun." "Ah?" Xiao Liuli didn't expect Lin Feng to ask for her rifle right away. She looked at the Uzi submachine gun in Lin Feng's hand and looked disgusted. "It's obviously the worst submachine gun, but he said it's very useful. This boss is very bad." Xiao Liuli said, "Boss, I need good equipment to protect you and help you win the game." Bad review. No, boss, this gun is for you." Xiao Liuli threw the M16 assault rifle in front of Lin Feng, feeling very wronged, but she didn't dare to say anything. This boss is so mean, he always gives bad reviews. Life is so hard. Xiao Liuli silently complained about Lin Feng in her heart. When the fans in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they immediately started to post comments. "Ha ha ha, Xiao Liuli felt wronged. It's really not easy to make this little money from the anchor. You even want to snatch the little girl's rifle, anchor, you are so inhuman." Yes, I am also a companion player, and I am most afraid of meeting a boss like the anchor who has many requirements. Lin Feng saw the comments in the live broadcast room and said with a smile, "I just teased her. I won't really give her a bad review." After that, Lin Feng picked up the M16 rifle on the ground with a smile and handed the submachine gun to Xiao Liuli. At this time, Lin Feng found a player popping up from the next building, and Lin Feng subconsciously raised the muzzle of the gun and prepared to attack. But the next second, he suddenly put away the gun in his hand, pushed Xiao Liuli, and said, "Xiao Liuli, there is someone in the 35 direction, protect me quickly." "Here I come." Xiao Liuli hurriedly went to the 35 direction, and as expected, he saw a player, and immediately raised the submachine gun in his hand and shot at him. Duh. Fortunately, the distance was not very far. Even the UJI submachine gun could shoot and knock the opponent down. After Xiao Liuli knocked the opponent down, he immediately killed the opponent again. At this time, in the live broadcast room, Lin Feng's fans immediately brushed the barrage. "Fuck, Anchor, you actually want a girl to protect you. It's too shameless. I have never seen such a shameless person. I have never seen such a shameless person +1. I've never seen such a shameless person, plus 10,086. Lin Feng's live broadcast room was immediately flooded with this sentence, "I've never seen such a shameless person." Lin Feng immediately said, "How can I be called shameless? I'm giving her a chance to show off. If I take action, won't this companion player have no sense of existence? Why do I think what the anchor said makes sense? But it seems that the skills of this companion girl are pretty good. Yes, I also order a girl to try tomorrow." At this time, Xiao Liuli had already solved the second player. Your teammate Xiao Liuli used the Uzi submachine gun to kill the player JFOFG. Lin Feng nodded. This skill is already very good among ordinary players. "Boss, why didn't you shoot just now?" Xiao Liuli said. Lin Feng was holding an M16 assault rifle, which was much better than the submachine gun in her hand. Lin Feng said, "My shooting skills are not very good, so I won't waste bullets and just leave it to you." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Liuli felt a headache. "Are you that bad? How can I help you win the game?" Xiao Liuli said, "Boss, to be honest, it's a bit difficult for you to win the game with your skills. I will try my best to help you, but I can't guarantee that you will win the game." Lin Feng sighed and said, "It doesn't matter. I will give you a bad review anyway." "Boss, don't be like this," Xiao Liuli said aggrievedly. She regretted it now. If she had known, she would not have accepted Lin Feng's order. This boss is really hard to serve. The neighbor Lao Wang who loves to eat chicken. "Anchor, you are too mean. Even I, Lao Wang, can't stand it." Grandpa Zhang who sells cucumbers. "Yes, Xiao Liuli is such a cute girl. Anchor, how can you bully her like this?" Jedi Data Analyst. Xiao Liuli can accept this order from the anchor today. Her future in the companion game industry is limitless. Chapter 397. Xiao Liuli didn't know that her boss was the famous Lin Feng. If she knew, she would not be as calm as she is now. You know, she is also a small fan of Lin Feng. She often watches Lin Feng's live broadcast, but she didn't watch it tonight. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng called her. Meeting a popular anchor like Lin Feng as a boss is extremely lucky for them as companions. Many companions became popular because they were called by the anchor, and then many people went to her to place orders, and the price of the orders also went up. Like Xiao Liuli tonight, some of Lin Feng's fans will definitely go to her to place orders later. Of course, Xiao Liuli doesn't know this now. The only thing she wants to do now is to ask Lin Feng not to give her a bad review. You know, in the companion industry, the impact of bad reviews is very large. Lin Feng deliberately walked behind Xiao Liuli, and let Xiao Liuli take action when he met an enemy. He looked very cowardly. Xiao Liuli was also secretly helpless. How could he have such a boss? However, Xiao Liuli's skills were not bad, and he soon killed two players again. Player Xiao Liuli used the M416 assault rifle to kill the player Yugoi JGA. Player Xiao Liuli used the M416 assault rifle to kill the player IG Chess GJ in Cell. The audience in the live broadcast room was surprised. They didn't expect that Xiao Liuli's skills were so good. Fate Bridge. Oh my god, this Xiao Liuli is so powerful. Ultraman vs Iron Man. She is really good among girls. I will go to play with this girl tomorrow. Sweetheart Loli. Brother Lin Feng, how long are you going to pretend? Lin Feng ignored the comments in the live broadcast room. He saw Xiao Liuli picked up a 98K sniper rifle. It must be said that Xiao Liuli's luck is really good. Lin Feng said meaningfully, Xiao Liuli, the 98K in your hand looks so good. It's really good. The fans in the live broadcast room immediately complained when they heard Lin Feng's words. Host, please be a human being. Yes, it's not easy for our Xiao Liuli to pick up a 98K. I've never seen such a shameless host. Host, do you have the nerve to bully a little girl like this? Xiao Liuli understood Lin Feng's thoughts in an instant, and felt very reluctant in her heart. This is a 98K, Xiao Lioli said. Boss, this 98K sniper rifle is not suitable for you, otherwise I will find a sniper rifle for you later. Xiao Lioli tried to make a final struggle to keep the 98K in her hand. Lin Feng was unmoved. But I still think this 98K is very good looking. Xiao Lioli felt aggrieved. What kind of boss did she meet? He is simply a rogue, but she could only succumb to Lin Feng's tyranny. Xiao Lioli said, since the boss thinks this 98K is good looking, then I give it to you. How can I feel embarrassed to give it to you? Lin Feng said with a smile. As long as the boss likes it, everything is for the boss. Xiao Lioli said solemnly, and then added pitifully, I hope the boss will not give me a bad review, otherwise Lioli will have to eat dirt this month. After that, Xiao Lioli reluctantly threw the 98K in front of Lin Feng, and Lin Feng picked it up with a smile, looking like a real villain. Lioli is so pitiful, I feel so bad for her. Shocked. A famous anchor on a certain platform actually did this to a female companion player. Look, anchor, even the shock department can't stand it. Anchor, please draw your sword, I protect this little Lioli. After Lin Feng picked up the 98K, he suddenly asked Xiao Lioli, how much money can you make as a companion player in a month? Hearing Lin Feng's question, Xiao Lioli replied, very little, I'm just a part-time worker, if I were a full-time worker, I would probably starve to death. Lin Feng said, don't people say that companion players are very profitable now? They make tens of thousands a month. Those are some of the more popular companion players. A small companion player like me can only earn a few hundred yuan in pocket money a month, and no one will hire me. Xiao Lioli replied. Lin Feng smiled and said, I think you will be very popular soon. Lin Feng's live broadcast room now firmly occupies the first place in Huya's popularity in the same period, with 700 to 800 million views. Now Xiao Lioli has been clicked, which has brought huge traffic and popularity to Xiao Lioli. And the fans in his live broadcast room like Xiao Lioli very much, and they are still complaining about Lin Feng bullying Xiao Lioli. After tonight, Xiao Lioli will probably become one of the most popular companions on the companion platform. Xiao Lioli doesn't know why Lin Feng said this. The only thing she wants now is to ask Lin Feng not to give her a bad review. So, boss, if you give me a bad review, even fewer people will click on me, and then I will have to eat dirt. Xiao Lioli said. Lin Feng asked curiously, what do you usually do? I'm studying dance, and I'm still in the internship stage. Xiao Lioli replied. Then Xiao Lioli asked, boss, what's your job? Lin Feng smiled and said, I'm a rectangular concrete space transfer engineer. Oh, it sounds very high-end. Xiao Lioli said blankly. She didn't understand what Lin Feng's job was at all, but the name was so long, it should be a high-end job. At this time, fans in Lin Feng's live broadcast room started to post comments. Xie Guangquan from the funeral family, rectangular concrete space transfer engineer? Isn't this just moving bricks? Sweetheart Loli, I thought it was something else, but it turns out to be moving bricks. Brother Lin Feng, you are so naughty. Lao Wang next door, who loves to eat chicken. 666, the anchor is getting more and more coquettish. You said moving bricks is a flower. Brick mover Xiao Lu, anchor, I learned it. When I go on a blind date tomorrow, if the other party asks me about my profession, I will say that I am a rectangular concrete space transfer engineer. This will make me look cooler. Red Mansion Man, anchor, look, another honest man has been corrupted by you. Xiao Lioli still didn't understand Lin Feng's profession, but she didn't care. What the boss's profession was had nothing to do with her. She just had to serve the boss well, and not let the boss give a bad review. Lin Feng and Xiao Lioli walked around P-City. The players who jumped into P-City this time were relatively weak, and there were no powerful characters. Xiao Lioli handled it alone. So Lin Feng didn't make any move at all, and just followed Xiao Lioli and licked the box. Xiao Lioli consciously let Lin Feng lick the box first to choose the equipment he needed, and then she went over to lick the box that Lin Feng had filled. It looked a bit sad, but there was nothing she could do. She was really a little afraid of Lin Feng, who would give bad reviews at every turn. Who could stand this? Chapter 398. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Lioli and said with a smile, why do I feel like you are afraid of me? Am I too fierce? Xiao Lioli complained silently in her heart, with your appearance of always giving bad reviews, which companion player would not be afraid? But this must not be said. Xiao Lioli immediately said, no, boss, you misunderstood me, everything is for the boss. Lin Feng smiled and asked, then you companion players can only play games? Can't you pay extra to provide some special services? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Lioli was furious. This bastard actually wanted special services. Why don't you go to a whore? Hearing Lin Feng's words, the fans in the live broadcast room immediately started to brush the barrage. The red-haired man of the Burial Love family, Anchor, what are you doing? You actually want special services, you can't make mistakes. Sweetheart lowly, brother Lin Feng, how can you do this? I am the infinite heavenly lord. Fu Sheng infinite heavenly lord, Anchor, if you want special services, you might as well take me with you. Uncle Jean who sells bitter melon, report. The audience in the live broadcast naturally knew that Lin Feng was just teasing Xiao Liuli. Even if he really wanted special services, he would not say it so boldly in the live broadcast room. Xiao Liuli said coldly, Boss, please respect yourself. Xiao Liuli, don't do this kind of business. Lin Feng continued to smile and asked, add money? I don't have anything else, but I have a lot of money. No matter how much money you pay, if you are like this, I won't do this order. Xiao Liuli said, I just want you to sing a song. Why are you so angry? Lin Feng said. Ah? Xiao Liuli was stunned for a moment and asked, Boss, is the special service you mentioned singing? Yes. What other special services do you have? Lin Feng asked in pretended surprise. Xiao Liuli quickly said, No, singing is easy, I can sing well. After Xiao Liuli finished speaking, she added, But if you sing, you have to pay extra. Lin Feng smiled and said directly, Bad review. Hearing the word bad review, Xiao Liuli was immediately scared and quickly said, No, boss, don't do this. Lin Feng smiled and said, Then do you want to pay more? No, I'm having a good time chatting with the boss. I don't want to pay for singing. Xiao Liuli said against her will. The fans in the live broadcast room were already laughing. Red Mansion Man, the Anchor is really too mean. Look at how Xiao Liuli has been bullied. Check little horse, Anchor, have you seen the 40-meter long sword in my hand? Hurry up and be nice to my Xiao Liuli. Sweetheart lowly, brother Lin Feng, please stop bullying Xiao Liuli. It's not easy for her to come out to play with you. Fans in the live broadcast room expressed sympathy for Xiao Liuli and condemned Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at the barrage in the live broadcast room and saw that the audience were all standing up for Xiao Liuli. He smiled and said, I'm just teasing her, I won't really bully her. Scumbag. You are bullying her now. Anchor, aren't you afraid that Sister Qianqian will twist your head open later? Yes, Sister Qianqian will definitely be unhappy if you tease the playmate like this. Seeing these comments, Lin Feng said with a smile, I can see that you guys must have a low status at home. Our Qianqian is the one who listens to me the most. After that, Lin Feng no longer paid attention to the comments in the live broadcast room, and said to Xiao Liuli with a smile, Let's play a song now. Can you order a song? Xiao Liuli said, Boss, what song do you want to listen to? Let me see if I can sing it. Let's play a song called Love of the Boat Tracker. Lin Feng said. Xiao Liuli was speechless for a while. What era is this song from? And the lyrics are so embarrassing. How can he sing it? Xiao Liuli said directly, Boss, I don't know this song. Little Black Pig Peppa, 666, Love of the Boat Tracker, this song is very classic. Magic of Love Spinning Circles, Host, you are too bad, you actually let the girl sing this song. Sweetheart lowly, yes, I think the playmate is so pitiful. The fans in the live broadcast room immediately started another round of comments. Lin Feng said to Xiao Liuli, How come you can't even sing such a simple song? Then tell me, what songs can you sing? Xiao Liuli felt aggrieved, and then said, How about I sing you a song called 10 Years, which is super nice. Lin Feng's face couldn't help but look a little weird. 10 years, isn't this his song? The audience in the live broadcast room also started to post comments after hearing what Xiao Liuli said. Red Mansion Man, isn't this the host's original song? Is Xiao Liuli a fan of the host? Sweetheart lowly, I think it's very likely that Xiao Liuli is a fan of the host. A dragon-slaying sword. Host, you even bully your fans. It's really crazy. Lin Feng said, then sing it. Chapter 399. Okay, boss, I sing. After getting Lin Feng's permission, Xiao Liuli began to recall the lyrics of 10 years, and then began to sing. 10 years ago, I didn't know you, you didn't belong to me. We are still the same, accompanying a stranger. Xiao Liuli only sang a part of the climax. His voice was very beautiful. Although it was not as good as Lin Feng's, it was already very outstanding. You sang well. Lin Feng praised. Hee, it's not bad, this song was written by my idol. Xiao Liuli laughed. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard what Xiao Liuli said. This is really his little fangirl. Lin Feng deliberately asked, "Who is your idol?" Xiao Liuli immediately said excitedly, "My idol is a genius. He is very good at playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. He is the strongest professional PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds esports player in China. At the same time, he is also an original singer. Do you know Battle Through the Heavens? He also wrote that. And he can also write poems. He is an excellent poet. By the way, he is also a racing driver. Anyway, he basically knows everything." When Lin Feng was mentioned, Xiao Liuli started to talk non-stop. Lin Feng almost couldn't help laughing. Is it really okay to flatter me like this? The fans in the live broadcast room couldn't laugh anymore at that time, and they all started to post comments. Italian Canon, why do I feel like this little Liuli is the anchor's agent? I am Bald Yasuo. This little Liuli is really a fan of the anchor, and she looks obsessed. Uncle Jean who sells bitter melon. If this girl hadn't said it, I would have almost forgotten that the anchor has so many identities. Sweetheart Loli. Sister Xiao Liuli sings pretty well. Brother Lin Feng, please don't bully her. Lin Feng pretended to be surprised and said, "How can there be such an excellent person in this world? Are you fooling me? I am shameless. I have never seen such a shameless anchor. Shameless anchor +1. Hearing Lin Feng praising himself, the fans in the live broadcast room immediately started to complain. Xiao Liuli immediately said, "Boss, what I said is true. You can check these things on the internet yourself. Speaking of which, my idol should be live now. In order to take your order, I didn't watch the idol's live broadcast." Xiao Liuli said. "What's wrong? Do you still feel wronged?" Lin Feng asked. How could Xiao Liuli dare to complain? She quickly said, No, boss, let's continue the game." Lin Feng glanced at P-City and estimated that there were no people in it. He said to Xiao Liuli, "Then let's go somewhere else. There are no people to kill here." Xiao Liuli secretly complained in his heart, "I killed everyone. This boss is really shameless." But Lin Feng is the boss, so he can't say anything. The two came to the car washing point outside P-City and happened to see a small car. Xiao Liuli had no choice but to become the driver and drove Lin Feng away from the Magic City. When passing a small house area, gunshots continued to sound inside. Lin Feng immediately instructed Xiao Liuli, "Go and solve them all and come back." Based on the gunshots, Lin Feng judged that there should be only one person left in the house area, and Xiao Liuli should be able to solve it. Xiao Liuli raised her mouth, feeling aggrieved, but she dared not disobey, so she could only run towards the house with the gun in her hand. She had a very bad time playing this game, being bullied by the boss Lin Feng, who threatened her with bad reviews at every turn. I believe that if this hateful boss places an order again, I will definitely not accept it. Xiao Liuli thought silently in her heart. Red hair of the burial love family. This anchor is so inhuman, he actually let a girl rush to the front. Pangahai chrysanthemum tea. Yes, he only knows how to bully my Xiao Liuli all day long. Funeral life. The anchor is so naughty. If Xiao Liuli knew the identity of the anchor, I don't know if she would still be your little fangirl. The fans in the live broadcast room saw Lin Feng commanding Xiao Liuli to kill people, and they immediately complained again. Lin Feng didn't care at all. At this time, Xiao Liuli had already walked into the house. Soon he encountered the players in the house, and the two of them fought directly. Bang 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 bang. Duh. Two gunshots rang out one after another. After a round of gunfire, Xiao Liuli was knocked to the ground. Although the opponent was also seriously injured, he was not fatally injured. Xiao Liuli panicked all of a sudden. It was over. This game was definitely over. Xiao Liuli didn't think that the bastard boss would come to save him at all, and even if he came, he would definitely not be able to beat this guy. So Xiao Liuli is basically desperate now. He can only hope that the boss will not give him a bad review because of his hard work. The opponent raised the gun in his hand and pointed the muzzle at Xiao Liuli's head. Xiao Liuli closed her eyes for a moment, waiting for death to come. Bang! The next second, a 98K sniper rifle sounded. A 7.62mm bullet hit the opposite side directly, killing the player opposite Xiao Liuli with a headshot. Xiao Liuli stared at everything in front of her blankly, a little bit unbelievable that she was not dead. I saw that Lin Feng had been standing at the door without knowing when. After Xiao Liuli was knocked down, he shot and killed the other party, quite a bit of a hero saving a beauty. Xiao Liuli immediately asked, "So, boss, your shooting skills are so good." Lin Feng touched his nose. "I was just lucky. I just fired a shot casually, but I didn't expect to really hit it." Xiao Liuli couldn't figure it out for a while. Is this boss pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, or is he really a bad player? Lin Feng walked over and helped Xiao Liuli up, and couldn't help teasing her. Your performance is not good, and you even need the boss to save you. Should I give you a bad review or not? Xiao Liuli panicked all of a sudden. This boss really didn't change his bad habits. He immediately said, No, boss, even if I don't have any credit, I have worked hard. Lin Feng nodded. Okay, perform well later, and I won't give you a bad review. The two drove on, and quickly came to the location of Y City. When in Y City, Lin Feng couldn't help but kill two players, both with one shot in the head. Xiao Liuli was even more confused, and couldn't help but suspect that this boss was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Boss, you are so good at shooting, why do you keep pretending to be a rookie? Xiao Liuli asked. Lin Feng waved his hands. Really not, I just fired 2 shots randomly. Who knew I would get lucky and hit him in the head? I'm so lucky today, I guess I have to buy 2 lottery tickets later, maybe I win tens of millions, and life will be wonderful. Chapter 400. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Liuli rolled her eyes and said, Boss, it's better to be down to earth. Lottery tickets are not reliable. Lin Feng smiled and said nothing. The game continued, and soon had reached a white-hot stage. In order not to arouse Xiao Liuli's suspicion, Lin Feng did not easily take action, and generally let Xiao Liuli handle it. Soon it was the finals, which was on the mountain north of Y City. Lin Feng and Xiao Liuli hid behind a stone. There were only 4 people left in the finals. That is to say, apart from Lin Feng and Xiao Liuli, there were only 2 others. At this time, Lin Feng heard a gust of wind and grass, and basically determined the enemy's position, but Xiao Liuli was still looking around. Lin Feng said, I suddenly have a hunch that there may be someone in the bushes above the 78 direction. Boss, is it true? Xiao Liuli said a little doubtfully. You will know if you try it? Lin Feng said with a smile. Xiao Liuli took out a grenade from his backpack with doubt, and then aimed at the bush that Lin Feng mentioned and threw it directly. The grenade showed a perfect parabola, and was thrown accurately into the bush that Lin Feng mentioned. Then the next second, 2 players ran out of the bush. The grenade exploded in the next second. Although the 2 were not eliminated, they were also blown half to pieces. Xiao Liuli was stunned for a moment. The boss was right. There was really someone in the bush. Lin Feng immediately reminded, Why are you still standing there? Fight! Xiao Liuli reacted and immediately picked up the M416 assault rifle in his hand, and fired wildly at the 2 people. The 2 men were just forced out of the bushes by the grenade, and they had no time to react, and were killed by Xiao Liuli. A moment later, Lin Feng successfully won the game. The chicken-eating sign appeared on the screen. Good luck, chicken, tonight. After successfully winning the game, Lin Feng looked at the barrage that disappeared. Bah, relying on women to win the game, shameless. Scumbag, relying on women to win the game, shameless. The doctor said that the anchor has a bad stomach, and is more suitable for eating gigolos. Brother Lin Feng is so wronged. Seeing the barrage in the live broadcast room, Lin Feng couldn't help but say, You bunch of black fans. Boss, do you want to continue? Xiao Liuli asked. It was 2 hours when Lin Feng placed the order, and now he has only played for less than an hour. Lin Feng said, Of course, but I'm not in a hurry. I go to the toilet first. A dragon-slaying sword. Going to the toilet again, is the anchor suffering from kidney deficiency? Uncle Jean who sells bitter melons. What you said is nonsense. With a girlfriend like Qianqian, how can the anchor not have kidney deficiency? Jedi old driver, I understand, we all understand. I am bald Yasuo. Frequent urination, urgency, back pain, please use Huiran Shenbao tablets. While Lin Feng was in the toilet, Xiao Liuli picked up her mobile phone and opened Huya Live. Brother Lin Feng is indeed live streaming, hurry in and take a look. As a die-hard fan of Lin Feng, Xiao Liuli has always paid close attention to Lin Feng's live broadcast room. But when he entered Lin Feng's live broadcast room, he immediately found something wrong. Judging from the barrage in the live broadcast room, Lin Feng should have gone to the toilet. And why is this player who teamed up with Lin Feng so familiar? Isn't this me? Could it be that the jerk boss just now was brother Lin Feng? Xiao Liuli pinched her arm hard and found that she was not dreaming. The person who played games with her just now was Lin Feng. No wonder she always felt that he was playing the pig to eat the tiger. Humph, brother Lin Feng is really too bad. Lin Feng had to go to the toilet and return to the live broadcast room. Seeing the barrage in the live broadcast room, he suddenly felt bad. The comments were all about kidney deficiency, Huiran Shenbao tablets, and Luwei Dihuang pills. Lin Feng said with a dark face, Don't bother, my kidneys are fine. Jedi old driver. Anchor, you don't need to be like this, we are all men, we understand. I am bald Yasuo. That's right, it's not a shameful thing, just say it boldly. Sweetheart Loli. You are so bad, setting a trap for brother Lin Feng. Lin Feng rarely paid attention to the comments in the live broadcast room, and said to Xiao Lioli, let's start the game. Xiao Lioli snorted. Brother Lin Feng, how long are you going to pretend? Ah? What did you say? Why don't I understand? Lin Feng said pretendingly. Don't pretend, I just went to your live broadcast room to watch. Xiao Lioli said. Lin Feng didn't expect to be discovered so quickly, and said with a smile, I'm so embarrassed that you found me. Xiao Lioli said angrily, I'm the deputy leader of the Lin Feng fan club. You actually bullied me like this. I'm angry. Lin Feng was a little dumbfounded for a moment. Lin Feng fan club? How come I didn't know about this thing? Lin Feng and Xiao Lioli chatted for a while, and then started the game directly. Since Xiao Lioli already knew her identity, Lin Feng stopped teasing her, and began to show his true strength. Xiao Lioli was naturally very excited. She was very happy to be able to play games with her idol. Xiao Lioli immediately turned into a fangirl, and pestered Lin Feng with questions along the way. After a few games, Lin Feng saw that the 2-hour order he had placed on the companion platform had expired. Xiao Lioli, the 2 hours are up, let's stop here today. Lin Feng said. Xiao Lioli pouted. Brother Lin Feng, let's play for a while, I won't charge you money, okay? Lin Feng hurriedly said, I'm about to go off the air, let's stop here today. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Lioli was anxious for a while. Don't be like this, otherwise I give you money, you play games with me. Lin Feng couldn't help but have a few black lines on his forehead. After Xiao Lioli knew his identity, his attitude changed 180 degrees. Jedi old driver, host, this little Lioli is going to support you. Murongfeng ya, I envy you. Handsome people are really different. Sweetheart Loli, he, brother Lin Feng, come and play with me. I will support you. Landing with a 98k, host is too popular. You can't support him. Is there any girl who wants to support me? I will pay for it. Chicken eater cute, no get out. The fans in the live broadcast room saw what Xiao Lioli said, and immediately started to brush the barrage. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, I will find you to play next time when I have time. I will be off the air soon. Xiao Lioli was a little disappointed and said, you can't lie to me. You must find me to play next time. Chapter 401. Lin Feng said a few perfunctory words to Xiao Lioli, and then quit the game. When the fans in the live broadcast room saw Lin Feng's posture, they knew that this lazy anchor was going to go off the air again. Generally, anchors would add a few hours of broadcasting when they saw that there were many people in the live broadcast room. But you can't expect Lin Feng, a lazy anchor, to add more broadcasting. It's good enough that he didn't go off the air early. Sweetheart Loli, brother Lin Feng is going to go off the air so early, can't he go on for a little longer? Jedi old driver, Lin Feng, it's impossible to add more broadcasting in this life, and I can only rely on lazy anchoring to make a living. Jianghu Baixiuxing, anchor, don't leave, I give you gifts now. Flying noodles, that's right, as long as you go on for a little longer, we will give you gifts. Lin Feng saw the barrage in the live broadcast room and immediately smiled and said, I wanted to go on for a little longer, but in order not to let everyone spend money, I go off. After that, Lin Feng directly exited the live broadcast room, leaving a group of confused viewers. It's all over, don't come tomorrow. I'm not coming tomorrow, this anchor is too lazy. Tomorrow we can see a large group of really good viewers. After Lin Feng left the live broadcast room, he washed his face and brushed his teeth and went to bed. It was late at night, and outside was a world of flashing neon lights. Shenzhen was a city that never sleeps. And Ran leaned against the French window, flipping through the documents in her hand. The agent Li Jia next to her asked, and Ran, what do you think of these songs? And Ran frowned and said, these songs are not very good. Agent Li Jia was a little helpless. These are the best songs I have chosen. Why don't you go find Lin Feng? You have a good relationship with him, so ask him to write a few songs for you. And Ran sighed, that's the only way. With his talent, it shouldn't be a problem. Since knowing that Lin Feng has a girlfriend, and Ran didn't want to bother him. But in terms of talent, who can compare with Lin Feng? The next morning, Lin Feng got up surprisingly early. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he ran a few laps downstairs in the community playground. After breakfast, He went home and took a cold shower. After taking a shower, a call came in. Lin Feng picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number, and many people had marked it as a harassing call. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Feng?" It was a man's voice on the other side. "It's me." Lin Feng nodded. "It's like this, Mr. Lin Feng. The villa you bought on Fenghua Road has been renovated in advance. You can move in at any time." Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. If it weren't for this call, he probably forgot that he had a villa. "Okay, I know." After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng called Qianqian directly. "Qianqian, do you have time today? The villa I bought on Fenghua Road has been renovated. Come with me to see it." In fact, Lin Feng had other ideas. If they could live together, it would be a good choice. Qianqian was so happy when she received Lin Feng's message that she said quickly, Yes, I just don't have classes today. Brother Lin Feng, please come to school to pick me up." Qianqian hung up the phone happily, and then called the counselor to ask for a day off. Qianbei saw Qianqian's happy look and asked curiously, "What's the matter, Qianqian? So happy?" Qianqian said happily, "Nothing, it's just that Brother Lin Feng asked me to go out and play." "Oh, a sour smell of love." Sure enough, women in love are crazy. The other two roommates immediately teased. Qianbei smiled bitterly. She was obviously not bad. She chased Lin Feng and was rejected by him, but Qianqian could enjoy his exclusive love. Qianbei sighed. "Maybe love is like this, but I will definitely not give up." "Shall we?" immediately asked curiously. "Qianqian, where is your boyfriend going to take you to play? Get a room or something?" Hearing Xiaohui's words, Qianqian's face immediately blushed. "What nonsense are you talking about? Brother Lin Feng has a villa on Fenghua Road. It just happened to be renovated today and wants to take me to see it. Villa, and it's on Fenghua Road. It must be worth tens of millions. Your boyfriend is really rich," Lan said with envy. Qianbei said, "How about Qianqian, take me with you. Our family is just planning to buy a villa on Fenghua Road. Let's go and see what the environment is like this time." Qianqian didn't think much about it and said immediately, "Okay, but I have classes today." "Don't you have to go to class? Or do you want to ask for leave?" Qianbei said indifferently, "Don't worry about him. Do you think I will skip classes every day?" Qianqian nodded. Qianbei really didn't care much about studying and often sneaked out to play. However, her family is rich, and the school doesn't dare to control him. "Okay, Brother Lin Feng will come to the school gate to pick us up later. Let's go first." Qianqian didn't know about Qianbei and Lin Feng, so she didn't care and took Qianbei to the school gate. After Lin Feng finished talking to Qianqian on the phone, he came to the community garage and drove out his Maserati. Reventon's words were still too high profile, especially in a place like a university. Lin Feng didn't want to attract attention. Although Maserati is also considered a luxury car, it is still relatively common in an international metropolis like Shenzhen. Driving the Maserati out, Lin Feng sped all the way, always keeping the speed within the speeding range. After all, as a good citizen of Yan country, traffic rules must be followed. Half an hour later, Lin Feng quickly arrived at the gate of Shenzhen University, and saw two beautiful scenery standing at the school gate from a distance, attracting the attention of many men passing by. Lin Feng frowned slightly. "What's going on? Why is Qianbei here too?" She didn't say anything to Qianqian, did she? Lin Feng was shocked, fearing that Qianqian would misunderstand something. After seeing the familiar Maserati, Qianqian immediately waved. Lin Feng was relieved to see Qianqian like this. It seemed that Qianbei didn't say anything nonsense. After Lin Feng parked the car beside him, Qianqian immediately ran over with Qianbei with a happy face. Qianqian smiled and said, "Brother Lin Feng," Bebe said she wanted to go with us to see the villa. "Sure, classmate Qianbei is very elegant," Lin Feng said with a fake smile. Qianbei didn't care about Lin Feng's words at all. She rolled up her hair and smiled charmingly. "My family also wants to buy a villa on Fenghua Road recently, so I took this opportunity to go and take a look." Lin Feng knew that Qianbei had bad intentions, but he didn't care. He said, "Then get in the car." Chapter 402. Qianbei consciously sat in the back seat, leaving the passenger seat to Qianqian. Lin Feng drove to Fenghua Road quickly. After parking the car in front of the villa, Lin Feng called the sales agent in charge of this matter. The salesman did not dare to neglect it, and rushed over immediately, and handed the key to Lin Feng. The salesman glanced at Qianqian and Qianbei beside Lin Feng, and muttered in his heart, "The life of rich people is chic, and the girls are more beautiful than each other." Under the guidance of the salesman, Lin Feng and the other two walked into the villa. The decoration is very luxurious, and the furniture and other things are arranged properly. You can move in with your luggage. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. It is indeed a luxurious villa, which is indeed different. Qianqian and Qian Beibei are very calm. After all, their families are very rich, and this kind of villa is nothing to them. "Beibei, what do you think?" Qianqian asked Qian Beibei. Qian Beibei nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, I also want to buy a house here, maybe we will be neighbors in the future." After saying that, Qian Beibei looked at Lin Feng meaningfully. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Is Qian Beibei serious? In order to pursue me, he has to spend a lot of money to buy a villa? "Brother Lin Feng, I'm going to the bathroom first," Qianqian said. "Okay, I wait for you here," Lin Feng said with a smile. After Qianqian left, Lin Feng glanced at Qian Beibei, frowned and said, "What do you want to do? I told you very clearly last night." Qian Beibei felt a surge of grievances in her heart, and said in a trembling voice, "Am I Qian Beibei so bad? Do you dislike me like this?" Lin Feng had a headache. "It's not a question of whether you are bad or not, the key is that I have a girlfriend." "I said I don't care," Qian Beibei said stubbornly. "Is this girl sick? Is she a slut?" Lin Feng thought so in his heart, but he couldn't say such straightforward words. He could only say, "I advise you to give up as soon as possible." After saying that, he ignored Qian Beibei. "You can do whatever you want. I don't care about you." After looking at the house, Lin Feng drove Qian Beibei back to school. Qian Beibei didn't want to get off the car, but she couldn't find a reason to stay, so she had to get off the car and go back to school. Qian Beibei stood at the school gate, and a wave of grievances surged in her heart. "What's wrong with me, Qian Beibei? You Lin Feng just don't like me." "Beibei, why are you here?" A tall and handsome boy walked over with a smile. "I'm just strolling around," Qian Beibei said in a cold tone. This boy is Xiao Chao, the captain of the basketball team who pursued Qianqian before. He is also a big shot in the school, and a secret crush of many schoolgirls. Xiao Chao failed to pursue Qianqian, so he immediately changed his target and pursued Qian Beibei. Qian Beibei naturally didn't have a good impression of him. If she couldn't pursue Qianqian, she would pursue me. What did she think of me, Qian Beibei? Xiao Chao didn't mind Qian Beibei's tone at all, and said attentively, "I heard that there is a new dessert shop opened at the east gate of the school. It's very good. How about I treat you?" Qian Beibei said with an icy face, "No, I don't like desserts. But I heard from the people in your dormitory that you like desserts the most," Xiao Chao said unwillingly. "I said I don't want to eat, so I'm leaving first." After saying that, Qian Beibei left without saying anything. A Maserati was driving fast on the road. Qianqian, who was sitting in the passenger seat, said, "Brother Lin Feng, why do I feel that Beibei's eyes are a little strange when she looks at you?" Hearing Qianqian's words, Lin Feng was so scared that his hands trembled, and he almost hit the guardrail next to him. Did Qianqian see something? "No, I haven't done anything wrong. So what am I afraid of?" Lin Feng thought so, and said immediately, "Maybe she was attracted by my handsome appearance." Puff. Qianqian chuckled and said, "Brother Lin Feng, you are so narcissistic. Beibei is very popular in our school. There are a lot of boys chasing her, but they don't like you, a narcissist. If that's the case, it would be great." Lin Feng sighed, feeling helpless. After returning to the community, Lin Feng said to Qianqian, "Qianqian, why don't you move to the villa and live with me? Anyway, the villa is so big, it's a waste for one person to live there, and it's not far from your school." Qianqian blushed. "Does this count as living together?" After hesitating for a moment, she nodded and said, "Okay, but you can't do bad things." Lin Feng said happily, "How could I do bad things? Look at my face. The word good is written on it." Qianqian rolled her eyes. "If you are a good person, there will be no bad people in this world." The two quickly agreed to come over to move things on the weekend. Back upstairs, Lin Feng accompanied Qianqian to lie on the sofa and watch the latest soap opera. Lin Feng didn't like watching TV at first, but he suddenly found it quite good. This Descendants of the Moon tells the inspirational story about Qin Tian traveling to a modern city, and then joining the army by chance and becoming a qualified soldier to serve the motherland. There are also some love stories interspersed in it. Just when Lin Feng was watching TV very enthusiastically, and Ran called and told Lin Feng about the new song. Lin Feng agreed immediately. "Okay, no problem, I write it, and send it to you tonight. And Ram was startled and said quickly, "Don't be so anxious, time is not so tight." Lin Feng said indifferently, "It's okay, writing a song only takes a few minutes for me, an afternoon is enough." And Ran heard Lin Feng's words. Her expression was complicated. As expected, God was unfair, giving all the talents to Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally had no talent. He had no talent at all. Writing songs was just copying for him. Just copy the songs that were once popular in his memory. At the same time, there were specific arrangements for the competition between Dhaka and Yen country. This time the arrangement was different from usual. In the past it was the teams that participated, but this time the top 40 players in the Aries Cup were allowed to participate in this Dhaka competition. It is said that this request was made by Dhaka, because the players sent by Dhaka were also the top 40 players in the Aries Cup in the Dhaka area. This seems very fair. However, Lin Feng was very curious about why Dhaka suddenly launched a competition against Yen country. Could it be that Dhaka Esports has made considerable progress during this period, and has suddenly expanded? But it doesn't matter. As long as they dare to come, they will be defeated directly. Chapter 403. After the details of the match with Dhaka were finalized, Lin Feng took a look and didn't pay any more attention to it. He thought Dhaka wouldn't be able to do anything. While watching soap operas with Qianqian, Lin Feng took out his notebook, recalled the more famous love songs in his mind, and wrote them down. The first song was Little Dimples, which Lin Feng once liked very much. This song Little Dimples was sung by a man and a woman, but it was no problem for one person to sing it. This song was popular for a while in the previous life, and then the popularity gradually declined. However, it would definitely be a hit in this world. Lin Feng wrote down the lyrics of this song based on his memory. I'm still looking for a support and a hug. Be angry for me, and make trouble for me. Finally found it, the beauty of having a telepathic connection. Warm and good for a lifetime, I will love you forever until old age. Qianqian huddled aside, looking at Lin Feng, who was writing the lyrics seriously, and felt that Lin Feng was so handsome at this moment. When is a man the most handsome? Some people say he is the most handsome when he is serious. Moreover, a lover's eyes see beauty in everything. Qianqian was immediately fascinated. Qianqian looked at the lyrics again, and after reading carefully, she was stunned. Although she is not a music major, she has a certain understanding of music. When she saw these lyrics for the first time, Qianqian knew that this song would definitely be a hit. Brother Lin Feng, when did you create this song? Qianqian asked curiously. Lin Feng smiled and said, No, I just thought of it now. Qianqian was stunned. Not long after Anran called, Lin Feng actually wrote a song casually. How could this not be shocking? What do you think of this song? Lin Feng asked. Qianqian said seriously, although I don't know much about music creation, I think this song can be popular. Lin Feng touched Qianqian's little head, felt the delicateness of her hair, and said a little dotingly, My Qianqian still has a good eye. While watching TV with Qianqian, he copied lyrics, and the afternoon passed quickly. What shocked Qianqian was that Lin Feng created 5 songs in one afternoon, and each of them looked so good. In fact, this was the result of Lin Feng slowing down, because he was afraid that he would scare Qianqian if he wrote too fast. After all, copying lyrics can produce 7 or 8 songs in half an hour. Qianqian was a little envious of Lin Feng. Why did God give him all the talent? Qianqian looked at the 5 songs created on the computer, namely Love That Can't Wait, Little Dimples, Thief of Time, Funeral of Roses, and Miss Dong. Some of these songs were originally sung by boys, but they can still be outstanding when sung by girls. Lin Feng believed that with Anran's singing skills, there would be no problem singing these songs well. Night fell quickly, and Lin Feng directly sent the electronic manuscripts of these 5 songs to Anran via WeChat. Anran had just finished taking a shower, and was wiping her hair when she saw the message from Lin Feng. Anran opened it, and was stunned for a moment. Did it really take only one afternoon to finish? Although Anran did not doubt Lin Feng's talent, it was too scary to write 5 songs in one afternoon. Can the quality be guaranteed? Anran immediately opened it, and saw the first song Little Dimples, and a look of shock appeared on her face. Continue to scroll down, and see the lyrics of the other 4 songs. Not inferior to the first one at all, Anran was shocked beyond words. What kind of monster is this? Anran immediately picked up the phone and called Lin Feng. Lin Feng, it's unbelievable. You really did it, Anran said with a wry smile. Lin Feng is like a genius favored by God, who can make anything impossible possible. Lin Feng said calmly. I said, writing songs is not difficult for me. Anran said a little excitedly, Lin Feng, you really can't waste your musical talent. The Chinese music scene needs your salvation. Stop, stop, stop. You have said this sentence several times. And Ran's words were immediately interrupted by Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued, You know, I am a low-key person and don't want to be too famous. And Ran hesitated and said, But you are already very famous now. This is different, Lin Feng said. Seeing Lin Feng's determination, and Ran couldn't help but feel sorry. He no longer insisted and said, By the way, there is a song here that seems to be better for a duet between a man and a woman. Lin Feng had to admit that Ran had a sharp eye and saw at once that the song Little Dimple was most suitable for a duet between a man and a woman. Lin Feng said, The song Little Dimple is indeed more suitable for a duet between a man and a woman, and the effect will be much better. You can find a more familiar and capable male singer to cooperate with. And Ran immediately said, Lin Feng, why don't we sing together? Your ability is absolutely no problem. Lin Feng was about to refuse, but Qian Qian next to him said, Brother Lin Feng, why don't you cooperate with sister and Ran? I think it will be very nice if you sing together. Qian Qian is a little fan of Ran. She thinks that if Ran and Lin Feng sing this song together, it will be very nice. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Girl, aren't you afraid that I will be snatched away by someone else? But on second thought, only Lin Qingyu and Qian Beibei would pursue me persistently, and Ran has no chance of that. She is a big star. There is no reason for her to like me. Since Qian Qian said so, Lin Feng nodded and agreed. Hearing Lin Feng's agreement, Ran was very happy. She thought Lin Feng would refuse. Lin Feng said, Then let's do it this way. You get familiar with these songs first, and then I will find a time to go over and work with you to record this song. The two quickly finalized the matter. After Lin Feng hung up the phone, he prepared to start the live broadcast tonight. Qian Qian stayed beside Lin Feng, watching Lin Feng's live broadcast quietly. Occasionally interacted with Lin Feng. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw Lin Feng and Qian Qian together, they immediately started to brush the barrage. The neighbor who loves to eat chicken. So Qian Qian's sister-in-law is here too. Anchor, where do you live? I want to move next door to you. Sweetheart Loli. Brother Lin Feng is already in love. My heart is broken. I am bald Yasuo. The upstairs. The anchor will always be the man you can't get. You don't have to think about it anymore. A dragon-slaying sword. I heard that Sister Qian Qian is very beautiful. Anchor, let Sister Qian Qian show her face. The barrage in the live broadcast room asked Qian Qian to show her face at once. Lin Feng smiled and said, That's not possible. My wife can only be seen by me. Qian Qian next to him blushed all of a sudden, and greeted Lin Feng with a little pink fist. Who is your wife? Annoying. Qian Qian said a little shyly, but felt sweet in her heart. Chapter 404. Lin Feng started a live broadcast, flirting with Qian Qian while playing games, feeding the audience in the live broadcast room a lot of dog food. The neighbor Lao Wang who loves to eat chicken. Stop, 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 Anchor, you are too much. How can you show off your love like this? The man in the red building? That's right. Can you consider the feelings of a single dog's? Sweetheart Loli. So sad, brother Lin Feng already has a girlfriend. Daijiang Nanbai. Caused 10,000 points of critical hits to single dogs. Lin Feng found an interesting phenomenon. He and Qian Qian were live broadcasting together, and the fans in the live broadcast room were unusually active, and even the popularity of the live broadcast room increased a lot. A group of single dogs. Watching so exciting, Lin Feng complained in his heart and continued the game. Time passed quickly. Lin Feng looked at the time. It was almost midnight. He usually went off the air at this time. The audience in the live broadcast room saw Lin Feng like this, and they understood it in a second. The salted fish anchor was going to go off the air again. Lao Wang next door who loves to eat chicken. Everyone go away. Don't ask the anchor to broadcast more today. After all, the anchor and sister-in-law Qian Qian have important things to do tonight, so everyone understands. Zhaqian Gang Wang Jia. Yes, yes, the anchor must pay attention to safety. Shabao Tablets Distributor. Pay attention to safety, and pay attention to your body. If the anchor needs anything, you can always find me. I will give you a 50% discount for acquaintances. The barrage in the live broadcast room is very frivolous. Qian Qian took a look and her face turned red. Although she and Lin Feng have a close relationship, the two have not made it to the last step. So Qian Qian is still an inexperienced girl. Seeing the old driver in the live broadcast room driving, she felt embarrassed all of a sudden. Seeing Qian Qian's shy look, Lin Feng immediately said in the live broadcast room, Okay, stop driving. Qian Qian and I are in a pure relationship. There is no complicated thing like you. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the fans in the live broadcast room immediately started to brush the barrage again. Sexy pumpkin, bah! I don't believe you, you old man. Pure love. Big fish of begonia, anchor, you don't need to explain, we all understand. Indian God Oil Wholesaler, if you need, you can also contact me at any time. Lin Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense with this group of old drivers, so he directly exited the live broadcast room. After Lin Feng exited the live broadcast room, he looked at Qianqian's shy look and kissed her directly. After a long time, the lips parted. Qianqian was so shy that her little face was red. Bad guy, you bully me. Qianqian said shyly. Qianqian stuck out her tongue. I don't believe your lies. But you can't do anything bad, my relatives are here today. Lin Feng thought that this relative came at a really bad time, but still smiled and said, I'm really not that kind of person, let's go to sleep. No words all night. Waking up the next morning, Lin Feng opened his sleepy eyes, and saw that Qianqian had woken up at this time, but was still in his arms. Last night, Lin Feng didn't do anything inappropriate to Qianqian, he just held her and slept all night. Lin Feng opened Qianqian's eyes, stretched his waist, and yawned. Are you going to school today? Lin Feng asked. Qianqian nodded. Yes, I still have classes today. When Lin Feng thought of Qianqian going back to school, he felt depressed and said, don't go to class. I will support you in the future. Qianqian rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and said, no, I am a good student with excellent character and academic performance, not like you, brother Lin Feng. Lin Feng was indeed not a good student. He often skipped classes during college, otherwise, he would not have graduated from a key university, and ended up not being able to find a job. Lin Feng and Qianqian got up, brushed their teeth, and washed their faces. After breakfast, Lin Feng drove Qianqian back to school. After reluctantly saying goodbye to Qianqian, Lin Feng drove to the place he had agreed with and ran. He had already agreed with and ran last night to rehearse the song Little Dimple. After Anran received Lin Feng's call, he immediately came out and stood at the door waiting for Lin Feng. Looking at the man in front of him, Anran's expression was a little complicated. Lin Feng is a mysterious, talented and excellent boy. Even a national goddess like Anran can't help but have some good feelings for Lin Feng. Especially after knowing all the deeds of Lin Feng, Anran admired him even more. When Anran knew that Lin Feng already had a girlfriend, she tried to suppress her emotions. She was a woman with a strong self-esteem, and would never do such a thing as snatching someone else's boyfriend. Lin Feng looked at Anran in front of him. She had a delicate makeup and a perfect outfit. She would definitely turn heads when she walked on the street. Lin Feng smiled and asked, how are you practicing those songs? Anran nodded. Basically there is no problem. Have you prepared? Lin Feng smiled. I don't need to prepare. I can sing these songs with my eyes closed. Anran was not convinced and joked. What's the skill of singing with your eyes closed? I will admire you if you sing with your mouth closed. As they talked, they came to the recording studio. Anran asked, Lin Feng, are you really okay? Looking at Lin Feng like this, Anran probably didn't prepare at all. Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why are you so long-winded? Anran pouted her lips all of a sudden. It was the first time a boy dared to talk to her like this. Take Lin Feng into the recording studio. After some adjustments, Lin Feng put on headphones and began to recall the lyrics of Little Dimple, brewing his emotions. After a while, the melody of Little Dimple came to mind. At this moment, all the laziness in Lin Feng disappeared, as if he had become a different person. Lin Feng sang along with the melody. I'm still looking for a dependence and a hug. Hearing Lin Feng singing, Anran paused. Although she knew that Lin Feng sang well, she didn't expect that he could perform this song so thoroughly. Even better than her. Chapter 405. Lin Feng finished singing the male part, and Anran immediately sang the female part. The two cooperated well, and recorded the song in no time. Anran said with a little surprise, I thought it would take some time for us to get used to each other, but I didn't expect that we would get used to each other so quickly. Lin Feng smiled and said, let's try a few more times, and then it will be almost done. Lin Feng himself is very familiar with the song Little Dimple, and with the blessing of the system skills, he can sing this song perfectly. Although Anran is not as good as Lin Feng, she is a professionally trained singer, and she got familiar with it in no time, and soon got the emotion of the song in place. The two practiced together several times, and soon recorded the song. Anran originally thought that in order to record this song well, she needed to get used to it with Lin Bei for at least a few more days, but she didn't expect it to be done in 2 or 3 hours. For some reason, and Ran actually felt a little disappointed in her heart. She can still spend more time with Lin Feng. And Ran immediately shook her head. And Ran, what are you thinking about? Lin Feng has a girlfriend. The pride in her bones made Ran restrain her feelings for Lin Feng, and said with a smile, I didn't expect it to be so smooth. With your new songs, the sales of the new album will definitely not be bad. Then Ran said, I treat you tonight, treat you to a meal, and by the way, let's talk about the price of these songs. Lin Feng waved his hand, and said, don't mention the money. We are all friends. These songs are just for you. Lin Feng's words shocked Ran. The value of these songs is definitely over 1 million. Lin Feng actually said that he would give them to himself, and Ran was a little touched and said tenderly, Lin Feng, why are you so nice to me? Ah? We are friends, it's just a few songs, it's not a big deal. Lin Feng said indifferently. He doesn't lack money now. As for these songs, he didn't finish them too easily, just copied them down according to memory, it only took a few minutes. He didn't even need to waste brain cells. So he thought it was okay to give them to Ran. But Ran didn't think so. The value of these songs was inestimable, so she naturally couldn't take them for free. Ran said, how about this, we use the profit-sharing model, and give you 20% of the dividends when the time comes. Lin Feng nodded, did not refuse, and said, okay then. Ran was relieved to hear Lin Feng agreed, and said with a smile, then to thank you, I will treat you to dinner tonight. Lin Feng said with a smile, if I go out to dinner with a big star like you, there will be a lot of people watching, and it will cause a riot later. Ran is very famous in China now. She is one of the most popular female stars, and has a lot of fans. If she doesn't wear a mask when she goes out, she will probably be blocked by a group of fans asking for autographs. It's not as exaggerated as you say, and it will cause a riot. Ran said. But this is also a problem. If the paparazzi photographed her and Lin Feng going out to dinner, it will probably be a lot of scandals. It doesn't matter to her, it's just a misunderstanding, but Lin Feng has a girlfriend, it will be troublesome if Qianqian misunderstands. Ran suddenly had an idea and said, you don't have to go out to eat. Come to my house tonight, I will cook something delicious for you. After saying that, Ran's face flushed. This was the first time he invited a boy to her home, and it was at night. You can cook? Lin Feng said teasingly. Ran immediately said proudly, of course, I used to cook my own meals at home, and my cooking skills are ranked first at home. Okay, I try your cooking skills tonight. Lin Feng said with a smile. A popular star personally cooked for him, and Lin Feng really felt a little flattered. Then it's decided. Ran said happily. The two of them discussed it like this. Ran still had to continue recording other songs. Lin Feng didn't disturb him. He was bored sitting alone, so he drove out for a stroll. After Lin Feng drove for a while, someone called. Lin Feng glanced at the phone number and frowned deeply. It was Lin Qingyu. Lin Feng's heart was beating fast. Why did she call him? Was she going to show her hand and force him to get married? Lin Feng was very helpless. It was not a good thing to go on like this. It was the 21st century, and there were still people who took child marriage seriously. Looking at Lin Qingyu's appearance, she didn't seem like a superstitious person. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, but still swiped to the right and answered the call. Hello, what are you doing? Lin Qingyu's cold and pleasant voice came over. Nothing, what do you want to talk to me about? Lin Feng said indifferently. Lin Qingyu said, I'm your fiancé, can't I talk to you if I have nothing to do? Lin Feng was anxious all of a sudden. Don't talk nonsense, what fiancé, I have a girlfriend, okay? I know, but does this affect your having a fiancé? Lin Qingyu asked back. Lin Feng choked for a moment, it seems that this really doesn't affect. No, why do I feel that I am getting worse and worse? Lin Feng immediately said, what do you want to talk to me about? If not, I will hang up first. If you can't afford to offend, hide, Lin Feng can only do this. Lin Qingyu said, come and play games with me, I'm bored playing alone. Lin Feng said, aren't you the captain of the Huayu team? Where are your teammates? They are all training, there is no point in playing with them, I want to play with you. Lin Qingyu said, then can't you find someone else? Why are you looking for me? Lin Feng said a little speechlessly. A goddess like Lin Qingyu, if she wants to play a game, there must be a bunch of men scrambling to play with her. I just want to play with you. Lin Qingyu reiterated again. How about this, I pick a nice and good-looking guy for you on the companion platform, okay? Are you coming? No. Lin Feng answered very stubbornly. I just won't go, let's see what you can do to me. If you don't come, I announce that you are my fiancé. Lin Qingyu said directly, and it didn't look like she was joking. Lin Feng was scared to death. If this is really the case, what will happen? What do you think? Are you coming? Come! Lin Feng finally succumbed to Lin Qingyu's power. Chapter 406. Hearing Lin Feng's agreement, Lin Qingyu showed a touching smile and said, Then come to my house. I have 2 computers at home. Lin Feng said, Do I need to go to your house to play a game? I can just find an internet cafe and turn on a computer. Lin Feng still didn't dare to have more contact with Lin Qingyu. This woman was too charming. What if he couldn't control himself? Lin Qingyu didn't care at all and said with a smile, Since you want to go to the internet cafe, let's go to the internet cafe. Where are you now? Lin Feng had a headache and reported his location to Lin Qingyu. Lin Qingyu checked the map based on Lin Feng's location and said, Then let's go to the Crazy Bull Internet Cafe. It's not far from where we are. Is it necessary to be so particular just to play a game? Lin Feng said with a wry smile. But there was no way to refuse. What if Lin Qingyu was saying everywhere that he was her fiancé? Then she couldn't get rid of it even if she jumped into the Yellow River. This is called a sense of ritual, Lin Qingyu said with a sweet smile. Lin Feng hung up the phone and drove directly to the location of the Crazy Bull Internet Cafe. Crazy Bull Internet Cafe was the internet cafe that Lin Feng had visited the most in Shenzhen. Their boss Qin Shui was quite familiar to Lin Feng. It must be said that Qin Shui, the female boss, was quite skillful. Crazy Bull Internet Cafe was becoming more and more famous in Shenzhen, and there was a trend of becoming the #1 internet cafe in Shenzhen. In a metropolis like Shenzhen, and being able to develop Crazy Dragon Internet Cafe to this point, it can be imagined that her background should be quite deep. Of course, these had nothing to do with Lin Feng. At this time, he drove to the door of the internet cafe. He opened a private room in the internet cafe, and then told Lin Qingyu the location of the room. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, a beautiful woman pushed open the door of the private room. It was Lin Qingyu. When Lin Feng saw Lin Qingyu appear, he said, You have to call me over to play a game. I'm very busy, okay? Lin Qingyu smiled, and didn't care about Lin Feng's words. She said, I don't know how many people are queuing to play games with me. Are you still not happy? Lin Feng naturally knew that an outstanding woman like Lin Qingyu was the dream of every man, and there must be a lot of suitors. However, Lin Feng's head hurts when he sees Lin Qingyu now. The main reason is that Lin Feng thinks that Lin Qingyu's brain is not very good. There are so many two-legged men in the world, but she has to hang herself on this tree. There are only 2 computers in this private room. Lin Qingyu immediately sat next to Lin Feng. Turn on the computer in front of him. The computer configuration of the Crazy Bull Internet Cafe is still good, not inferior to the computer at Lin Qingyu's home. Lin Feng had already logged into the game and said, Since you want to play, let's start. Lin Qingyu suddenly laughed and said, Don't you just want to play games with me? Don't you want to experience something else? There's no one here now. With our relationship, I don't mind if you want to do something bad. Lin Feng swallowed his saliva, this damn goblin. Lin Feng quickly said seriously, If you do this again, I leave first. Seeing Lin Feng like this, Lin Qingyu couldn't help but burst out laughing. She was just joking. If Lin Feng really wanted to do something, she wouldn't want to. Although she likes Lin Feng very much, they don't have much contact. Lin Qingyu doesn't plan to have anything happen with Lin Feng now. At this time, the computer in front of Lin Qingyu has entered the desktop. Lin Qingyu directly clicks on the icon of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, logs into her account, and says, Let's start. Let me see the strength of the Yen Kingdom God of War. Lin Feng immediately added Lin Qingyu as a friend, and then the 2 started the game together. The game entered the loading page, and soon the 2 appeared on the birth island. The east is red, the sun rises. Suddenly, a song of the east is red came out. Lin Qingyu immediately turned off the whole voice, and said, There is really everything here. Lin Feng smiled and said, It's the quality square, you just get used to it. Soon the countdown of the birth island ended, and a plane appeared on the screen. Lin Feng and Lin Qingyu officially entered the game. The 2 opened the map to check the route of this game. The route of this game is from the nuclear power plant to Z City. Lin Qingyu asked, Where are you going to jump? Although Lin Qingyu is also a master, she is still weaker than Lin Feng, so she asked Lin Feng first. Lin Feng looked at the route and said, Let's jump to Port G in this game. Lin Qingyu nodded, indicating that she had no opinion. Both of them are professional players. In such an ordinary game, There is no need to worry too much. Just jump wherever you want. The plane flew along the route, and players kept jumping off. Lin Feng ignored it. When the plane came to Port G along the route, Lin Feng jumped directly and fell towards Port G. Lin Qingyu said with a flat mouth, "When you jump, can't you take me with you?" Lin Feng said directly, "Are you clumsy? Do you still need me to take you?" Lin Qingyu knew Lin Feng's straight man temper, and didn't bother with him, and jumped down directly. Chapter 407. While falling, Lin Feng adjusted his perspective to observe the other players who jumped into G-Port in this game. There were about a dozen people. Although there were a lot of people, G-Port occupied a large area. If a dozen people jumped into G-Port together, it would not necessarily happen that a gun would fall to the ground. Lin Feng landed directly on a 2-story building. As soon as he landed, he picked up an AKM rifle. The AKM rifle was the firearm that Lin Feng was best at using. After getting the AKM rifle, Lin Feng rushed directly towards the direction of the people without saying a word. With the skill of hearing proficiency, Lin Feng could clearly know the location of the nearby players. The first team of players that Lin Feng encountered soon, the two opposite sides had just landed, one holding a pitiful little pistol in his hand, and the other holding a shotgun. Seeing Lin Feng appear, the two people directly shot with pistols and shotguns together, but the range of these two guns was limited, and could not hurt Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng easily dodged it. Then he picked up the AKM rifle in his hand, and shot directly at the two people. A series of 7.62mm bullets were sprayed out instantly, and the dense bullets directly covered the two people, leaving no escape. You killed the player Sha Palang with the AKM rifle. You killed the player Coke Big Cup with the AKM rifle. After Lin Feng killed the two people, he got 2 silver treasure chests. For Lin Feng now, he was too lazy to even look at the silver treasure chest. Only the gold treasure chest, and the supreme treasure chest, could arouse his little interest. Now he has obtained the bronze treasure chest and the silver treasure chest, which are basically kept, and when there are enough, they will be used to synthesize higher-level treasure chests. After Lin Feng killed the two, Lin Qingyu also landed and picked up a gun, and also killed a team without showing any weakness. Your teammate Hu Lqy used the M416 assault rifle to hit the head and knock down the player Stigma. Your teammate Hu Lqy used the M416 assault rifle to kill the player Miracle Brother. Player Stigma was eliminated. Lin Feng saw Lin Qingyu's kill prompt and smiled and praised, "Not bad." Lin Qingyu immediately raised his head proudly and said, "Do you think I, the captain of the Huayu team, am joking?" Lin Qingyu is very talented in the game of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. He has good skills just by playing casually. After training for a period of time, he directly became a professional player. And he is still a relatively outstanding existence among professional players, otherwise he can't be the captain of the Huayu team. Lin Feng knew that Lin Qingyu had good skills. She performed very well in the Aries Cup. Although she was not as good as top professional players such as Wei Shen and Zhou Lili, she could definitely be among the top players. By the way, will you participate in the competition between Dhaka and Yin Country in a few days? Lin Feng thought of the competition between Dhaka and Yin Country, and wondered what Lin Qingyu's ranking was in the Aries Cup. Lin Feng did not pay special attention to Lin Qingyu's ranking in the Aries Cup, but she thought that with her skills, her ranking should not be too low. Lin Qingyu heard what Lin Feng said and asked with a smile, "Will you participate?" "Of course I will participate," Lin Feng replied with a smile. Dhaka dared to challenge Yin Country, so how could Lin Feng, as a native of Yin Country, not fight? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Lin Qingyu showed a touching smile and said, "Since you will participate, I will also participate." After Lin Qingyu finished speaking, he immediately said, "But I always feel that Dhaka seems to be planning something bad. Dhaka's development in PUBG esports is relatively ordinary, and it is not a match for Yin Country at all, but they dare to launch a competition. Aren't they afraid of losing?" Lin Qingyu's words make sense, but Lin Feng doesn't care. No matter whether you are conspiring or not, whether you are clever or not, whether you are planning something bad, in front of absolute strength, these are all clouds. Lin Feng said confidently, "Even if they have any bad ideas, it won't affect my teaching them how to behave." Lin Qingyu couldn't help but burst out laughing and said, "Don't be too arrogant, it will be bad if you capsize in the gutter." After that, Lin Qingyu smiled and said, "Since you are so confident, do you want to compete in this game?" Hearing Lin Qingyu's words, Lin Feng became interested and replied, "How do you want to compete?" "Just compete in the simplest way, see who kills more people," Lin Qingyu replied. Lin Feng waved his hand. "Then, there is no need to compete." "Why?" "Because you are sure to lose," Lin Feng said very confidently. Although Lin Qingyu's strength is good, there is still a gap between him and him. Lin Qingyu flattened her mouth and said unconvinced, "Don't underestimate people, it's not certain who will win or lose." Seeing Lin Qingyu like this, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Since you must compete, I will give you 6 kills. That's what you said." Lin Qingyu raised his eyebrows and said, "Then you are not allowed to regret it later." Lin Qingyu knew that Lin Feng was very strong, and it was almost impossible for her to surpass him in the number of kills. But Lin Feng said that he would give her 6 kills, and Lin Qingyu felt that she still had hope of winning. "I never regret what I promised," Lin Feng responded with a smile. Hearing Lin Bei say this, Lin Qingyu immediately took the M416 assault rifle in her hand and began to look for other players in Port G. She must beat Lin Feng. Rubbing this guy's spirit, Lin Feng walked towards the direction of the sound without panic. With a hearing proficiency skill, some faint footsteps that ordinary people can't hear can be captured by Lin Feng himself. The hearing proficiency skill is very helpful to Lin Feng. Just like now, Lin Feng once again found 2 players at this time. The 2 men had been on the ground for a while, one holding an assault rifle and the other holding a submachine gun, and their equipment was basically complete. Lin Feng saw that the 2 men had big guns in their hands, so he didn't act too recklessly. He first poked his head out of the bunker, raised the AKM rifle in his hand, quickly locked one of them, and knocked him down with a few bursts of fire. You use the AKM rifle to hit the head and knock down the player Language Lang. After knocking one person down, Lin Feng quickly changed his position, rushed out from the other side, and fired a few bursts again. Bang bang bang. Several 7.62mm bullets instantly sprayed out from the muzzle of the AKM rifle in Lin Feng's hand with hot flames, as if mixed with raging anger. The bullet cut through the air and hit again. A trace of blood mist suddenly spurted out of the player's head, and he fell to the ground and died directly. You used the AKM rifle to hit the head, and killed the player JGPA. The player Language Lang was eliminated. In just a few seconds, the 2 people who were still alive and kicking just now had turned into 2 corpses. Chapter 408. Lin Qingyu saw Lin Feng kill 2 players again, and she became anxious for a moment. He gave her 6 kills, so she must not lose. Thinking this way, Lin Qingyu immediately quickened her pace. She would soon meet a player who was holding a shotgun and had not noticed Lin Qingyu yet. Lin Qingyu was overjoyed and quickly raised the M416 assault rifle in her hand, ready to shoot the player. The distance between the 2 was not far, and the M416 assault rifle in Lin Qingyu's hand was also equipped with a 2x scope, so she was confident enough to kill the player directly. Just when she was about to make a move, a burst of gunfire from an AKM rifle sounded, and then a blood mist splashed on the player's head, and he was killed directly. Your teammate Wan Linfengji killed player JFG Aleafei by hitting him in the head with an AKM rifle. Congratulations to the host for killing an ordinary player and getting a silver treasure chest. Lin Qingyu's aiming action paused slightly, and he said very unhappily, "Lin Feng, why are you stealing my head?" Lin Feng laughed for a moment. "I killed someone with my own ability, how can it be called stealing a head?" Lin Qingyu also knew that Lin Feng did nothing wrong, but he was still very unhappy in his heart, and said, "Just wait, I will definitely beat you later." Lin Feng laughed, "I wait for you." After saying that, Lin Feng continued to sweep around G-Port with an AKM rifle. Once a player appeared in his field of vision, he was directly taken away by a few bursts of his shots. Your teammate Wan Linfengji killed player LGFG with an AKM rifle. Your teammate Wan Linfengji used an AKM rifle to knock down the player Kid AF. Looking at the constantly refreshing kill notifications, Lin Qingyu suddenly became a little nervous. What's more hateful is that whenever Lin Qingyu encounters other players and wants to attack, Lin Feng will kill them first. Lin Qingyu found that she had no chance to attack at all. Lin Feng's attack speed was too fast, and she couldn't catch up at all. At this time, Lin Feng's kill count had reached 10 people, and Lin Qingyu's kill count was 3 people, which was a gap of 7 people opened by Lin Feng. According to the agreement between him and Lin Feng, as long as the difference between the 2 of them was within 6, Lin Qingyu would win. As a result, the difference is now 7. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Why don't you just admit defeat? There is no point in competing like this." Lin Qingyu glared at Lin Feng fiercely. "Don't even think about it, I will definitely win." Lin Qingyu ran directly to the car spawning point outside Port G, found a rickshaw, and drove away directly. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. "What's going on? You didn't even wait for me?" Lin Qingyu said angrily, "I don't care about you, you can fend for yourself." Lin Qingyu didn't want to continue traveling with Lin Feng, mainly because all the heads were taken away by Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't mind, found a car, and started chasing. The two soon arrived at the location of the Water City. There were constant gunshots in the Water City. It was obvious that there should be many surviving players inside. Lin Qingyu heard the gunshots, and was immediately happy, and drove over quickly. Parking the car aside, Lin Qingyu took out his M416 assault rifle and rushed into the Water City. Water City is a small resource point. Soon a player appeared in Lin Qingyu's field of vision. Lin Qingyu immediately picked up the M416 assault rifle in his hand and shot at the player. Player Hu Lqy used the M416 assault rifle to hit the head and knock down the player JLGS. After knocking the player down, Lin Qingyu quickly knocked him out. One more person was killed. Lin Qingyu smiled, and finally the gap with Lin Feng was controlled to 6 people. At this time, a burst of gunfire from AKM rifles rang out. Your teammate Wan Linfengji killed the player White Cloud with an AKM rifle. Your teammate Wan Linfengji killed the player Black Cloud with an AKM rifle. Your teammate Wan Linfengji killed the player Black Cloud with an AKM rifle. Another round of Lin Feng's kill notifications flashed, and the expression on Lin Qingyu's face froze. Lin Feng also came to Water City, but he was lucky. He just came in and met 2 players who were preparing to shoot steel guns. As a result, the 2 were killed by Lin Feng before they even started fighting. Suddenly, Lin Feng's kill count reached 12 people, while Lin Qingyu only had 4. A gap of 8 people. Lin Qingyu knew that she was afraid of losing this time. She began to know the gap between her and Lin Feng. Lin Qingyu's esports talent is very outstanding, and it can be said that she is 1 in a million. Although there were many masters among the opponents she met before, they were soon surpassed by Lin Qingyu. So Lin Qingyu thought that although Lin Feng was very powerful, he should not be that powerful. As a result, it was only now discovered that the gap between the 2 of them was very huge. This made Lin Qingyu a little frustrated. But she was a little happy in her heart. Only such an excellent man was worthy of being with her. The game continued. Lin Qingyu still drove her bung bung, and Lin Feng drove his car. The 2 quickly came to P City, and swept through P City. Lin Qingyu's kill count was suddenly pulled away by Lin Feng. This time Lin Qingyu had given up, staring at Lin Feng and said with a smile, "Forget it, I admit defeat." Lin Feng didn't expect Lin Qingyu to suddenly think it through, and even took the initiative to admit defeat. Lin Feng smiled and said, "In fact, you are already very good, and you are a girl, and you can have such skills. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen it." What Lin Feng said was true. Enin in their team was known as the first female player in the country. Her strength was decent, but compared with Lin Qingyu in front of her, she was still a little worse. Lin Qingyu felt better after hearing Lin Feng's words, and hummed, "You are good at talking." Lin Feng asked at this time, "You must have played this game for a long time, right?" Lin Feng felt that Lin Qingyu should be an old player, otherwise he would not have such skills. Lin Qingyu said, "It has been a while, almost half a year." "Half a year?" Lin Feng was shocked and said, "Are you kidding? How could he have such skills in half a year?" Lin Qingyu saw Lin Feng's surprised look and felt proud. "Why would I lie to you? I really just started playing half a year ago." "You have such skills after just starting to play half a year?" Lin Feng said uncertainly. In fact, Lin Feng has not been playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds for a long time, but his situation is different. He has the system, a plugin that defies the sky, so he naturally became a top master very quickly. Lin Qingyu, who has played for half a year and has reached such a level, can be said to be very talented. Lin Qingyu smiled and said, "Are you afraid that I will improve too fast and surpass you later?" Lin Feng laughed, "I have a system, how can I be surpassed by you?" Chapter 409. Time flies by, and an afternoon has passed quickly. Lin Feng and Lin Qingyu played games for an afternoon, and Lin Feng had to admit that Lin Qingyu was particularly talented in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. However, talent is talent, and Lin Feng found that Lin Qingyu was not really passionate about this game, but rather a bit of a hobby. Players like her, even if they are very talented, lack a passion, and it is difficult to become a real top player. After playing with Lin Feng for an afternoon, Lin Qingyu was deeply shocked. She found that she could not beat Lin Feng no matter how she played. Lin Feng's skills are simply abnormal. Lin Feng said, "Okay, let's stop here today." Lin Qingyu immediately said, "Let's find a place to eat." Lin Feng had already promised and ran to go to his house for dinner tonight, so he directly rejected Lin Qingyu. Lin Qingyu pouted, "This is the first time someone has rejected me." Lin Feng smiled and said, "You still need to change your temper as a young lady in the future. When Lin Qingyu heard what Lin Feng said, she felt a little panic in her heart. Is it because of her bad temper that he hates her? Lin Feng smiled and said, Okay, let's stop here today, I go back first. Lin Feng didn't stay any longer, and walked out of the box directly. Unexpectedly, he ran into Qin Shui. Qin Shui was stunned when she saw Lin Feng and asked, Lin Feng, why are you here? Lin Feng didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. He could also meet Qin Shui, the female owner of Crazy Bull Internet Cafe. Lin Feng smiled and said, What else can I do here? Of course I play games. Qin Shui rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and said, You didn't even tell me you were coming. Don't you consider me a friend? Lin Feng was about to say something when Qin Shui touched her chin and said, If I knew you were coming, I would have to hold a special event. This would definitely attract more customers. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Qin Shui is really good at doing business. Qin Shui saw you like this and said, I'm just kidding. Here's the card. Qin Shui took out a black card and gave it to Lin Feng. With this card, you can surf the internet for free when you come to our internet cafe in the future. Qin Shui said with narrowed eyes. Lin Feng waved his hand quickly. Goodbye, I don't need your money for internet access. Mainly because he felt that this card was too troublesome to carry, and he didn't come to surf the internet often. At this time, another beautiful figure walked out of the box. After Lin Qingyu came out, she hugged Lin Feng's arm, and said sweetly, Lin Feng, this is? Lin Feng quickly broke free and said, This is Qin Shui, the owner of this internet cafe and my friend. Lin Qingyu quickly greeted Qin Shui, and seemed very enthusiastic. Qin Shui stared at Lin Qingyu for a while, and said, Are you Lin Qingyu, the captain of the Huayu team? Lin Qingyu said, Yes, I didn't expect you still know me. The two of them actually chatted for a while, and Lin Feng stood aside a little confused. Lin Feng said, Then you continue chatting, I'm leaving first. Lin Feng walked out of the internet cafe, and Lin Qingyu quickly chased him out. Qin Shui looked at the backs of the two leaving, shook her head, and couldn't help saying, Scumbag. She clearly remembered that Lin Feng had a girlfriend, and she was a very beautiful girl, but now he is actually with the captain of the Huayu team. Really? The world is going downhill. Qin Shui couldn't help but sigh a few words. Originally, Qin Shui still had some good feelings for Lin Feng, and even said that she was a little moved, but seeing what happened today, she felt that she should stay away from scumbags. Lin Feng would never have thought that he would become a scumbag inexplicably. After saying goodbye to Lin Qingyu, Lin Feng drove to the community where Enran lived. This is a luxury villa community, and Enran lives in one of the villas. Enran had already arrived at the gate of the community, waiting for Lin Feng. But she still wore sunglasses and a mask. After all, a big star like her still has a lot of concerns. Enran took Lin Feng into the villa and said with a smile, Sit down first, I cook you some good dishes tonight. Lin Feng smiled and said, I'm looking forward to it. Enran walked into the kitchen and immediately started to get busy. Lin Feng was sitting there bored, so he took out a pack of yen gua from his pocket and took out a cigarette to smoke. During this period, he would occasionally smoke 1 or 2 cigarettes when he had nothing to do, to satisfy his cravings, refresh his mind and prolong his life. Enran saw Lin Feng smoking, but didn't care. He took out an ashtray from the cabinet beside him, and handed it to Lin Feng. After Lin Feng smoked a cigarette, he put out the cigarette but in the ashtray. After a while, Enran quickly filled a large table with dishes. Lin Feng said with a smile, Are you going to feed the pigs? Why do you make so many? Enran said a little embarrassedly, I finally got the chance to cook, so let's cook more. The dishes Enran made were all home-cooked dishes, but they looked fragrant and appetizing. Lin Feng took a bite of the sweet and sour pork ribs and said, It's delicious. I didn't expect you to be so good at cooking. Lin Feng felt that it was really inconsistent with Enran's personality that a star like her could actually cook. Enran was very happy to hear Lin Feng's praise, and said proudly, I used to cook at home often, and my mother likes my cooking the most. The two chatted while eating, and Enran suddenly said, By the way, Lin Feng, your new book will be released tomorrow, and you don't look nervous at all. Lin Feng was stunned when he heard Enran's words. New book release? Enran said speechlessly, You don't know yet? You are the author. It seems that this is the case. If you didn't say it, I would have almost forgotten it. Yang Zi had told him before that he would publish this book Those Things in the Ming Dynasty, and the time seemed to be tomorrow. Lin Feng picked up his mobile phone and opened QQ, reading to read it. He found that only the first tens of thousands of words of the book Those Things in the Ming Dynasty were uploaded, and the rest were not uploaded. He has given Yang Zi full responsibility for this matter. Yang Zi thinks that the biggest market for this book, those things in the Ming Dynasty, should be in the publishing market, so he only posted the first tens of thousands of words on QQ Reading to attract readers, and the rest needs to be purchased in physical form to read. As expected of the editor-in-chief, he plays this trick pretty well. I just don't know how the sales of this book, Things About the Ming Dynasty, are in this world. If it were in the previous life, it would be a bestseller with sales of tens of millions, and its sales could be comparable to books like The Three-Body Problem. Lin Feng silently turned off QQ Reading and didn't care about this matter. Anyway, Yang Zi would take care of it. Chapter 410. After eating at Rant's house, Lin Feng drove back to the community. After returning to the community, it was already late. Lin Feng played a few games and went to bed. At noon the next day, Lin Feng was still sleeping in when a phone call came in. The spring breeze of reform is blowing everywhere. The magical singing sounded. Lin Feng rubbed his sleepy eyes. Who is it? Calling so early in the morning, Lin Feng picked up the phone and saw that it was Yang Zi, the editor-in-chief of QQ Reading. As soon as he picked up the phone, he heard Yang Zi's excited voice. Lin Feng, your Ming Dynasty things are a big hit. Just 3 hours after it was released, the sales volume exceeded 100,000 copies. This is definitely a bestseller. Oh, I know. Lin Feng responded lightly. Lin Feng's calm performance made Yang Zi on the other end of the phone stunned. What's going on? Shouldn't you be excited? Why do you look so calm? 100,000 copies in 3 hours. This book will definitely sell well in the future. Yang Zi emphasized. Yang Zi also knew that Lin Feng's book was very well written and would probably sell well, but he didn't expect the sales to be so good. 100,000 copies in 3 hours. What does that mean? Then the sales in the future will probably exceed 10 million. There are not many best-selling books in the 10 million level in the whole Yin country, Lin Feng said. Then you should be responsible for this matter. Don't call me early in the morning if there is nothing important in the future. Early in the morning? It's already noon now. Lin Feng rubbed his eyes and glanced at the time on his phone. It was already 12 o'clock in the afternoon. I seem to have fallen asleep. Lin Feng chatted with Yang Zi for a while, and then he handed the matter over to Yang Zi and became a hands-off boss. Yang Zi hung up the phone muttering, this guy is really good. Did he predict that this book would sell well? Of course, this may be a genius. Yang Zi really couldn't find any other words to describe Lin Feng. In the future, in addition to being a best-selling online writer, Lin Feng will also have the identity of a best-selling author of published books. Lin Feng's life has been very ordinary these days. He plays games and broadcasts live when he has nothing to do. Yang Zi would call him from time to time to tell him about the sales of Ming Dynasty things. In short, it was extremely popular, and Lin Feng was once again pushed to the top of the Weibo hot search list because of Ming Dynasty things. Lin Feng opened Sina Weibo and took a look. Weibo hot search number 1, Lin Feng, Things About the Ming Dynasty. Weibo hot search number 2, Writers Delayed by Games. Weibo hot search number 3, Fortress on the Sea. Lin Feng didn't expect that 2 of the top 3 hot searches were about himself. As for the third, Fortress on the Sea, it is a science fiction blockbuster starring the popular young actor Han Lu. It has been promoted very well during this period, and is said to open the door to science fiction movies in Yin country. As for how it will be, Lin Feng is not sure. If it is really well made, he doesn't mind contributing a ticket. At this time, netizens are discussing Lin Feng. Lin Feng doesn't cherish such a good talent. He is still playing games. It's simply not doing his job. Yes, how can a talented person like him choose to be an esports player? How can you say that? How can esports be considered as not doing one's job? That's right, esports players are also very hardworking, okay? Besides, esports has not affected Lin Feng's creation. The internet is very lively now, and everyone is discussing Lin Feng. Some people say that he is not doing his job and plays games all day, but most people support him in playing esports. The current development of esports in Yin country is still good. People no longer simply regard esports as a game, but as a competitive event. Lin Feng was watching the discussion of netizens on Weibo like a spectator, and at this time Li Xia called in. Hello Lin Feng, do you still not have a verified Weibo account? Li Xia asked. Yes, what's wrong? Although Lin Feng's current Weibo account is also under his name, it has not been authenticated, so others don't know it is him. Li Xia immediately said, you should get verified. No wonder I couldn't find your Sina Weibo account after searching for it several times. When Lin Feng heard what Li Xia said, He suddenly thought it would be nice to get a Weibo account to play with. It seemed that any anchor with a little fame would open a Weibo account. Lin Feng agreed immediately, and hung up Li Xia's phone. Start to verify his Sina Weibo account. After Lin Feng filled in the information, Sina Weibo quickly passed his verification. His verified identity was a well-known esports player, a well-known writer, and original singer. After Lin Feng had a Weibo account, he immediately attracted the attention of many netizens. Especially some die-hard fans of Lin Feng's live broadcast room, who immediately came to follow Lin Feng. In just one afternoon, Lin Feng found that his fans had exceeded 500,000. And this number is still growing. Damn, Anchor, you finally opened a Weibo account. You could have opened it a long time ago, but you've been dithering until now. Is this the author of Battle Through the Heavens and Ming Dynasty? He's actually an esports player? You above are so ignorant that you don't even know about this. After these fans followed Lin Feng, they immediately started to post comments. Chapter 411. After Lin Feng verified his Weibo identity, he found that his fans were increasing rapidly. By the evening, his fans were even on the verge of breaking through the 1 million mark. Lin Feng looked at his increasing number of fans and felt that he should post something. So, hello everyone, I am the popular anchor on Who Y'all Live, a well-known esports player of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, a well-known online writer, a well-known published author, a young poet, an original singer, and an amateur racing driver Lin Feng. Thank you for following my Weibo. Lin Feng felt that there was nothing wrong with his introduction, and posted it directly on Weibo. Lin Feng's Weibo fans are close to 1 million. As soon as this message was sent out, it immediately attracted the attention of fans. Lin Feng posted on Weibo, "Take a look. Damn, I have never seen such a shameless person. There are too many identities, so scary. The key is that these identities are still real. Can you be a little more low-key, Anchor?" Seeing Lin Feng's long list of introductions, fans immediately started to complain. Lin Feng saw that the comments were so active, so he posted another one. "My new book, Things About the Ming Dynasty, has officially been published. This is the first vernacular history of the Ming Dynasty so far. I hope everyone can support it." Lin Feng didn't know what to say, so he just posted this Weibo. A moment later. "Damn! You're advertising? Too much. Advertising in the first Weibo post. I will never buy this book. It's really good. I queued up to buy it this morning. This book is really good and humorous. I didn't expect that history books could be written like this. You are such a talented man." After Lin Feng took a look at the comments, he turned off Weibo directly. It seemed that there was nothing interesting there. At this time, Yang Zi's phone was already ringing. "What? The book is sold out? You want another 100,000 copies? Sure, I asked the publisher to speed up the process. No problem, don't worry, the manufacturer is already printing." Yang Zi put down his phone and smiled with relief. It was worth his busy days. The sales of those things in the Ming Dynasty were getting higher and higher, and there was already a shortage of stock. Yang Zi quickly called the publisher and asked them to speed up the printing process. In the next few days, those things in the Ming Dynasty sold nearly 1 million copies, and suddenly became the best-selling book of the year. Dubon scored 9.8 points, and even attracted the attention of many historians. Although those things in the Ming Dynasty is all in plain language, and the language is humorous and easy to understand, the content is not nonsense, but is adapted from historical facts. Lin Feng didn't pay too much attention to it. He was used to the life of a hands-off boss. He just let Yang Zi handle anything. Anyway, the manuscripts were all with her. Time passed quickly, and it was soon the weekend. Lin Feng drove his Wrangler out, and came all the way to Shenzhen University. Today, he was going to help Qianqian move to his villa on Fenghua Road, and start their cohabitation life. Qianqian was already waiting for Lin Feng at the gate of Shenzhen University. When she saw Lin Feng's Wrangler, she immediately waved her hand. "Brother Lin Feng, wait for me for a moment. I go to the dormitory to get some things," Qianqian said, and immediately trotted back to the dormitory. "Slow down, don't rush," Lin Feng shouted. Qianqian's things are basically still in the community. Lin Feng has also lived in the community these days, and has not moved to the villa yet. I plan to move there with Qianqian today. In fact, there is nothing to move. The furniture in the villa is already complete. Just take some clothes and you're done. Lin Feng strolled around the campus of Shenzhen University, while waiting for Qianqian, and came to a small book stall. There are often such book stalls in universities. The cost is low, and you can just put up a few tables. The bookseller also looks like a college student. He wears a pair of thick black-framed glasses, and is very gentle. Lin Feng went over to take a look and asked with a smile, "Do you sell those things in the Ming Dynasty here?" Hearing Lin Feng's words, the stall owner was actually a little excited for a moment. "Do you like those things in the Ming Dynasty too?" Lin Feng was startled. He didn't expect the young man to be so excited. He said, "I heard it's very good, and the author is very talented." The young man sighed and said, "It's a pity that you came too late. There were a few copies just now, but they have all been sold out." Lin Feng was slightly stunned. "Is this book so popular?" The young man immediately said, "Of course, this is the first vernacular historical text, which pioneered the history of Yin State. Don't you think it's awesome?" Lin Feng touched his nose. The young man praised himself so much that he was embarrassed to admit that he wrote it himself. If it is not strictly counted, it seems that it really can't be considered as his own writing. But how can the things of scholars be called plagiarism? He has made his own contribution to cultural dissemination, which should be great. The bookseller then said, "Hey, I think you look familiar. Have we met somewhere before?" Lin Feng smiled. "Do you think I look like Lin Feng?" The boy suddenly realized, yes. I look like Lin Feng. Battle Through the Heavens and Ming Dynasty were written by Lin Feng. He is really talented. Lin Feng smiled and said, "People often say that I look as handsome as Lin Feng. It's annoying. I think I should. A little bit more handsome than Lin Feng." The bookseller snorted coldly. "Nonsense, although Lin Feng is handsome, he makes a living by his talent." After that, the guy picked up a physical copy of Do Pat Song Cheong and said, "Those things about the Ming Dynasty have been sold out, but there is still a copy of Do Pat Song Cheong. Do you want to consider it?" "There is a physical copy of Do Pat Song Cheong?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. Although he knew that Do Pat Song Cheong had begun to be published, he was not sure about the number of copies published. It should not be too many. After all, online novels have their own restrictions. "Of course, I still have his complete collection of books," the bookseller said proudly. Lin Feng smiled. Forget it. I have already read Do Pat Song Cheong." After that, Lin Feng saw Qianqian coming down from the dormitory building with her things, and hurried over. Chapter 412. Qianqian saw Lin Feng coming from the bookstall and said with a smile, "Brother Lin Feng, the book about the Ming Dynasty that you wrote is very popular now. Many students in our class have bought it to read." Lin Feng reached out and touched Qianqian's little head, feeling the delicateness of her hair, and asked with a smile, "Have you read it?" "Yes, everyone has finished reading it." The two of them talked and laughed, attracting a lot of attention. There is no way. Lin Feng has a face value and temperament that is not inferior to that of a young boy, and Qianqian is the school belle of Shenzhen City University. It is difficult not to attract attention. Lin Feng did not want to attract too much attention here, so he took Qianqian to the car and drove all the way back to the community. After returning to the community, Lin Feng and Qianqian began to pack some useful things to take to the villa. In fact, Lin Feng did not have much to bring, just the computer and live broadcast equipment given to him by the system. This computer and live broadcast equipment are treasures that cannot be bought with money. Lin Feng originally thought that he had enough space in a Wrangler to carry his stuff, but he didn't expect that it was not enough, mainly because Qianqian had too many things. Lin Feng saw Qianqian even taking pillows and quilts, and hurriedly said, "Don't take these things, they are all in the villa." Qianqian saw that the space in the Wrangler was almost full, and could only say, "Okay, then I won't take anything." Lin Feng stuffed all the things into the back of the Wrangler, and then drove Qianqian to the villa on Fenghua Road. Lin Feng drove to the door of the villa, and was startled by a woman in front of him. "Isn't this Qian Beibei? What is this woman up to?" Qianqian was a little surprised to see Qian Beibei, and quickly got out of the car and asked, "Beibei, why are you here?" Qian Beibei immediately said with a smile on her face, "Qianqian, didn't I tell you before that I wanted to buy a villa on Fenghua Road? I asked a few days ago, and there happened to be one for sale, so I rushed over to see the house." Qianqian nodded, and did not doubt Qian Beibei's words, and smiled and said, "Brother Lin Feng and I just moved here today. If you have any questions, you can ask Brother Lin Feng." Qian Beibei smiled and turned to Lin Feng and said, "Then I may have to trouble Lin Feng." Lin Feng smiled. No trouble. Lin Feng really didn't expect Qian Beibei to be so persistent, and even planned to buy a villa on Fenghua Road. You know, the villas here start at tens of millions. Lin Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, and moved things into the villa with Qianqian. Qian Beibei saw it, and immediately ran over to help. After moving everything, Lin Feng installed the computer in his master bedroom, and Qian lived in the second bedroom next to it. After Qian Beibei helped move everything, she did not stay and left directly. After moving to the villa, Lin Feng and Qian began to live together without shame. These days, Lin Feng and Qian have been together, but they have not yet made the final breakthrough. Lin Feng did not force it. It is better to let things take their own course. And Rant's new album has also been released these days. As soon as the song Little Dimple sung by Lin Feng and Rant appeared, it immediately became popular on the internet. It ranks at the top of all major music charts. Lin Feng knew that Rant's album would probably sell well again. Rant's popularity was extremely high, and the songs he wrote were very outstanding and of high quality. It would be unreasonable if it didn't sell well. When fans found out that the best songs in the album were all written by Lin Feng, a large number of fans immediately came to Lin Feng's Weibo to comment. I didn't expect that you, Lin Feng, would secretly write a song for Ran. I strongly suggest that Ran and Lin Feng be together. The two of them have a sense of CP. I oppose this marriage. Needless to say, our anchor has a girlfriend, and it's impossible for him to be with Ran. Lin Feng knew that these songs would definitely be popular, so he didn't care. Life went on as usual. Lin Feng spent the past few days with Qian watching soap operas. Lin Feng found that this Descendants of the Moon became more and more interesting as it went on. In the past few days, Dhaka also submitted a list of participants for the competition to Yen Country. When the players in Yen Country saw the list, they were shocked. Why are there several Europeans and Americans on this list? One of them is the famous European and American sniper god C. Yen Country immediately felt something was wrong and questioned Dhaka. According to the regulations of both parties, Dhaka and Yen Country will send the top 40 players of the Dhaka God of War Cup and the Yen Country God of War Cup to participate. Dhaka immediately responded that although the Dhaka God of War Cup was held in Dhaka, there was no rule that people from European and American countries could not participate, so it was normal for there to be European and American players among the 40 players sent. Yen Country Esports Circle was in an uproar. This Dhaka was so shameless. Asking for foreign aid openly. Chapter 413. In the list of contestants given by Dhaka, there are 4 European players who are very conspicuous. They are the 4 members of the European Bat team, including the famous sniper god C. Dhaka shamelessly said that the 4 members of the Bat team came to Dhaka for a tour and team building, and then participated in Dhaka's God of War Cup competition. They were able to successfully advance to the top 40, so it was reasonable for them to participate in this competition. The person in charge of Yenhua PUBG sprayed at the time, it's reasonable you. But strictly speaking, although Dhaka's behavior is a bit shameless, it is not a violation. Some PUBG professional players in Yenhua were also very unhappy. Lin Feng clicked on the PUBG professional team WeChat group, and someone had already started to spray. Weishan, Dhaka is shameless, actually went to Europe to recruit foreign aid. Xiaoxingmu, what should we do now? Otherwise, we should also go to North America to recruit a team? Xiao Shitzi, what kind of bad idea is this? To attack a small Dhaka, do we need to recruit foreign aid? Lin Feng immediately stood up and said, that's right, it's just a small Dhaka, even if a European team comes, we won't be afraid. Don't care about life and death, just fight if you don't accept it. Lin Feng is now very prestigious in the Yen Country Esports Circle, and many people immediately responded as soon as he spoke. Bai Sha, Captain is right, don't care about life and death, just fight if you don't accept it. Zhou Lily, don't care about life and death, just fight if you don't accept it. Then the entire WeChat group will be flooded with this sentence. Lin Feng saw that Lin Qingyu actually spoke out, and he was so scared that he didn't dare to say anything for a while. Lin Feng was really scared of Lin Qingyu. This girl is so stubborn. Time passed quickly, and at night, Lin Feng started tonight's live broadcast. Lin Feng came to his bedroom, turned on the computer, and entered the interface in a flash. Qian sat aside and watched Lin Feng's live broadcast. Qian said at this time, Brother Lin Feng, why don't I play with you? I often play PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds these days. Qian didn't like this kind of game originally, but because of Lin Feng, she also started to play it. After playing for a few days, and dying on the spot, she found it quite fun. Lin Feng didn't expect Qian to be interested, and immediately said, okay, but it seems that there is no computer at home. The laptop I brought is not very convenient, but it is enough. Qian said with a smile. Okay, then you log into the game, and I will go to the live broadcast room first. Lin Feng clicked on the Huya live broadcast platform, logged into his account, and then entered his live broadcast room. Not long after entering the live broadcast room, a large number of viewers immediately poured in. Lin Feng is now the #1 anchor on Huya, and his popularity is far higher than other anchors. As soon as he started the live broadcast, a bunch of fans immediately poured in. It's rare that the anchor is not late today. Anchor, I read your book about the Ming Dynasty today, it's really great. Yes, I read it too, I didn't expect that history articles can be written like this. If the textbooks can be as interesting as the anchors, I wouldn't have failed the history course. The audience in the live broadcast room started to post comments as soon as they came in, and they were all discussing the book about the Ming Dynasty written by Lin Feng. It can be said that Ming Dynasty events has completely become popular. It is definitely the best-selling book this year. Yangzi probably couldn't stop laughing. After all, her QQ reading has always been dominated by online articles, and online articles have no advantages in publishing. This time, Ming Dynasty events came out of nowhere, which helped her a lot. Of course, Lin Feng's income is definitely the most obvious. Lin Feng estimated that Ming Dynasty events should be able to generate hundreds of millions of income for him. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Let's not discuss my talent first. I will take Qianqian to eat chicken on the live broadcast today." Red Mansion Man, Qianqian's sister-in-law? That's fine, I like sister-in-law the most. Zhadian Ganger Guzi, nothing tastes better than dumplings, and nothing is more fun than sister-in-law. The neighbor Lao Wang who loves to eat chicken. Anchor, I have a question for you now, where do you live? Bend the bow and shoot the eagle. Lao Wang, you are still a thief. The live broadcast room immediately swiped the improper barrage again, and Lin Feng was too lazy to pay attention. At this time, Qianqian had already logged into the game. After Lin Feng invited her, the two soon appeared in a game room. Then Lin Feng started the game directly, and soon appeared on the birth island with Qianqian. As soon as they entered the birth island, a shout came immediately. Selling the website in good faith, only 9.8 yuan, no deception, fair price. All kinds of resources are available, guaranteed to make you happy. If you need it, please add QQ10***086. Lin Feng was ashamed. Now they don't sell movies anymore, they sell websites directly. Qianqian heard the shout and asked in confusion, "Brother Lin Feng, what website are they selling? Do you still need to buy the website?" Qianqian was still innocent and cute, and Lin Feng didn't know how to answer for a moment. Lin Feng smiled and said, "No need to buy, if you want to watch it at night, I have several websites here." As soon as Lin Feng said this, the bullet screen in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Report, Huya's #1 brother is driving in public. Qianqian is too innocent, Anchor, you are a beast. You actually want to take Qianqian to watch a movie, too much. There is a website, but you don't know how to share it, report. The spectators in the live broadcast room are most interested in this kind of thing, and they immediately started to brush the bullet screen. Qianqian asked curiously, "What kind of website is that? A video website?" Lin Feng coughed and said, "It's a video website, okay, don't ask." Lin Feng stopped the topic in time. He didn't want the innocent and cute Qianqian to become dirty. "Oh!" Qianqian nodded. He was just a little curious and not interested. The countdown to the birth island ended with shouts, and Lin Feng and Qianqian boarded the flight to the Jedi Island. Lin Feng opened the map and saw that the route for this round was from the airport to K City, which was a relatively common route. Lin Feng's first choice was naturally the airport. Lin Feng directly marked a point at the C building of the airport, and then said to Qianqian, "Qianqian, you will jump with me later." "Okay." Qianqian nodded. In fact, without Lin Feng's reminder, he would jump with Lin Feng. The plane quickly came to the sky above the airport along the route, and players jumped off one after another. Lin Feng saw that the distance was almost right, so he jumped off the plane directly. Qianqian saw Lin Feng jump off, and hurriedly jumped down. During the landing process, Lin Feng adjusted the perspective and observed the players who jumped off the airport in this round. After a casual count, there were about a dozen players who jumped off the airport in this round. Chapter 414. For the route of this game, it is normal for more than a dozen people to jump out of the airport. It is not too much. Lin Feng took the lead and landed on the top of Building 1 of Building C. As soon as he landed, he picked up a 98K sniper rifle. Lin Feng picked up the 98K directly, and then pointed the muzzle upwards at the sky, aiming at a player who had not fallen yet, pulled the trigger directly. Bang! The sound of the 98K sniper rifle sounded. The player was hit in the head on the spot. Lin Feng pointed the muzzle at another one, and it was a 98K. You used the 98K sniper rifle to hit the head, and killed the player Uj Foye. Killed 2 players directly as soon as he landed. Lin Feng got 2 silver treasure chests. Qianqian had just landed at this time, and said with a smile, "Brother Lin Feng, you are so awesome. Just SOSO, third in the world." Lin Feng said mischievously. Red Mansion Man. I just like the shameless look of the anchor. Chiwu Nong Chinying. When it comes to pretending, I always admire the anchor. Tianqin lowly. Brother Lin Feng is not pretending, he is really capable. The barrage in the live broadcast room is still active, and the fans of Lin Feng's live broadcast room are very active. Fan activity is also an important indicator of the live broadcast room. Some live broadcast rooms have a lot of fans, but the activity is not high, and they are all dead fans, which is meaningless. Qianqian, you follow me and just be responsible for looting. Lin Feng said this, and immediately aimed at other players at the airport and started a big sweep. Player 1 Lin Fengji used a 98K sniper rifle to hit the head and knock down the player. Player 1 Lin Fengji killed the player by shooting him in the head with a 98K sniper rifle. Player 1 Lin Fengji killed the player with an AKM rifle. Lin Feng soon cleared the airport. Any player who appeared in his field of vision would be taken away by him in one wave. For players who were far away, Lin Feng would kill them with a 98K headshot. For players who were close, Lin Feng would switch to the AKM rifle and shoot them in one wave. Lin Feng's 98K sniper rifle proficiency and AKM assault rifle proficiency were both advanced. With these 2 guns, he could be said to be invincible and kill wherever he went. After a wave of sweeps at the airport, Lin Feng and Qianqian's equipment was close to god-level equipment. Lin Feng held a 98K sniper rifle with a 4x scope, a red dot AKM rifle on his back, and wore a level 3 armor. He was wearing a level 2 helmet and a level 3 backpack, which contained plenty of medicine and ammunition. Qianqian's equipment was similar to Lin Feng's, but he was holding a red dot M16 assault rifle and a 4x scope SKS sniper rifle. For Qianqian, the 98K sniper rifle had too low a tolerance rate and was not suitable for her. A sniper rifle like the SKS sniper rifle was the most suitable for her. Let's go! There are probably no other players in the airport. Lin Feng saw that almost all the players in the airport had been killed by him, so there was no point in staying. Taking Qianqian to the spawn point outside the airport, Lin Feng saw a blue car and drove away with Qianqian. When he arrived at the West Bridge, Lin Feng saw a player running wildly. Probably because he didn't find the unlucky guy who ate the vehicle, Lin Feng was about to go over to deal with him, but Qianqian said, "Brother Lin Feng, let me try." Seeing Qianqian eager to try, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Okay, I leave it to you." "Okay." Qianqian immediately got out of the car with a 4x SKS sniper rifle and immediately opened the 4x scope and aimed at the player. Man in Red Mansion, come on, sister-in-law. You can do it. Flying Penguin, it would be great if I could have a girlfriend like Qianqian. My girlfriend Qianqian only knows how to go shopping and affects my playing games. Professional Mage Lu Haiju, the person above, it's time to wake up. Where did you get your girlfriend? Good citizen of Yin Country, my girlfriend is very good. She never cares about me and never asks me for anything. I won't say anymore. I go and cheer her up first. The barrage in the live broadcast room was still cheering for Qianqian at the beginning, but it went off the track while chatting. Lin Feng looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room and felt helpless. Why would such a serious anchor like himself have such a group of unreliable fans? Bang bang bang. At this time, Qianqian had already opened fire, and 3 7.62mm bullets directly killed the opposing player. Player Qianqian used the SKS sniper rifle to kill player UAA. Brother Lin Feng, look, I killed him. Qianqian said to Lin Feng proudly, with a little intention of taking credit. Lin Feng praised, not bad, I didn't realize that you were also very talented in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. That's right. Qianqian seemed very happy to finally get Lin Feng's praise. The game continued, and Lin Feng brought Qianqian to the final circle. This time, the final circle was located in the plain outside the P City in the center of the map. Lin Feng and Qianqian hid in the bushes, and only 4 people survived the whole game. Lin Feng heard a subtle sound that was not easy to detect, which was clearly the sound of moving the body in the bushes. Lin Feng smiled and said to Qianqian, "Qianqian, do what I say now." Okay. Although Qianqian didn't know what Lin Feng was going to do, as long as Lin Feng asked him to do it, he would not hesitate at all. Take out a grenade first, Lin Feng ordered. Qianqian immediately took out a grenade from her backpack. Open the fuse, Lin Feng said again. Qianqian heard Lin Feng's words, and directly pulled the fuse of the grenade. Lin Feng continued, when I call 3, you throw the grenade into the bushes in the 45 direction. Qianqian nodded. 1, 2, 3. Hearing Lin Feng call 3, Qianqian threw the grenade directly. The grenade showed a perfect parabola, and was thrown accurately into the bushes in the 45 direction. A moment later, the grenade exploded, then the chicken-eating logo appeared on Qianqian and Lin Feng's computer screens. Good luck, chicken tonight, Qianqian said happily. Brother Lin Feng, I killed 2 people with 1 grenade. Great. Qianqian was very happy. Usually when he played by himself, even if he didn't die on the ground, it was difficult to eat chicken. Playing with Lin Feng today, not only did he eat chicken, but he also killed a lot of people. Qianqian was naturally very happy. Lin Feng immediately smiled and said, of course, my Qianqian is so great. The fans in the live broadcast room immediately brushed the barrage when they heard Lin Feng's words. Spreading love in the live broadcast room again? I'm going to report it, it's just dog abuse. This is the sour love. I'm jealous. When will it be my turn to have a sweet love? The one upstairs, go to bed, dreams can have anything. Chapter 415. In the live broadcast room, a group of singles were watching happily while complaining about Lin Feng and Qianqian showing off their affection. After Lin Feng and Qianqian finished a game, they received a message from Mu Mu and Lu Shuqi. The two of them planned to form a team, and then form a team with Lin Feng and Qianqian to play together in custom mode. Lin Feng laughed and said, do you think you two have a chance to win with me here? Although Mu Mu and Lu Shuqi have made rapid progress in the one team during this period, they are not even at the level of ordinary professional players, so how can they play with Lin Feng? Mu Mu, of course we are not your opponents, so this time we will use melee mode. Lu Shuqi, yes, you may not be our opponent in melee mode. Melee mode, as the name suggests, only melee weapons are used for confrontation throughout the game, which is quite interesting. Qianqian, what do you think? Lin Feng asked. Qianqian immediately replied, sure, melee mode must be fun. Qianqian has not played this melee mode yet, and is looking forward to it. Seeing Qianqian agree, Lin Feng had no objection. Seeing Lin Feng preparing to play melee mode with Lu Shuqi and Mu Mu, the audience in the live broadcast room was also looking forward to it, because they could also participate. Sure, I have to grab a spot. I want to participate too, let's open a room quickly. Get ready melee mode, we have a chance to kill the anchor. Kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng saw the barrage in the live broadcast room and said with a smile, you black fans actually want to kill me. Mu Mu said, then it's decided. We will take 50 people, you and Qianqian will take 50 people, I will open a custom room, select the melee mode, and then we can fight. This kind of custom mode is not opened by everyone, it requires some special permissions, but this is not a problem for Mu Mu, after all, she is also a popular anchor, so she still has this permission. Mu Mu quickly opened a custom room, and Lin Feng and Qianqian quickly joined in. At this time, many fans in the live broadcast room have logged into the game, and are eager to try. There are not many opportunities to play games like this with anchors. Not to mention Lin Feng, this guy hardly opens water-friendly games. Hurry up, my sword is thirsty. Yes, what's the room password? I want to chop the anchor. I want to show my frying pan. The fans in the live broadcast room are waiting for Mu Mu to announce the room password. After all, there are only 96 places in this game, and it is not easy to grab them. Mu Mu quickly announced the password of the room, and within a short while, 100 players quickly gathered. Some players, who didn't get a spot immediately started to post comments in the live broadcast room. What's your hand speed? Damn! I was just a little bit short. Hee, I squeezed in, you guys are jealous. Mu Mu said, we all wear black clothes here, so it's easier to identify. Lin Feng nodded, then we will wear red clothes. Just like that, 50 players in black clothes and 50 players in red clothes appeared on the birth island together. The countdown on the birth island ended quickly, and a plane appeared on the screen. Lin Feng opened the map and checked the route. This round of the game was from S City to N-Port, which was a common route. Lin Feng and Qianqian landed directly in P City, and the Red Army followed Lin Feng to the location of P City. At this time, 2 players wearing black clothes landed in P City. I don't know what they were thinking. As soon as the 2 black clothes appeared, They were immediately besieged by a large number of Red Army and died directly under the random punches. Lin Feng smiled and said, "We are off to a good start." Moo Moo saw 2 kill prompts and couldn't help complaining. Why did these 2 guys jump into other people's base camp? Isn't this looking for death? After that, he immediately started searching for equipment. Because there were only melee weapons in this round of the game, the frying pan became a hot commodity because the damage of the frying pan was the highest. Moo Moo and the Black Army jumped to the secondary island, basically the airport and import. Lin Feng basically jumped to P-City, but P-City, a small place, could not provide so many weapons, so other red-clothed players immediately ran to nearby resource points to find weapons. Qianqian quickly picked up a machete, and when she came to Lin Feng, she saw that Lin Feng had nothing in his hands, and said, "Brother Lin Feng, why don't you go pick up weapons?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "My fists are the best weapons." The fans in the live broadcast room immediately brushed the barrage when they heard Lin Feng's words. "Beer with Wolfberry, Anchor, you are too arrogant. Are you so crazy? A pair of straw sandals. I originally hoped that you could win, but seeing you are so crazy, I hope you will be abused. Mr. Liu, the cucumber seller, Anchor, you are going to be so reckless again. How can a pair of hands beat someone with a weapon in their hands?" The audience in the live broadcast room obviously didn't believe that Lin Feng could win the game with just a pair of fists. However, Lin Feng really didn't lie. The skill that suits him best for close combat is boxing master. He can conquer the world with a pair of fists. If he uses weapons, it will be even more inconvenient. The game continued. Moo Moo and Lu Xiuqi's Black Army was basically on this secondary island, and they had basically assembled. Everyone was holding a weapon. Lin Feng's side was similar. The mighty Red Army followed behind Lin Feng and headed towards the location of the secondary island. Because it was a close combat mode, the circle refreshed very quickly. Soon the circle refreshed on the side of the East Bridge, directly covering half of the secondary island and part of the main island. Lin Feng and Qianqian brought the mighty Red Army to the side of the East Bridge, and Moo Moo and Lu Xiuqi also brought the Black Army to the bridgehead of the secondary island. Nearly 100 players gathered at this location, looking very imposing. It seems that they are going to have a decisive battle at the East Bridge. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room instantly burst with anticipation. Professional Mage Lu Haizhu. Fuck. This is too exciting. Starlights. A big melee of more than 100 people. It's a pity that I didn't squeeze into the game room just now. Red Mansion Man. Who do you think will win? If it's gun mode, then there is no doubt that it must be the Anchor, but the melee mode is a bit uncertain. Sweetheart Lowly. Anyway, I think Brother Lin Feng can win. Unconditionally support. Professional Gambler. Come on, open the market, and place your bets quickly. Chapter 416. Lin Feng's Red Army and Moo Moo's Black Army stood on both sides of the bridge, facing each other from a distance, and were ready to fight. Lin Feng rushed out with his bare hands and said, "Brothers, follow me." With Lin Feng taking the lead, the Red Army immediately rushed to the East Bridge. Moo Moo saw Lin Feng, who was barehanded in the front, and said, "Ha ha ha, you don't even bring a weapon, aren't you giving us heads?" Moo Moo and Lu Xiaoqi also rushed over, and the Black Army immediately had a big fight with the Red Army on the bridge deck of the East Bridge. The big fight of more than 100 people was a spectacular scene. Moo Moo originally thought that Lin Feng was barehanded, and would definitely not be the opponent of others, but Lin Feng knocked down several players with his fists. Lin Feng's attack was extremely fierce, and he punched the opponent's head several times. After 2 or 3 punches, the opponent was directly killed. Selling cucumbers downstairs of the girls' dormitory. 666, the Anchor's operation is too strong. Caring for single dogs. It seems that the Anchor will be called the Jedi boxing champion in the future. Watermelon Taro. 666, I thought the Anchor was dead, but he conquered the world with a pair of fists. The audience in the live broadcast room immediately started to brush the barrage of 666. Moo Moo saw that Lin Feng had killed several players, and was shocked for a while. Although she knew that Lin Feng was very good at fists, she didn't expect that he could kill several players with weapons with his bare hands. Moo Moo immediately shouted, "The one without a weapon is Lin Feng, kill him first." The fans in Moo Moo's live broadcast room brushed the barrage of words when they heard Moo Moo's words. Women are the cruelest, Moo Moo is too cruel. Never offend women. Is it because Lin Feng and Qianqian are together that Moo Moo got jealous and started revenge? Yes, that must be the case. Damn, you have such a rich imagination. It's a pity not to write a novel. Moo Moo saw the barrage in the live broadcast room and immediately said, "Don't talk nonsense. Lin Feng and I are just ordinary friends." Although Moo Moo had a good impression of Lin Feng before, and even said that she liked him very much, Lin Feng now has a girlfriend, and Moo Moo can't interfere with other people's feelings. So now she is intentionally or unintentionally keeping a certain distance from Lin Feng. The black-clad players around heard Moo Moo's words, and immediately rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng saw a group of black-clad players running towards him, and he became more excited for a while. "Since you want to play, then come on." Lin Feng did not advance but retreated, and rushed over directly. Relying on his body movement skills and boxing master skills, Lin Feng kept dodging, and then found the right opportunity to attack. He was invincible for a while, and eliminated 2 players again. Then Lin Feng set his sights on Moo Moo, who was holding a frying pan, and rushed over directly. Moo Moo panicked when he saw Lin Feng rushing over. He attacked randomly with a frying pan, and Lin Feng found the right opportunity and punched Moo Moo on the head. Moo Moo's health bar dropped by more than half, and Moo Moo was so scared that he hurriedly said, "Lin Feng, I am Moo Moo." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Of course I know you are Moo Moo, otherwise why would I hit you? Catch the thief first, catch the king. Do you understand this principle? Watermelon frost lozenges. 6. Catch the leader first. The anchor plays games with strategy." The leader of the sky-blasting gang. Poor Moo Moo, he's going to be captured like this. Opening a room to play landlord. "Anchor, you can't do this, my Moo Moo is so cute. How can you do it?" "Sweetheart lowly, don't you know that brother Lin Feng never goes soft on girls?" When the audience in the live broadcast room heard Lin Feng's words, they immediately started to brush the barrage. Moo Moo knew that Lin Feng, a steely straight man, would definitely not let him go, so he gritted his teeth and turned around and ran away. Lin Feng smiled, chased him directly, and punched Moo Moo in the head. He killed Moo Moo directly. The black-clothed army was basically Moo Moo's fans. When they saw Moo Moo being killed, they immediately rushed towards Lin Feng. "Moo Moo is killed, let's avenge her. Look, that's Lin Feng. If we kill him, we can brag about it forever." More than a dozen players rushed towards Lin Feng, and Lin Feng faced the enemy head-on without any fear. Although Lin Feng has the skills of a boxing master, he is outnumbered after all. After killing 7 or 8 players, he was hit on the head with a frying pan from behind. Player Lao Huangyou killed player 1 Lin Fengji by hitting his head with a frying pan. In the Crazy Bull Internet Cafe. "Haha, I killed Lin Feng, everyone come and see, Lin Feng was killed by me with a frying pan." In front of a computer, a player laughed. This player was the one who killed Lin Feng with a frying pan. The few people next to him were all playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. When they heard what he said, they immediately surrounded him. "You are bragging. You are the only one who can kill Lin Feng? Yes, you must be cheating. Even if he is cheating, he can't kill Lin Feng." Several people complained immediately after hearing his words, but they still walked over honestly. Chapter 417. After Lin Feng won the Aries Cup, he was almost recognized as the best player in PUBG in China, and his reputation was higher than that of Wei Shen. Now, almost everyone who plays PUBG in China knows Lin Feng. So when this player shouted just now, people immediately came to watch. It turned out that he really killed Lin Feng. A melee mode, what are you bragging about? Melee mode is awesome, brother. Today he even has this fancy mode. If I had known, I would have watched his live broadcast. The regulars of the internet cafe who were watching were envious. Being able to kill Lin Feng, even in melee mode, this is awesome enough to brag about for a long time. After Lin Feng was killed, the other players were still fighting. However, because Lin Feng just killed more than a dozen black-clothed players by himself, the red-clothed players suddenly had several more than the black-clothed players. This immediately formed a numerical advantage, and the red-clothed army directly beat the black-clothed army to retreat step by step. In the end, there were still 5 people in the red army, and only 1 player in black was left on the opposite side. The result was obvious. And among these 5 red players, Qianqian was also one of them. Qianqian said happily, "Brother Lin Feng, you see I survived to the end." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Not bad, Qianqian has made great progress. A dragon-slaying sword, anchored, you have changed. You used to be a steely straight man, but now you can make girls happy. Sky-clearing golden cudgel. I still miss the steely straight man Lin Feng before, at least I don't have to eat dog food that way. Cabbage stewed in boiling water. Qianqian is such a good cabbage, but she was just coaxed by the anchor." As long as Lin Feng and Qianqian interact, the barrage in the live broadcast room is extremely active. It turns out that although fans say they don't want dog food, their bodies are still very honest. Qianqian and the other 4 red-clothed players rushed up and beat up the black-clothed player. Soon, the last black-clothed player was killed. Lin Feng's red-clothed team won. Lin Feng smiled and said to Mumu and Lu Xiuqi, "How is it? Do you want another game?" Mumu puffed up her mouth and said, "I don't want to play anymore. You are a pervert. I can't beat you no matter how I fight." Lu Xiuqi was helpless. It seems that it is unlikely to beat you in this life. In the following live broadcast, Lin Feng took Mumu, Lu Xiuqi and Qianqian to play in a 4-person team. Mumu and Lu Xiuqi have made great progress during this period. In the game, they are no longer hiding behind Lin Feng and can stand alone. After playing a few games, Lin Feng looked at the time and said, "Qianqian, do you want to continue playing?" Qianqian stretched and said, "I don't want to play anymore, I'm a little tired." Qianqian doesn't play games often after all. She played games for several hours tonight, and was already very tired. Lin Feng said, "Mumu, Lu Xiuqi, I'm ready to go." Mumu and Lu Xiuqi knew that Lin Feng's live broadcast was always lazy, so they didn't say anything. The two of them wanted to continue the live broadcast. After all, they couldn't be as willful as Lin Feng. If they were like Lin Feng, they would probably lose a lot of fans. Seeing that Lin Feng was going to go off the air so soon, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately started to brush the barrage. "A dragon slaying sword? You're going to end the broadcast so early? Believe it or not, I send you the dragon slaying sword? Boiling cabbage and water? Too lazy, I protest, we demand more broadcasts." Grandpa Lu who bought cucumbers. "Yes, I sold several kilograms of cucumbers today, but if you want more broadcasts, I give you gifts. I'm the Infinite Heavenly Lord. Blessings to the Infinite Heavenly Lord. Everyone should understand the host. After all, he still has to do some things that adults should do with Qianqian." Lin Feng saw the barrage in the live broadcast room, and sure enough, he was complaining about his own laziness again, and immediately said, "I'm ending the broadcast on time, not in advance. How can you say I'm lazy?" After Lin Feng finished speaking, the audience in the live broadcast room complained again. Lin Feng knew that it was useless to reason with these guys, because you can't win over them even if you want to. So Lin Feng said directly, "Since everyone said that watching live broadcasts is a bit tiring, let's stop here today. I'm going to end the broadcast first." After saying that, Lin Feng directly exited the live broadcast room at lightning speed, leaving a group of confused viewers. Alpaca. Who said that watching live broadcasts is tiring? Stand up for me. No one said it at all, the anchor made it up himself. Brother Lin Feng is too naughty. Okay, let's all go. The fans in the live broadcast room slowly dispersed when they saw that Lin Feng had exited the live broadcast room. After Lin Feng exited the live broadcast, he immediately got tired of Qianqian. After watching Douyin for a while, they brushed their teeth, washed their faces, and went to bed. Lin Feng said with a smile, "You can just sleep in my room tonight." Qianqian blushed, but didn't refuse. "Then you are not allowed to do bad things." Lin Feng immediately said with a serious face, "Do I look like someone who would do bad things?" "Yes." Chapter 418. Time goes by day, and the match between Dhaka and Yen Country is getting closer and closer. All the contestants are preparing for the match, and even Lin Feng is training very seriously this time. He can lose, but Yen Country cannot lose. What's more, the opponent is Dhaka. This match has also attracted much attention from netizens. When they learned that Dhaka had shamelessly invited a European team, they were immediately upset. This kid. Dhaka is so shameless, he even invited a European team. So what if it's a European team? We still have Lin Feng and Wei Shen. We are not afraid at all. Yes, kill him. Netizens were excited, and even Huizi, who had been broadcasting live in Yen Country, was affected and sprayed by some excited netizens. Huizi felt very aggrieved for a moment. Although she was from Dhaka and had been a professional player, she also despised Dhaka's behavior, and she also had half of Yen Country's blood, and she had deep feelings for Yen Country. As a result, she felt very aggrieved when she was criticized like this. Of course, there were some more rational netizens, who stood up to support Huizi. Don't criticize me randomly. Although Huizi is from Dhaka, she has been broadcasting live in Yen Country, and she also has Yen Country's blood. Yes, what's more, it's the shameless team members of Dhaka, not our Huizi. Be patriotic rationally, don't be blind. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to what was happening online, But he also knew that this time the competition between Dhaka and Yin Country would definitely attract a lot of attention. So no matter what, we can't lose. So Lin Feng has not been lazy these days, and has been training with Baisha and Yinin. On the one hand, it is to improve the skills of Baisha and Yinin, and on the other hand, it is to make him more proficient. Although he has systematic skills and basically does not need training, it is always right to practice more. Yinin also successfully entered the top 40 in this Aries Cup competition, and is qualified to participate in this competition. As for Baisha, he originally did not have this qualification, but because there were several players in the top 40 who could not participate due to something, Baisha was ranked in the back row. Baisha was naturally very happy, and was also actively training. This is a good thing to win glory for the country. While training, he also did not forget to brag about his past. When I played Crossfire, those bastards of Dhaka were not enough for me to beat. I'm not bragging. If I played Crossfire, I could beat 10 of them by myself. Lin Feng and Yinin's ears were almost calloused. Lin Feng couldn't help but say, okay, hurry up and train. Don't be embarrassed to die when you land. Baisha also knew that he was a younger brother in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, so he was very obedient and started training immediately. The same was true for other teams. All 4 members of the 4AM team successfully advanced to the top 40, and were also in intense training at the moment. The 40 players who confirmed their participation also began to organize training together a few days before the competition. The 40 contestants formed a team, and fought with another 40-member team. Time passed quickly. The day before the competition, 40 Dhaka players had already taken a plane to Yin Country. At 8 o'clock on Saturday morning, Lin Feng was woken up by the alarm clock, and at this time, he was still holding Qianqian in his arms. He felt a little hard down there, and it was really uncomfortable to hold Qianqian, such a beautiful woman, and not let her eat. Qianqian opened her eyes, twisted her body, and felt Lin Feng's hardness. Her face immediately flushed. Bad guy, pervert. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. This is a normal physiological reaction, okay? Besides, you are so beautiful, and I am not impotent. How can I not be hard when I hug you like this? Qianqian blushed and said, don't talk nonsense, don't think about it. After that, she got up directly and prepared to go to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. Halfway through, she hesitated and turned back and said, Brother Lin Feng, if you perform well in this competition, I will give you some benefits. After that, Qianqian blushed and ran away. Lin Feng was refreshed for a while when he heard Qianqian's words. Don't worry, I will definitely perform well. Lin Feng has not broken the last window paper with Qianqian, because he doesn't want to force Qianqian. If Qianqian is willing, Lin Feng will naturally. After the two brushed their teeth and washed their faces, Qianqian made a breakfast. Brother Lin Feng, don't feel too much pressure. Qianqian said with some worry, I heard that there is a talented player named Katoing in Dhaka, and that European team is also very strong. Lin Feng smiled and said, don't panic, when have you ever seen me feel pressured? Qianqian smiled and nodded. She believed in Lin Feng 100%, and she was sure to win. This time the game started at 2 p.m., and after Lin Feng finished breakfast, he and Qianqian stayed together for a while. After lunch, he set off in his Maserati President. Lin Feng drove all the way, and soon arrived at the Shenzhen City Stadium in the Maserati. At this moment, there were already many reporters waiting outside the Shenzhen City Stadium, because this time the Dhaka Yin Country Confrontation Tournament attracted much attention, so there were also many reporters present. A young female reporter saw Lin Feng and Qianqian getting off the Maserati, and immediately walked to Lin Feng with a camera. Mr. Lin Feng, are you confident about this game? I heard that this time Dhaka's lineup is very luxurious, and it also sent a European team. The young female reporter asked immediately. Lin Feng smiled and said, of course I am confident, not to mention the European team, even if the whole of Europe is moved here, our Yin Country will still beat him. The development of European esports is much better than that of Yin Country, and the overall strength is also much stronger than that of Yin Country. But at this time, the momentum cannot be lost. Some other reporters also heard the news and came. Mr. Lin Feng, you have many identities, original singer, author, and racing driver, so why do you focus on esports? Another reporter asked. Lin Feng is the most popular and controversial person in all the competitions, because he has too many identities, and has achieved very good results in many fields. Lin Feng smiled and replied, regarding the questions you asked, I can only say that I am an esports player now and in the future. As for writing songs and singing, and racing, they are just my hobbies. Lin Feng did not intend to argue with the reporters here and said, "Okay, then I will go in first." He walked into the Shenzhen City Stadium with Qianqian and came to the backstage of the contestants. Those reporters wanted to chase in, but were blocked by the doorman. Chapter 419. Lin Feng, you brought your family with you? A hearty laugh came, and Agod came over. Agod has been in the professional arena for many years, and is definitely the big brother of PUBG esports. Although he suffered many losses at the hands of Lin Feng, he did not become enemies with Lin Feng because of this, but had a good relationship with Lin Feng. Agod is not a narrow-minded person, and he really admires Lin Feng. In the esports industry, being bad is the original sin, there is nothing to say. Lin Feng laughed and said, "What's the matter? Are you jealous of me because I have such a beautiful girlfriend?" Agod couldn't help but said, "Just show off." Lin Feng said to Qianqian, "You go to the audience seat first, and watch my performance later." "Okay." Qianqian nodded obediently and left the contestant area. Agod said with envy, "Your girlfriend is really well behaved, unlike me." Lin Feng patted his shoulder. "Man, you must be strong, so that you can have status at home." Agod did not talk nonsense with Lin Feng on this topic, and said, "We can't lose this game, otherwise it will be a disgrace to Yen country." "Don't worry, 1 kill 1, 2 kill a pair," Lin Feng said with a smile. "In short, it's right to be careful," Agod said. Soon, other contestants arrived one after another, and Lin Feng basically knew all the contestants this time. For example, the 4AM team basically came, and all the players of the OMG team also participated. Lin Feng smiled and greeted several people, and then began to discuss the strategy for this game. Wei Shen said, "Do you think this DACA has any conspiracy?" Lin Feng said directly, "I say, Lao Wei, when did you become so cowardly? Just fight and it's over." Other players also echoed, "Yes, yes, yes, fight them." At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a bus stopped in front of the Shenzhen Gymnasium. 40 players from DACA got off the bus one after another. The two walking in front were DACA's talented player Kato Ing and the famous European sniper God C. God. Seeing the contestants from DACA appear, a large group of reporters immediately surrounded them. Player Kato Ing, "Do you have confidence in this competition?" a reporter asked. Kato Ing stopped and said with a defiant look, "Of course I have confidence. This time, I came to Yen country for the competition to defeat Yen country." Hearing Kato Ying's words, several reporters around were indignant. "Damn, Xiao DACA is so arrogant." Immediately, a reporter stood up and said, "Player Kato Ing, since you are so confident, why do you invite a European team to help?" The expression on Kato Ying's face froze, and he said, "The Bat team is a good friend of our DACA. They are no different from us DACA. How can they be considered foreign aid?" The reporters around were shocked by Kato Ying's shameless words and whispered, "Oh my god! This Kato Ing is too shameless, isn't he? That's right, he can even say that he invites foreign aid so high-soundingly. This face is thicker than the wall of a public toilet." When Kato Ing said this, even several European players couldn't help but show contempt. God next to him was trying hard to hold back his smile. Kato Ing had pretty good skills, so how could he be so shameless? It was impossible for the Bat team to travel to DACA and participate in their God of War Cup. How could it be such a coincidence? It was the head of a game club in DACA who invited them here and arranged for them to participate in the DACA God of War Cup. Originally, God didn't plan to come, but their team boss had agreed, so he had no choice. At this time, the reporter gave the camera to God and asked, "God, as the European sniper God, do you have any feelings about representing DACA to participate in the competition in Yen country this time?" God's expression was a little awkward for a while, and he changed the subject and said, "I have heard that Yen country has many strong players, such as God, and the recently rising Lin Feng and others. I am looking forward to playing against them. God is the captain of the OMG team, Little Lion. He has also achieved certain results in international competitions before, and is called God by many foreign players." Kato Ing said in fluent Chinese, Okay, no more interviews." He immediately led the contestants from DACA into the Shenzhen Stadium, and came to their competition venue. Since the interviews were all live broadcast, the words of Kato Ing and God were immediately broadcast live. "See, this DACA person is shameless. Is this Kato Ing so powerful? So arrogant? I heard that he is the strongest professional player in DACA, and he is really powerful. Bullshit. Compared with Lin Feng, he is bullshit." The audience watching the live broadcast suddenly started to complain unhappily. The players from Yen country and DACA were all in place, and started to prepare. At 1:30, a large number of viewers had already crowded into the live broadcast room of the game. This competition was broadcast live on all platforms, and all domestic live broadcast platforms could watch this competition. Before the game started, a large number of viewers had already poured into the live broadcast room, among which Lin Feng's fans were the most numerous. "Come on, Lin Feng! Beat Daka! Come on, brother Lin Feng, I support you Tion. Come on, I killed him with one shot from 800 miles away. Sorry, I went to the wrong set." The audience in the live broadcast room stood in a surprisingly consistent position, waving flags and shouting to beat Daka. However, there were still some Jingdao elements who appeared, probably the water army hired by Daka, and they were sprayed and dared not speak as soon as they appeared. "Your mother is dead. Yen country will win. Whoever dares to support Daka will be killed. Long live Yen country will win." Time passed by, and as the live broadcast room barrage became more and more active, the screen of the commentary seat appeared on the screen of the live broadcast room. Rita and Xiaoji were responsible for the commentary this time. As for Qiufeng, it is said that he was walking on the road a few days ago, and a car suddenly rushed out from the roadside and broke his leg. It is said that the driver was drunk driving. Anyway, the commentary this time can't come. "Hello everyone, I am Rita, the commentator this time. Welcome to watch the Yen Country Daka competition." Rita, who has fair skin, beautiful face and long legs, said. "I am Xiaoji." Xiaoji also said immediately. Rita smiled and said, "This competition can be said to be full of masters. Both sides are the strongest in the country. The strength of these 80 players is outstanding." Chapter 420. Xiaoji nodded and said, "The players participating in this competition are indeed very strong, and there is also a European team joining this competition." Xiaoji smiled after speaking, and did not continue. Although he despised Daka's behavior, as a commentator, he could not say it even if he despised it. Rita smiled and said, "Daka is indeed well prepared this time. It seems that our Yen country players will go all out." Hearing the words of the two commentators, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately brushed the barrage. "Ha ha, Rita means that without this strong European team, our Yen country does not need to go all out to beat them. Daka. Even if the European team comes this time, so what? For little scum can't make any waves. We must pay attention to the opponent tactically, and despise the opponent strategically. We still can't underestimate Daka. Don't worry too much, just do it. The game has not started yet, and the barrage in the live broadcast room is already quite active, and the audience is already waiting. It can be seen how much attention this competition has received." Time passed by minute, and at this time all the players were already sitting in front of their computers, ready to start the game. Rita smiled and said, "Now all the players are ready, and the game is about to start." Xiaoji immediately said, "I believe everyone has been looking forward to this game for a long time." After that, he changed the subject. "First of all, thank KFC, Baleen Takeaway, Didizi, QQ Reading, and Yashin Flower Water for their strong support for this competition." Rita immediately smiled and replied, "At the same time, thank you Sina Weibo, Guapi Used Cars, and In Novel Network for their strong support for this competition." Hearing that the two commentators were inserting advertisements again, the audience in the live broadcast room complained again. "Very good, your advertisements are very well promoted. I will never use them in the future. I took off my pants, and you read the advertisements to me? These evil capitalists have affected my interest in watching the game. I want to buy them all. The upstairs, don't just drink, eat some food." Rita and Xiaoji smiled bitterly. Every time they read the sponsor's advertisement, they were embarrassed. This advertisement was inserted too abruptly, making them all embarrassed. But there is no way, who makes the sponsors the bosses? After reading the sponsor's advertisement, Xiaoji said, "Then this competition officially begins." At this time, the time was exactly 2 o'clock, and all the players entered the competition room. This time the game adopts the 40 vs 40 melee mode, and whoever survives to the end will be the winner of this competition. There will be 3 consecutive melees, and whoever wins the most times will be the winner of this game. In order to better distinguish, both sides have their own exclusive costumes. The Yen country side wears red clothes, and the Daka side wears white clothes. I am a fairy. Oh, this is definitely our Yen country's victory. Wearing white clothes is unlucky. A big sausage. Sister, you are right. By the way, do you want to eat big sausages? I am Wuliang Tianzuan. Fusheng Wuliang Tianzuan. I counted with my fingers. This game, Yen country will win. Lao Wang next door who loves playing PUBG. With Tianzuan's words, Lao Wang feels relieved. The barrage in the official live broadcast room of Huya is still active, and most of them are fans of Lin Feng. Kaoing said to the 4 members of the European Bat War, "This time, I will trouble you a lot." Although Kaoing is unruly, he is still very polite to this European team. After all, this European team plays a very important role in this game, especially their team captain God, who is even called the European Sniper God. Their strength is extremely terrifying. If the European team had not joined this time, Daka would really have no confidence in this competition. Kaoing and some other Daka players are indeed very strong, but in terms of overall strength, Daka is still far inferior to Yenhua. 002 said, "Don't worry, we will try our best." The members of the Bat team are named after their serial numbers. The captaincy is 001, and the others are 002, 003, and 004. As for why they are named this way, no one knows. At this time, the game has officially started. 40 Yin Country players in red and 40 Daka players in white appeared on the birth island. Kaoing grinned and punched and kicked a Yin Country player next to him. Other Daka players saw Kaoing's actions and began to imitate them, attacking the Yin Country players on the birth island. Lin Feng saw this scene and was directly angry. These Daka bastards are making trouble before the game has even started. Brothers, let's get him. Lin Feng was still very influential among the players of Yin Country. After he rushed up, other players of Yin Country also rushed up. For a while, Daka and Yin Country actually started fighting on the birth island, although it was useless. And it couldn't cause any harm. Several European players didn't intend to participate. After all, they were not that bored, but after being punched a few times by others, they actually started to punch each other out of boredom. Rita saw this chaotic scene, was stunned, and said, "I didn't expect that the players on both sides would be so enthusiastic, and they were already interacting before the game started." Xiaoji nodded. Yes, it was Daka Kaoing who started it first. Xiaoji's words directly put all the blame on Daka. It was you Daka people with low quality who started it first, and we can't blame our Yin Country. The audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, and also brushed the barrage. These little Daka devils are really capable of causing trouble, but they won't be rampant for long. They will definitely be dead soon. Speaking of which, Kaoing is a bit crazy. I hope that Master Lin Feng can blow his head off with one shot later. This year's Daka players are not good, and their quality is generally low. Come on, brother Lin Feng, I will marry you if you kill Kaoing. Don't say anything upstairs. You will make Lin Feng dare not take action later. In the melee between the two sides, the countdown to the birth island finally ended. A plane appeared on the screen, and the route appeared directly on the screen of the live broadcast room. The route of this competition is from the airport to S City, which is a common route. Lin Feng, should we seize the airport this time? Wei Shen asked in the team voice. Lin Feng has become the core figure in their team. In the training a few days ago, Lin Feng's strong skills made everyone have to admit it. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Of course we will, but don't bring too many people, just a few people will follow me." Lin Feng estimated that Daka would definitely not let go of the airport, a big resource point. But he was not afraid at all. Life and death were indifferent, and he would fight if he didn't accept it. Chapter 421. Little Lion said, "How about I jump to the airport with you?" Little Lion is one of the top professional players in the country, and one of the main players in this competition. Lin Feng said, "No, you jump somewhere else. Don't put all your eggs in one basket." Since Lin Feng said so, Little Lion could only say, "Then be careful. If it doesn't work, retreat first." Lin Feng is very important to the Yin Country team. If Lin Feng is eliminated, it will be a huge loss. Rita looked at the route of this game and said, "The route of this game is located in the center of the map. There are many large resource points on the way. The first one to bear the brunt should be the airport." Xiaoji nodded and said, "I think the players of Yin Country and Daka will not give up the resources of the airport, but I don't know which players will jump to the airport." The plane came to the sky above the airport along the route, and at this time, Lin Feng jumped down first. Lin Feng must seize the initiative to better deal with the next battle. Seeing Lin Feng jump off the plane first, Rita said, "We can see that Lin Feng has jumped to the airport first, and there are several other Yin Country players with him." Lin Feng's fans in the live broadcast room of the game posted comments one after another. "The anchor is awesome, kill him. Blessings to the Lord of Heaven, I counted on my fingers, the anchor will win this time. 666, with our Lin Feng here, there is no need for the Daka devils." Lin Feng glanced at the Daka players who jumped off the airport during the descent, and there were actually 7 of them. There were only 4 people from Yin Country who jumped to the airport. namely Aluka from 4AM team, Jing Muchuan from 17 team, and Lin Qingyu. These 4 players are very strong, but the players from Dhaka are obviously not weak either. Rita said with some concern. I didn't expect so many people from Dhaka to jump to the airport, and Katoing is among them. Katoing is one of the strongest players in Dhaka. This time, he chose to jump to the airport, and he will definitely have a clash with Lin Feng. Xiaoji nodded and said, and Dhaka has 3 more people than Yen country. It seems that this time the battle for the airport will definitely be a tough battle. The fans in the live broadcast room saw so many Dhaka players jumping to the airport, and they couldn't help but worry for a while. Brother Lin Feng, come on, you must not lose. What if there are more people? With our great Lin Feng, everything is not a problem. It seems that Katoing is here too. His skills are very strong. What the hell, which side are you on? Seeing that there were 3 more players on the other side of Dhaka than on his side, Lin Feng did not back off and landed directly on building number 1 of the C-shaped building. Rita said in surprise at this time. I didn't expect that Lin Feng and Katoing both chose building number 1 to land, and the distance between them was very close. Xiaoji also said excitedly, does it mean that Lin Feng will fight with Katoing as soon as he landed? At this time, Lin Feng and Katoing had landed on the roof of building number 1 at the same time. The 2 landed almost at the same time. Lin Feng and Katoing immediately glanced around, and soon saw a Thompson submachine gun not far away. Lin Feng glanced at the position of the submachine gun, and thought to himself that it was not good. This submachine gun was right next to Katoing, but it was still a certain distance away from Lin Feng. Lin Feng would never be able to snatch it from Katoing. Katoing saw the submachine gun, then glanced at Lin Feng. Ha ha, God helps me, kid, you are dead. Katoing immediately rushed towards the submachine gun. Seeing this scene, the fans in the live broadcast room immediately became nervous. F***K, what's going on? Why is the gun placed next to Katoing? This luck is too bad. It's over, brother Lin Feng, hold on. Just when Katoing rushed to the submachine gun, Lin Feng also moved, and he rushed directly towards Katoing. When Katoing picked up the submachine gun and loaded the bullets, Lin Feng had already rushed in front of him. Katoing was shocked. Is he crazy? Why didn't he run away and come to die? At this moment, Lin Feng threw a big fist on Katoing's head, causing Katoing to lose half of his health. Katoing immediately understood Lin Feng's idea. This young countryman was going to use his fist to eliminate him. Katoing hurriedly tried to distance himself from Lin Feng. As long as he slightly distanced himself, he could kill Lin Feng directly with the submachine gun in his hand. But how could Lin Feng give him such an opportunity? Lin Feng had been following Katoing's steps closely, and had been entangled with Katoing, not letting Katoing have a chance to shoot. Then Lin Feng seized the opportunity and punched Katoing on the head again. A burst of blood mist suddenly spurted out of Katoing's head, and he was killed by a headshot. In the game of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, fists are the most easily overlooked, but their lethality is not low. 2 headshots are enough to kill the opponent. Player 1 Lin Fengji eliminated player G8 and Jianji with fists. Congratulations to the host for killing a special player and obtaining the Supreme Treasure Box. Hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Lin Feng smiled. It turned out to be a Supreme Treasure Box. This Katoing is worth some money. At the same time, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The situation just now was very critical. If there was a slight mistake, he would become the soul of Katoing's gun. After this kill prompt was displayed, all the contestants were shocked. Wei Shen, who landed at Port Inn, saw this kill prompt and laughed out loud. Lin Feng is awesome. Little Lion was also stunned. This kid is good, he actually eliminated Katoing with his fists. The other young country contestants were all excited. With Lin Feng's kill, they were more confident. Chapter 422. Katoing stared blankly at the kill prompt, and was completely confused. It took him a while to react. He was actually eliminated? And he was eliminated by the opponent with a fist? This is simply a great shame. The European players sitting next to him almost laughed when they saw Katoing being eliminated with a fist, and they were all trying hard to hold back their laughter. This Katoing from Dhaka was so boastful before, but he was actually eliminated with a fist. The European players wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to laugh. After all, Katoing was still on their side. Although these European players belonged to Dhaka's lineup, the European players didn't particularly like these people from Dhaka. They even needed to pull in foreign aid to play in the competition? Isn't it embarrassing? The European players held back their laughter, and there was an uproar on the Dhaka side. Kato-kun? What's wrong with you? The Dhaka players were boiling. This time, these main players who went to Yen country were eliminated just after landing, which was a heavy blow to their morale. At this time, the audience at the game site was boiling. 66. Lin Feng is awesome. Too good. He actually used his fists to kill Dhaka's main force. From today on, I am a fan of Lin Feng. I will fight anyone who dares to slander Lin Feng. Lin Feng is awesome. Yen country is awesome. The audience at the scene and in the workshop were cheering for Lin Feng. Lin Feng's performance was really inspiring. Lin Feng's punch not only hit Dhaka's morale, but also encouraged Yen country. Qian, who was sitting on the stands, clenched her hands and murmured, "Brother Lin Feng, come on." Lin Qingyu, who also jumped at the airport, smiled. "He is indeed the man I like. He is really different. The captain is so awesome. I can't lose the face of one team," Baisha said excitedly. Rita was also a little shocked. He didn't expect Lin Feng to give them such a surprise at the beginning. Rita said excitedly, "I didn't expect Lin Feng to give us a surprise as soon as he landed, but Kato Ying's strength is also good, but his luck is a little worse." Xiaoji said with a smile, "Yes, but I don't think it's a matter of luck. Through the picture just now, we can also see that Kato Ying is the closest to the weapon, but Lin Feng can knock him out with his fist unexpectedly." The words of the two commentators immediately caused a round of ridicule from the audience in the live broadcast room. Ha ha ha, it's obvious that Xiaoji is very unhappy with these Dhaka devils, but he doesn't dare to say it too obviously. Anyway, just call Lin Feng awesome. Do you know Jedi King of Fighters? Lin Feng was definitely a master of King of Fighters before. The rhythm of this attack is simply perfect. After Lin Feng killed Kato Ying, he immediately picked up the submachine gun that Kato Ying had just picked up, and then immediately rushed into Building 1. He clearly remembered that there was another player who jumped to the location of Building 1. Lin Feng took the Victor submachine gun and charged directly, and changed to an M16 assault rifle on the way. In addition to the AKM rifle, Lin Feng's favorite rifle is the M16 assault rifle. This rifle has a unique 3-shot mode with a very fast firing rate. After 3 bullets, the opponent will go to heaven directly. Lin Feng soon heard the footsteps in Building 1 and rushed over directly. The Dhaka player on the opposite side also heard Lin Feng's hurried footsteps, and immediately became alert. He was holding an AKM rifle in his hand. Lin Feng knew that the Dhaka players who came to participate in this game were not easy to deal with, so he didn't waste too much. If it was another game, it would be okay for Lin Feng to waste a little, but this time it was a confrontation game, which was related to the honor of Yen country, so Lin Feng had to be careful. Lin Feng approached the position of the Dhaka player carefully, and the Dhaka player on the opposite side did the same. Lin Feng saw that the time was almost right, so he rushed out directly, and at the same time raised the M16 assault rifle in his hand, and saw the Dhaka player at a corner. The moment he saw the Dhaka player, Lin Feng pulled the trigger directly. Bang, bang, bang. 3 5.56mm bullets shot out immediately. Lin Feng used the unique 3-shot mode of the M16 assault rifle to fire these 3 bullets at a very fast rate of fire. The Dhaka player on the opposite side obviously did not expect Lin Feng's attack to be so fast. He had no time to react, and was directly hit by the 3 5.56mm bullets. A burst of blood mist suddenly spurted out of the Dhaka player's body, and then he slowly fell to the ground. Player 1 Lin Fengji used an M16 assault rifle to kill the player Zonkun. Congratulations to the host for killing this special player, and obtaining the gold treasure chest. Lin Feng smiled slightly, walked to the box of the Dhaka player, and murmured with a smile, "This professional player of Dhaka is too weak, right? He is really not strong enough." The director just turned the camera on Lin Feng at this time. Whichever player the camera appears on, the words of this player will also be transmitted to the live broadcast room. A large group of viewers in the live broadcast room heard Lin Feng's words, and laughed at once. The neighbor Lao Wang who loves to eat chicken, ha, the anchor is really excellent, I admire Lao Wang. A dragon-slaying sword. 666, online taunting Dhaka players, God Lin Feng is the first person. Northeast Obama, ha, online report Dhaka players for giving Lin Feng heads. Sweetheart Loli, brother Lin Feng is great, I'm here now, watching it with blood boiling. Rita almost couldn't help laughing when he heard Lin Feng's words, and he explained with a smile, Lin Feng's strength is still obvious to all. Even when facing the powerful Dhaka players, he can deal with it with ease. Rita also deliberately emphasized the word powerful. After Lin Feng eliminated the Dhaka player, he immediately began to search for equipment in Building 1. Soon Lin Feng found a 98K sniper rifle, and a 4x scope at the same time. With this 4x scope 98K sniper rifle, Lin Feng was more confident to deal with the next game. After searching the equipment in Building 1, Lin Feng's equipment was already quite good. Lin Feng was holding a 4x scope 98K sniper rifle in his hand, a red dot AKM rifle on his back, a level 2 armor, and a level 2 helmet, and a level 2 backpack. Although the ammunition and medicine in the backpack were not particularly sufficient, they were enough to support for a while. Seeing that Lin Feng had picked up the AKM rifle and the 98K, Rita smiled and said, "As we all know, Lin Feng's best firearms are the AKM rifle and the 98K. Now that both equipment are available, I am looking forward to Lin Feng's performance next." Xiaoji smiled and nodded. "I am looking forward to it too." Chapter 423. The game was going on minute by minute, and at this time, many DACA players had fought with Yinhua players. The upper right corner kept showing the kill prompts. Lin Feng took an AKM rifle and began to hunt DACA players in the airport. Lin Qingyu also faced a DACA player at this time, holding an M416 and fighting a DACA player face-to-face in the police station. The screen appeared directly on Lin Qingyu. Lin Qingyu's outstanding appearance brought her a lot of popularity and many fans. But at the same time, her skills were also very outstanding, and she was not afraid of the frontal hard steel, which was quite a bit of a heroine. But at the same time, the skills of this DACA player were not bad. After a difficult battle, Lin Qingyu seized the opportunity to kill the DACA player with a headshot. Player Lin Qingyu used an M416 assault rifle to hit the head and killed the player Musuin. Seeing Lin Qingyu kill a DACA player, Lin Qingyu's fans in the live broadcast room and on the scene immediately became excited. Goddess Qingyu is so great. She is beautiful and has great skills. If I can marry Goddess Qingyu, I would be willing to live 10 years less in this life. Let alone 10 years, I would be willing to live 30 years. Lin Qingyu, I love you. Rita saw Lin Qingyu's performance and said with a smile, "Lin Qingyu is a female player, and it is really surprising that she can perform so well." Xiaoji nodded and said, "Lin Qingyu's strength has reached the level of first-line professional players. Although she is not as good as Lin Feng in 17 Beasts, she is also capable of standing on her own." At this moment, a player in white suddenly jumped out and faced Lin Qingyu head-on. Lin Qingyu was also panicking at this time. She had just killed an enemy, and her health bar was running low. How could she continue to fight? But now, she could only bite the bullet. The fans in the live broadcast room immediately became nervous when they saw this scene. Damn! What's the situation with this DACA kid? Where did he come from? There's no way. There are too many DACA players jumping into the airport in this game. The DACA kid will bully the minority with the majority, and dare to bully our Goddess Qingyu. Goddess Qingyu, kill him! Lin Qingyu soon fought with this player again, and soon there was only a trace of blood left on the bar. Just when Lin Qingyu was desperate, a burst of gunfire suddenly rang out from behind. Bang! Then a 7.62mm bullet passed by her and flew forward. This DACA player obviously didn't expect that a Cheng Yaojin would appear halfway, and he had no time to dodge at all, and was directly hit in the head by a 7.62mm bullet, and was killed directly. Player 1 Lin Fengji used a 98K sniper rifle to hit the head, and killed player DMU. Congratulations to the host for killing a special player, and getting a gold treasure chest. Lin Qingyu saw that it was Lin Feng who saved her, and a touching smile appeared on her face. At this time, the director gave the camera to her, just capturing her touching smile. Lin Qingyu's smile directly made many otaku viewers in the live broadcast room fall. So beautiful. This is so beautiful. Fuck, Lin Feng is a hero who saves the beauty. It's over, Lin Feng is a goddess harvester. What if the goddess Lin Qingyu also likes him? I don't agree to this marriage. However, what the audience in the live broadcast room didn't know was that Lin Qingyu and Lin Feng had already had a baby marriage, and she was still sticking to Lin Feng. If they knew, it would probably be a lot of heartbreak again. Rita saw Lin Feng rescue Lin Qingyu and said with a smile, Lin Feng's action was really timely. If it was a little later, Lin Qingyu might have been killed. Eliminated? Xiaoji smiled and nodded. Lin Feng is worthy of being the top professional player in our Yin country. I believe Lin Feng will be able to lead the players of Yin country to kill a bloody road at the airport. Then Xiaoji smiled mysteriously again, and I heard that the relationship between Lin Feng and Lin Qingyu seems to be a little bit complicated. Of course, this is just gossip, and I don't know whether it is true or not. Rita said in surprise, No way? How can Lin Feng be related to Lin Qingyu? Rita has always had some good feelings for Lin Feng. On the one hand, it is because Lin Feng is really handsome, and on the other hand, it is because she likes Lin Feng's personality. However, after knowing that Lin Feng has a girlfriend, Rita immediately gave up her idea. Now that I heard that Lin Feng was actually related to Lin Qingyu, I was very curious for a while. Hearing Xiaoxi's words, there was an uproar in the live broadcast room of the game. Wild Boar Peppa, what the hell? Is it true? Our anchor has a girlfriend. Sexy Pumpkin, it's not surprising. Who says you can't have relationships with other girls if you have a girlfriend? A Big Sausage, I think it's okay for a good guy like Lin Feng to have more girlfriends, right? I'm a little fairy. What are your values, people upstairs? I believe that brother Lin Feng is definitely not such a scumbag. Qianqian was watching the game live, and watching the live broadcast room on her phone at the same time. When she heard Xiaoxi say that there was some relationship between Lin Feng and Lin Qingyu, the expression on her face changed suddenly. Huh? Nonsense. How could brother Lin Feng have any relationship with that Lin Qingyu? Qianqian naturally trusted Lin Feng 100%. So she thought Xiaoxi was just talking nonsense to attract attention, and she had a very bad impression of this commentator. But that Lin Qingyu was indeed very beautiful. Qianqian rarely saw girls who could compete with her in appearance. Lin Qingyu was definitely one of them. Lin Feng slowly came over at this time. Seeing that Lin Qingyu had a headache, he still said, "Are you okay? Hurry up and apply medicine first." After saying that, Lin Feng was about to go over to lick the box. At this time, Lin Qingyu hurriedly said, "Lin Feng, I don't have any medicine on me." Lin Feng was stunned and said, "You have been on the ground for so long, and you don't have any medicine on you." Lin Qingyu said, "I don't know why, this police station is a bit weird, there is no medicine at all." Lin Feng heard Lin Qingyu's words, and threw out 5 bandages directly. Lin Qingyu knew Lin Feng's straight male personality, so he didn't say anything and picked up the 5 bandages on the ground and immediately applied medicine on himself. The audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene and immediately brushed the barrage. Ha ha, the anchor is still so stingy. He clearly has 2 first aid kits on him. I was shocked when I heard Xiaoxi say that just now, but now seeing how stingy Lin Feng is, I know that there is nothing between him and Lin Qingyu. Yes, yes, yes. How could a goddess like Lin Qingyu fall in love with a straight man like Lin Feng? The otaku fans of Lin Qingyu in the live broadcast room of the game were relieved at once. Chapter 424. The audience in the live broadcast room naively thought that there would be nothing between Lin Feng and Lin Qingyu. At this time, Lin Qingyu picked up the bandage and applied it on herself, and soon her health bar returned to a healthy state. At this time, Lin Feng had licked the boxes of the 2 DACA players and collected all the useful equipment inside. Qing Muchuan of the 17th team was attacked by 2 DACA players in the K-shaped building. Although he eliminated one of them, he was also killed at the same time. Although Qing Muchuan was a little aggrieved, it was not too bad for him to eliminate a DACA player. After Qing Muchuan was eliminated, Aluka of the 4AM team was also eliminated. Seeing 2 Yin Country players being eliminated in succession, Rita couldn't help but say with some worry, "Now there are only 2 players left in the airport, Lin Feng and Lin Qingyu. While DACA still has 4 players, twice as many people, the situation seems a bit bad." Xiaoxi on the side said with a smile, "Rita, you seem to have ignored Lin Feng. Lin Feng can fight 3 alone." Rita's delicate face showed a smile. "Yes, I believe Lin Feng can definitely get out of the airport." At this time, several kill prompts appeared in the upper right corner. Player Bat001 killed player YT Lilde by hitting the head with an M24 sniper rifle. Player Bat001 killed player 1 Enin by hitting the head with an M24 sniper rifle. Player Bat001 killed player 4AM CPT by hitting the head with an M24 sniper rifle. 3 consecutive kill prompts were displayed, and the audience at the scene and the live broadcast room were in an uproar. 001 is the game ID of the European sniper god Sigad. Sigad eliminated 3 Yin Country players at once, which was a big blow to Yin Country. The European sniper god is indeed worthy of his reputation, and you can tell whether he is good or not with just one move. Rita saw that the European Sigad eliminated 3 players at once, and couldn't help but worry. The strength of European players is indeed extraordinary, especially Sigad's sniper rifle has reached the level of perfection. Xiaoxi said, "We also have a sniper god on the Yin Country side, that is our player Lin Feng. I believe Lin Feng can definitely fight with Sigad." At this time, the barrage in the live broadcast room of the game was extremely active. "Damn it, This European sea god is a bit awesome. I'm afraid it's not easy to deal with. The Dhaka people are just shameless, and they even invited a few European foreign players. I believe brother Lin Feng can definitely beat this European sea god. Support Lin Feng. Support Yin country. The fans in the live broadcast room waved flags and cheered for the players on the Yin countryside. In a live broadcast platform in Dhaka, these Europeans stole our limelight. It's such a pity for Kato-kun. He was tricked by the Yin countrymen. Kato-ing should commit seppuku to apologize. We will win in Dhaka. Although this competition was held in Yin country, many people on the Dhaka side were also paying attention. Lin Feng said at this time, "Let's go and talk about life and ideals with some friends in Dhaka." Now Lin Feng's equipment has been completed, and he is not going to stay at the airport any longer. But before leaving the airport, he must first deal with a few Dhaka players in the airport. Lin Qingyu smiled and said, "I lure the snake out of its hole, and the rest depends on you." Lin Feng was slightly stunned when he heard Lin Qingyu's words, nodded and said, "Then be careful." Lin Feng immediately found an excellent shooting point, and then Lin Qingyu immediately walked to the K-shaped building, successfully tricked a Dhaka player out. As soon as the Dhaka player stepped out of the K-shaped building, he heard a 98K sniper rifle gunshot, then a blood mist splattered on his head. Player 1 Lin Fengji used a 98K sniper rifle to hit the head and killed player Badu Yejai. Then Lin Feng and Lin Qingyu cooperated tacitly. Lin Qingyu searched for the Dhaka players in the airport, and then fought if she could, and led them to Lin Feng's site if she couldn't. After a while, the two killed all the Dhaka players in the airport. Rita was shocked when he saw this scene. "Can it be played like this?" Xiaoji smiled and said, "I didn't expect that Lin Feng and Lin Qingyu cooperated so well and solved the Dhaka players in the airport in one go." At this time, the number of people on the Yin Kingdom side has been steadily suppressed by the number of people on the Dhaka side. The number of survivors on the Yin Kingdom side is 24, and the number of survivors on the Dhaka side is 18. The game continued, and the members of the Yin Kingdom and Dhaka side slowly gathered together. At this time, the Dhaka players mainly gathered on the plains near Peace City, while the Yin Kingdom players mainly gathered near M City. Although the number of people on the Yin Kingdom side was superior, the offensive of the Dhaka side was still fierce. Especially the European sea god, with a terrible sniper rifle, has taken away 5 Yin country players. Rita looked at the game data and said, "The one who has killed the most people in the game is Lin Feng from Yin country, who has killed 6 people. The second place is European sea god, who has killed 5 people. Although 6 people don't sound like a lot, it is already very terrifying in this kind of competition. You should know that there are only 40 Dhaka players participating in the competition. Lin Feng killed 6 people at once, which put a lot of pressure on the players on the Dhaka side. Our Lin Feng is still awesome. He killed 6 little devils alone. That European sea god is also very fierce, not easy to deal with. Not only sea god, the other 3 European players are also very fierce, worthy of being a strong team in Europe. They are really different. The person above, how can you talk? Are you a traitor to Yin country?" The barrage in the live broadcast room is extremely active, and they are all discussing Lin Feng and European sea god. At present, the records of these 2 people are the most similar, and the 2 are also good at using sniper rifles, which has attracted much attention. What European sea god? Great god Lin Feng can definitely beat him. That's for sure. Great god Lin Feng has never let us down. The main players of Yin country gathered near M City, but Lin Feng drove a blue car and took Lin Qingyu from the West Bridge directly to Peace City. Then, they saw a group of Dhaka players wearing white clothes gathered near Peace City. Lin Qingyu said at this time, "Lin Feng, let's go and gather with other Yin country players first. There are too many people here. Those who can participate in this game are all the top professional players in Dhaka. If Lin Qingyu and Lin Feng are discovered by these people, it is estimated that it will be difficult to leave alive." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Since you are here, you have to give them a big gift." Lin Qingyu was stunned for a moment. "What do you want to do?" Lin Feng did not answer, but directly turned the accelerator and rushed over. Chapter 425. Lin Feng drove the car directly towards the Dhaka player, and Lin Qingyu, who was sitting in the car, was shocked. She quickly understood what Lin Feng was going to do, and hurriedly said, "Lin Feng, aren't we taking too much risk?" Lin Feng smiled faintly. Fortune is sought in danger, and taking risks is worth it. When Lin Feng said this, he was just seen by the fans in the live broadcast room of the game, and the barrage flew all over the sky. A dragon-slaying sword. 666, wealth and honor are sought in danger. The anchor is so handsome. I am a fairy. Well done, brother Lin Feng. Get rid of all those Daka devils. A 98k landed. No matter what game, Lin Feng is always the most dazzling player. A sweet mouth and a sharp knife. You said this coolly. From now on, Lin Feng is my idol. The audience at the scene was also in an uproar, cheering loudly for Lin Feng, but at the same time, they were nervous. Lin Feng is the main force of Yin country. If he is really killed, it would be a pity. Even Qianqian, who has always been very ladylike, stood up and cheered for Lin Feng at this time, and she was very nervous. Brother Lin Feng, I believe you can win. Qianqian thought in her heart. Rita looked at the screen and said excitedly, Is Lin Feng going to crash into it? This is too risky. Xiaoji looked at the screen and was also very excited, saying, Although Lin Feng's behavior is very risky, if it succeeds, he can definitely take away 1 or 2 Daka players. Then Xiaoji added, And Lin Feng also has a nickname of Jedi God of Cars. I believe he will not let us down. At the game site, Mu Mu and Lu Xuqi were watching the game screen nervously, afraid of missing any details. Lin Feng drove the car directly towards the Daka players, and quickly attracted the attention of the Daka players. Several Daka players thought Lin Feng was one of them, and did not shoot to stop him. This was exactly what Lin Feng wanted. Lin Feng stepped on the accelerator and rushed directly towards the Daka players. These Daka players quickly realized that something was wrong. Why was the car rushing towards them? A Daka player standing on the other side saw the red clothes Lin Feng was wearing and immediately said anxiously, No! It's someone from Yin country, everyone get out of the way. However, it was too late at this time. Several Daka players looked at the car that was about to come in front of them, and they shot and dodged in panic. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. Still want to hide now? Too late. Lin Feng directly hit 2 Daka players head-on and killed them. Player 1 Lin Fengji eliminated player Baima using a car. Player 1 Lin Fengji eliminated player Zhang Kun using a car. Congratulations to the host for killing a special player and getting 2 gold treasure chests. Lin Feng got 10 kills at once, directly pulled the gap of the second place European Sea God by half. Seeing this scene, Xiaoji couldn't help but slap the table excitedly. Too strong, too strong. Directly eliminated 2 Daka players. Lin Feng's operation is too good. Although Rita didn't slap the table like Xiaoji, he was also excited and said, Lin Feng is always Lin Feng, and he can always bring us surprises. Landing with a 98k, this is simply the best of the flowers. Isn't this too powerful? I am Wuliang Tinzuan. Blessing Wuliang Tinzuan, I calculated with my fingers. Lin Feng will definitely win this time. Daka Mushishin. Yin people are insidious. At this time, a Daka audience appeared from nowhere in the live broadcast room of the game, and sent a barrage that made people feel very uncomfortable. Then they were immediately besieged. Fuck. Where did this Daka little devil come from? Everyone, spray him with me. Brothers of the Zhaotian gang, come with me, spray this little devil to death, and don't come back. Don't let go of other little devils, spray together. Although most of the people in the official live broadcast room of the game are Yin people, some Daka students, who come to Yin country are also watching the game here. Because their local live broadcast platform in Daka is stuck in the network of Yin country, they can't watch it at all. So a large number of Daka students, who dare not speak were affected, and were sprayed wildly. Daka live broadcast platform. This Yin country guy is so bad. The flower girl next to him is so pretty. Kimura-kun, what time is it? You still have the heart to look at the flower girl. Who is this damn Yin country guy? So rampant. In Daka's live broadcast platform, a large number of viewers were all indignant. At this time, 17 Beasts in M-City saw this kill prompt and couldn't help but give Lin Feng a thumbs up. This slut is so slutty everywhere, and he has stolen all the limelight. At this time, in the Yin country team, Wei Shenzhou, Lily, and several others had been eliminated. Currently, the top players in the Yin country team are only 17 Beasts from Team 17, Little Lion from Team OMG, and Lin Feng. The other side of Daka is even worse, with only 1 or 2 strong Daka players, and the European strong Team Bat supporting the scene, and the rest are just some small shrimps. European Sea God once again saw Lin Feng's kill prompt, and showed a meaningful smile. Yin country Lin Feng is really interesting. At this time, European Sea God once again headshot a Yin country player, and the number of kills on his body has reached 6. However, this is still a big gap compared to Lin Feng. European Sea God suddenly became more interested in Lin Feng. He had heard that Lin Feng was also an expert in sniper rifles, and he couldn't help wanting to compete with Lin Feng. Lin Feng rushed out quickly in a car. He and Lin Qingyu were injured to varying degrees, and their health bars were basically only 2/3 left. Lin Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief and then said, Lin Feng, you are really great. Not to mention eliminating 2 DACA players, and the 2 of us can escape unscathed. Lin Feng showed a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth and said, Is this great? There are better things to come. Lin Feng suddenly turned a direction and headed. He drove in the direction he had just escaped from. He was going to make a surprise attack. Lin Qingyu was so scared that she said quickly, Lin Feng, are you crazy? We will both die. Lin Feng smiled and said, after hearing what Lin Qingyu said, What's there to be afraid of? Don't mind life and death. Fight if you don't agree. Lin Feng stepped on the accelerator and rushed back directly. At this time, the live broadcast room of the game exploded instantly, and the audience cheered. Oh my god! This is so exciting! Lin Feng, I support you. Well said. Don't mind life and death. Fight if you don't agree. See, this is the style of a good man from our Yin country. Awesome. I want to give Lin Feng 66 likes. No one expected that Lin Feng would make a surprise attack after killing 2 DACA players. This is simply too crazy. Chapter 426. The sound of the car's engine made several DACA players stunned for a moment, and then they saw Lin Feng, who had just run away, rushing over in another car. 002 of the Bat team shouted dissatisfiedly. The Yin countryman just now is here again, let's kill him. Although 002 is not a DACA person, he is now standing in the DACA camp. If DACA loses, their Bat team will have no place to put their face, so they are still working very hard in the game. 002 and 004, 2 European players, immediately took their guns and fired wildly at the oncoming car in front. The 2 DACA players next to them did the same, and the bullets were fired as if they didn't care about their lives. Lin Qingyu, who was sitting next to him, was shocked by such a fierce attack and said quickly, Lin Feng, be careful. Lin Feng said calmly, Don't panic, nothing will happen with me. The dense and surging bullets hit the iron sheet of the car, splashing sparks. Lin Feng was hit by a stray bullet again, and his health bar dropped again, leaving less than 1/3. Lin Feng adjusted the direction directly, and Lin Qingyu did not sit still and wait for death. She leaned out of the co-pilot window and fired a burst of shots with the M416 assault rifle in her hand. Bang bang bang. Lin Qingyu's move was fierce, and she killed 002 directly with a burst of shots. Player Huilqy killed player Bat 002 with an M416 assault rifle. Seeing that 002 of the Bat team was eliminated, the players of Yin country were excited. Rita said excitedly, Lin Qingyu's timing was very good this time, and she actually eliminated 002 from the European team. Xiaoji also nodded. 002 is the second best player in the European team after Sigad, and is also the main player of DACA. This time 002 was eliminated, which can be said to be a serious injury to DACA. The fans in the live broadcast room were instantly excited. Goddess Lin Qingyu. I love you. Just like a mouse loves rice. The above, this is a joke from many years ago, how dare you bring it up. I think DACA can't stand it now, and he is definitely not our Yin country's opponent. 002 looked at himself being killed and said a little depressed, Damn, I died in the hands of a woman. Sigad, who was sitting next to him, saw 002 like this, and smiled and said, Adjust your mentality and prepare for the next game. Sigad saw the difference in the number of people between Yin country and DACA, and knew that it would be almost difficult for DACA to win this game. But this cannot be blamed on them. It can only be said that the contestants of DACA are too weak. The opponent Yin country is too strong. Katoing next to him immediately said to God C, this time I'm going to trouble you, you must win. Katoing had just adjusted his mentality at this time. When the game just started, he was eliminated by Lin Feng with a punch. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. As one of the strongest professional players in DACA, Katoing has never been so embarrassed. But the face has been lost, and he can only get it back in the next game. Katoing clenched his hands tightly. In the next game, Lin Feng must pay the price. Sigad frowned when he heard what Katoing said. Is this DACA man thinking of a bubble? Now Yin country has such a big advantage. Even if he, Sigad, is a god, it is difficult to turn the tide. Sigad said, Kato-kun, I can only say that I will try my best. Sigad is one of the top professional players in Europe. No matter what game it is, no matter who he plays for, he will go all out. Katoing nodded and said nothing more. He also knew that it was too difficult to win at this point in the game. It was good that these Europeans could work so hard. After Lin Qingyu killed 002, Lin Feng drove away. At this time, there was only a trace of blood on Lin Feng's body. Lin Qingyu's situation was not much better than his, with only a little blood. If the two hadn't run fast just now, I'm afraid they would have been eliminated now. Lin Qingyu looked at her health and said with a bit of fear, Lin Feng, this is too dangerous. If we were a little later, I'm afraid we would have been eliminated by now. Lin Feng smiled and said, although it's a bit dangerous, the results are very fruitful. Didn't you also eliminate 002 of Bat Team? Lin Qingyu rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and said, hurry up and take medicine. I really don't feel safe at all looking at this amount of health. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room of the game immediately started to brush the barrage. Lin Qingyu is indeed a heroine who is as good as a man. Ha ha ha, even Lin Qingyu was frightened by Lin Feng's reckless operation. Without a strong heart, playing games with Lin Feng will sooner or later be frightened to death. Rita said at this time, it was really a close call just now. If Lin Feng had made a slight mistake, he would probably have been eliminated now. Although the effect of this surprise victory is obvious, I still think Lin Feng should be more cautious. This is too risky. Xiaoji on the side said with a smile, do you think if he is cautious, then he is still Lin Feng? Hearing Xiaoji's words, Rita couldn't help but shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's true. Lin Feng can definitely be regarded as the most reckless professional player in the country, with all kinds of reckless operations. However, what makes people helpless is that every time Lin Feng is reckless, he can retreat unscathed after completing reckless operations, and the only unlucky ones are always his enemies. At this time, Lin Feng and Lin Qingyu had filled up their health bars, and then saw a jeep driving over in the distance. Lin Qingyu immediately picked up the M416 assault rifle in her hand and became alert. Lin Feng smiled and said, put down the gun, it's a friendly force. As expected, Lin Qingyu saw 4 Yin Country players wearing red clothes in the jeep. Chapter 427. As the 4 players in the jeep arrived, several Yin Country players came over. 17 Beast walked up to Lin Feng and said, you are really good, you killed so many people. 17 Beast knew that Lin Feng must be the most outstanding player in this game, and he couldn't help but feel a little envious for a moment. I am the best gunner in China, how come you are the one who has taken all the limelight? Lin Feng said with a smile, let's take down Dhaka first. I just came from Peace City, there are many Dhaka players there. 17 Beast said, you said they are all in Peace City now? Lin Feng nodded, yes, they are basically in Peace City now. I estimate that there should be less than 10 players left in Dhaka. We have more people here than them, so we can just rush over and kill them. Lin Feng's style of doing things has always been like this, rushing over to fight. 17 Beast took a look at the circle of this competition and said, this time the final circle is likely to be in Peace City, so let's go to Peace City. After that, he added, but we still have to be careful, not too reckless. Lin Feng directly grabbed a motorcycle and said, okay, I go first. After that, Lin Feng directly twisted the accelerator and drove the motorcycle towards the direction of Peace City. De Jing from Team 17 immediately complained, damn, could you tell me before you drive my motorcycle? De Jing had just gotten off the bike when he saw that his motorcycle was snatched away by Lin Feng. 17 Beast said, let's go over there quickly and win this game first. A bunch of Yin Country players ran towards Peace City. Some drove straight over there, while some were more sneaky and ran over there secretly. Rita said, we can see that the players of Yin Country are slowly approaching Peace City. It seems that there will be a fierce battle in Peace City. Xiaoji nodded. There are still 16 players on our Yin Country side, and there are only 9 players on Dhaka. Our Yin Country still has a great advantage. Rita nodded and said, I believe our Yin Country will definitely win. I am a fairy. Brother Lin Feng's performance is so brilliant, he is worthy of being our Yin Country god of war. A dragon-slaying sword. Ha ha. This group of little devils also specially brought in foreign aid, but it's a pity that it's useless. Straight man. Those European devils are still very powerful, but compared to our great god Lin Feng, they are still far behind. Sweetheart Loli, come on, brother Lin Feng. You must win. In the Crazy Bull Internet Cafe, a large group of players, who are watching the live broadcast online are very excited. Jiang Hao was sitting in the Internet Cafe, and he said loudly, see, Lin Feng is simply invincible. I used to play with Lin Feng. Xiao Wei, who was sitting next to Jiang Hao, immediately said proudly, our Crazy Bull team has witnessed Lin Feng's growth all the way, and Master Lin Feng has also taught me. Some players nearby were immediately excited when they heard what Jiang Hao and Xiao Wei said. You said you played against Master Lin Feng? Is it true? Jiang Hao immediately patted his chest and said, how can it be false? I think our Crazy Bull team is also very powerful, and Master Lin Feng suffered a lot at our hands. Several members of the Crazy Bull team had suffered a lot at the hands of Lin Feng. At the beginning, they looked down on Lin Feng. As a result, Lin Feng won the God of War Cup with his strong strength. Then several members of the Crazy Bull team suddenly became fans of Lin Feng, and often brought up the battle with Lin Feng to brag. The internet cafe was basically full of PUBG players, so they were very concerned about the Dhaka Yin country confrontation, and more than half of the people were watching the live broadcast of the game. At this time, Lin Feng drove a motorcycle directly towards P-City. In a house outside P-City, the European sea god was holding an M24 sniper rifle and observing. When he saw Lin Feng driving a motorcycle over, he immediately opened the 4x scope in his hand, aimed for a while, and gave up directly. Because Lin Feng was driving too fast, the speed must have exceeded 100, and he was very sly, turning right and left. There was no way to aim. Even Sea God, who was known as the European sniper god, could not do anything to Lin Feng. As Lin Feng appeared, several Yin country players appeared behind him, all heading towards P-City. European Sea God immediately aimed at one of them, and pulled the trigger. Bang! 17 Beast was driving a jeep, and before he drove out for long, a blood mist splashed out of his head. Player Bat001 used an M4 sniper rifle to hit the head, and killed player 17 Show. 17 Beast's body immediately rolled off the jeep. 17 Beast gritted his teeth. This can be hit. After 17 Beast was hit, the army of their team immediately switched to the driving position, and adjusted the direction immediately to prevent being hit again. Then God C used the M24 sniper rifle in his hand to kill 3 Yin country players. Player Bat001 used the M24 sniper rifle to hit the head, and killed player NWLNGYA. Player Bat001 used the M24 sniper rifle to hit the head, and killed player LGDXIN8. Seeing that several Yin country players were all killed by God C, Rita said a little worriedly, the sniper rifle of European God C is simply terrifying. Several players have been eliminated by him. Xiaoji nodded and said, you are right, but you can take a look at Lin Feng. The director immediately turned the screen to Lin Feng, and saw Lin Feng driving a motorcycle directly to the downstairs where God C was, turned around and took an AKM rifle and rushed directly into the room where God C was. Rita said excitedly at this time, Lin Feng has now come to the building where God C is. You should know that Lin Feng's AKM rifle is also very outstanding, and he can definitely turn the tide. A dragon-slaying sword. Lin Feng is awesome. He actually touched God C's back without making a sound. He is going to smack God C's ass. Nancheng Jioming, the person upstairs, can you speak more elegantly? What is flower? It should be called 1,000 years of killing. Absolute data analyst. Although this God C is called the sniper god, his steel gun level is not low either. I am still a little worried about the anchor. A cup of cheese. Anyway, I don't care. Lin Feng will win. God C, who was standing upstairs, had heard Lin Feng's footsteps and immediately put away his M24 sniper rifle and took out the M416 assault rifle on his back. Start to be alert. Judging from the sound of the motorcycle engine just now, this guy should be the player who just drove the motorcycle over. Chapter 428. Although God C didn't know the identity of the player downstairs, but seeing how he just drove a motorcycle, he must be extraordinary. So he immediately focused on alert, holding an M416 assault rifle in his hand, and slowly approached the stairs. And he deliberately suppressed his footsteps, trying not to make any noise. However, Lin Feng had the intermediate hearing proficiency skill, and even though God C deliberately suppressed his footsteps, he was still discovered by Lin Feng. Lin Feng immediately took out a smoke bomb from his backpack and threw it directly at the stairs, and then threw a flash bomb. White smoke soon filled the stairs, and God C's sight was immediately known. Then another flash bomb blinded God C. The blinding time of the flash bomb can reach 3 seconds, and it also has a silent effect. At the moment when the flash bomb exploded, Lin Feng moved. Lin Feng rushed up the stairs and raised the AKM rifle in his hand instantly. God C knew that Lin Feng would definitely attack the building at this time, so he picked up the gun in his hand and fired directly at the stairs. Both sides could not see each other, and could only shoot based on their feelings. Lin Feng did not shoot first. When he heard God C's gunshot, he immediately determined the opponent's position. He picked up the AKM rifle in his hand, and fired a burst of shots. Bang bang bang. After a burst of gunfire, a kill prompt was refreshed. Player 1 Lin Fengji used an AKM rifle to hit the head and killed player Bat001. Congratulations to the host for killing a special player and obtaining the Supreme Treasure Box. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Feng raised a wicked smile. He is indeed the European sniper god, and he is really valuable. After the smoke dissipated, I saw the body of God C lying quietly in front, with a box next to him. At this moment, the whole audience burst into cheers. Lin Feng is awesome. Yin Guo is awesome. I said Lin Feng can do it. What European god C, go eat shit. 666. No one can stop the footsteps of the great devil Lin Feng. Too strong. One person can support a game. The audience in the live broadcast room and on the scene were excited. God C can be said to be the most threatening player in this game. Now that he has been eliminated by Lin Feng, who else can stand up to the stage in Dhaka? Some other Yingguo players were very excited when they saw God C being eliminated. See, God was eliminated by Lin Feng. Brothers, charge. Charge. Kill those little devils. A large group of Yen country players immediately rushed towards P City. After Lin Feng eliminated See God, he immediately came to his side and opened his box. See God's box is rich in resources, but Lin Feng already has most of the things in it. The only valuable thing is the M24 sniper rifle. However, Lin Feng has the advanced skills of 98K, so he doesn't like this M24 sniper rifle in a live broadcast platform in Dhaka. Why are these Yin country people so powerful? Didn't you say that Yin country is full of low-level rookies? What is the origin of that Lin Feng? How come even Europe See God is not his opponent? Don't worry, we haven't lost yet. We still have many excellent players alive in Dhaka. European God C looked at the slightly dimmed screen in front of him and couldn't help but smile. Yen Guo Lin Feng. Interesting. See God originally thought that the most powerful player in Yen Guo should be K God Little Lion or 4AM Team's Wei Shen. After all, these two people have led Yen Guo's team to achieve remarkable results in international competitions. But God C didn't expect that the most powerful player in Yen Guo was not these two people, but an unknown Lin Feng. Lin Feng has been a big name in the domestic card during this period, and his popularity once overshadowed top players such as Wei Shen, Little Lion and 17 Beast. However, because he has never set foot on the international arena, he is not very famous abroad. After being killed by Lin Feng, European God C quickly adjusted his mentality and restored his best condition. The failure of the steel gun this time did not make God C very depressed, because he was best at the sniper rifle. If he was sniping against Lin Feng this time, he believed that he would never lose. Of course, the biggest reason for being able to maintain his mentality was that he was just a foreign aide from Dakara, and it was enough for him to try his best. As for winning or losing, it would not have any impact on him at all. If he represented his own country now, it would definitely not be as easy as it is now. At this time, several Dakara players in Peace City were miserable. Because Yin country has already occupied an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, and the strength of the players on the Yin country side is still slightly above them. He Shuh1 is the top player of Dakara, and his strength is no less than that of the talented player Kato Ing of Dakara. At this time, he poked his head out from the corner of the wall, and directly killed the two Yin country players in front of him with headshots. Player He Shui killed player SSS Vovo by hitting his head with an M16 assault rifle. Player He Shui killed player SD Liu by hitting his head with an M16 assault rifle. Hai Shuichuan's powerful move immediately attracted everyone's attention. Rita looked at the screen and said, Hai Shuichuan is the captain of the Dhaka HS team. He is very strong and looks like a big trouble. Xiaoji on the side said with a smile, Hai Shuichuan is indeed very strong, but facing such a disadvantage, he alone cannot save the situation. Lin Feng met Hai Shuichuan not long after he came out. As soon as the two met, they used long guns and short cannons, and they directly shot. Lin Feng changed his steps with his body skills while locking the opponent's head and shooting directly. Hai Shuichuan was wearing a level 3 helmet on his head, and Lin Feng directly knocked off half of his health. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately hid behind the bunker next to him, took out a medical kit, and injected himself with it to refill his health bar. At this time, he was extremely cautious. Through the brief confrontation just now, he knew that the opponent's strength would never be inferior to his own. After Hai Shuichuan filled his health bar, he seized the opportunity and immediately popped out from behind the wall. He locked Lin Feng's position tightly. As long as Lin Feng popped out, he would shoot. Seeing the confrontation between Lin Feng and Hai Shuichuan, Rita was a little nervous. This Hai Shuichuan is the top player in Dhaka, and I don't know if Lin Feng can deal with it. Rita believed that Lin Feng's strength was definitely not a problem, but in a confrontation like this, the key to winning or losing is not only the technology, but also the mentality of the players, and the surrounding environment is also a very important factor. Lin Feng just made a fake move, and saw a series of bullets hit the place where he just popped out. If he hadn't retreated quickly, I'm afraid, he would have become a dead soul under the opponent's gun. Chapter 429. Lin Feng saw the opponent's reaction speed, and knew that the opponent was definitely not weak. He should be the top player of Dhaka. So he didn't dare to be too presumptuous. If he was an ordinary player, he would have rushed out and fought face to face with the opponent. Lin Feng took out a smoke bomb from his backpack and threw it out. When the smoke began to spread, he threw another one out. Rita looked at the screen and said, Lin Feng has already started to spread the smoke. Is he ready to attack? Xiaoji nodded and said, Lin Feng obviously knows that the player Hai Shuichuan is not easy to deal with, and he knows that he must not lose this game, so he is still very cautious. If it was before, I'm afraid, he wouldn't even have to lay the smoke. Lin Feng would have rushed out and fought him to the death. Lin Feng can now be regarded as the #1 Jedi player in Yin. Xiaoji also pays special attention to Lin Feng, so he is still very clear about Lin Feng's style of doing things. A dragon slaying sword. Ha ha ha. I laughed at the sentence of rushing out and fighting desperately. Absolute data analyst. Although the anchor sometimes looks very reckless, that is only when he is sure. When have you ever seen the anchor fail? I am a fairy. Yes, yes, brother Lin Feng is the best. What he does will definitely not be wrong. Today, Lin Feng should be the one with the most female fans among all the PUBG players. On the one hand, it is because of his outstanding skills, but more importantly, it is because of Lin Feng's outstanding appearance. In this era of appearance, even if Lin Feng's skills are not very good, he can still harvest a large number of female fans with his appearance. Lin Feng saw the smoke begin to spread, and rushed into the smoke with the AKM rifle in his hand, running towards Hai Shuichuan's position. The position between the two was completely covered by white smoke, and they could not see each other at all. Hai Shuichuan gritted his teeth and ran out of the bunker. Neither side fired in the smoke, and they were very careful to cover up their footsteps. At this time, neither side was sure to kill the other. Once they fired, their positions would be exposed, and then the other side would seize the opportunity to shoot and kill them. Lin Feng's handsome face hooked up a wicked smile. In this smoky area, it was his home court. Lin Feng relied on his hearing proficiency skills to directly understand Hai Shuichuan's position, and at the same time relied on his body skills to suppress his footsteps to an extremely subtle level. Hai Shuichuan couldn't find him at all. Lin Feng directly picked up the AKM rifle in his hand and fired directly at the front. Bang bang bang. A burst of gunfire sounded in the diffused white fog. Hai Shuichuan heard Lin Feng's gunfire, and before he could react, he was pierced through the body by a series of 7.62mm bullets. Player 1 Lin Fengji used an AKM rifle to hit the head, and killed the player He Shui. Congratulations to the host for killing the special player, and getting the gold treasure chest. Lin Feng curled his lips. This Hai Shuichuan is a bit worthless. Lin Feng still has some understanding of Hai Shuichuan. Before the game, Lin Feng had already read the information of these Dhaka participating players. This Hai Shuichuan is one of the top players in Dhaka, and can be ranked alongside Katoing. Seeing this kill prompt pop up, Rita said excitedly, Lin Feng won? He is worthy of being the god of war of our Yin country, and the name of god of war Lin Feng is well deserved. Xiaoji also nodded excitedly. Lin Feng's performance in this competition is beyond all of our expectations. Now the pressure faced by Dhaka players may be several times greater. This is indeed the case. When Dhaka players saw Lin Feng's strong performance, they couldn't help but feel heavy in their hearts. Although they knew that Yin country had a very powerful player, they didn't expect him to be so strong. First, he eliminated Katoing, then eliminated European Sea God, and then eliminated their trump card Hai Shuichuan. It turned out that all three main players of Dhaka died in his hands. The audience at the scene cheered, all shouting Lin Feng's name. Qianqian sat among these people, watching them cheering her boyfriend's name, and felt a little proud for a while. Brother Lin Feng is just so outstanding. Qianqian glanced at the two outstanding women sitting next to him, who looked like they wanted to give birth to Lin Feng, and she couldn't help but feel a little more sense of crisis in her heart. Brother Lin Feng is so outstanding and so handsome. There will definitely be a lot of girls who like him by then. No! I have to keep a close eye on Brother Lin Feng. Qianqian thought so in her heart, and couldn't help but clench her hands. After Hai Shuichuan was killed, there were only a few Daka players left in the encirclement of Yanhua players, and only 1 or 2 Daka players with relatively outstanding strength were still struggling. The strength of the few surviving Daka players is not bad, but they are still not inferior to the players of Yin Country, who have the advantage in numbers. The game continues, and gunshots are heard from time to time in P-City. The advantage of Yin Country is becoming more and more obvious. There are only 3 players left in Daka now, hiding in a small house in P-City. At this time, there are still 7 players in my Yin Country, including Lin Feng. Lin Feng has a 98K sniper rifle in his hand, but in another house, he locked the house where the 3 Daka players are. At this time, a Daka player poked his head out in a wretched manner. Bang! At this moment, a 7.62mm bullet was fired instantly. The player's head just stretched out from behind the wall, and a 7.62mm bullet hit his head, splashing a burst of blood mist on his head, and then slowly fell backwards. Player 1. Lin Fengji killed the player GMU by shooting him in the head with a 98K sniper rifle. Congratulations to the host for killing a special player and getting a gold treasure chest. Lin Feng's kill count has reached 13 at this time. 13 kills is terrifying in a competition. You should know that there are only 40 players in this game, and 1/3 of them were killed by Lin Feng alone. A big sausage. Lin Feng is awesome. Yin Country will win. Sweetheart Loli. Brother Lin Feng, you are awesome. Those people in Daka. I am not your opponent at all. I am Wuliang Tianzuan. Blessings to Wuliang Tianzuan. I have said long ago that the anchor will definitely win this time. Lao Wang, who loves to eat chicken next door. Brother Tianzuan is really accurate. Why don't you help me calculate when I, Lao Wang, can get rich? I am Wuliang Tianzuan. Blessings to Wuliang Tianzuan. I can calculate with my fingers, Lao Wang. You will get rich in your next life. Lao Wang, who loves to eat chicken next door. Seeing the barrage of the two, some fans of Lin Feng in the live broadcast room of the game couldn't laugh for a while. It was the same when he was in Lin Feng's live broadcast room. Every time Lao Wang was the object of ridicule. Chapter 430. After Lin Feng killed 1 player, there were only 2 players left in Daka hiding in the house. Little Lion brought 2 Yin Country players to the bottom of the house, and saw Lin Feng killed another Daka player. He immediately waved his arm and said, "There are only 2 of them left. Go up and kill them." Little Lion rushed to the front, and threw 2 smoke bombs in the stairwell. With the cover of smoke, he and the other 2 Yin Country players rushed upstairs. At this time, the morale of the remaining 2 Daka players had dropped to the extreme. They were no match for Little Lion and others, and were all eliminated at once. Yin Country won the game. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile when he saw that he finally won the game. All these competitions are different from ordinary games. They are all about the honor of Yin Country. They can't lose no matter what. Seeing the Yin Country team win the chicken, Rita said excitedly, "Let us congratulate Yin Country for its victory in the first game, and congratulate Lin Feng for becoming the killer king of this game." The audience was boiling, and they were all shouting Lin Feng's name. In the live broadcast room of the game, the barrage was even more explosive. Lin Feng is awesome. Yin Country is awesome. If Lin Feng is not born, the Jedi will be like a long night. 666. Lin Feng shot the prestige of our Yin Country with a 98K. There are even a lot of viewers who directly swiped a lot of gifts in the live broadcast room of the game. Lin Feng's diehard fans sent magic books X666. Yin Country must win sent light sticks X666. Beat the Daka Devils and send hot pot X999. Generally, there are not many people who send gifts in such a live broadcast room of the game. Because in such an official live broadcast room, the gifts sent are generally swallowed directly by the live broadcast platform. However, this time, the victory over Daka was really gratifying, and some rich fans couldn't help but give gifts. Money can't buy my happiness, so what's the big deal about sending gifts? Compared to the excitement of Yengua's live broadcast room, Daka's game live broadcast room can be said to be full of curses. What are they doing? Are they letting us win on purpose? Didn't they say that Daka are just some unremarkable players? Why are they so good? This bunch of trash, they hired European players and still lost. Don't get excited, there are still games to come, we may not lose. Trolls are not only found in Yin Country, Daka's trolls are even more fierce. As soon as they saw their team lose, they started to insult in the live broadcast room. The contestants of Yin Country were all smiling. This round was really won beautifully. Lin Feng immediately reminded, although we won this round, we can't relax in the future, we must not give Daka any chance to turn things around. This time the competition adopted the best of 3 games. Although Yin Country won this round beautifully, it still did not win completely. The second game must be won, and Daka must be completely defeated. 17 Beast immediately said, Lin Feng is right, we must not take it lightly, Daka's strength is still very strong. In the Daka contestant area, the expressions on the faces of the Daka contestants were very gloomy. They never expected that they would lose the first game so badly. When Kato-ing saw everyone like this, he immediately said, cheer up, it's just a loss, we still have a chance later. Kato-ing was originally the absolute leader of Daka, but because he was eliminated directly at the beginning of the first game, other Daka players also complained about him for a while. He Shuichuan said sarcastically, I don't know who was killed by a fist just after landing, it really disgraced our Daka. He Shuichuan, don't go too far. Kato-ing said angrily. Hai Shuichuan suddenly said, if you were not eliminated at the beginning, would our Daka lose so easily? We lost this game. You have an unshirkable responsibility. Hai Shuichuan said very unhappy. He and Kato-ing are equally strong, but Kato-ing is much more popular in Daka than him. In Daka, whenever the number 1 player of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is mentioned, the first person that comes to mind must be Kato-ing, and Hai Shuichuan has nothing to do with him. Hai Shuichuan has long been dissatisfied in his heart, and he just took this opportunity to vent. The screen of the Daka contestants happened to appear in the live broadcast room of the game at this time, and saw 2 Daka players arguing about something with red ears. Although most of the audience in the live broadcast room could not understand the Daka language, they could still see that the 2 Daka players were arguing. Seeing the scene, the audience in the live broadcast room laughed for a while. What's the use of arguing like this, just fight. If you are a man, fight. Ha ha ha, it's really a dog-eat-dog situation. Interesting, interesting. If they fight now, it will be really exciting. The audience in the live broadcast room of the game started to make a noise. They wished that Daka's family would fight, so that Yin Country would be easier to win. Rita looked at the screen and said, Daka's Kato-ing and Kuromi Chuan seem to have a dispute. I wonder if it will affect the subsequent games. Xiaoji shook his head and said, it shouldn't be. This competition is very important. I believe that even if Daka players have internal disputes, they should be restrained. The 2 commentators were secretly happy while talking. Argue. The more fiercely you argue, the better. European Sea God shook his head. These guys from Daka are actually in the mood to argue. Seeing the 2 quarreling more and more fiercely, European Sea God immediately stood up and said, now is not the time to pursue responsibility, let's find a way to deal with the next game. Sea God originally didn't intend to care about Daka's trivial matter, but there was no way, their bat team also had to save face. What if Daka lost the game too badly due to internal discord? Then, their bat team would also be embarrassed. After hearing Sea God's words, Kato-ing and Kuramizukawa stopped arguing. They also knew that they should be united now. Even if they were dissatisfied with each other, they had to wait until the end of this game. In a live broadcast platform in Daka, these 2 bastards are still in the mood to argue. Kato-ing should open his stomach and apologize. That's right, he is half responsible for all the losses in the game. He must give us an explanation. The trolls in Daka all pointed their spearheads at Kato-ing, and were very dissatisfied with him. A top player in Daka was killed by someone with a fist in less than a minute after landing. It's a great shame. It's a disgrace to them, Daka. Chapter 431. Amidst the noise, the second game started soon. The players from both Yin Country and Daka tried their best. Yin Country wanted to completely defeat Daka in this game, while Daka wanted to turn things around with this game. The commentator Rita said with a smile, the second game is about to start. Lin Feng's outstanding performance in the last game left a deep impression on us. I believe he will definitely surprise us in this game. A dragon-slaying sword. Ha ha ha, now Rita has become a loyal fan of Lin Feng, the man in the red mansion. But the host's performance this time is really awesome. I hope he can have such a performance in the second game. Sweetheart Loli, anyway, I don't care. Brother Lin Feng is the best. Xiaoji said with a smile. I am also looking forward to Lin Feng's performance in this game, and I am even more looking forward to the performance of other players from Yin Country. Then without further ado, the second game begins. At this time, all 80 contestants have appeared on the birth island. Lin Feng stood on the birth island, watching the countdown, feeling a little bored for a moment, and punched a white-clothed player next to him. Why is this Yin countryman so boring? European Sea God saw the player next to him, and punched him on the head for a disagreement. Although it would not cause any damage, he felt extremely aggrieved. When everyone in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they immediately started to comment. Ha ha ha, Brother Lin Feng is so naughty. If I'm not mistaken, that person just now should be European Sea God, who must be very unhappy at this time. European foreigners are not good people either, just hit them hard. As Lin Feng took action, the red and white sides immediately started a fist-to-fist fight on the Birth Island. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Soon the countdown on the Birth Island ended, and a plane appeared on the screen. The route of the game soon appeared on the live broadcast screen. The route of this game is from the nuclear power plant to Z City. It is a relatively common route. Rita looked at the route on the screen and said, "This time the route is from the nuclear power plant to Z City, and there are many large resource points along the way. Among them, the nuclear power plant, P City, G Port and other places should be the areas with the richest resources." Xiaoji nodded. If nothing unexpected happens, our 17 Beast players should choose to jump to P City. Rita smiled and responded, "That's natural. The title of 17 Beast P City Lord is not a joke. But I'm more curious about where Lin Feng will jump." Because Lin Feng's performance in the last game was beyond everyone's expectations, all the focus of the scene was on Lin Feng. Not to mention Rita has a good impression of you, so naturally he cares more about Lin Feng at this time. The plane flew along the route, and players jumped off one after another. There seemed to be quite a lot of players jumping into the nuclear power plant this time. We can see that Wei Shen, Xia Shizi, and several powerful Yanhua players all jumped into the nuclear power plant. Xiaoji looked at the screen and said with some surprise, "And there are also a lot of Daka players jumping into the nuclear power plant this time." The three main players of Daka actually jumped into the nuclear power plant together. It's incredible. In the picture, Kuramizukawa, Kato Ing and European Sea God actually jumped towards the location of the nuclear power plant. These three are the three main forces of Daka, and their strength is very good. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but sweat for Xia Shizi and Wei Shen. When the plane came over the prison, everyone saw Lin Feng actually jump towards the prison. Although the resources of the prison are not bad, they are still much inferior to those of P City and G Port, which are rich. Rita saw Lin Feng's jump point and said a little unexpectedly, "I didn't expect Lin Feng to choose to jump to the prison. I thought he would jump to G Port." Rita had just watched many games of Lin Feng, and rarely saw Lin Feng jump to the prison. At this time, the director directly gave the camera to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was stunned, and then he couldn't help complaining, "Oh my god! I accidentally pressed the wrong key." Hearing Lin Feng's words, both commentators Rita and Xiaoji were stunned. "Brother, this is a competition. You can actually press the wrong key." In the live broadcast room of the game, the fans watching the game were already laughing. Home has a mind. Is Lin Feng going to make me laugh to death? Then inherit my Hua Bei. Lin Feng's brother's little wife. Ha ha, brother Lin Feng is so cute, but will it affect the game? The neighbor who loves to eat chicken. Don't worry, even if the anchor jumps to the wrong place, he can still crush other players. Sweetheart Loli. Anyway, just believe in brother Lin Feng. If other players jump to the wrong place, they will probably be sprayed by a large group of spectators to autism. But this person is Lin Feng. Except for one or two viewers complaining, the others are basically teasing. Because Lin Feng had already performed amazingly in the previous level, it can be said that he led the Yin country team to win the game alone. Just like his poor performance in this game, no one would blame him. It was just because his performance in the previous game was too amazing. After a slight surprise, Lin Feng was not too panicked. If he pressed the wrong button, he pressed the wrong button. Prison is also a good choice. During the landing process, Lin Feng observed the players who jumped into the prison in this game. He found that in addition to himself, another Yin country player also jumped into the prison. In addition, 3 Daka players in white clothes also jumped towards the prison. Lin Feng saw that there were only 3 Daka players inside. Why are there only 3? Seeing Lin Feng's regretful expression, a large group of fans in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. Love you for 10,000 years. What's that expression, host? Why is he still not happy? Lao Wang, who loves playing PUBG. Ha ha. The host is complaining that there are too few Daka players jumping into prison this time. Not enough for him to kill. I am Wuliang Tianzuan. Blessings to Wuliang Tianzuan. I calculated with my fingers. Host Lin Feng is going to go against the will of heaven again this time. Jia Baoyu, the scumbag. With your words, I, Jia Baoyu, feel relieved. Rita looked at the screen and said in surprise, I didn't expect that the one who jumped into prison with Lin Feng in this game was his teammate Bai Sha. Xiaoji nodded and said, Bai Sha is not very strong in this competition, but with a tacit understanding between him and Lin Feng, it should not be a problem to deal with these 3 Daka players. Rita covered his mouth and laughed. I think Lin Feng alone is enough to deal with these 3 DACA players. Lao Wang next door, who loves to eat chicken. Rita is right, I think so too. The cucumber seller downstairs of the girls' dormitory. I think so too. I think so too. This sentence immediately swept the screen in the live broadcast room. Love you for 10,000 years. See, this is the result of low cultural level, only this sentence. Chapter 432. Lin Feng landed directly on the main building of the prison, and then immediately scanned the surroundings, just in time to see an S686 shotgun lying quietly in front of him. The S686 shotgun is known as the equality of all beings. Although it seems to be a bit useless in long-range combat, it is quite powerful in close combat. Lin Feng just found that a DACA player landed in the main building, so he could use this S686 to greet him. After Lin Feng loaded the bullets, he immediately walked into the building from the stairs and started searching for this DACA player. Lin Feng relied on his body movement skills to control the footsteps to the greatest extent. When he came to the second floor, he just heard a sound of footsteps coming from downstairs. Listening to the footsteps, Lin Feng knew that the other party should have landed at the stairs. Then a burst of white smoke rose up at the stairs, and then gradually spread. Lin Feng knew that the other party must have discovered him, otherwise he would not have thrown 2 smoke bombs in one breath. Lin Feng raised a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth, then took the spray gun in his hand and rushed into the smoke. After the DACA player downstairs threw 2 smoke bombs, he immediately rushed up with the submachine gun in his hand. At this moment, he suddenly saw a black shadow in front of him. Then the next second, bang! The dull sound of the S686 shotgun sounded. Player 1 Lin Fengji used the S686 shotgun to hit the head and killed the player Dielmu. Congratulations to the host for killing this special player and obtaining the gold treasure chest. Bai Sha, who was searching for equipment in the warehouse, saw this kill prompt and was overjoyed. I didn't expect the captain to be in prison. That's great. Bai Sha ran over to the sound of the gun. Although his skills were good, he could only be considered a mid to low level player in this competition, so he had to run to Lin Feng and hug Lin Feng's thigh. Bai Sha quickly came to the main building of the prison and successfully found Lin Feng. Captain, I didn't expect it to be you, Bai Sha said a little excitedly. Lin Feng saw that it was Bai Sha and said with a smile, Give me the gun. As soon as Lin Feng saw Bai Sha, he stared at the AK rifle in his hand. Captain, you are too dark. You want to grab my gun as soon as you come. Bai Sha couldn't help but complain, and then obediently threw out the AK rifle in his hand. I won't let you suffer any loss. I give you this M416. After Lin Feng got the AK rifle, he immediately said, There should be 2 DACA players in the prison now. Let's go and have a chat with them. When Bai Sha heard what Lin Feng said, he immediately got excited. Let's go. With you here, I'm not afraid anymore. At this time, the director gave the live broadcast screen to the nuclear power plant. At this time, gunshots were heard from the nuclear power plant from time to time. In this game, the number of players on both sides who jumped into the nuclear power plant was about the same, but the 3 main players of DACA were all in the nuclear power plant, and the advantage was immediately highlighted. Especially the European sea god, who picked up an M24 sniper rifle as soon as he landed, and then quickly got a 4x scope, which directly beat other players so that they dared not show up. In the previous level competition, Kato Ing was eliminated by Lin Feng with his fists. Everyone thought that his strength should not be too strong, but he did not expect that his performance in this game was extremely eye-catching, and he has eliminated 2 Yin country players so far. In the current nuclear power plant, the number of DACA players has far exceeded that of Yinhua players. Rita couldn't help but worry. DACA players performed very well in this game, especially Kato Ing and European Sea God. I don't know if Wei Shen and Xia Shizi can turn the tide. Xiaoji said, Indeed, Kato Ing was eliminated by Lin Feng early in the previous game, so he couldn't show his strength. This time, DACA's 3 main players gathered together, and it might not be so easy to win. The audience in the live broadcast room was also very worried. Red Mansion Man, this situation is not right. How come these little devils suddenly become so fierce? Residual blood wave future. Now we can only look at Wei Shen and Xia Shizi. The strength of other players in the nuclear power plant is relatively average. I am Wuliang Tianzuan. Fusheng Wuliang Tianzuan, I counted with my fingers, it seems a bit bad. Xia Shizi held an M16 assault rifle, and soon met DACA player Kato Ing in the nuclear power plant. The 2 met and fought head-on. After a wave of gunfire, neither of them got the upper hand, and both of their health points dropped. Both of them realized that the other party was not simple, and should be the top player in both camps, so they had to be very careful. The hearts of the people at the scene and in the live broadcast room suddenly tightened, and they all sweated for the little lion. At this time, a player who was approaching slowly attracted everyone's attention. This player was seen walking slowly towards the direction of the little lion. After Rita saw the other party's game ID, he immediately exclaimed, "It turned out to be Haishuichuan. He is one of the top players in Dhaka. It may be a bit difficult for the little lion to deal with two top players in Dhaka." Xiaoji was also quite worried, but at this time, he could only hope that he and Little Lion could turn the tide and withstand the attack of the two Dhaka players. Wei Shen was hiding in the bunker at this time. The European sea god on the opposite side was aiming at his position with the 4X M24 in his hand. At this time, he had no way to go over to help. Everyone couldn't help but get nervous when they saw this scene. "Hold on, Little Lion. Hold on. Yin country can't lose. Shameless little devils, 2 versus 1. The little lion hadn't noticed the arrival of Haishuichuan at this time. He flashed out of the bunker, raised the M16 assault rifle in his hand, and kept attacking Kato Ying in front of him. At the same time, he was constantly changing positions to avoid Kato Ying's series of strafing. Haishuichuan looked at the little lion in front of him, with a sneer on his lips, and then immediately poked his head out of the bunker and pulled the trigger directly at the little lion. Bang bang bang. The little lion was suddenly startled when he heard the gunshots coming from behind him, and it was too late to dodge at this time. The bullet directly penetrated the little lion and killed the little lion on the spot. Player Haishui killed with M416 assault rifle OMG. Lank. The little lion looked at the dim screen in front of him angrily. He didn't expect that he would be tricked in the end. It turned out to be the K-god from Yin country. What a big fish. Haishuichuan laughed triumphantly after seeing the kill prompt. If we talk about the most famous Yin country PUBG players abroad, it is naturally the little lion and Wei Shen. Both of them have led their teams to achieve remarkable results in international competitions, so they are also well known abroad. The two commentators were disappointed when they saw the little lion being eliminated. But this can't be blamed on the little lion. He played well enough. It's just that the Dhaka players are too tricky and hard to guard against. Chapter 433. Seeing the little lion being eliminated, everyone couldn't help but sweat for Yin country. That a kill prompt shocked everyone again. Player Bat001 used the M24 sniper rifle to hit the head and killed player 4AMGODV. Wei Shen just saw the little lion being killed, and he was a little impatient and accidentally showed his head from behind the bunker. As a result, the European sea god seized the opportunity and shot him in the head. Wei Shen was wearing only a level 2 helmet on his head, and he couldn't block the attack of the M24 sniper rifle at all, and was killed directly. Wei Shen looked at the kill prompt a little discouraged. If he hadn't been so careless just now, this situation could have been avoided. Now that the little lion and Wei Shen were both killed, the Yin country lost two main players at once. It can be said that it is extremely difficult to win this game. Rita said with some concern. Now even Wei Shen has been eliminated. This round of the game is really not good. Xiaoji nodded and said, Yin country does not have any advantage in this round of the game, but there is no need to be too pessimistic. After all, our other players are also very strong. Lin Feng also noticed the news that Xia Shizi and Wei Shen were eliminated, and frowned. Xia Shizi and Wei Shen are both the main players in this round of the game. If they are eliminated, the next game will be much more difficult. Bai Sha said with some concern. Captain, Wei Shen and Xia Shizi are both eliminated. This round of the game is a bit suspenseful. Lin Feng received. It's okay, there are only a few people in Dhaka who can get on the stage, and the others are not to be feared. Lin Feng stopped talking nonsense after he finished speaking, and together with Bai Sha, he surrounded the other two Dhaka players in the prison. The two Dhaka players had gathered together, and were hiding in the warehouse on the right. Lin Feng and Bai Sha slowly approached the warehouse. Lin Feng heard a slight sound inside, and took out a smoke bomb from his backpack. Captain, what are you doing? Bai Sha asked curiously when he saw Lin Feng take out the smoke bomb. Lin Feng said, Didn't you hear footsteps? Did you? Bai Sha scratched his head. He really didn't hear it. Lin Feng didn't answer, and threw a smoke bomb into the warehouse, and then took out the second one and threw it in the same way as before. The two Dhaka players saw two smoke bombs suddenly thrown in from outside the warehouse, and they immediately became alert. Something is happening. It's the Yin people. Get ready for battle. White smoke began to fill the warehouse. Lin Feng picked up the AKM rifle and rushed in directly. Captain, wait for me, Bai Sha said hurriedly, and followed closely behind. Lin Feng rushed directly into the warehouse, which was now covered by white smoke. Lin Feng used his body movement skills to constantly adjust his pace, and used his hearing proficiency skills to listen carefully to the sounds around him. The two DACA players were alert to their surroundings in the smoke and moved slightly. Although the footsteps of the two were unusually light, they still could not escape Lin Feng's meticulous observation. Lin Feng directly picked up the AKM rifle in his hand, accurately controlled the muzzle to shake left and right, and shot at the two DACA players evenly. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the AKM rifle was the first to sound. Before the two DACA players could react, they were covered by the dense bullets and were killed. Player 1 Lin Fengji killed player Haimu with an AKM rifle. Player 1 Lin Fengji killed player Badu Yejia with an AKM rifle. The two DACA players died almost at the same time, killed by Lin Feng. Congratulations to the host for killing the special player and getting the gold treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for killing the special player and getting the supreme treasure chest. Lin Feng was overjoyed. These two DACA players could actually explode a supreme treasure chest. It was a pleasant surprise. Seeing that Lin Feng killed two DACA players at once, the morale of the Yin country was revived. Rita said excitedly, Lin Feng is simply amazing. We still have Lin Feng in Yin country. We have not lost yet. Xiaoji also nodded excitedly and said, yes, Lin Feng's performance is still very strong. I believe that under his leadership, we will definitely win this game. Rita looked at the screen and said, Lin Feng's shooting this time seems a bit mysterious. He actually killed two players from DACA at the same time. Xiaoji took a closer look at Lin Feng's performance just now and said with a smile, Rita, didn't you notice that Lin Feng deliberately shook the muzzle left and right when he shot? Rita immediately said, it seems that it really happened. That's right. Lin Feng did this to attack the two DACA players at the same time, so that they would be equally affected. Xiaoji explained with a smile. After seeing Little Lion and Wei Shen eliminated, Xiaoji had no hope for this game. But when he saw Lin Feng's strong performance again, he had a faint expectation in his heart. Lin Feng has always been a surprising player, always with unexpected performances. As long as he is there, Yin country still has hope. The audience in the live broadcast room and on the scene cheered for a while when they saw Lin Feng's still fierce performance. Damn it, how can I play to relieve my anger? Poke those little devils hard. Lin Feng is awesome. Lin Feng will be my idol in the future. Whoever dares to blacken him, I will fight to the death. Brother Lin Feng is awesome. I want to give birth to a baby for him. The one upstairs, it's not your turn yet, go line up. Xian sat in the audience, her face was filled with smiles, and she couldn't help but feel happy when she heard people around her shouting Lin Feng's name. Brother Lin Feng, I believe you can definitely win. Xian said a little excitedly. Xian, who was always a little shy in public, stood up and shouted Lin Feng's name with the excited audience around. Captain, you are too fierce. After the white smoke dissipated, Baisha only saw the bodies of two DACA players in front. Lin Feng immediately said, stop talking nonsense, hurry up and lick the bag. After saying that, Lin Feng ran over to open the box of one of them, took a look at the equipment inside, and took up all the useful things. Baisha followed Lin Feng consciously, and left all the good equipment to Lin Feng. Because he knew that Lin Feng was the top main force in this game, and he was just following behind. After Lin Feng licked a box, he immediately opened another box. Seeing the equipment in the box, Lin Feng was overjoyed for a while. I didn't expect there was such a treasure. Chapter 434. Lin Feng opened the box, and found a 4x scope and an 8x scope in the box, and was overjoyed. Lin Feng immediately picked up the 4x and 8x scopes in the box, and then installed the 4x scope on his AKM rifle. It was a pity that he did not pick up the sniper rifle, otherwise the 8x scope could play a greater role in his hands. After Lin Feng and Baisha licked the boxes of the two people, the circle was refreshed again, and the two immediately moved. At this time, in the nuclear power plant, after Wei Shen and Xiao Shitzi were eliminated, the remaining Yanqua players were no match for the DACA players. Especially Kato Inghe Shuichuan and European Sea God, the three main players were in charge of the nuclear power plant, and they eliminated all the Yanqua players in the nuclear power plant at once. For a while, everyone in the live broadcast room was very nervous. How can we fight? These two little Japanese and this foreigner are too strong, aren't they? The situation is not good now, but we don't have to worry too much. There is still a chance. Fuck the little Japanese. Compared with the previous level game, the audience in the live broadcast room and on the scene were obviously a little depressed. In the previous game, Yin country could be said to be smooth sailing, and the Daka players had no power to resist at all. Unexpectedly, the situation of this game was reversed directly, and Yin country suddenly fell into a disadvantage. Rita looked at the game screen and said a little worriedly, "Now the number of survivors in Daka is 28, and the number of Yin country is 22. The situation is not favorable for our Yin country." Xiaoji nodded and said, "But it is not impossible to win. Although Daka has an advantage in terms of numbers, our Yin country players are still not weak. Especially Lin Feng, his performance is still very strong." Xiaoji is now particularly optimistic about Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng's performance in the last game was beyond everyone's expectations. After Lin Feng and Baisha left the prison, they immediately came to the logging site in Horseshoe Mountain. As soon as they arrived at the logging site, they immediately encountered two Daka players. The two Daka players jumped to the logging site as soon as they turned on the computer, and then ambushed here after collecting equipment. Lin Feng and Baisha had just arrived at the logging site, and were almost tricked by these two people. The two Daka players hid in a bush that was not easy to be found. When they saw Lin Feng and Baisha appear, they immediately pulled the trigger and shot at the two people. Lin Feng walked in the front, and the dense bullets came directly towards Lin Feng. Fortunately, Lin Feng had been prepared, and the moment he found something wrong, he immediately dodged and hid in a bunker next to him. Even so, half of his health bar was still taken away. Baisha had been following behind, and immediately hid after hearing the gunshots, but he was safe and sound. They got away with it. It doesn't matter, they are just two sick men of Yin country, we can definitely take them down. The two Daka players hid in the bushes and whispered. "Captain, what should we do now?" Baisha said, hiding behind Lin Feng. "Lin Feng was almost killed by someone just now, and he was furious. Go kill them." After saying that, Lin Feng took out two smoke bombs from his backpack and threw them directly. Baisha was stunned for a moment and said, "Captain, don't you need to use medicine first?" Baisha knew that although Lin Feng had just dodged the attack, he must have been injured. Lin Feng hid behind a rock and said, "To deal with two weaklings, there is no need to use medicine at all." Baisha couldn't help but frown, the captain was still so reckless. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the audience in the live broadcast room cheered. "A big sausage, well said. To deal with two weaklings like Daka, there is no need to use medicine at all. Selling cucumbers downstairs in the girls' dormitory, this is the reckless Lin Feng I know. Smoking and talking about loneliness. Once Lin Feng starts to recklessly, there will be no Daka. Jedi Data Analysis Emperor, I feel that the anchor is still too reckless, this is too risky." Some of the audience in the live broadcast room thought that Lin Feng's approach was particularly good, but some of them couldn't help but worry about Lin Feng. The white smoke bomb began to work, and the position between Lin Feng and the Daka player was filled with white smoke for a while. Lin Feng immediately picked up the AKM rifle in his hand and rushed towards the opponent. "Captain, wait for me." Baisha saw Lin Feng rushing out and quickly followed him. Rita frowned and said, "Isn't it too risky for Lin Feng to do this? He didn't even fill up his health bar. If Lin Feng succeeds this time, it's fine. If he fails, he will be criticized by a group of haters and labeled as arrogant and conceited." Rita was a little worried, but he could only pray for Lin Feng silently in his heart, hoping that he would not fail. Hearing what Rita said, Xiaoji smiled helplessly and said, "Do you think if he doesn't take risks, he is still Lin Feng?" After watching Lin Feng's several games, Xiaoji knew Lin Feng's temper. Once he started to act recklessly, he was simply lawless. However, Lin Feng's recklessness sometimes had unexpected effects. Anyway, he saw that Lin Feng never missed a move during the game. Lin Feng rushed directly into the smoke, then took out a small grenade from his backpack and threw it at him again. After the two Daka players found that Lin Feng rushed into the smoke, they immediately ran out of the bushes, ready to kill Lin Feng. However, as soon as they rushed out of the bushes, they saw a grenade thrown towards them. This grenade directly confused the two Daka players. They didn't expect that Lin Feng could throw a grenade next to them from such a long distance. The grenade exploded immediately after landing. Two Daka players immediately fled to the side, and one of them was killed directly. Player 1 Lin Fengji eliminated Player 11 Azamalier with a grenade. Congratulations to the host for killing this special player and obtaining the gold treasure chest. Although the other player managed to escape, his health bar was less than half left. At this time, Lin Feng had already rushed out of the smoke and directly confronted the Daka player. When the two met, they picked up their guns and fought directly without saying a word. Because there was no cover near the positions of both parties, there was no other choice except to fight face to face. Lin Feng used his body movement skills to constantly change his position, while the AKM rifle in his hand quickly locked onto the opponent's head. A moment later, Lin Feng seized the opportunity and pulled the trigger directly. Bang! 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 3 bursts of fire were fired at the opponent's head. 3 7.62mm bullets flew along the same trajectory, accurately killing the Daka player. Player 1 Lin Fengji killed player CH in Jinkanji by hitting his head with an AKM rifle. Congratulations to the host for killing a special player and getting a gold treasure chest. Chapter 435. After killing the 2 Daka players, Lin Feng and Bai Sha quickly came to the box and opened the 2 boxes. What surprised Lin Feng was that there was a 98K sniper rifle in one of the boxes. These 2 little devils are here to deliver express to us. Not bad, not bad. Lin Feng said with a smile, and happily picked up the 98K in the box. Then he installed the 8X scope. Bai Sha also got a 4X scope SKS sniper rifle in another box. Both of them are now equipped very well. Rita saw this scene and said with a little surprise, Lin Feng's performance is still strong, and now he has got the 98K. I believe this will be very helpful to him. Xiaoji nodded and said, now Lin Feng has got the AKM rifle and the 98K sniper rifle. As we all know, these are the firearms he is best at using. He will definitely achieve good results in the next game. A large number of viewers in the live broadcast room and on the scene were all excited. At first, Yin Country was always at a disadvantage, and these viewers were inevitably a little worried, but seeing Lin Feng's still strong performance, they immediately ignited their hope. 18 centimeters, 98K sniper god is online, Daka's nightmare is coming. Read the words separately. Lin Feng can definitely lead Yin Country to victory again. A cucumber, Lin Feng is awesome. Yin Country is awesome. Everyone in the live broadcast room couldn't help but get excited, believing that Lin Feng could definitely lead Yin Country to victory. At this time, the circle refreshed again, and Lin Feng saw that Horseshoe Mountain was just at the edge of this circle. With the advantage of the terrain of Horseshoe Mountain, it could be used as a target point. So Lin Feng and Bai Sha ambushed directly on the Horseshoe Mountain. After a while, a player rushed up the Horseshoe Mountain. Through the OB lens, we can see that this player is Xiao Xingmu of the 4 AM team. After hearing a noise, Lin Feng immediately pointed his gun at Xiao Xingmu. Xiao Xingmu was startled and said quickly, "We are one people, be careful of accidental discharge of the gun." Xiao Xingmu had just jumped into the nuclear power plant with his captain, but the Yin Country players were almost wiped out by Daka in the nuclear power plant. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately escaped. When he came to the foot of the Horseshoe Mountain, he just heard the sound of fighting on the Horseshoe Mountain, and just saw the kill prompt refresh. He immediately knew that it was Lin Feng on the Horseshoe Mountain, and then he rushed over immediately. "I am Xiao Xingmu." When he heard the other party's words, Lin Feng put down his gun. Xiao Xingmu came over and said sadly, "Damn! The Japanese were too fierce. Almost all the brothers who jumped into the nuclear power plant were killed." Lin Feng nodded. "I know, Xiao Shizi and Wei Shen were all eliminated." Lin Feng is more concerned about the top players of Yin Country now, and he doesn't care much about other players. Xiao Xingmu nodded. "Daka should be ahead of us by 7 or 8 people now, but we still have a chance to win." Lin Feng said directly, "It's not a chance, but we will definitely win." Xiao Xingmu was also excited when he heard Lin Feng's words. "Yes, we will definitely win." At this time, the circle slowly narrowed, and many players, who were running away from the poison pass by the foot of the Horseshoe Mountain. Lin Feng quickly noticed 2 players in white clothes running towards the Horseshoe Mountain. Seeing the 2, Lin Feng raised a wicked smile, then opened the 8X scope of the 98K sniper rifle and locked the 2 at all times. When everyone saw Lin Feng's smile, they immediately started to post comments. "Here it comes, this is the devil's smile. I dare to conclude that these 2 little devils are dead. Master Lin Feng's position is really good, it is definitely an excellent target point. Brother Lin Feng is so handsome when he smiles, it would be great if I could hug him to sleep at night. Shameless, Brother Lin Feng is mine. My goodness, our girl is so bold and open now. Some female fans' attention is not on the game at all. I am looking at Lin Feng's appearance. When I saw Lin Feng smile, a lot of female fans instantly fell." Xiao Xingmu also saw the 2 Daka players at this time, and immediately reminded, "Boss, wait until they get closer before shooting." Xiao Xingmu looked at the position of the 2 people. There was still some distance from them. Even with an 8X scope, it might not be able to hit them. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Isn't this close enough?" Xiao Xingmu scratched his head. Is this close? Anyway, if he were to shoot, he wouldn't be sure to hit him. At this time, Lin Feng had already pulled the trigger. Bang! A 98K sniper rifle shot from the Horseshoe Mountain, and a 7.62mm bullet flew directly down the mountain. The Daka player, who was running in the front, had a blood mist sprayed directly on his head, and a blood hole appeared on his level 2 helmet, and then he slowly fell backwards, with a look of unwillingness. Player 1 Lin Fengji killed player Gamu by shooting him in the head, with a 98K sniper rifle. Congratulations to the host for killing the special player, and getting the gold treasure chest. Xiao Xingmu was stunned watching from the side. Wow, he could get a headshot from such a long distance? Xiao Xingmu's sniper rifle skills are pretty good in a team, but compared to Lin Feng, the gap is obvious. Another Daka player saw his teammate being killed and immediately became alert. Through the gunshot, he basically knew where Lin Feng was. However, there was no cover around him, so he could only jump and move like a snake, relying on the snake movement to run to the cover on the side. Lin Feng saw this scene and said with a smile, "This movement is quite cool, but it's a pity that it's useless." If Lin Feng was using another sniper rifle now, he might not be able to do anything with this Daka player. But he was using a 98K, and in front of Lin Feng, who had advanced proficiency in the 98K sniper rifle, all his actions were superfluous. After a moment of aiming, Lin Feng pulled the trigger directly. Bang! Another 98K sniper rifle shot sounded, and after the shot fell, a burst of blood mist immediately splashed over the head of the Daka player. Player 1 Lin Fengji killed player GFJ Fei by shooting him in the head with a 98K sniper rifle. Congratulations to the host for killing a special player and obtaining a gold treasure chest. Lin Feng was speechless. Why are there gold treasure chests all day long? These are all elites of Daka. Can you give them something valuable? Bai Sha was excited when he saw that 2 Daka players were dead. Captain, you are still awesome. Xiao Xingmu touched his nose, and couldn't help but worry in his heart. This Lin Feng is so powerful. How can their 4AM team fight him in the future? Even their captain is far from being Lin Feng's opponent. But now it is still during the competition. Xiao Xingmu still has to hope that Lin Feng can have a better performance. Chapter 436. Rita saw 2 kill prompts and immediately shouted, Lin Feng has eliminated 2 more Daka players. Now his kill count has reached 7 people. Xiaoji nodded and said, Lin Feng is our Yin country's god of war, and also our Yin country's face. At this time, Kato Iraku Mizukawa and European Sea God were still together. After seeing Lin Feng's kill prompt, the 3 of them couldn't help but jump in their hearts. The reason why the last game was lost so badly was because of this Lin Feng. Katoing said, Who is this Lin Feng? The 3 of us died at his hands in the last game. Hei Shuichuan said with a gloomy face, He seems to be the champion of Yin country's God of War Cup this time, but I didn't expect his strength to be so strong. European Sea God was puzzled. You dare to come to the competition without knowing the strength of your opponent. I really admire you. Sea God was very upset. Did you lose Daka? You have to pull our team over and make us lose face with you. But Sea God could only think about this in his heart. He could only say, although Lin Feng is powerful, are we afraid that we can't beat him when we are together? Katoing also said unconvincedly, if I hadn't made a mistake in the last game, he would not be my opponent at all. Katoing was still upset about the previous level competition. He felt that if Lin Feng hadn't been so shady, he would definitely not be his opponent face to face. Hei Shuichuan heard what Katoing said and laughed. I don't know who was eliminated by Riot in the last game. It's really embarrassing. Hei Shuichuan, you are not much better. I am better than you anyway. I killed a few people. Hei Shuichuan said sarcastically. Sea God had a headache and said quickly, Now is not the time to talk about this. Can you discuss it after the game is over? Katoing and Hei Shuichuan also knew that they should focus on the overall situation, so they didn't say anything after hearing what Sea God said. At this time, the 3 main players of Daka gathered together, and there were 5 or 6 Daka players behind them. At this time, the camera just appeared on them. Seeing the 3 main players of Daka gathered together, everyone couldn't help but worry a little. Rita said, Daka's Katoing, Hei Shuichuan, and Sea God are all very strong players. If the 3 of them attack together, I am afraid that few people can stop them. At the nuclear power plant, Wei Shen and Xiao Shizi, the strongest players in Yin country, had been eliminated. Now among the players in Yin country, only Lin Feng and the captain of Team 17 Beast, can compete with these 3. As for Zhou Lily and Ashin, although they are much stronger than other players, they may not be able to beat these 3 people. And just now, Joe Lilly was eliminated in P-Port, and Ashin was ambushed and killed by 2 DACA players while running away from the poison. For a while, the situation in Yin Country became very bad. The game continued, and the circle was still shrinking. 17 Beast was still in P-City at this time. He led 2 Yin Country players to kill all the other DACA players, who jumped into P-City. Rita saw that all the DACA players in P-City had been eliminated, and he was a little excited and said, "Our 17th Beast player performed well, and he is worthy of being the Lord of P-City. Now he has killed all the DACA players who jumped to P-City." Xiaoji said, "But the DACA side still has the advantage. Let's take a look at their current number of survivors." At this time, the data of the number of survivors of Yin Country and DACA appeared on the screen of the live broadcast room. The number of survivors on the Yin Country side is 9, and the number of survivors on the DACA side is still 15. There is still a gap of 6 people, and the pressure is not small. The audience in the live broadcast room and on the scene saw this scene and were very worried. Full-blooded Eru, why are these little devils so fierce this time? Taoyuan 3 brothers, it's not easy. Katoing, Heishuachuan and Sea God are too fierce. They are basically invincible when they get together. Sweetheart Loli, I believe Brother Lin Feng can definitely win. Come on, Brother Lin Feng. I am Wuliang Tianzuan. Blessings to Wuliang Tianzuan, don't panic, I calculated with my fingers, the anchor is a player with great luck, and he will definitely not lose. The fans in the live broadcast room had a fierce discussion for a while, and put all their hopes on 17 Beasts and Lin Feng. Now the top players of Yin Country are only 17 Beasts and Lin Feng, and the 2 of them are the key to Yin Country's victory in this game. After the circle was refreshed, Ma Ti Mountain where Lin Feng was located was still a safe area, but P-City had been refreshed outside the circle at this time. 17 Beast looked at the circle and said, "Evacuate quickly, otherwise it will be too late later." The 2 players following 17 Beast were Langia from NW team and Aluka from 4AM team. Although the 3 belonged to different teams, 17 Beast was the strongest among them. Moreover, they were in a competition now, so they naturally had no objection to 17 Beast's decision. 17 Beast led the 2 out of P-City and headed towards the circle. The 3 soon came to the vicinity of the prison. At this time, a group of people also appeared near the prison. They were the several DACA players led by Katoing and Sea God. From the OB lens, it can be clearly seen that the distance between 17 Beast and the DACA players is getting closer and closer. If they go further, they are likely to encounter each other. Rita looked at the game screen and was a little nervous for a moment. Now 17 Beast, Langia and Aluka are getting closer and closer to Sea God and his team. I'm afraid there will be a gunfight later. There are a total of 8 DACA players gathered near the prison, including Sea God, Katoing and Kuromi Chuan, 3 top players. If 17 Beast and them have a gunfight, I'm afraid the situation will be bad. Xiaoji also nodded. If 17 Beast can bypass the prison directly to Ma Ti Shan and meet up with Lin Feng and his team, then the chances of winning this game will be greater. But from the looks of it, they shouldn't change their route casually. Xiaoji was also a little uneasy at this time. The DACA players themselves have an advantage in numbers, and this DACA team also has 3 main players on the DACA side. If 17 Beast fights with them, it will definitely be a life and death struggle. The competition and the audience on the scene are also very nervous. If DACA wins this game, the situation will be tied at once, and the result of this competition may be unpredictable. Jeaned on stage Monk, did the players in DACA drink drugs this time? They are so strong. Lock Kingdom, it's probably not just aphrodisiacs, they probably even used Indian magic oil. Blueberry Jam who loves chicken, oh you guys still have the energy to make such jokes. Chapter 437. Seeing the obvious difference in numbers between Yin Country and DACA, the fans in the live broadcast room were also worried that Yin Country would lose this game. At this time, 17 Beast, Langia and Aluka had already met the DACA player team where Katoing and his team were. 17 Beast looked at the DACA players in white clothes in front of him, and his heart tightened slightly. He glanced at the number of the other side, and then glanced at the 2 people next to him. His heart sank slightly. Then it was too late to run at this time, so he could only fight with him. 17 Beast said, fight with him, kill 1 to get back, kill 2 to make a profit. Langia and Aluka also knew that they couldn't retreat now, and a surge of anger emerged in their hearts, and they said directly, damn it, fight with him. 17 Beast directly picked up the AKM rifle in his hand, aimed at one of the DACA players, and shot him directly. Player 17 Show used an AKM rifle to kill player Binyu. Several players in Dhaka obviously didn't expect that 17 Beast's shot would be so sharp and fast. Before they could react, a player had been eliminated. Katoing, Heishuichuan, and Sea God reacted immediately and approached 17 Beast's position with several Dhaka players. 17 Beast quickly changed his position and kept throwing smoke bombs. Under the cover of white smoke, gunshots rang out one after another. Both sides kept shooting at each other, and the battle was very fierce. Katoing seized the opportunity, picked up the M416 assault rifle in his hand, and aimed directly at Lengia and shot. Bang, bang, bang. A series of 5.56mm bullets flew out instantly, directly killing Lengia. Player Jianji killed player NWLNA by hitting his head with an M416 assault rifle. After killing a fallen player, Aluka was also killed by Heishuichuan. Of the 3 Yinhua players, only 17 Beast was left struggling. 17 Beast is known as the domestic gun king, and his strength is naturally not to be underestimated, but under the siege of many Dhaka players, he is also very difficult. 17 Beast seized the opportunity, and the AKM rifle in his hand kept spurting out sparks, and the surging bullets once again killed a Dhaka player. After killing the Dhaka player, the flaw was revealed at this time. The European Sea God who had been hiding behind seized the opportunity, aimed at 17 Beast's head, and pulled the trigger directly. Bang! A 7.62mm bullet was ejected from the muzzle of the M24 assault rifle. 17 Beast heard the sound of the M24 sniper rifle, and his heart was panicked. However, it was too late to dodge at this time, and he was directly pierced through the head by the 7.62mm bullet. Player Bat001 used the M24 sniper rifle to hit the head, and killed player 17 Show. 17 Beast looked at the dim screen in front of him, took off his headphones angrily, and showed a helpless expression on his face. He had tried his best, but under the siege of so many Dhaka players, even he could not escape unscathed. This time, they can be said to be 3 for 3. Although it does not seem to be a loss, you have to know that the 3 players eliminated by Dhaka are ordinary players, and 17 Beast is the top player of Yin Country. And Yin Country is now in a complete disadvantage, with the number of players completely crushed by Dhaka. From these 2 points of view, Yin Country's losses are obviously greater. Rita looked at the game screen and couldn't help but said disappointedly, "There are too many Dhaka players on the opposite side, and there are 3 main players, Kato Iraku Mizukawa and Sea God. Even 17 Beast is no match at all." Xiaoji was also worried at this time. Now we can only look forward to the performance of Lin Feng and other Yin Country players. Although Dhaka is currently very advantageous, our Yin Country is not without a chance to turn the tables. The fans in the live broadcast room saw that 17 Beast and 2 Dhaka players were eliminated, and they seemed a little depressed for a while. Can't lose. This kid is really fierce. Don't forget, we still have the great Lin Feng, who can fight 100. That's right, as long as Lin Feng is still alive, there is still hope for this game. The people in the live broadcast room now put their hopes of Yin Country's victory on Lin Feng. At this time, the only top player left in Yin Country was Lin Feng, while the 3 main players of Dhaka were still alive and well. Xiao Xingmu saw that 17 Beast was also eliminated, and he couldn't help but worry, and said to Lin Feng, "Boss, now 17 Beast has also been eliminated, what should we do?" Lin Feng's heart sank slightly. 17 Beast was the main player of Yin Country in this competition. His elimination was a big blow to Yin Country. Lin Feng said at this time, "Why panic? Why are you crying? We haven't lost yet." At this time, there were still 11 players in Dhaka, and only 6 players in Yin Country were left. In addition to Lin Feng and the other 2 on Horseshoe Mountain, the other 3 Yin Country players also encountered the Dhaka players while running away from the poison. However, the performance of these 3 Yin Country players was extremely amazing. Although all 3 of them were eliminated in the end, they killed 5 Dhaka players. Baisha said with a bitter face, "Captain, now it seems that there are only 3 of us left in Yin Country." Lin Feng nodded. 3 people are enough. Isn't there only 6 people left in Dhaka? It's just a difference of 3 people. Are you so scared? In fact, Lin Feng was not sure, who knew that Dhaka would play so vigorously in this game. Although their opponents only had 3 more people than them, they only had 3 people, which was a double difference. What's more, among the 6 people in Dhaka, there were 3 main players of Dhaka. Although Lin Feng was a little panicked, he couldn't show it at this time. He was the only hope of Yin Country now. Rita was worried at this time. Now there are only 3 people left, Lin Feng, and I don't know if we can win the game in the end. Xiaoji said at this time. In fact, everyone doesn't need to panic. Even if we lose this game, we will only tie with Dhaka 1:1. There is still a game to go, and we still have a chance to defeat Dhaka. The fans in the live broadcast room cheered for Lin Feng at this time. Come on, Lin Feng! Come on, Lin Feng! Yin Country cannot lose. If Yin Country loses this time, I will never play PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds again. May the Heavenly Lord of Blessings be blessed. Don't panic. I calculated with my fingers that the host may not lose this game. The live broadcast room was extremely active, all cheering for Lin Feng. As for Baisha and Xiao Xingmu, they were almost ignored. At this time, the blue electric grid slowly approached the white line of the safe area, and Lin Feng's heart tightened slightly. If the refresh circle this time is in their favor, it's fine. If it's not in their favor, the chances of winning the game are probably slim. Chapter 438. Lin Feng and the other two were staring at the circle that was slowly shrinking. Even the usually calm Lin Feng was a little nervous at this moment. Also staring closely at the changes in the final circle were a large group of spectators outside the venue and in the live broadcast room. Rita looked at the game screen and said, "The refresh of the circle is particularly important this time. If the circle is refreshed on our Yin Country side, then Lin Feng may still win with the advantage of terrain. If the circle is refreshed on Dhaka's side, it will be extremely difficult to win this game." Xiaoji also nodded and said, "Yes, Dhaka's current number of people is twice that of our Yin Country. If the circle is not refreshed well this time, it will be extremely difficult to win." At this time, the blue power grid slowly approached the white line of the safe area, and then the circle was refreshed. Lin Feng saw the circle appear directly on their horseshoe mountain, and was overjoyed for a while. "See? Even the operator is on our side." Baisha and Xiao Xingmu were also overjoyed. They finally saw a little hope of victory. Rita said enthusiastically, "The circle has been refreshed, and our Yin Country is still the Destiny Circle. I believe that this time Lin Feng can definitely lead our Yin Country to victory." Xiaoji was also relieved at this time. He said with a smile, "This circle is very good, our Yin Country still has hope of victory." The audience in the live broadcast room was also excited at this time, and they all posted barrages. A dragon-slaying sword. Fuck. It's so cool. This is the first time I like an operator so much. The man in the red mansion. It's a fate circle. Damn, who said we were going to lose? Stand up, and I beat you to death. I am Wuliang Tianzuan. Blessings to Wuliang Tianzuan. I calculated with my fingers. Yin Country will win this game. The neighbor Lao Wang who loves to eat chicken. Brother Tianzuan, I feel relieved with your words. Originally, the audience saw that Dhaka had such a big lead and thought it would be difficult to win this game. Unexpectedly, there was a fate circle. How could they not be excited? Xiao Xingmu said excitedly at this time, "Boss, we are in the fate circle, this luck is great." Baisha on the side said the same. "Captain, it depends on you next." Lin Feng glanced at the two excited people beside him, and said with a smile, "Look at you, it's like you haven't seen the world, it's just a fate circle. You two quickly occupy the position, we are on the mountain now, if someone comes up, just shoot." After hearing what Lin Feng said, Baisha and Xiao Xingmu immediately dispersed and ran to a suitable position to hide. After seeing this circle, Kato Ing couldn't help but frown. This circle is very disadvantageous to us. If I guess correctly, the remaining Yin Country players should be on the top of the mountain. Hei Shuichuan suddenly interrupted. "Do you need to guess? Didn't you hear the gunshot just now?" When Kato Ing heard what Hei Shuichuan said, he was furious. "Hei Shuichuan, are you arguing with me?" Hei Shuichuan immediately said sarcastically, "I'm not, if you think so, then I can't help it." When Sigod saw that the two were about to fight again, he immediately stood up and said, "What time is it now? Do you still want to quarrel? Let's hurry into the safe circle first." After all these circles were refreshed, all the Dhaka players were excluded from the safe area, and now they had to run away from the poison. Sigod and the other three Dhaka players immediately ran towards Horseshoe Mountain. Xiaoji looked at the screen and said, "Now the Dhaka players are slowly rushing towards Horseshoe Mountain. I'm afraid they will encounter Lin Feng and his team soon." Rita said a little worriedly, "Dhaka's three main forces are still gathered together. I hope Lin Feng can turn the disadvantage around in this last minute." Although the last circle was refreshed on the side of Yin Country, the gap between Yin Country and Dhaka is still very obvious. The number of Dhaka players is exactly twice that of Yin Country, and there are also three main forces of Dhaka. In this case, even if Yin Country occupies the Fate Circle, it is still difficult for Yin Country to win. Lin Feng held a fourfold scope 98K in his hand. standing on the top of the mountain and constantly changing positions, while carefully observing the movements of the final circle. At this time, in Lin Feng's 4x scope, he saw a DACA player in white clothes approaching the top of the mountain cautiously. Seeing this, Lin Feng showed a wicked smile and aimed at the head of the DACA player with a 4x scope. Then, Lin Feng pulled the trigger. Bang! A 98K sniper rifle sounded in the final circle. Then, a blood mist spurted out of the head of the DACA player, who was advancing in a wretched manner, and then he slowly fell backwards. A kill prompt appeared immediately. Player 1 Lin Fengji killed player Baishio by shooting him in the head with a 98K sniper rifle. Congratulations to the host for killing a special player and getting a gold treasure chest. After Lin Feng dealt with the DACA player, he immediately left his original position. He knew that after the European sea god knew his position through his gunshot, he would definitely keep a close eye on him. So Lin Feng had to change his position and hide. As expected, at the moment the gunshot rang out, sea god, who was hiding behind a rock, immediately took the M24 sniper rifle in his hand, opened the fourfold scope and aimed at the position where the gunshot just came from. Then at this time, Lin Feng had disappeared. Seeing Lin Feng quickly eliminate a DACA player, Rita couldn't help but say happily, Lin Feng's 98K sniper rifle is still so powerful. This DACA player was just discovered and was eliminated by Lin Feng. Xiaoji said at this time, but the three most threatening players of DACA are still alive now, which is the biggest obstacle for Yinhua to win the chicken. Especially the European sea god, his sniper rifle strength is very outstanding, which is a fatal threat to Lin Feng. After that, Xiaoji added, but Lin Feng has always been a player who is good at giving people surprises. I believe that Lin Feng will also bring us surprises in this game. The audience at the game site and the live broadcast room cheered for Lin Feng and cheered for Lin Feng. From today on, I am a fan of Lin Feng. Come on Lin Feng. Lin Feng is awesome. A man who leads the Yin Country team to victory. If Yin Country loses this game, I will quit PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. I will never play this game even if I die. The above, the law of true fragrance welcomes you. What nonsense are you talking about? We still have the god of war Lin Feng in Yin Country, and we can't lose no matter what. The comments in the live broadcast room are extremely active, and most of them are cheering for Lin Feng and Yin Country. It has to be said that although there are many trolls and haters on the internet, they are extremely united in such major issues of national honor. Chapter 439. The live broadcast room was full of comments, all supporting Lin Feng and Yin Gua. Katoing of DACA saw that one of them had been killed by Lin Feng, and said with a gloomy face, this Lin Feng is good at using the 98K sniper rifle, we have to be careful. Although Katoing was very conceited, he was also very afraid of Lin Feng after seeing Lin Feng's amazing performance in the two games. He Shuichuan hid behind a tree and heard Kato Ying's words. The top players of Yin Gua have been eliminated, and now only Lin Feng is left. Even if he has the ability to reach the sky, what can he do? European sea god said at this time, we still have to be careful, his strength is indeed not simple. European sea god and other DACA players immediately ran towards the safe area on Horseshoe Mountain. Baisha was squatting on the Horseshoe Mountain at this time. He just saw a DACA player appear. He was excited and immediately picked up the M16 assault rifle in his hand and fired a burst of shots. Bang bang. In an instant, a series of 5.56mm bullets poured out crazily. The position of the DACA player was limited by his vision. For a while, he was no match for Baisha and was killed by the dense bullets. Player 1 Baisha used an M16 assault rifle to hit the head and killed player Liuchuan. Baisha said happily at this time, Captain, I killed someone too. Lin Feng couldn't help rolling his eyes. Just when he was about to say something, he heard the sound of a gunshot from an M24 sniper rifle. Bang! Then, a blood mist spurted out from Baisha's head, and he was killed directly. Player Bat001 used the M24 sniper rifle to hit the head, and killed player 1 Baisha. Baisha looked at the killing prompt in front of him, stunned for a moment, and then could only take off his headphones with a slight smile. Really handsome for only 3 seconds. After hearing the sound of the M24 sniper rifle, Lin Feng immediately picked up the 98K in his hand and aimed directly at the position where the gunshot just came from. As expected, he saw the European sea god at a glance. Lin Feng moved extremely quickly and pulled the trigger. After killing Baisha, sea god did not delay and immediately moved to another position. At this time, a gunshot from a 98K sniper rifle was heard. A blood mist spurted out from sea god's body, and then the blood bar dropped sharply. Lin Feng said with some regret, "This guy moved too fast, otherwise he would have been shot in the head just now." See, God was shot by Lin Feng, and his expression was a little gloomy. This Lin Feng's strength is indeed very outstanding. If he had reacted a little slower just now, he might have been killed by a headshot. Lin Feng soon found another Daka player again. This Daka player hid behind a tree and only showed a little bit of his head, but was still found by Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly aimed and pulled the trigger directly. Bang! A 7.62mm bullet came out with the sound of gunfire. The second-level helmet on Hai Shuichuan's head hiding behind the tree was directly shattered, and a blood hole appeared on the gray-green second-level helmet, and he slowly fell backwards. Player 1 Lin Fengji used a 98K sniper rifle to hit the head, and killed the player Heishui. Congratulations to the host for killing the special player, and obtaining the Supreme Treasure Box. Lin Feng was delighted. He didn't expect that the fish he killed this time was a big fish, and he also got a Supreme Treasure Box. Not bad. Hai Shuichuan looked at the dim screen in front of him, took off his headphones angrily, and his expression was terribly gloomy. If he had dodged better just now, this would not have happened at all. I was really careless. Hai Shuichuan said, a little annoyed. When Kato Ying saw that Hai Shuichuan was eliminated, his expression on his face also sank for a while. Although Hai Shuichuan and him had always been at odds, they were in the same camp after all. Now that Hai Shuichuan has been eliminated, Kato Ying can't help but feel a sense of crisis. Is it possible that Yingguo's Lin Feng will turn the tables at this time? Rita said excitedly at this time. Lin Feng is really great. He directly eliminated Hai Shuichuan, one of the three main players of Daka, and greatly increased our Yingguo's chances of winning this game. Xiaoji nodded and said, Lin Feng's performance has always been strong, even in the competition. If Lin Feng can lead Yingguo to win this game, then this time our Yingguo will win a big victory in the competition. This time the competition adopts a 3-game 2-win mode. As long as Yingguo can win this game, there is no need to play the next third game. The live broadcast room and the audience on the scene cheered when they saw Lin Feng kill Hai Shuichuan. A dragon-slaying sword. Awesome. The anchor shot is too perfect. Grandpa is not cheating. If Yingguo wins this time, I will immediately slaughter my old sow to celebrate. The man in the red building, the one upstairs, you are really willing to give. The price of pork has risen sharply recently. Lin Feng Fan Club. Brother Lin Feng is awesome. All of us are here to cheer for Brother Lin Feng. For a while, the live broadcast room was full of barrages, most of which were related to Lin Feng. Rita looked at the game screen and said, now only Xiao Xingmu and Lin Feng are alive in our Yin country, but the situation in Daka is not much better than ours. Now there are only 3 players left in Daka, Kato Ying, European Sea God and another Daka player Rukawaki. Xiaoji said at this time, yes, although the remaining 3 Daka players are very strong, and 2 of them are the main players of Daka, we still have Lin Feng in Yin country, and Xiao Xingmu's strength is also outstanding. With the advantage of terrain, the possibility of our Yin country winning is still very high. Just now, Lin Feng killed 2 Daka players with great force, which has narrowed the gap between Daka and Yin country a lot. Now the difference in the number of people on both sides is only 1 person. Seeing that there were only 3 players left in Daka, Xiao Xingmu said excitedly, Boss, there are only 3 players left in Daka now. If we can hold on a little longer, we will win. Lin Feng saw Xiao Xingmu like this and immediately said, don't relax. Although Daka only has 1 more player than us, the strength of Kato Ying and European Sea God should not be underestimated. Although Lin Feng had eliminated Kato Ying and European Sea God in the first game, he knew that the strength of these 2 people was very terrifying, and they were definitely the most powerful characters in the Daka camp this time. Especially European Sea God, with a terrifying sniper rifle, Lin Feng could lose if he was not careful. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Xiao Xingmu immediately nodded carefully. Boss, I know, this is not my first time playing a game, how could I fail at such a critical moment? Xiao Xingmu and Lin Feng knew that the 3 players of Daka must have reached the top of the mountain. Both sides were hiding very well, and were constantly observing the slightest movement in the final circle. Chapter 440. Xiao Xingmu was hiding in the bushes, when he suddenly saw something moving in the bushes on the opposite side. Good fellow, I finally caught you. Xiao Xingmu was excited and immediately picked up the gun in his hand, and was about to aim. Suddenly, a dark muzzle appeared in the bushes on the opposite side, which startled Xiao Xingmu. After the player on the opposite side aimed at Xiao Xingmu, he did not give Xiao Xingmu time to react and quickly pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A series of bullets rushed in and killed Xiao Xingmu directly. Player Liu Chuanmu used the M416 assault rifle to kill player 4AM CPT. Xiao Xingmu looked at the kill prompt and said a little frustrated for a while, "Boss, I'm sorry, now I can only rely on you." At this time, Lin Feng moved his body, holding a grenade in his hand, and threw it directly to the place where the gunshot sounded. The grenade flew out of his hand, and a perfect parabola arc was thrown next to Rukawaki. Rukawaki saw a grenade falling in front of him, and was scared for a while. He hurriedly tried to dodge, and then Lin Feng always had a good grasp of the time when throwing grenades, almost all of which were instant explosions, and exploded directly when they landed. Rukawaki was directly eliminated on the spot by the huge power generated by the grenade explosion. Player 1. Lin Fengji used a grenade to eliminate the player Liu Chuanmu. Congratulations to the host for killing the special player and getting the gold treasure chest. Xiao Xingmu saw Lin Feng kill Rukawa, who just killed him, and secretly clenched his fists. "Boss, this game depends on you." At this time, Yin Country only had Lin Feng as a player, while Dhaka had Katoing and European Sea God on the other side. Although Lin Feng's strength was outstanding, Katoing and European Sea God were both top players in Dhaka, and Lin Feng was in a very dangerous situation. Rita said with some concern, "There are only 3 players left on the field now." Lin Feng's performance did not disappoint us, and he survived to the end successfully. But Katoing and European Sea God are both very strong. Lin Feng is now 1 versus 2, and I'm afraid it won't be so easy for him to win. Xiaoji also nodded. Indeed, Lin Feng's performance is already quite amazing. Even if he loses in the end, he still wins with honor. Rita rolled his eyes at Xiaoji when he heard what Xiaoji said. "What do you mean by win with honor?" "I believe in Lin Feng." The audience in the live broadcast room also stood up and cheered when they heard what Rita said. "A dragon-slaying sword. That's right, I believe Lin Feng will win. Our anchor has never let us down. Sword Demon Duguchiobai, Yin Country will win. Lin Feng will win. Your sister Tsuehua, support brother Lin Feng. As long as brother Lin Feng can win, I will marry him." Gold medal commentator, the person above, "Please shut up, you are making Lin Feng dare not win even if he can." The fans in the live broadcast room can be considered quite nervous. At this time, the competition has reached a white-hot stage, and the circle is constantly shrinking. Even Lin Feng felt great pressure at this time. 1 against 2, and dealing with 2 top players at the same time, this really put Lin Feng under great pressure. Lin Feng watched the circle slowly approach the white line of the safe area, and felt a little nervous. "I hope God can stand on my side." Lin Feng prayed in his heart, and at this moment, the circle was refreshed. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile when he saw the refreshed circle. Rita saw the refreshed circle on the screen and said excitedly, "Our Yin Country is really lucky. This time it's another destiny circle." Xiaoji said jokingly at this time, "Haha, after all, this is in our Yin Country. Even the operator has to give us some face." Katoing and European Sea God were hiding in 2 bushes not far apart. When they saw this circle, the expressions on their faces were a little ugly for a while. Katoing said, "How did it refresh? Why does it always refresh on the Yin Country side?" European Sea God's face was not very good, and he said, "Now there is only 1 Lin Feng left, and he must not be allowed to turn the tables." Then European Sea God saw the poison circle approaching them quickly, and immediately said, "Let's rush to the opposite safe zone together. Although this Lin Feng is very powerful, I don't believe he can beat both of us at the same time." After hearing what European Sea God said, Katoing looked at the game situation and now had to do this. Katoing immediately said, "Okay. I shout 1, 2, 3, and we go out together." European Sea God nodded, indicating that he had no objection. 1, 2, 3. When the count reached 3, it can be seen that Sea God and Katoing rushed out of the bushes at the same time, running directly towards the safe area. Lin Feng stared at the opposite side with an AKM rifle, and suddenly saw 2 players running out of the bushes at the same time. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but curl up a wicked smile. "Finally, I've waited for you." Lin Feng directly switched out 2 smoke bombs from his backpack and threw them forward. Then white smoke began to spread, and Sea God and Katoing couldn't help but pause when they saw the smoke. When they rushed into the final circle, they immediately laid down and hid. When the white smoke began to cover the side of both sides, Lin Feng slowly moved his body and adjusted his position. At this time, the final circle was covered by white smoke, and the audience watching the game was extremely excited. Xianqian was sitting in the audience, and when she saw the game coming to a critical moment, she was extremely nervous. "Brother Lin Feng, You can do it, Xianqian believes in you. Xianqian prayed silently for Lin Feng in her heart. At this time, several spectators sitting next to him shouted Lin Feng's name like crazy, cheering for Lin Feng. The two commentators stared at the screen closely, and they were also very nervous. Whether Yin Country can crush Dhaka and win depends on Lin Feng's final performance. Rita stared at the screen and said, just now Lin Feng threw 2 smoke bombs, the entire final circle. Now they are all covered by smoke. Although we can't see the specific situation inside, I believe that Lin Feng did this because he is sure. Xiaoji nodded and said, yes, Lin Feng never does anything he is not sure of. I think we should trust him. After that, Xiaoji said seriously, I believe Lin Feng will lead Yin Country to victory. Lin Feng, Katoing, and European Sea God were all covered by smoke. Under the white smoke, the 3 of them looked cautious, because once the position is exposed in this situation, they will definitely die under the gun of others. When the vision of both sides is limited, they can only rely on listening to the sound to determine the position of the other party. Coincidentally, this is exactly what Lin Feng is good at. Chapter 441. The final circle was covered by the white smoke produced by Lin Feng's 2 smoke bombs, and the vision was greatly limited. Lin Feng lay in the grass, and took out a grenade from his backpack. The same was true for Katoing and European Sea God on the other side. In this situation where the vision was limited, and they could not move easily, using grenades was the best choice. Lin Feng did not know the location of Katoing and European Sea God at this time, and now he could only rely on luck. Explosions continued to sound in the final circle for a while, and both sides were throwing grenades desperately. With the sound of the grenade explosion covering his body, Lin Feng slowly moved his body. Rita saw the continuous explosions in the final circle and said, now Dhaka's Katoing and Sea God and Lin Feng are constantly testing with grenades in the final circle. Although Lin Feng has the nickname of Thor, Lin Feng is now alone and obviously does not have an advantage. Facing 2 top players at once, this made Rita have to worry about Lin Feng. Xiaoji said at this time, that's true, but we should believe in Lin Feng now, he has always been a miracle maker. At this moment, Lin Feng threw a grenade accurately next to the European God Sea, which scared God Sea, and he quickly climbed up from the bushes. However, each of Lin Feng's grenades was accurate to milliseconds, and they exploded directly when they landed. Although God Sea's reaction was extremely fast, he could not avoid the huge power of the explosion. God Sea couldn't help but swear. It was really frustrating to be eliminated in this situation. God Sea was very sure that he had been so careful just now, and must not have exposed his position. As for why this grenade was thrown next to him, it can only be said that Yin Guo Lin Feng was too lucky. Player 1 Lin Fengji used a grenade to eliminate player Bat001. Congratulations to the host for killing the special player, and obtaining the Supreme Treasure Box. Just as God Sea guessed, Lin Feng did not find his position just now, but just threw a grenade based on his feeling. Unexpectedly, he really killed God Sea. Rita saw this scene, he immediately said ecstatically, great! Lin Feng threw this grenade beautifully. Now there is only 1 player left in Dhaka, Katoing. I believe that Lin Feng can definitely win with his strength. Xiaoji nodded excitedly at this time and said, now it's a one-on-one battle, I think there is no reason for Lin Feng to lose. Xiaoji is naturally very confident in Lin Feng's strength. No matter from which point of view, Lin Feng is stronger than Katoing in front of him. The fans in the live broadcast room saw that Lin Feng killed God Sea with a grenade, and they all started to post comments at once. Lao Wang, who loves playing PUBG next door. Okay, very reliable, worthy of being my neighbor, come on brother Lin Feng. Gold medal commentator, Lao Wang, what you said is a big green. Little cute PUBG player, brother Lin Feng is awesome, that European Sea God is no match at all, and that Katoing will definitely lose. Seeing that Katoing was the only player left in Dhaka, the audience in the live broadcast room and on the scene were extremely excited, staring closely at the game screen, afraid of missing any details. The most critical moment is coming. When Katoing saw the European Sea God being blown to death, his expression on his face was extremely gloomy, and his heart became heavier. If they lost this game, they would completely lose this competition. Once they lost this competition, those trolls in Dhaka would definitely not let him go, and his prestige in the Dhaka Jedi Circle would plummet. Katoing clenched his fists. Now Dhaka's hope is on him alone, and he must win. Katoing had such an idea, and so did Lin Feng. How could he lose to a small Dhaka in his own country? Lin Feng clenched the AKM rifle in his hand. At this time, the white smoke in the final circle slowly dissipated, and the circle refreshed again. This refresh forced Kato Ing and Lin Feng to run towards the middle of the final circle. A moment later, the two men almost jumped out of the bushes at the same time. Almost at this moment, they raised their weapons at the same time and kept shooting at each other. Kato Ing is not only the top player in Dhaka, but also a recognized steel gun king, who is very good at using steel guns. However, Lin Feng was not afraid at all. He held the AKM rifle, which he was best at using. He had AKM advanced skills, so he could easily deal with Kato Ing. Lin Feng kept moving with his body skills, and kept pulling the gun line to shoot at Kato Ying's position. The gunshots in the final circle were one after another, and the surging bullets flew along their own trajectories. Everyone held their breath and watched this final decisive moment tightly, and even the live broadcast room barrage, which was always active, became quiet at this time. A moment later, the chicken-eating logo appeared on the screen in front of Lin Feng. Good luck, chicken, tonight. Lin Feng looked at the screen in front of him and breathed a sigh of relief. He finally won. Then the system's voice came to his mind. Congratulations to the host for killing this special player and obtaining the Supreme Treasure Box. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. In this game, the three top players of Dhaka who were killed all dropped Supreme Treasure Boxes. It can be said that he made a lot of money. See, God looked at himself being killed and was a little absent-minded for a while. The emotions of all the Dhaka players in the game were very lost. The contestants from Yen country had smiles on their faces. Although some of them did not perform very well, it was not important. What was important was that Yen country won. That was enough. Rita saw Yen country finally win and said excitedly, "We won. Lin Feng really did it. According to the rules of the game, our Yen country has won this competition. Let us congratulate the contestants from Yen country for winning honor for our Yen country." Xiaoji saw that the game was finally over and said excitedly, "This competition ended with a complete victory for our Yen country, especially Lin Feng, who performed particularly well in this competition. It can even be said that he led our Yen country to victory alone. Let us congratulate our contestants this time with warm cheers." Seeing that Yen country finally won, the audience was particularly excited and burst into cheers. Awesome. Yen country is awesome. Beat Dhaka. Lin Feng is awesome. Yen country is awesome. Don't ask why. Our Yen country is just so awesome. My blood is boiling. I'm going to play Jedi all night tonight. Let's make a date. Let's play all night tonight. Chapter 442. The fans in the live broadcast room were extremely excited. As a member of Yen country, they were naturally proud to see Yen country's excellent performance in this competition. Qianqian in the audience showed a touching smile. She had never been involved in esports game events before because she never played games. Because of Lin Feng, she started to get involved in esports. This time, she came to the competition site and felt the atmosphere of esports. She couldn't help but blend into this atmosphere and feel proud of Lin Feng. The expressions on the faces of more than 40 contestants in Dhaka were ugly. Their Dhaka's strength is not weak, and they have also brought in the top European team Bat Team. It should have been a sure thing. Who knew that Lin Feng would come out halfway and directly disrupt their overall plan? Before this, they paid more attention to opponents such as Wei Shen and Xia Shizi, and did not take Lin Feng seriously at all. They did not expect that Lin Feng, who had always been unknown abroad, would have such a strong strength. The steel gun is not inferior to Kato Ing, and the sniper rifle level is not inferior to Sea God. This is also a top-notch master in the world. The 4 players of the European Bat Team did not have too many emotional fluctuations. After all, they were just foreign players from Dakara, and their performance in the game was not bad, so they did not have too much psychological burden. After all, the trolls in Dakara could not spit on them. As for Kato Ing and other players, the expressions on their faces were very ugly. This competition was initiated by them, and they lost so badly. This time, they will definitely be spit on by some netizens. Lin Feng took off his headphones, and Wei Shen came over and said, "Sure, you bit in the spotlight this time." 17 Beast also said, "But fortunately we still won. If we lost to those little devils, it would be really embarrassing." Lin Feng looked at the Yen country players around him, and said with a smile, "It's good that we won. Let's find a place to celebrate the victory tonight." Wei Shen nodded immediately. "This is a good suggestion. Let's all go and have a good meal." Lin Feng took a look at Wei Shen's body shape and said jokingly, "I think you shouldn't go. Lose some weight." Wei Shen heard Lin Feng teasing him and immediately responded, "I'm not fat at all. I'm clearly strong." He raised his arm to show his biceps. Although he didn't have much muscle, several professional players around him laughed when they heard Wei Shen's shameless words. Although the people here belong to different professional teams, they are undoubtedly in the same camp in this competition, and the relationship between them is also much more harmonious. After chatting for a while, several people left the competition area and came to the huge stage in the middle of the gymnasium. In addition to the Yin country players, Daka players also came to the stage. These Daka contestants were obviously in a very low mood, and Katoing and Kuramizukawa, who were walking in front, were even more upset. Lin Feng felt the dissatisfied eyes of Katoing and Kuramizukawa and deliberately raised his hand at them. The fans in the live broadcast room were still paying attention. Seeing this scene, a lot of people immediately started to post comments. Ha ha ha, Lin Feng is really too naughty. Is he going to piss off the Daka devils to death? These little devils from Daka are unlucky. They have to mess with our anchor. Isn't that courting death? Too good. These little devils will be pissed off. You said these little devils are living well. Why do they need to have a competition to make themselves unhappy? The above, this is what is called self-confidence to the point of swelling. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was very cheerful, and the barrage was also very active. Rita and Xiaoji also walked onto the stage one after another, and walked to the winning team of the Yin country. Rita smiled and asked Lin Feng, who was standing in front, Lin Feng, congratulations on winning this competition. As the best player in the Yin country team this time, do you have anything to say? Lin Feng smiled and said, first of all, the victory of this game is not mine alone. It is the joint efforts of all the players in our Yin country. I just did my little bit. Lin Feng knew that this was not the time to show off, and he spoke very modestly. Lin Feng's humble words made the Yin country players standing behind him feel more favorable towards Lin Feng. Master Lin Feng is really modest. I'm a big fan of him. Our anchor is quite arrogant when playing games, but he is actually quite low-key in real life. Brother Lin Feng is awesome. I wish he could be my boyfriend. The person above, you are dreaming. The comments in the live broadcast room are quite active, and they are basically discussing Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng being so modest, many passers-by who were not his fans before also started to become his fans, and praise Lin Feng highly. Of course, there are also some fangirls, who have begun to clamor to have a baby for Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng is impeccable in both appearance and strength, so naturally many girls will like him. Then Rita asked a few common questions, and Lin Feng answered them very seriously. Lin Feng, do you have anything to say about the contestants of Daka this time? Rita asked with a smile. I still hope that Daka can send some strong players, otherwise it seems that we won unfairly. Lin Feng's words made even Rita stunned for a moment. Where did the humble look just now go? This answer was a bit too arrogant. The faces of several Daka players on the opposite side were very ugly after hearing what Lin Feng said. This guy is really too arrogant. Daka has sent the strongest players in the country to participate in the competition this time, and also pulled the strong teams from Europe to come to support. Lin Feng's words are obviously mocking them. Even the faces of several people from the European Bat team are very ugly. This Lin Feng simply slapped them in the face. The key is that they have nothing to say. In esports, being bad is the original sin. If you lose, you have to admit defeat. The Yin country players standing behind Lin Feng couldn't help but give Lin Feng a thumbs up. Even the more powerful Wei Shen and Xiao Shitzi could only discuss the Daka players at most. They definitely wouldn't dare to mock them openly like Lin Feng. Rita smiled awkwardly after hearing what Lin Feng said, and then didn't dare to interview Lin Feng anymore, and quickly interviewed the Yin country players next to him. Who knows what Lin Feng will say next? Although the Daka players look annoying and don't get along with them, the relationship between the two countries still needs to be maintained. Don't make it too clear. After hearing what Lin Feng said, the fans in the live broadcast room cheered immediately. Ha ha ha, Lin Feng's words are really arrogant. Look at those Daka players' faces. That's what you should say. If we hadn't won, I guess those Daka players would have said even more. I don't know what to say, but it's always right to say that Lin Feng is awesome. Chapter 443. Rita interviewed some other Yin country players, who were obviously in high spirits, and had smiles on their faces. Then Xiaoji, who was standing on the other side of Daka, interviewed Daka's main player Katoing. Hello, Katoing, what do you think about this competition? When Katoing heard this question, his face turned green. I lost so badly, and you still ask me what I think? Katoing said, the strength of the Yin country players is indeed very outstanding, and our players who came here to participate in the competition are tired from traveling and not acclimatized to the local climate. It is difficult for them to exert their full strength. It feels normal to lose. As soon as Katoing finished speaking, Lin Feng laughed like a pig. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Go on. Lin Feng waved his hand quickly, but there was no apology on his face, indicating Katoing to continue. The faces of the DACA contestants were very dark, and they all wanted to eat Lin Feng alive. The fans in the live broadcast room laughed when they heard Lin Feng's words. Ah, that Katoing feels as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. Who made him so shameless that he even brought up the issue of acclimatization? It's what he deserves. The more I look at Lin Feng, the more I like him. God, Lin Feng is too straightforward, but I like him. The comments in the live broadcast room were extremely active, all discussing Lin Feng. It can be said that Lin Feng will gain a lot of fans because of this interview. Lin Feng is already the top player on the Huya live broadcast platform. With his excellent performance in this competition, it can be said that Lin Feng's popularity will reach a terrifying peak. Even Wei Shen, the captain of the 4am team, who has always been very popular, is much less popular than Lin Feng. Katoing heard Lin Feng's mocking laughter and said coldly, I hope I will have the opportunity to meet Lin Feng in the international arena in the future. I will definitely ask for advice when the time comes. Lin Feng heard Katoing's words and laughed. Is this a threat to me? Lin Feng said directly. I don't think we need to wait until the international arena. We can have a solo now. Katoing heard Lin Feng's words and snorted coldly, and didn't say anything else. Lin Feng's performance in this competition made Katoing particularly afraid. If he and Lin Feng were to solo now, Katoing would not be sure at all. Moreover, DACA had already lost very badly in this competition. If he and Lin Feng lost in a solo, it would be worse. Seeing that Katoing was scared, Lin Feng didn't say anything. After all, he had to give him some face. Some other Yin country contestants were trying hard to hold back their laughter. Seeing Lin Feng severely disgusting Katoing, they were secretly happy. Ha ha, this Katoing is actually scared. It's so funny, Lin Feng is simply a slap in the face. You should be like Lin Feng, otherwise these DACA brats really think they are so powerful. Brother Lin Feng is so cool. The fans in the live broadcast room saw that Katoing was scared, and they all cheered for Lin Feng. At this time, in the live broadcast room of a live broadcast platform in DACA. Katoing is simply a shame for our DACA, he should commit seppuku to apologize. They lost so badly, they are all DACA's culprits. Didn't they say the Yin people are bad? How could they lose so badly? Where did that Lin Feng come from? Don't you contestants need to investigate the other party's information? The DACA people who watched the game obviously couldn't accept the result of this competition for a while, and they all pointed their spears at the contestants who participated in this competition. Especially Katoing, who can be said to be the main target of the trolls. Xiaoji saw that Katoing was speechless after being scolded by Lin Feng, and he felt secretly happy in his heart. He told you DACA devils to come over and show off our Yin country. Of course, he was just secretly happy in his heart, and on the surface, he still had a very serious expression, and then the interview came to God C's side. God C was not as bitter and resentful as other DACA players, but smiled and said, the development of esports in Yin country is indeed very rapid, especially Lin Feng, who is an opponent that cannot be ignored. I hope that Lin Feng can step into the international arena one day, and I look forward to fighting him. It is obvious that God C is still unwilling to lose to Lin Feng in this game, but now that the outcome of the game has been decided, he can't say anything. He can only wait until the international arena to judge the winner by strength. This European foreign devil is not so annoying, but even in the international arena, he is definitely not the opponent of God Lin Feng. Nonsense, God Lin Feng is invincible now. I look forward to Lin Feng participating in international competitions and winning glory for the country. Ha ha ha, what God C said is quite human. The fans in the live broadcast room didn't particularly dislike these players from Europe. Although they were foreign players of DACA, they were not as arrogant as other players of DACA. After the interview session, the contestants of DACA left the stage immediately. They wanted to leave here as soon as possible. This time, they lost a very bad game. Rita said with a smile, let us congratulate Yenhua again for winning this competition. Xiaoji smiled and continued, then this competition has come to an end. Thank you for the 40 excellent contestants from Yenhua for bringing us a wonderful game. At the same time, thank you for the strong support of QQ Reading, Chotuan Takeaway, and Auto Home for this competition. After the commentator finished reading the advertising slogan, the game was considered over. Lin Feng and several Yenhua players also left the stage together. After leaving the stage, Wei Shen said excitedly, Lin Feng, You are really good. I see those DACA people are all green in the face. It's so cool. The little lion smiled and said, only you dare to speak so freely. We can only say a few words to discuss them. After winning this competition, the contestants of Yin Country were in an unusually good mood. They agreed to hold a celebration banquet tonight. At this time, Lin Qingyu stood up and said, let's go to Xingdao Yin tonight. That's the restaurant opened by my family. It's a celebration for this time. Lin Qingyu was also one of the 40 contestants participating in this competition, but she didn't perform particularly well in the competition, so she didn't attract much attention. Lin Feng looked at Lin Qingyu with a little surprise. Although he knew that Lin Qingyu's family should be very rich, he didn't expect that they were so rich. Xingdao Yin is a very high-end hotel even in an international metropolis like Shenzhen. Chapter 444. Someone wants to treat us to a meal, and she is a beautiful woman, so naturally everyone has no objection. Wei Shen said with a smile, I didn't expect Qingyu to be a rich and beautiful girl, so we have to shamelessly go to eat. Lin Feng saw that it was Lin Qingyu who was going to host the meal, and he was a little embarrassed for a while. To be honest, he was really a little afraid of Lin Qingyu. After all, she always brought up some child marriage, who can stand it? Lin Feng was about to find a reason to refuse, but suddenly Lin Qingyu asked with a smile, Lin Feng, you should come, right? He will definitely come. Lin Feng is the hero of this competition, how can he not come? Before Lin Feng answered, Wei Shen answered for him first. Lin Feng was so embarrassed that he couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. Everyone left the gymnasium quickly. Just when Lin Feng was about to look for Qianqian, he saw Lin Qingyu coming over. Lin Feng, let's go together. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment and said, are we going together? I don't think we are going together. Lin Qingyu smiled and said, my family has several houses in Shenzhen. Do you think it's going together? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart, what a rich man. Lin Feng was about to say something when he saw Qianqian running towards him and waving at Lin Feng. Brother Lin Feng, I'm here. Lin Qingyu smiled and said, it seems that your girlfriend is here to see you. She's pretty. Lin Feng immediately rolled his eyes and warned Lin Qingyu, don't talk nonsense later. Don't worry, I will definitely not say that you are my future husband. Lin Qingyu said with a smile. Lin Feng was helpless for a moment. He really had no way to deal with Lin Qingyu, but a woman with a sense of propriety like him should not speak nonsense. At this time, Qianqian had already run over and threw herself into Lin Feng's arms with a bear hug. Brother Lin Feng, you are so great, you performed really well. Lin Feng wondered why Qianqian was so proactive today. She used to be very shy in public, and would blush even when holding hands. Lin Feng guessed the reason at once. It was probably because Qianqian felt insecure when she saw a beautiful woman like Lin Qingyu around her. This was a declaration of sovereignty. Lin Qingyu couldn't help feeling a little unhappy when she saw this scene. But there was nothing he could do, because she was his girlfriend. It was not something that his childhood sweetheart could compare to. After Qianqian let go of Lin Feng, she glanced at Lin Qingyu next to her and said with a smile, your skills are amazing, I admire you very much. Qianqian didn't say any polite words, she really admired Lin Qingyu. After all, it was definitely not easy for a girl to gain a place in the esports arena. Lin Qingyu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, I often hear Lin Feng mention you. It seems that Lin Feng's vision is really great. Lin Feng was relieved to see that Lin Qingyu didn't talk nonsense. Qianqian glanced at Lin Qingyu, who was not inferior to him in appearance. Qianqian's appearance can be regarded as stunning, and it is rare to see someone who can match her appearance outside. Lin Qingyu saw Lin Feng and Qianqian's affectionate look and felt indescribable frustration in her heart, so she could only say goodbye to the two of them. Then I leave first, Lin Feng, see you tonight. Having said that, Lin Qingyu left with a smile. Hearing Lin Qingyu's words, Qianqian said with a vigilant look, Brother Lin Feng, what does he mean by seeing you tonight? You also made an appointment with her? Lin Feng heard Qianqian's words, and his index finger slightly arched, scratched Qianqian's nose. What are you thinking about? We're just going to have a dinner tonight to celebrate the victory in this competition. Oh, so that's the case. Qianqian nodded, but didn't think much about it. After all, a girl like Lin Qingyu should have many suitors, and she wouldn't fall in love with her brother Lin Feng. She's really pretty. Qianqian muttered as she looked at Lin Qingyu's back. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. My Qianqian is much prettier than her. Brother Lin Feng, when did you become so slick? No, I'm just telling the truth. The two walked and talked, and soon came to the parking space. Lin Feng got on the Maserati, and Qianqian sat on the passenger seat. Lin Feng drove the Maserati out of the gymnasium, and soon returned to the villa on Fenghua Road. As soon as Lin Feng got out of the car, he and Qianqian saw a familiar figure. "Bebe, why are you here?" Qianqian said in surprise, and immediately ran to her best friend and asked. Qian Bebe glanced at Lin Feng, smiled and said to Qianqian, "Last time, didn't I say I wanted to buy a villa, and then I came to your place last time to see the villas here. I thought it was pretty good, so I bought this one." Qian Bebe pointed to the villa in front of her, which was just near Lin Feng's villa. Qianqian said with a little surprise, "I thought you were joking, but I didn't expect you to really buy it." Although Qianqian knew that Qian Bebe's family should be well off, she didn't expect that a villa could be bought so easily. Qianqian didn't think of Lin Feng, and smiled and said, "That's good, I will live with brother Lin Feng now, and you can come to play with me often in the future." Lin Feng heard Qianqian's words, and couldn't help but cover his face. "You silly girl. I miss your husband." Qian Bebe immediately smiled and said, "Sure, we can go to school together in the future." Qianqian, the silly girl, said happily, "That's great, I will go home with brother Lin Feng first, and come to see you later." Qian Bebe nodded. "Well, you go and get busy first, I still have to decorate the villa here." After saying that, Qian Bebe looked at Lin Feng meaningfully. Lin Feng couldn't help but have a headache for a while. Qian Bebe and Lin Qingyu were not the kind of people who would give up easily. What should he do? Lin Feng thought that it would be nice to live in the Middle East, and he could even have polygamy. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. "We can't be a scumbag." Lin Feng followed Qianqian back to the villa, and Qianqian was still silly and happy. At this time, Lin Feng said, "It may not be a good idea for Qian Bebe to move here." After hearing what Lin Feng said, Qianqian asked curiously, "What's wrong with brother Lin Feng? Bebe is actually a very good person." Lin Feng said with a sly smile, "If he comes here often, it will affect our world of two people." Qianqian immediately pouted and said, "How could that be? Bebe only lives nearby, not in our house, so how can she disturb us?" Lin Feng suddenly said with a sly smile, "By the way, before the game, you said that if I performed well in this game, you would give me benefits." Chapter 445. Lin Feng walked into the hotel, while sighing about the love of the greasy uncle. "Captain!" Lin Feng looked back and saw Bai Sha walking over quickly. Bai Sha walked over and said, "Captain, you are so early this time." "What do you mean?" Lin Feng's face turned black for a moment. Bai Sha laughed and said, "Aren't you always the last to arrive at dinner parties?" Lin Feng ignored him, and the two of them walked to the agreed box. At this time, more than 40 contestants had basically arrived, and 4 large tables were set up. As the best player in this competition, Lin Feng naturally sat at the most high-end table. The main players of the major teams, including Wei Shen and 17 Beasts, sat on this table. After Lin Feng sat down, Lin Qingyu walked over and sat next to him, smiling and saying, "Lin Feng, let's have a drink first." Lin Qingyu shook the whiskey in his hand. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Girls should drink less, especially strong whiskey." "Why? You are a grown man, are you afraid to drink with a weak woman like me?" Lin Qingyu raised her eyebrows and said, "Lin Feng, why are you so slow? You can't refuse a beautiful woman's invitation." "That's right, we want to drink but haven't yet." "Hurry up, you are not a man if you don't finish this bottle." Wei Shen and others at the table immediately started to make a noise. Lin Feng thought that it was so exciting tonight, it was definitely impossible not to drink. "Forget it, just find a designated driver when the time comes." "Okay, I drink with you," Lin Feng responded. Then Lin Qingyu took out a pair of dice from somewhere. Lin Feng's eyes twitched. "This is real," Lin Qingyu said. "Roll the dice, you know how to play?" Lin Feng nodded, although he rarely went out to fool around, but he was not so bad that he couldn't even roll the dice. The people next to him immediately started to make a fuss. Lin Feng took out a pair of dice and shook it, then took a look at the points inside. 3 SIXS and 2 3S. Lin Feng immediately shouted, 3 SIXS. Damn, he's playing so big? He must be bluffing. Several professional players around immediately discussed. 6 sixes. Lin Qingyu shouted directly. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. So cruel? Is there anyone who plays like you? What do you care about me? I can shout whatever I want. Lin Qingyu said proudly. Open you. Lin Feng opened Lin Qingyu directly. He really didn't believe that she had 3 6S. Lin Qingyu showed her trump card directly, for SIXS and 2 1S. Lin Feng was stunned and thought it was not good. This fairy must be a master. Qingyu is amazing. Lin Feng, hurry up and drink. Wei Shen urged immediately. What are you in a hurry for? Lin Feng glared at Wei Shen and directly picked up a glass of whiskey on the table and drank it all. After the system transformation of Lin Feng's body, his alcohol tolerance was much better than that of ordinary people. A glass of wine was not stressful at all. Then Lin Feng played a few more games with Lin Qingyu. As a result, he lost more than he won. Half of the bottle of whiskey was finished by Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, No more, no more. I can't beat you. Lin Feng knew that Lin Qingyu was definitely a veteran and immediately admitted his defeat. After a while, the hotel waiter brought the dishes up. The first dish was a big lobster. Lin Feng said to Lin Qingyu next to him, You are really willing to spend money. Lin Qingyu smiled and said, There will be a surprise later. Lin Feng didn't care about Lin Qingyu's surprise, and directly grabbed a hairy crab on the table and started eating. Wei Shen saw Lin Feng like this and said, I say Lin Feng, you are sitting next to a beautiful woman, can you pay attention to your image? Lin Feng, ? Why is it your business again? Lin Feng was too lazy to pay attention to Wei Shen, and he ate without caring about his image. Lin Feng suddenly felt a gaze coming towards him, and when he looked up, he was stunned for a moment. For this familiar and unfamiliar person, Lin Feng could not forget it anyway. Isn't this his ex-girlfriend Lin Nin? At this time, Lin Nin did not wear heavy makeup as before, but casually put on a little light makeup, and her expression was a little complicated after seeing Lin Feng. Lin Feng was afraid that she would come over like last time, but she just nodded and left with a complicated expression. Xiao Min, why are you crying? The companion standing next to Lin Nin asked curiously. Lin Nin wiped her tears. Nothing, sand got into my eyes. The companion next to her scratched her head a little confused. Where did the sand come from in this big hotel? Lin Qingyu suddenly asked in a low voice. Why are you staring at our waiter? Don't you like this type? Lin Feng laughed. No, how could it be possible? Although Lin Nin still has an unforgettable memory in Lin Feng's mind, Lin Feng is no longer the Lin Feng before, and he has no feelings for her. However, the memory of the former Lin Feng is still in his mind, which always causes some emotional fluctuations for him. Lin Qingyu suddenly leaned close to Lin Feng and whispered, Since you don't like her, why did you choose her as your girlfriend before? Lin Feng's eyes changed, frowned and asked, How do you know? Did you investigate me? Lin Qingyu suddenly covered her mouth and smiled. You are my fiancé, I must investigate it clearly. Lin Feng remembered what Lin Qingyu said just now and asked, Is this the surprise you said? Yes, let her see your success now. Don't you have a little pleasure of revenge in your heart? Boring. Lin Feng was too lazy to pay attention to her, but his heart was secretly tightened. This Lin Qingyu has some tricks, so he still has to be careful, otherwise he doesn't know when she will sleep with him. The people at the table saw that Lin Feng and Lin Qingyu were whispering, and their expressions were a little weird for a while. How come such good cabbage was taken away by a pig? The professional players at the table were envious and jealous. It was impossible to say that they had no thoughts about Lin Qingyu. After all, a beautiful, rich, and game-playing girl like this is rare. But everyone quickly thought, that's not right, doesn't Lin Feng have a girlfriend, and his girlfriend is very pretty. Damn, he wants to have two girlfriends at the same time, scumbag. Lin Feng didn't know the rich psychological activities of the professional players at the table at this time. He looked up and found that they were all looking at him strangely. Lin Feng said in confusion, Eat, why are you looking at me? Wei Shen took the lead in breaking the awkward atmosphere. Eat, eat, such delicious food can't be wasted. Yes, yes, eat, eat. 17 Beasts immediately echoed. Looking at these people's strange behavior, Lin Feng was puzzled. Chapter 446. Several professional players at the table immediately started eating, drinking a few glasses from time to time. Everyone wanted to get Lin Feng drunk, but they found that he remained calm after drinking several glasses. He could drink a lot. Lin Qingyu said from the side, So you can drink so much. You were pretending to drink with me just now. Lin Feng pretended not to understand. What do you mean by pretending? I can't drink much. I'm actually drunk. Lin Qingyu covered her mouth and smiled. You are not good at lying. How did you lie to so many girls? Lin Feng said quickly, Don't talk nonsense. I can sue you for defamation. How could I lie to girls? The people at the table found that they were no match for Lin Feng in terms of alcohol tolerance. They didn't want to make trouble for themselves, so they all looked for soft persimmons to pick on. Wei Shen went straight to Little Lion and said, Come on, let's have a drink. Little Lion suddenly laughed angrily. Fatty Wei, I'm not afraid of you. Although Little Lion's alcohol tolerance is average, he must not admit defeat at this time. It's okay that he can't drink more than Lin Feng, but he can't drink more than you, Wei Shen? Lin Qingyu was pouring wine into Lin Feng at the table, and she got drunk first. Lin Feng smiled and said, if you can't drink, don't be stubborn. Why does a girl drink so much? Lin Qingyu was already half drunk and half awake. After hearing what Lin Feng said, she smiled and said, if I don't get drunk, how can you have a chance? Lin Qingyu didn't say this in a low voice, and everyone at the table could hear it. Everyone at the table suddenly became quiet, and stared at Lin Feng and Lin Qingyu in a daze. So they hooked up. Lin Feng saw the look in everyone's eyes, and immediately shook his hand to explain. He's drunk and talking nonsense. Don't bother her. Lin Feng was really a little scared. If there was nothing between him and Lin Qingyu, it would be fine, but it was a ridiculous child marriage. If Qianqian knew about this, she would never be able to clear herself even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Wei Shen came over a little drunk and said, Lin Feng, let's go to the toilet. Lin Feng was unhappy all of a sudden. You are a 3-year-old kid, and you need someone to go to the toilet with you? Stop talking nonsense, let's go. Wei Shen directly pulled Lin Feng to the toilet, and then looked Lin Feng up and down. Seeing Wei Shen like this, Lin Feng slapped him on the head. Have you drunk too much? Do you think I'm a woman? You are the one who drank too much. I can drink so much. Wei Shen said, you are really good. It's not long since you hooked up with Lin Qingyu. Lin Feng immediately denied. Don't talk nonsense. Who hooked up with her? I have a girlfriend. This is the most annoying thing. You are thinking about the pot while drinking from the bowl. You should at least leave a sip of soup for your brothers. Wei Shen said with an expression of envy and jealousy. Lin Feng looked weird. You are not in love with Lin Qingyu, are you? No, she is too beautiful, and not suitable for me. Wei Shen still had some idea in his heart. He definitely had no chance with a beautiful and rich woman like Lin Qingyu. Lin Feng put a hand on his shoulder and said with a smile, in fact, as long as you lose weight, you still have a chance. Wei Shen was immediately unhappy. I've already said, I'm not fat. This is all muscle, understand? Lin Feng was too lazy to pay attention to him, went into the bathroom to relieve himself, and then returned to the table. Lin Feng had just come back, and Lin Qingyu said drunkenly, Lin Feng, let's have another drink. Lin Feng saw that several people at the same table looked at him, and Lin Qingyu with strange eyes, and felt a little guilty for a moment, and hurriedly said, don't drink, you're like a drunk cat. Wei Shen had just come back from the bathroom, and immediately started to make trouble. It's too boring to eat and drink like this, Lin Feng. Sing a song to liven up the atmosphere. Lin Feng thought that Wei Shen was really troublesome, and said directly, why don't you sing? I can sing, then I sing a song for everyone now. Wei Shen said. No, Captain, please stop singing. Let the great Lin Feng sing. The little star at the table next to him stood up to stop him. Their captain was really good at playing games, but when it came to singing, it was simply a ghost crying and wolves howling. In order not to embarrass the captain, the little star hurriedly stopped him. Lin Feng thought that since he was happy tonight, it would be nice to sing a few songs to liven up the atmosphere, so he stood up and said, then I will make a fool of myself today. The professional players present also knew that Lin Feng sang very well, and had even released an album, so they all applauded at once. Can I order a song? I want to sing a song called Love of the Boatman. The little lion said jokingly. Don't make a fuss. Let's sing a song called Drunken Red Cliff. Drunken Red Cliff is fine. It's super nice. Lin Feng heard what everyone said and said with a smile, okay, I sing a song called Drunken Red Cliff for everyone. Seeing that she was going to sing, Lin Qingyu quickly asked the staff to bring out a set of audio equipment. Lin Feng said, will singing here not affect other guests in the hotel? Lin Qingyu waved her hand. No, our hotel has a good soundproofing effect, and there is no one in the nearby boxes. Since Lin Qingyu said so, Lin Feng actually had no concerns. Picking up the microphone, after brewing his emotions for a while, he spoke directly. Several layers of fallen leaves piled up. And I stepped on youth. I heard who was crying in the previous life. Lin Feng's singing has a special magnetism, and everyone was immersed in it all of a sudden. Wei Shen drank a glass of wine in depression at this time. What else can't this guy do? It's really annoying to compare yourself with others. I follow you all the way. Your reincarnation voice. I love you deeply. After Lin Feng sang a song, the whole audience burst into thunderous applause. Lin Feng, you are simply a soul singer who is delayed by esports. That's right, I say you should just be a singer, don't come and steal our food. Quickly retire, it would be great to be a singer or a star. The captains of several professional teams immediately started to make a noise. Although they were all joking, it was obvious how badly they had been hit by Lin Feng during this period of time. As long as they met Lin Feng in various competitions, their team would definitely not have a good time. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Keep a low profile, it's just a hobby." Lin Feng saw that the atmosphere was good now, and then he sang a few more songs. Then Yining and Lin Qingyu, two female professional players, also went on stage to sing a few songs. The appearance of Yining and Lin Qingyu is naturally beyond words. Before Lin Qingyu came out, Yining was the #1 beauty in the professional field of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. The singing of the two was also quite pleasant, and the atmosphere on the scene could be said to be quite lively. Chapter 447. As soon as the two beauties came on stage to sing, the animals below cheered immediately. "You sang well, much better than Lin Feng," Wei Shen shouted. Lin Feng was immediately unhappy, and he was shot even when he was lying down. "Fatty Wei, I think you deserve a beating. I will beat you to a pulp in the next game. We don't know who will beat whom yet." As one of the top professional players in the country, Wei Shen was very afraid of Lin Feng's skills, but he was not afraid. So he was not afraid of Lin Feng's harsh words. A celebration banquet ended with the cheers of the crowd, and it was time to leave. Lin Feng originally wanted to call a designated driver, but seeing that his head was not confused, he gave up the idea. When he arrived downstairs at the hotel, Lin Feng was about to leave, and happened to meet Lin Min, who had just got off work. Lin Min saw Lin Feng and said with a complicated expression, "Lin Feng, long time no see." Lin Feng glanced at Lin Min, who seemed to be very different from before, without the heavy makeup before, and seemed to have changed a lot. Lin Feng nodded and said with a smile, "Long time no see, you are working here now." "Yes, it's a bit harder here, but the salary is okay," Lin Min said with a wry smile. It's obvious that there is no possibility between her and Lin Feng. Before, she despised Lin Feng for being poor, but now it's really ridiculous. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. If the memory in his mind is correct, Lin Min should be the kind of girl who is lazy and wants to be with rich people. Now she is willing to stay in the hotel as a waitress, doing such a hard job, which makes Lin Feng a little unexpected. However, Lin Feng did not intend to meddle in other people's business, and said, "Then work hard, and things will get better and better in the future. I have something else to do here, so I leave first." Lin Min nodded. "Well, then drive carefully." After Lin Feng and Lin Min parted, Lin Qingyu appeared from nowhere, reminiscing about the past with his ex-girlfriend. Lin Qingyu said jokingly. Lin Feng frowned and said coldly, "I don't like others investigating me." Lin Qingyu saw that Lin Feng seemed to be really angry, and hurriedly said, "Oh, I didn't investigate you on purpose. Your affairs are not secrets. I can find someone to ask and find out." Lin Feng said, "Then why did you recruit her into the hotel? Did you arrange for us to meet on purpose?" Lin Qingyu hurriedly explained, "No, she came to our hotel to apply for the job on her own. It was not my intention." "Okay, I leave first." Lin Feng was too lazy to waste words with Lin Qingyu, and got into his Maserati directly. Then he saw Lin Qingyu open the door, and sit directly in the co-pilot seat. Lin Feng frowned and said, "What are you doing?" Lin Qingyu smiled and said, "You see I'm drunk. Do you trust me, a drunk girl, to go home by myself? I think you are more sober than me." Lin Feng glanced at Lin Qingyu. Although she drank a lot of wine tonight, she was not unconscious yet. But even so, a beautiful girl like her is not safe. Lin Feng sighed and said, "Then I take you home." After saying that, Lin Feng suddenly thought that this hotel was hers, right? "Are you kidding me? Isn't this hotel owned by your family? Why don't you just stay in the hotel?" Lin Feng said. He really didn't dare to have too much contact with Lin Qingyu now. It was obvious that the players of the professional team at the dinner table tonight had misunderstood the relationship between him and Lin Qingyu. If he continued like this, he might not be able to clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. "Although this hotel is owned by my family, I don't usually live here. Is it so difficult for you to take me home? Besides, we are both on the way, okay?" Lin Feng had a headache, and could only agree to Lin Qingyu's request. According to the position given by Lin Qingyu, Lin Feng drove all the way. Lin Qingyu sat in the co-pilot seat. Seeing the speed of Lin Feng's driving, she hurriedly said, "You are driving so fast after drinking? I don't want to be a couple with you and Huangquan, drive slower." Lin Feng rarely paid attention to Lin Qingyu's words. He was very sober. Besides, with his driving skills, how could there be any problems? Soon Lin Feng arrived at the location Lin Qingyu pointed out. Seeing that her home was right in front of her, Lin Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Qingyu was terrified along the way, fearing that something might happen. After Lin Qingyu got off the car, Lin Feng said, "Then go back and rest early." "I leave first." Lin Qingyu said quickly, "Don't leave in a hurry. Go upstairs and have a cup of hot water." "Forget it, I'm afraid you give me a knockout drug," Lin Feng said directly. God knows what tricks this Lin Qingyu will play. It's better to stay away from her. Lin Qingyu covered her mouth and smiled. "Why are you, a grown man, afraid of a weak woman like me? By the way, what flavor of knockout drug do you like? I prepare it in advance," Lin Qingyu said half-jokingly. Lin Feng said, "I think there are so many good men in this world, you don't have to hang yourself on my tree. I think that Wei Shen tonight is very good. As long as he loses some weight, he will definitely be a handsome guy. Wei Fatty, I am really nice. I'm introducing you to someone this late at night." Lin Qingyu rolled her eyes and said, "Anyway, I don't care, we have a childhood engagement, you can't deny it." Lin Feng had a headache, knowing that he couldn't argue with Lin Qingyu. Okay, I'm leaving first, you should rest early." After saying that, Lin Feng stepped on the accelerator directly, and the car sped forward. Lin Qingyu looked at the Maserati going away, her eyes were a little complicated, and her face showed a lonely expression. After sighing, she turned and walked towards her home. Lin Feng drove the car all the way, and soon returned to Fenghua Road. After parking the car, Lin Feng returned to his villa, and saw Qianqian squatting at the door of the villa with her chin in her hand. She looked very cute. "Whose little cutie is this?" Lin Feng approached and said with a smile. Qianqian saw Lin Feng coming back, and immediately ran towards him. She gave Lin Feng a bear hug. Then she said with a look of disgust, "You smell so much alcohol. How much did you drink?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "I only drank half a bottle of beer." "I don't believe you." Qianqian rolled her eyes, and didn't believe what Lin Feng said at all. "Hurry up and take a shower. You smell like alcohol." Qianqian quickly pushed Lin Feng into the bathroom. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Otherwise." Qianqian blushed. "Don't even think about it. You smell so much alcohol." "I don't want it." Lin Feng stopped teasing Qianqian, and took a cold shower in the bathroom. After coming out, he resisted Qianqian and took her back to the room. Chapter 448. The next morning, Qianqian got up early and prepared breakfast for Lin Feng. After breakfast, Lin Feng sent Qianqian back to school. Lin Feng muttered, "Just don't go to school, I support you." Qianqian immediately rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. How can this be possible? After all, you have to graduate from college. Although Qianqian's family background will not be short of money, but in this society, academic qualifications are still very important. "Okay, then you go to class first." Lin Feng parked the car at the school gate and said to Qianqian, "If there is anyone who is blind and chasing you, tell me." Qianqian covered her mouth and smiled. "There are so many people chasing me, I don't know which one to tell you." Lin Feng touched his chin and said, "It seems that I need to warn those juniors. Don't mess around, although there are many chasing me, but I am too lazy to look at them." Qianqian was afraid that Lin Feng would mess around, and hurriedly said, "And they all know that I have a boyfriend, so they won't bother me." Lin Feng saw Qianqian's nervous look and smiled and said, "Okay, I'm kidding, look how nervous you are, hurry up and go to class, don't be late." Qianqian looked at the time, and it was indeed a bit tight, so she could only give Lin Feng a hug reluctantly, and then trotted to class. Lin Feng saw that there was nothing going on here, so he drove his car back to the villa, and happened to meet Qian Beibei, who had just returned to the villa area. Qian Beibei smiled and greeted Lin Feng. "I guess you sent Qianqian to school." Lin Feng frowned and said, "Aren't you and Qianqian in the same class? Why don't you have to go to class?" Qian Beibei smiled and said, "I just came here to get a degree, but I'm not a good student like Qianqian who goes to class every time." Lin Feng knew that Qian Beibei's family was very rich, and probably didn't pay much attention to this aspect, so he ignored her. In order to make Qian Beibei give up as soon as possible, Lin Feng said, "I still prefer good students. I think it's really impossible for us." Qian Beibei was stunned for a moment, and said, "Then I will go to class in the future, okay? I don't care whether you go to class or not." After saying that, Lin Feng went straight back to his villa, leaving Qian Beibei with an unhappy face. After Lin Feng returned to the villa, he remembered that he hadn't opened the treasure chests he got in the competition. He quickly opened his system space, and found a lot of treasure chests inside. The worst ones were gold treasure chests, and there were also several supreme treasure chests. It must be said that the gains from the competition were still very great. Lin Feng directly combined all the gold treasure chests into the supreme treasure chest, and then opened them all at once. Open the supreme treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for opening the supreme treasure chest and getting 1 million YGB. Open the supreme treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for opening the supreme treasure chest and getting 780,000 YGB. Open the supreme treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for opening the supreme treasure chest and getting 990,000 YGB. After opening 5 or 6 supreme treasure chests in a row, all of which were monetary rewards, Lin Feng couldn't help but vomit blood. I don't want money. What's the use of money? Money is the root of all evil. Lin Feng used to think that Jack Ma was just pretending to dislike money, but now he thinks it makes sense. Lin Feng's income from live streaming during this period, plus the money he earned from playing the game system, has added up to nearly 200 million. Lin Feng saw that there were only 2 supreme treasure chests left in the system space, and he felt a little annoyed. He hoped to get something good. Open the supreme treasure chest. Open the supreme treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for winning the Real Ability Lottery. Lin Feng was immediately happy when he heard about the Real Ability Lottery. It's good if it's not money. Does the host use the lottery? Yes. Lin Feng ordered directly, and a large turntable appeared in front of her. There were a total of 6 skills marked on it. After the turntable appeared, the pointer slowly began to rotate. Then it landed directly on the intermediate skills of the Magic Master. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. The intermediate skills of the Magic Master? Then, a burst of memories about magic flooded into Lin Feng's mind. A moment later, Lin Feng was already a Magic Master. Lin Feng took out his phone and searched for Lu Qian's magic videos, and immediately felt that there were many loopholes. Magic Master, it's not bad to use it to tease Qianqian. Lin Feng thought to himself that this skill was not completely useless. After obtaining the Magic Master skill, Lin Feng looked into the system space again. There was only 1 supreme treasure box left, so he opened it directly. Open the supreme treasure box. Congratulations to the host for opening the supreme treasure box and obtaining the advanced sniper rifle mastery skill. Hearing this reward, Lin Feng was so excited that he almost jumped up. Advanced Sniper Rifle Mastery Skill. Before, Lin Feng only had the Advanced 98K Sniper Rifle Mastery Skill, and the original Sniper Rifle Mastery Skill was only intermediate. Now that he has obtained the Advanced Sniper Rifle Mastery Skill, it means that he will no longer be restricted by the 98K, and he can use any sniper rifle to exert 100% power. After getting this skill, Lin Feng was very happy. It is the most precious reward this time. At night, Qianqian did not return to the villa because she had early classes tomorrow. This made Lin Feng a little disappointed. When it was time for the live broadcast, Lin Feng came to his bedroom and turned on the computer. The computer given by the system turned on in 1 second and entered the desktop with a whoosh. Clicking the Huya Live icon, Lin Feng logged into his live broadcast room. This is the first time he has started a live broadcast after the competition. The anchor Lin Feng you follow is online. After Lin Feng logged into the live broadcast room, many fans who have been following Lin Feng said this news and rushed to Lin Feng's live broadcast room. After a while, you will see that the popularity of your live broadcast room is growing at a visible speed. Soon it broke through 1 million. Wu Mainyang, the anchor brother, is finally online. I have been waiting for you for a long time. A dragon slaying sword. Congratulations to the anchor for winning all the competitions. This time the competition was won beautifully. It makes my blood boil. The sound of the empty valley, especially the Katoing, he made me laugh to death. In the end, the anchor wanted to challenge him, but he was scared. Strawberry watermelon sauce. This anchor is really handsome. I want to give birth to a baby for you. As soon as the fans in the live broadcast room entered the live broadcast room, they began to brush sandalwood crazily. Lin Feng smiled and said, "It seems that there are many new fans in our live broadcast room. First of all, thank you for your love. Let's start the game." Lin Feng saw that there were already a lot of fans in the live broadcast room, and he didn't plan to do anything else. He wanted to start the game directly. Chapter 449. Lin Feng was ready to start the game after he finished speaking, and he logged into his PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds account directly. Lin Feng looked at his online friends. This time was the time when most anchors were broadcasting live, and some of his friends were game anchors. However, he found that these game friends were basically in the game, so Lin Feng said, "Since others are playing, I will start directly." A dragon slaying sword. Anchor, find a playmate girl. I think the one last time was good. I am the infinite heavenly venerable. Blessings and infinite heavenly venerable. I think this one is possible. The second of the exploding heaven gang. Yes, I remember that last time you said you wanted to find Xiao Liuli to play games, but she was waiting for you. Some male fans in the live broadcast room immediately began to encourage Lin Feng to go to the live broadcast platform to find a playmate girl to play with. Last time, one of Lin Feng's playmates was Xiao Liuli, and this girl was also a loyal fan of Lin Feng. Seeing that the fans in the live broadcast room were asking for a companion to play with, Lin Feng also thought it was feasible. Finding a companion can indeed liven up the atmosphere in the live broadcast room. Okay, since you want to see a companion girl, then I will satisfy you. Lin Feng directly logged into the companion platform and happened to see that Xiao Liuli, who he ordered last time, was online, so he sent him a message. Do you have time to play games? Xiao Liuli was lying comfortably on the gaming chair and eating potato chips. Her companion career during this period can be said to be smooth sailing. Since playing with Lin Feng last time, Xiao Liuli's popularity in the companion platform has skyrocketed, and she has become one of the most popular companions on the companion platform. When Xiao Liuli heard the ding-dong sound, she knew that someone wanted to play with her again, but she was more willful now, and would not accept anyone's order. And she had just come to visit her relatives today, so she was not feeling well, so she planned to refuse directly. But the moment he picked up his phone and saw the message, he almost jumped up from the gaming chair. He clearly remembered the account that sent the message to him. It was Lin Feng. Xiao Liuli was excited and responded quickly. Yes, you can play anytime. I give you a free meal. Because he has outstanding gaming skills and is talented, he has always been Xiao Liuli's idol. In addition, Lin Feng's superior performance in the competition this time, saving Yin Country and defeating Daka alone, made Xiao Liuli completely become Lin Feng's little fangirl. Lin Feng saw the reply from Xiao Liuli and replied with a smile. I won't do it for free this time, so let's place an order. After saying that, Lin Feng looked at Xiao Liuli's order and suddenly found that the price of this order had increased too quickly. The price was actually 4 or 5 times higher than the last time. Why did you increase the price so much? Last time, it was 10 yuan per order, but now it's 50 yuan. Lin Feng said. Seeing Lin Feng's message, Xiao Liuli replied a little arrogantly, After all, I'm a popular companion now, so I must increase the price. Lin Feng said half-jokingly, Forget it, you're too expensive, I find other cheaper companions. Xiao Liuli panicked for a while when she heard what Lin Feng said. It was not easy to play a game with Lin Feng. If she really found someone else, she would be finished. Xiao Liuli hurriedly said, Don't, brother Lin Feng, I've given you a free order, how can you find someone else to play with? Xiao Liuli is unhappy. At worst, Xiao Liuli will give you money, okay? Lin Feng logged into the companion platform on his computer, and the fans in the live broadcast room naturally saw Xiao Liuli's reply. Lark in the flowers. No, brother Lin Feng, find a man to play with you, not a girl, okay? Or I can play with you. A dragon-slaying sword. The guy above, I think you are dreaming. The man in the red building, I'm really jealous. This girl actually wants to give money to the anchor. A big sausage, sure enough, handsome people have privileges. Lin Feng laughed for a while when he heard that Xiao Liuli wanted to give him money. I'm kidding, I can still afford this little money. After that, Lin Feng directly placed an order for Xiao Liuli. Xiao Liuli responded immediately when she saw Lin Feng placing an order. Xiao Liuli still knew Lin Feng's game ID, and directly added Lin Feng as a game friend. Lin Feng saw Xiao Liuli, so he added her directly. After adding successfully, Xiao Liuli immediately sent a game invitation. After Lin Feng accepted the invitation, the two appeared in a game room. At this time, Lin Feng smiled and said, Otherwise, let's play 4-person games in this round. Xiao Liuli heard Lin Feng's words and said, Okay, I listen to you, brother Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, I still like you to call me boss, it sounds better. Xiao Liuli puffed her lips and said, No, calling boss sounds so unfamiliar. It's better to call brother Lin Feng. We don't seem to be that familiar. Lin Feng said a bit straight. Xiao Liuli was choked for a moment. He and Lin Feng were not very familiar with each other. Although he had been paying attention to Lin Feng, the contact between the two was only in the last few games. But how could he say it directly? What a straight man. The fans in the live broadcast room couldn't help laughing for a while when they heard Lin Feng's words. The anchor is really the first steel straight man in Huyang. The anchor is willing to hurt Xiao Liuli, such a gentle girl. Ha ha ha. It seems that Xiao Liuli will be mad at the anchor again in this game. Ha ha ha, poor playmate. The fans in the live broadcast room teased one after another, and Lin Feng smiled and said, "Don't talk nonsense, I don't think I'm a straight man, I just speak a little bluntly." Ha ha, steal straight man. Ha ha, steal straight man. Ha ha. After hearing Lin Feng's words, a bunch of ha-ha barrages suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. Lin Feng ignored the comments in the live broadcast room and started the game directly, choosing a double 4-person team. After a while, the game loading page appeared on the screen. Xiao Liuli smiled and said, "Brother Lin Feng, you performed very well in this competition." Liuli went to the scene to cheer you on. "Brother Lin Feng, give me an autograph photo of yours," Xiao Liuli said excitedly. "It's not easy to have a chance to play games with Lin Feng, so I must try my best to get some benefits." Autograph photo. Lin Feng didn't expect that one day he would be asked for an autograph photo by a girl like those young stars. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I'm not a star, my autograph photo is worthless and useless." Xiao Liuli immediately responded, "Who said that? Brother Lin Feng is the best, those stars can't compare with you, okay." Chapter 450. Just when Xiao Liuli was trying every possible way to get Lin Feng's autograph, the screen showed the birth island, and Lin Feng and Xiao Liuli both appeared on the birth island. As soon as they entered the birth island, a voice came immediately. "Wow it too, for $1 he." "Two ladies, do you want to wow it too?" Lin Feng clearly remembered that he had turned off the voice chat for this game, so how could there be such a weird voice? After a closer look, it turned out to be number 1 that he matched this time. In addition to number 1, he also matched another girl, number 2 in the team. After hearing what number 1 said, Xiao Liuli said, "Brother Lin Feng, we seem to have met a weird teammate." Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's okay, weird teammates are interesting." Xiao Liuli puffed her lips and said nothing more. When girl number 2 heard what girl number 1 said, "I don't eat steamed bread. We fairies drink dew." The voice of girl number 2 made Lin Feng slightly stunned. He didn't expect that she was a teammate with a lowly voice. The fans in the live broadcast room laughed immediately. "There are still 4 steamed breads for 1 yuan. Please give me 2. Ha ha, I feel that this time with this number 1, it will definitely be very interesting. Girl number 2 has a nice voice, very good, very good. Xiao Liuli is not bad either, I like them all." The fans in the live broadcast room immediately discussed several of Lin Feng's teammates. When number 1 heard what girl number 2 said, he was immediately excited. He didn't expect that this girl had such a nice voice, and she looked like a little lowly. Number 1 immediately said excitedly, "Number 2, how about we add each other on WeChat? We have any flavor of do you want?" When Xiao Liuli heard number 2's voice, she felt that number 2 should be young, so she quickly stood up and said, "Little sister, there are many scammers in the game, you have to be careful." Number 1 was slightly stunned when she heard Xiao Liuli's voice. She didn't expect that another girl's voice was so nice. At this time, the countdown of the birth island had ended, and a plane appeared on the screen, flying towards the Jedi Island. Lin Feng opened the map to check the route as soon as possible according to his habit. This time, the route was from Port N to City S, which was a relatively common route. At this time, number 1 said confidently, "Everyone just follow me, and I promise to lead you to win the game." Little Liuli was a little unhappy for a while. Brother Lin Feng is still here these days. "Do you have the right to speak?" Just when little Liuli was about to speak, she heard Lin Feng say, "Okay, this time I trouble you to lead us to win the game." Hearing Lin Feng's words, little Liuli was slightly stunned, touched his chin, and looked thoughtful. It seems that Brother Lin Feng is going to play the pig and eat the tiger, so I have to cooperate well. Although she had to cooperate with Lin Feng to play the pig and eat the tiger, little Liuli felt a little unhappy with number 1 and said, "Can you do it? Don't let the wind blow your tongue away." "Sister, you are questioning my skills. Let me tell you, in the internet cafe at the entrance of our village, I have the best skills and deserve to be the king of chicken." Poochie. Number 2 girl laughed, "This number 1 is really a bit funny." At this time, Xiao Liuli asked Lin Feng, "Lin, number 3, little brother, where are you going to jump?" Lin Feng directly marked a point on the container of Port N and said, "Just jump here." The container area of Port N is very large, and the resources are quite rich. Sometimes, the resources of Port N are even richer than those of the airport. Of course, the container is also a place with fierce competition. If you can't find a gun at the beginning, you may fall to the ground and die. Xiao Liuli certainly has no opinion on Lin Feng's decision. "Okay, I listen to you, little brother. The barrage in the live broadcast room is quite active at this time. Is Xiao Liuli cooperating with the anchor to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger? Ha ha ha, it must be. When it comes to pretending to be cool, who can compare with our anchor? Pretending to be cool with strength is called awesome, and pretending to be cool without strength is just stupid. It can be seen that number 1 should belong to the second type. Lin Feng glanced at the barrage in the live broadcast room and was unhappy for a while. Don't talk nonsense, I never pretend. Lin Feng ignored the comments in the live broadcast room and looked at the route. At this time, the plane had arrived over Port Inn, and Lin Feng jumped down directly. Seeing that Lin Feng had already jumped down, Xiao Liuli hurriedly followed without saying a word. Number 1 said a little unhappily, "The competition in Port Inn must be very fierce this time. If you jump here, you may fall to the ground and die. Number 2, listen to me, let's jump somewhere else." Number 1 had just finished speaking when he saw number 2 jump down directly with Lin Feng and Xiao Liuli. Number 2 said, "Hee, I think number 3's voice is better, I'd better jump with him." Number 1 looked distressed. "Girl, don't be fooled by this voice. Generally men with nice voices don't look good." Although number 1 was reluctant to go to Port Inn, he had to grit his teeth and jump down when he saw 2 girls had already jumped down. Lin Feng looked at the players who jumped to Port Inn in this game. There were about 3 teams. One of them had the same goal as him and also jumped to the container. After Lin Feng landed, he immediately looked around and soon saw an SKS sniper rifle next to him. Without saying a word, Lin Feng immediately rushed over to pick up the SKS sniper rifle and then immediately loaded the bullet. When he got the SKS sniper rifle, Lin Feng obviously felt that it was different from usual, and the feel and state were different. He soon realized that this should be the credit of the advanced mastery skill of the sniper rifle. Before, Lin Feng's skills were only the intermediate mastery skills of the sniper rifle. Now that he has been upgraded to the advanced level, it can be said that his strength has been greatly improved. Now, he is a well-deserved sniper god. In the competition, Lin Feng has seen the sniper rifle level of European Sea God. Without using 98K, it is difficult for Lin Feng to compete with him. At most, he can only be considered to be on equal terms. With the advanced skills that Lin Feng has now, he is confident that he can defeat European Sea God using any sniper rifle. European Sea God is called the European Sniper God. Even if his sniper rifle level is placed in the international arena, it is definitely first class. After Lin Feng got the SKS sniper rifle, he was too lazy to find a high-power scope. He directly aimed and locked the player, who had just landed on the opposite side, with a naked gun. After a moment of locking, Lin Feng did not hesitate at all, bent his fingers slightly, and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. Lin Feng pulled the trigger 3 times in a row at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, 3 7.62mm bullets were ejected. Chapter 451. Instantly, 3 7.62mm bullets were ejected from the muzzle. Bang bang bang. Then, the player on the opposite container was hit by the 3 7.62mm bullets. Player 1 Lin Fengji knocked down player JFHAKFDA with an SKS sniper rifle. After the gunshot, the opposite player was knocked to the ground by Lin Feng. After the opposite player was knocked to the ground, Lin Feng immediately adjusted the muzzle and aimed it directly at another player, that is, his teammate next to him. The teammate next to him had just picked up an AKM rifle, and just turned around, and saw his teammate being knocked to the ground, and then saw Lin Feng pointing the muzzle at him. After looking at the distance between the 2 sides, the player immediately complained, "I picked up a scope as soon as I landed." The player subconsciously thought that Lin Feng had already got a high-power scope, otherwise it would be impossible to knock down his teammate directly at this distance. After a moment of aiming, Lin Feng pulled the trigger and fired 3 times. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, 3 more 7.62mm bullets shot out from the muzzle. Before the player could react, he saw 3 bullets coming towards him and hit him directly, knocking him to the ground instantly. Player 1 Lin Fengji knocked down player FJF with an SKS sniper rifle. Lin Feng attacked strongly as soon as he landed, knocking down 2 players in a moment, shocking number 1. Could it be that he had met a master? Number 3, you are really good. Your skills are only slightly worse than mine, number 1 said. Xiao Liuli couldn't help laughing. Who is Lin Feng? He is almost the strongest professional player in the country. Number 1 is showing off, but chose the wrong person. Xiao Liuli said, Number 3, you are so awesome. I admire you so much. Xiao Liuli still pretended not to know Lin Feng and praised him. Number 2 also said at this time, I didn't expect you to be so awesome. Number 3. You will take me to win the game later. Number 1 felt uncomfortable when he heard that the two girls were talking to Lin Feng. He immediately said, "Girls, look at my next operation. My skills are really amazing." Number 1 had just finished speaking when he saw Lin Feng kill 2 other players, who jumped into the container area. Player 1 Lin Fengji eliminated player BVYCFK using SKS sniper rifle. Player 1 Lin Fengji eliminated player KCHFAKF using SKS sniper rifle. The entire team was eliminated at once. Number 1 was stunned. Could it be that he met a professional player? Number 2 said in surprise, "Brother, you are so awesome. With you, we can definitely win this game." Xiao Liuli smiled and said, "Winning the game is too easy for number 3. Number 1 couldn't help but say, "Number 3 is lucky. He met 4 rookies as soon as he landed." Xiao Liuli was unhappy after hearing this. How come others can meet them, but you can't? I think the main reason is that you have poor skills. Number 1 was choked by Xiao Liuli, and could not speak for a while. He could only silently think that he would suppress number 3's limelight later. However, he did not know that some people's limelight could not be suppressed. The fans in the live broadcast room heard Xiao Liuli's words, and all of them started to shout at Tanmu. "Ha ha ha, Xiao Liuli is online to protect the steel straight male boss. This number 1 is obviously showing off, and found the wrong target. He didn't even look at who our anchor is. This number 1 is destined to be cold. Just wait and see. Kill the pretender." A team jumping in the container has been completely eliminated by Lin Feng. At this time, there are no enemies in the container area. The resources in the container area are still quite rich, enough for Lin Feng to use a team. The 4 of them immediately started searching. After searching for equipment, Lin Feng's equipment is already very complete. He has a red dot M16 assault rifle and a 4X SKS sniper rifle in his hand. After getting the equipment, Lin Feng did not stay at the container for long, and immediately ran to the opposite housing area. Number 1 saw Lin Feng's action and hurriedly followed him, thinking that he had to show his strength. "After all, I am the best player in the village internet cafe." Lin Feng saw number 1 following him, smiled slightly, and did not care. After arriving at the housing area, Lin Feng kept searching for other players, and soon found a head sticking out from the opposite building, holding a 98K sniper rifle in his hand. As soon as the player stuck his head out, he immediately locked his target on number 1 and shot number 1 to the ground with 1 shot. Player Huang San used a 98K sniper rifle to hit the player village master in the head. Number 1 didn't expect that he was so unlucky. Number 3 was right in front of him and closer than him. Why did he hit me instead of him? After the player shot number 1 and knocked him down, he immediately wanted to retract his body, but Lin Feng had already aimed the crosshairs of the 4X scope at him, and quickly pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. The 7.62mm bullet instantly sprayed out from the muzzle, and a burst of blood mist splashed directly on the player's head, and then fell backwards. Player 1 Lin Fengji used an SKS sniper rifle to hit the player Huang San in the head. After knocking this player down, Lin Feng quickly took out a grenade from his backpack and threw it directly over. The grenade flew out of his hand, and fell into the window, where the player was just now, with a perfect arc. The player's teammates were about to come over to help him, but they saw a grenade thrown next to him. They were so scared that they quickly dodged backwards. The grenade exploded directly, and all the players fell to the ground without time to dodge, and were directly eliminated. Player Lin Feng eliminated player Huang San with a grenade. Congratulations to the host for killing ordinary players, and getting a silver treasure chest. Killing ordinary players can get a silver treasure chest at most. Lin Feng is too lazy to even look at the silver treasure chests now. All of them are piled up in the system space. When there are enough, he will synthesize a higher level treasure chest. Lin Feng's operation was as fierce as a tiger, and number 1 was stunned. He couldn't help but think that he had met a master, an absolute master. Number 1 said awkwardly, "Number 3, help me up, I was really careless just now." Lin Feng said to Xiao Liuli, "Number 4, help number 1. Xiao Liuli looked reluctant, but since it was Lin Feng's request, she didn't dare to disobey, so she could only walk to number 1 with a reluctant look and held number 1 up from the ground. "I'm telling you, don't pretend if you don't have the ability," Xiao Liuli muttered while helping number 1. Chapter 452. Number 1 was a little happy to see Xiao Liuli coming to help him, but after hearing what Xiao Liuli said, his face immediately turned red. "This TND, do you still want to save the face of the top expert in the internet cafe at the entrance of my village?" Number 1 immediately said, "I was really careless just now, Otherwise, I would not have been knocked down so easily. Xiao Lioli couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking that you can show off in front of anyone else, but in front of the top warrior of Yin Country's PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, isn't this just asking for a slap in the face? After helping number 1 up, Xiao Lioli was too lazy to pay attention to him and ran to find Lin Feng. If Lin Feng hadn't asked her to save him, Xiao Lioli would probably have watched him die without saving him. At this time, Lin Feng had already come downstairs where the player just now was, and took out a grenade from his backpack and threw it in. Then, there was another one. Then came the third one. Lin Feng's grenade throwing operation was quite powerful. It covered all aspects without blind spots, and directly created a bombing zone. The 3 surviving players upstairs were directly confused by this no-blind operation. There was no place to hide, and they were all blown to death. Player 1 Lin Fengji used a grenade to eliminate player HDHD. Player 1 Lin Fengji used a grenade to eliminate player BSHEHD. Player 1 Lin Fengji used a grenade to eliminate player GBDHD. Lin Feng took away 3 players in one operation, and obtained 2 silver treasure chests, and 1 bronze treasure chest in total. It made number 2 and number 1 look stunned. Awesome. Number 3, you are so awesome. Number 2 girl said in surprise. The more number 1 thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Why was number 3 so awesome? It shouldn't be like this. Number 1 immediately looked at Lin Feng's game ID, and the more he looked at it, the more familiar it looked. Number 1, who was sitting in front of the computer in the internet cafe, immediately pulled over a Voldemort next to him and said, "Do you think this game ID looks familiar? What are you doing? Can't you see I'm playing a game?" The player was pulled by the person next to him, and was obviously a little angry, but when he saw the game ID on the other side, he was stunned for a moment. Fuck, isn't this the game ID of the great Lin Feng? The player immediately screamed, attracting the attention of other internet cafe customers. Master Lin Feng? Is this true? How is it possible? How could Master Lin Feng be matched with a small shrimp like us? I was just watching Lin Feng's live broadcast. Isn't that number 1 the big dog in our internet cafe? Since Lin Feng won the Aries Cup, his popularity in the Yin Country esports circle has been rising. In addition, he won the competition so beautifully this time. He has a tendency to become the number 1 master of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. The customers in the internet cafe are basically loyal fans of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. They also admire Lin Feng very much and gathered around him. Number 1 didn't expect that the person on the other side was actually Master Lin Feng. He immediately said excitedly, "Did you see it? I was matched with Master Lin Feng. You guys, just be envious." Number 1 was very proud, and then immediately opened the team voice and said, "Master Lin Feng, I didn't expect it was really you." Lin Feng was slightly startled when he heard number 1's voice. It seemed that he was exposed. After hearing what number 1 said, Xiao Lioli smiled and said, "Brother Lin Feng, you are exposed." Then he said to number 1, "Number 1, will you still pretend to be cool in the future?" Number 1 blushed when Xiao Lioli said that he had just pretended to be cool in front of the number 1 god of war in Yin Country. It was really embarrassing. I dare not, although I am the number 1 expert in the internet cafe at the entrance of the village, but compared with the great god Lin Feng, it is simply the difference between an ant and Mount Tai. Number 1 did not offend Lin Feng when he said this, but he offended other customers in the internet cafe. "Big dog, you have been so arrogant recently, and you dare to call yourself the number 1 expert in the internet cafe. Brothers, break the dog legs of Big Dog. The number 1 expert in the internet cafe, I want to see it." Several customers in the internet cafe said with a smile and beat number 1. These customers are all regulars of the internet cafe. They basically know each other, and are quite familiar with number 1. They are basically joking, and have not really taken action. After the joke, the regulars of the internet cafe gathered in front of number 1's computer to watch Lin Feng's operation. After Lin Feng swept the player's report in, he immediately drove away with the 3 people. At this time, the girl number 2 was a little confused and asked in a lowly voice, "What were you talking about just now? And little brother, your name is Lin Feng, right?" Although the girl number 2 often plays this game, she does not pay attention to the competitions of these games, nor does she pay attention to any masters in this game. So she doesn't know Lin Feng at all, but from what the 2 said just now, it seems that he is still a very powerful master. At this time, number 1 said seriously, "Sister, you don't even know the Master Lin Feng, who is the most powerful player in this game." "Ahem, don't brag about me," Lin Feng said hurriedly. Chapter 453. After leaving Port Inn, Lin Feng drove to the side of the East Bridge and saw two people running on the bridge. Lin Feng drove over the two people and eliminated them in an instant. Killing the two people allowed Lin Feng to get two more silver treasure chests. Number 1 on the side couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The master is the master. He drives differently from ordinary people. Number 2 was also very happy. Although she didn't know Lin Feng, according to Lin Feng's performance just now, it seemed that there would be no problem in winning this game. The game went on minute by minute, and soon reached a white-hot stage. Lin Feng relied on a 98K sniper rifle with a 4x scope in his hand, basically one shot per shot, no room for negotiation. For Lin Feng, if he didn't meet some professional players in a fish pond game like this, there was no threat to him at all. Soon, the game was won successfully. Number 1 and Number 2 sent Lin Feng a message to add a game friend at the same time. Lin Feng refused without thinking. Number 1 and Number 2 were just teammates randomly matched. Lin Feng was too lazy to add some professional players, let alone them. What a pity, what a pity. Judging from the voice of Number 2, she should still be a lowly. You are really willing to do it. Ha ha, the anchor already has our sister-in-law Qianqian. Will he still care about other girls? It's hard to say. We are all men, you should understand. Brother Lin Feng is not what you said. If that's the case, then I have a chance, hee. I didn't see that the discussion in the live broadcast room was meaningless, so I ignored it. After playing a few games, I was ready to log off directly. As expected, when Lin Feng said he wanted to log off, the fans in the live broadcast room were immediately unhappy and said they wanted to send razor blades. At this time, Xiao Liuli said, "Why is Brother Lin Feng going to log off so early? Let's play for a while." Xiao Liuli finally had a chance to play games with Lin Feng, so naturally she didn't want it to end like this. Lin Feng smiled and said, "It seems that the time I ordered you has expired. It has been more than 2 hours." When Lin Feng placed the order, he directly ordered 2 hours, and now it has exceeded a lot. I still don't want to take advantage of you. You should take other orders first. Xiao Liuli puffed her lips and said reluctantly, "But I just want to play with Brother Lin Feng. By the way, Brother Lin Feng, where is the autograph photo you promised to give me?" "Wait, when did I promise to give you an autograph photo?" Lin Feng was stunned. "Just now, you clearly agreed." Xiao Liuli told lies without blushing or beating her heart, and insisted. The fans in the live broadcast room heard Xiao Liuli's words and began to brush the barrage. Ha! I feel like I'm going to die of laughter. Is this what it means to tell lies with open eyes? I know that you are asking for autographs without any effort. Actually, the playmate girl is okay. Master Lin Feng, you are too heartless. Signed photos? Brother Lin Feng, give me one too. Lin Feng saw Xiao Liuli's cheating look, and this time he didn't refuse, and said with a smile, "Send me your address later, and I send it to you." Really? Xiao Liuli didn't expect Lin Feng to be so straightforward this time, and agreed to him directly. She was overjoyed for a moment. "Brother Lin Feng, I love you so much," Xiao Liuli said excitedly. "Brother Lin Feng, remember to give me a photo of your abdominal muscles, and write your name nicely." Lin Feng was speechless for a moment, too lazy to pay attention to her, and directly exited the game. Afterwards, Lin Feng received a private message from Xiao Liuli, which was the address of Xiao Liuli's home. What surprised Lin Feng a little was that Xiao Liuli's place of residence was not too far from where he was, only about a few dozen kilometers away. In a metropolis like Shenzhen, dozens of kilometers are not considered a distance. Lin Feng looked at the content of the private message and couldn't help but smile bitterly for a moment. He didn't expect that one day he would be asked for an autograph like those young and handsome stars. Lin Feng directly closed the private message and would send her a random one when he had time. Then the live broadcast tonight ends here. Everyone should go to bed early, Lin Feng said, and some fans in the live broadcast room were not happy. Brother Lin Feng, you want to be lazy again. Xianyu Anchor has really been a little arrogant recently. Just give me the address, and I will send you some good things. That's right, Anchor, if you want to end the broadcast now, I will mail you some local specialties and guarantee to give you a surprise. Seeing that the fans in the live broadcast room were discussing sending things to themselves, Lin Feng had a headache for a while. A few days ago, Lin Feng heard that an author on a certain online writing platform was found at his doorstep, and his legs were broken because he was late for updating. It sounds a bit creepy. Although live broadcast and online novels are two completely different forms, if he has more radical fans, wouldn't it be a disaster? But it is impossible to add more broadcasts, and Lin Feng does not have the leisure to do so, so he said, "Otherwise, I will sing a song for everyone. If you think it's good, let me go. If you think it's not good, let me go." The fans in the live broadcast room complained again after hearing Lin Feng's words, but they didn't object. They all knew that Lin Feng was an original singer and sang very well. Basically, as long as Lin Feng sang a song, there was nothing bad. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he thought about it and suddenly remembered a song that was very popular on Douyin recently. Lin Feng said, "Then I will sing a song that girl said to me for everyone." This song that girl said to me is very popular on Douyin, and the fans in the live broadcast room have basically heard it and are quite familiar with it. After Lin Feng brewed his emotions for a while, he began to sing. A burst of immersive singing came from the live broadcast room. "That girl said to me, I protect her dream. This world. There are not many like her." Lin Feng's unique voice combined with the slightly sad lyrics made everyone indulge in it at once, and all kinds of past things flashed in their minds. "The girl said to me, I'm a thief. Stealing her memories." When Lin Feng's singing ended, the originally noisy live broadcast room fell silent, and then a barrage of comments came out. 666. This song really made the anchor sing out his soul. I feel it's better than the original version. It's really too emotional. I cried. Brother Lin Feng is so annoying, always singing such sad songs to make people cry. Why can even a virgin like me feel so emotional? Chapter 454. Lin Feng's song amazed the whole audience, and the fans in the live broadcast room praised him immediately. In the field of singing, there are indeed few people who can rival Lin Feng. And Lin Feng's mind is still filled with some excellent songs that drew people in his previous life. Any song he picked out can become popular in this world. However, Lin Feng has no intention of becoming a singer, so he didn't put too much effort in singing. Lin Feng saw the barrage in the live broadcast room and said with a smile, "It seems that everyone is quite satisfied with my song, so tonight's live broadcast ends here." Although the fans in the live broadcast room were still not very happy, they also knew that according to Lin Feng's temper, it would definitely be impossible to add more broadcasts. If it were any other anchor, they would definitely not dare to disobey the strong demands of their fans, but Lin Feng didn't care at all. He would go off the air when the time came. No matter what anyone said, it was useless. After saying that, Lin Feng directly exited the live broadcast room. Looking at the empty room, he couldn't help but miss the embarrassing days with Qianqian. Fortunately, tomorrow is Friday, and Lin Feng can directly pick up Qianqian tomorrow. The next day, Lin Feng drove his Lamborghini Reventon out and came directly to the gate of Shenzhen University. The Lamborghini Reventon attracted a lot of attention as soon as it appeared. After all, such a luxury car worth tens of millions is definitely rare even in Shenzhen. Especially some girls, who are dressed beautifully and worship money, they boldly cast their seductive eyes at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't even bother to look at them. With this look, Qian Beibei was far better than them, not to mention Qianqian. After Lin Feng parked the car and got out, a pretty girl exclaimed, "Wow, he's so handsome, and he drives a sports car." After hesitating for a moment, the girl took the initiative to walk towards Lin Feng, showing a charming smile. "Little brother, are you also a student of this school?" Lin Feng shook his head. "No, I'm here to pick up my girlfriend." Lin Feng originally thought that the girl opposite would walk away tactfully after he said this, but unexpectedly, the girl smiled and said, "So little brother, you are here to pick up your girlfriend, then I won't bother you." After that, the girl directly stuffed a paper ball to Lin Feng, and said as she left, "Little brother, remember to contact me, you can come to my house to play landlord in the evening." Lin Feng looked at the WeChat number written on the paper ball, and shook his head for a moment. How can two people play landlord? Lin Feng threw the paper ball directly into the trash can, and then walked into the school to find Qianqian. Not long after entering the school, Lin Feng saw Qianqian, who had just come out of the dormitory building and had not yet discovered Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng saw Qianqian walk directly to a tall boy, and actually took his hand directly, with a smile on her face. Lin Feng's face turned pale, and blood rushed to his heart. He walked over quickly with a very ugly face. Qianqian just found Lin Feng at this time, and immediately greeted Lin Feng happily. "Brother Lin Feng, I'm over here." Lin Feng ignored her at all, and pushed the boy next to Qianqian. Just as he was about to swear, he saw the other party turned his head. Lin Feng hurriedly forced a smile. "It turned out to be my brother, that, long time no see." This is a big misunderstanding. The man in front of him was Qianqian's brother Lin Ziqiu, whom Lin Feng met last time. Fortunately, he didn't act impulsively just now, but just pushed him. If he had just punched him, I'm afraid that he and Qianqian would be dead. Lin Ziqi was almost pushed down by Lin Feng just now, and said in a bad mood, "So it's you, kid, why are you here?" "I'm here to pick up Qianqian, brother. You don't have to come here in person. I do this kind of thing in the future," Lin Feng said with a smile. "This is my brother-in-law. You can't afford to offend him." Lin Ziqi narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you two living together?" Qianqian's face turned red, and just when she was about to stand up and say something, Lin Feng pulled her and said, "I'm so embarrassed that you found out about this," Lin Feng said with a smile, not looking embarrassed at all. Since he was already with Qianqian, there was no need to hide it. Lin Feng knew that Qianqian's family background was definitely not ordinary, but he was not bad either, who didn't have some money, and in terms of appearance and ability, Lin Feng felt that he was completely worthy of Qianqian. There was nothing to be afraid of. Lin Ziqi saw Qianqian standing beside Lin Feng obediently, and felt very upset. His sister, whom he had spoiled for more than 20 years, was abducted like this. Lin Ziqi could also see that Qianqian really liked the Lin Feng in front of him. Moreover, the Lin Feng in front of him was very outstanding, and completely worthy of his sister, so he did not want to stop the two of them. Lin Ziqi took out a pack of Hetianxia from his pocket, and gave one to Lin Feng. Lin Feng saw Lin Ziqi giving him cigarettes, and took them directly. Lin Ziqi saw Lin Feng taking the cigarette, frowned slightly, and asked, "You are still smoking?" Lin Feng's hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly. "How come you can smoke but I can't?" "Ahem, actually I don't smoke usually, but mainly because you gave me the cigarettes, I can't refuse." Lin Feng forced a smile and explained. Qianqian immediately stood up and said, Yes, brother, why did you give Lin Feng a cigarette as soon as you came out?" "Brother Lin Feng doesn't usually smoke, so don't teach him a bad lesson." Lin Ziqi felt even worse when he saw his sister defending Lin Feng so much. After lighting a cigarette, he said, "My sister doesn't like boys who smoke, so you should quit as soon as possible." Lin Feng thought to himself, "Even if I smoke firecrackers, Qianqian still likes me. Do you believe it?" Of course, this cannot be said out loud, and Lin Feng really doesn't smoke much, just a few cigarettes occasionally. "Brother, you are right, I won't smoke anymore." After saying that, Lin Feng put the cigarette directly into his pocket. Qianqian said unhappily at this time, "Brother, you should smoke less. I have told you so many times." Lin Ziqi ignored Qianqian's words, and said, "Sunday is the old man's birthday. Then you and Lin Feng should go home for dinner, and let the old man see you." Lin Feng's heart tightened. What's going on? Meet the parents? Isn't this development a bit fast? Lin Ziqi then said, "The old man has wanted to hold his grandson for a long time. I have no plans to get married for the time being, so you and Lin Feng have to work hard." "Brother, what are you talking about? You are talking nonsense." Qianqian's face turned red for a while, and she glared at Lin Ziqi fiercely. Then she said, "Brother, which girlfriend are you going to bring to meet Grandpa?" Lin Feng was stunned listening to it. His brother-in-law is quite playful. Chapter 455. After hearing Qianqian's words, Lin Ziqi almost choked on the cigarette. "Ahem, don't talk nonsense about where your brother got his girlfriend. I'm single now." Qianqian said unhappily, "Brother, can't you just calm down? I see you change girlfriends more frequently than you change clothes. Don't talk nonsense, especially in front of the old man." "You can't say that," Lin Ziqi said hurriedly. "I don't care about you." Qianqian said unhappily, "If Grandpa knew you were hanging out outside every day, he would break your legs." Lin Ziqi didn't want to say anything more about this matter, and quickly changed the subject and said, Okay, you can take this kid home for dinner on Sunday." After that, Lin Ziqi didn't plan to eat Lin Feng and Qianqian's dog food here, so he left directly. Lin Feng asked Qianqian at this time, "Is Sunday your grandfather's birthday?" Qianqian nodded, and then said a little nervously, "Brother Lin Feng, if you don't want to go, it's okay." Lin Feng rubbed Qianqian's hair, and said with a smile, "I will go back with you then. Brother Lin Feng, you are the best." Qianqian was very happy after hearing what Lin Feng said, and kissed Lin Feng. "Okay, let's go home quickly." Lin Feng took Qianqian to the school gate, and happened to see Lin Ziqi at the school gate. Lin Ziqi directly pulled a beautiful and hot beauty into his Rolls-Royce Phantom. Qianqian said unhappily, "He only knows how to flirt with girls all day long. I will deal with him when I get back." Lin Feng had seen Lin Ziqi get in the car with a girl last time, so it was not a big surprise to see him again this time. It is not surprising that a lot of girls stick to a tall, handsome, and rich guy like Lin Ziqiu. Just like Lin Feng, a lot of girls will come to chat with him when he walks in the campus of this university. Lin Feng brought Qianqian to where he'd parked his car. Qianqian sat directly in the passenger seat of the Lamborghini. After Lin Feng got in the car, he drove away directly. The combination of Lin Feng and Qianqian naturally attracted a lot of attention. Qianqian, as the campus belle of Shenzhen University, is also very well known in Shenzhen University. Many people know her. The onlookers who just watched immediately started discussing. Isn't she the campus belle of our Shenzhen University? Is that her boyfriend? Of course she is. No wonder a lot of rich and handsome guys in our school failed to pursue her. It turns out that her boyfriend is so rich and handsome. You will never know how beautiful the girl in the passenger seat of Lamborghini is. Qianqian said while sitting in the passenger seat, Brother Lin Feng, don't drive this car when you come to my school in the future. It feels too high profile. Shenzhen is a special economic zone of Yin country and an international metropolis. There are many rich people in Shenzhen. But even so, a sports car like Reventon, which costs more than 15 million yuan, is very rare. Appearing at the gate of Shenzhen University will attract a lot of attention. Qianqian is a person who doesn't like to receive too much attention, so she has always been very low-key in school. However, because of her outstanding appearance, even though she is very low-key, she still has many suitors, which makes her not tired of it. Lin Feng said half-jokingly at this time, then I will drive another car next time. When I drive this car, there are always beautiful schoolgirls who come to chat with me. It's embarrassing. Qianqian asked vigilantly at this time, did anyone chat with you when you went to school just now? Yes. Lin Feng answered truthfully. What did she say? She didn't say anything. I told her I had a girlfriend, and then she slipped me a note and asked me to go to her house to play landlord when I had time. He slipped you a note? And asked you to go to her house to play landlord at night? Qianqian asked angrily at this time. What did you do? Lin Feng saw Qianqian sulking and said with a smile, how can two people play landlord? I thought it was useless to play without everyone, so I just threw the note away. Qianqian was amused by Lin Feng and smiled. It's good to throw it away. If you dare to take it back, I will ignore you in the future. Qianqian didn't doubt Lin Feng's words. She knew that Lin Feng was not the kind of playboy and would never go out to flirt like her brother. Lin Feng asked at this time, what gift should I prepare for your grandfather's birthday? Lin Feng thought that this was his first time to Qianqian's house. He couldn't go empty-handed, especially since it was her grandfather's birthday. It would be wrong not to bring a gift. Qianqian smiled and said, no need to bring a gift, my grandfather doesn't like it. No, the gift must be given. Lin Feng thought for a while and said, or give Grandpa 2 packs of cigarettes. Lin Feng remembered that he had opened a treasure chest these 2 days and got several good cigarettes. Moreover, these cigarettes in the system not only taste good, but also harmless to the body. It is most suitable to give them to her grandfather. When Qianqian heard that Lin Feng wanted to give cigarettes, she said unhappily for a while, Brother Lin Feng, have you learned bad things from my brother? Lin Ziqiu, who was driving a Rolls-Royce with one hand and holding the beautiful woman's waist with the other hand, suddenly sneezed. Did the air conditioner turn too low last night? Lin Ziqiu muttered. The beautiful woman next to him immediately smiled charmingly. Maybe the weather is getting colder now. I will warm you up when we get to the hotel later. Ha ha ha, this is a good suggestion. After a while, an expensive Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped at the door of Shenzhen Four Seasons Hotel. After Qianqian rejected his proposal to give cigarettes, Lin Feng asked again, what does your grandfather like? Qianqian thought for a while and said, my grandfather likes to drink, especially white wine. Hearing Qianqian's words, Lin Feng slapped his thigh. What a coincidence. The last time he got a box of mutai from the treasure chest, Lin Feng hadn't touched a bottle yet, and all of them were kept at home, just right to give it to Qianqian's grandfather. And the mutai that the treasure chest exploded is absolutely priceless. There is very little stock on the market, and the taste is even more mellow. Lin Feng thought if he gave this mutai to Qianqian's grandfather, wouldn't the old man be very happy? Lin Feng said, then I send a box of wine. Qianqian rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. A box of wine? Are you going to drink my grandfather to death? Qianqian thought that the gifts that brother Lin Feng wanted to give were too unreliable. Qianqian said, my grandpa is old now, and everyone in the family asks him to drink less. Just 1 bottle is enough. If you send a box of wine, my dad will throw you out. Chapter 456. Lin Feng was driving while thinking about the gift from Qianqian's grandfather. The Lamborghini Reventon was driving on the streets of Shenzhen City, which was very beautiful and attracted countless eyes. When it stopped at the traffic light, Lin Feng sighed and said, "This sports car is really fun to drive, but it is always watched by people." Qianqian covered her mouth and smiled. "I told you to be low-key. Stop at the red light, go at the green light." Soon the green light came on, and Lin Feng continued to drive forward. It didn't take long to return to the villa area. Qianqian received a WeChat message from Qian Beibei just after returning to the villa area. "Brother Lin Feng," Beibei said, "that she has moved into her villa and asked us to go over and take a look." Qianqian said to Lin Feng happily. Lin Feng felt a headache when he heard the news about Qian Beibei. This Qian Beibei was obviously still ruthless, and even moved to their villa area. It was obvious that she was forcing Lin Feng to be a scumbag. Lin Feng hurriedly said, "I won't go. You two classmates can just get together." "Oh, brother Lin Feng, you don't seem to like Beibei's behavior. Beibei is actually a very good person," Qianqian said innocently, and was completely unprepared for Qian Beibei. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "You are a silly girl. People are coming to grab your husband, and you still talk to her. Just accompany me, brother Lin Feng." Qianqian saw that Lin Feng was unwilling and acted like a spoiled child. How could Lin Feng resist Qianqian's coquettishness? He could only nod and agree. "Okay, I accompany you to take a look." If possible, Lin Feng really didn't want to go. Qian Beibei and Lin Qingyu are both people who give Lin Feng a headache. What's more, they are very stubborn, and no matter what Lin Feng says, it's useless. After Lin Feng parked the Lamborghini in the parking space, he followed Qianqian to the villa that Qian Beibei bought. Qian Beibei immediately came out with a smile. "Qianqian, Lin Feng, you are here. Come in, and take a look at my new home." Qianqian followed Lin Feng into Qian Beibei's villa with great interest. Qian Beibei's villa is not much different from Lin Feng's villa, and the decoration style is very similar. Qianqian said, "Beibei, do you live alone in such a big villa?" The villa area on Fenghua Road is still quite large, and it is a double-story structure. Even if 7 or 8 people are there, it seems very spacious, but if it is alone, it will seem very deserted. Even Qianqian and Lin Feng living in the villa feel a bit wasteful. Qian Beibei smiled and said, "Yes, I live alone, and I don't have a handsome boyfriend like you." After that, Qian Beibei glanced at Lin Feng with a meaningful smile. Lin Feng's hair stood up immediately, fearing that Qian Beibei would say something inappropriate, and he quickly said, "Ahem. Actually, it's good to live alone." Qianqian smiled and said, "Beibei, according to your conditions, it's not a matter of minutes to find a boyfriend. There are many boys in our school chasing you." Although Qian Beibei is slightly inferior to Qianqian in appearance and temperament, she is definitely a rare beauty. It can be said that there are countless suitors in Xincheng University, including some excellent tall, rich and handsome men and rich second generations. But none of them are what I like. I can only be more demanding on my other half, but I am also more persistent in love. As long as I like someone, I will not give up," Qian Beibei said with a smile, but her eyes were looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt cold in his heart after hearing Qian Beibei's words. Was she hinting at him? Qian Beibei took Lin Feng and Qianqian to visit the villa. The layout and decoration were very similar to Lin Feng's villa. Qian Beibei smiled and said at this time, "Anyway, there is nothing to do. Why don't we play landlord? It just happens that 3 people are together." "Ahem. I won't play it. I'm not interested," Lin Feng said. "Oh, brother Lin Feng, please play a few games with us. We haven't played for a long time." Since Qianqian said so, Lin Feng couldn't refuse, and could only agree reluctantly. So the 3 of them played landlord directly in the villa. Lin Feng was not only good at PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, but also studied landlord. In his previous life, Lin Feng was very bad at other games, but he was particularly good at playing cards. Once, playing cards in the dormitory, I earned 3 months' living expenses in one night. As a result, the other 3 roommates chased Lin Feng for a month's meal, and not only did they not make any money, but they even lost money. Lin Feng played skillfully, and he called the landlord directly at the beginning, and directly tied Tuan Tuan and Qian Beibei up and beat them. They were no match at all. Seeing that she kept losing, Qian couldn't help but said, "Brother Lin Feng, you are not allowed to call the landlord anymore." Lin Feng smiled and said, "You silly girl, you can't beat me even if I am the landlord, and if I am not the landlord, you will lose even more?" "Humph! I don't believe it." Lin Feng really didn't call the landlord next time, but Qian and Qian Beibei still lost. Qian Beibei was quite patient. She smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be so good at playing landlord, Lin Feng. Please teach me when you have time. Lin Feng knew Qian Bebe was up to no good when he heard her words. He said, "It's a family skill that is passed down to men, not women." Qian smiled and said, "Brother Lin Feng, when did landlord become your family skill?" "Just now," Lin Feng said with a smile. Qian Bebe knew that Lin Feng said it on purpose for him to hear, but he didn't care. He smiled and said, "That's a pity." The two continued to play a few more games, and Lin Feng was basically winning. Qian pouted her lips and said adorably, "No more playing, no more playing, Brother Lin Feng always wins, it's not fun at all." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Then why don't we stop playing here today and go home?" Qian nodded and said, "Bebe, then I will go home with Brother Lin Feng first, and come to play with you when I have time." Qian Bebe smiled and said, "Sure, you can come anytime." Qian Bebe sent Lin Feng and Qian to the door of the villa, and Qian immediately waved her hand. "Bebe, go back, no need to send me off." Qian Bebe looked at the backs of Lin Feng and Qian, and suddenly felt that the two were very compatible, and her expression became complicated. After sighing, she turned around and returned to the villa. The villa Qian Bebe bought was not far from Lin Feng's villa, and Lin Feng and Qian walked a few steps and arrived home. When they got home, Lin Feng said with a sly smile, "Qian, your relative should have left today, right?" Qian immediately knew what Lin Feng was referring to, and nodded with a red face. "Yes." Chapter 457. After getting Qian's affirmative answer, Lin Feng was excited and pulled Qian into the room. The next morning, Qian felt tired while lying on the bed and complained, "Brother Lin Feng, you have to be responsible for me." Lin Feng had just woken up from his sleep. Last night was the first time for him and Qian. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Then I will go to your house to propose marriage tomorrow." Qian thought Lin Feng was serious and said quickly, "Oh, how can you propose marriage the first time you meet your parents?" "Take your time." Lin Feng scratched Qian's little nose and said, "I get up and prepare breakfast for you. If you're sleepy, just sleep for a while." "Yeah." Qian nodded. She was still a little tired after going through so much last night. Brother Lin Feng looked as energetic as ever. He didn't seem to feel tired at all after doing so much last night. In fact, it is not that Lin Feng is gifted in some aspects, but because Lin Feng's body has been systematically transformed and strengthened, so his physical strength is several times stronger than that of ordinary people. After getting up, Lin Feng brushed his teeth and washed his face, and then prepared breakfast for Qian. Lin Feng's cooking skills have not been used for a long time. This time, he will cook a bowl of nourishing porridge for Qian himself. Lin Feng took out red dates and millet from the refrigerator, as well as some coarse grains, plus angelica and astragalus. This time, the ingredients for the nourishing porridge are complete. Lin Feng put them into the pot one by one, and then waited patiently, controlling the heat. Half an hour later, a portion of fragrant nourishing porridge came out. After Lin Feng served a bowl, he set the rest to keep warm, waiting for Qian to eat when she got up. After Lin Feng finished his meal, he took out the box of Mutai liquor he got from the system in the room. Lin Feng knew that the box of Mutai liquor obtained from the treasure chest must be worth a lot of money, and it was even more precious to wine lovers. However, although Lin Feng had a good alcohol tolerance, he didn't really like drinking. This box of Mutai liquor had been stored for so long, and had never been opened. Lin Feng opened the box, which contained 6 bottles of Mutai liquor. Lin Feng took out a bottle and drank a little. A strong aroma of wine emanated from the tip of his tongue. It's really worthy of being a system thing. It's different from ordinary wine. Although Lin Feng didn't like drinking much, he could taste the extraordinariness of the bottle of wine in front of him. At this time, Qian had already gotten up and saw Lin Feng drinking. She asked curiously, "Brother Lin Feng, when did you buy the wine?" After Lin Feng moved this box of Mutai from the previous house, he casually threw it in the storage room, and even Qian, who had been living with him, didn't know. Lin Feng said with a smile, "This is a Mutai liquor handed down from my grandfather's grandfather. This time I just want to honor your grandfather." Qian saw that Lin Feng started to talk nonsense again and rolled her eyes. "Brother Lin Feng, my grandfather is very picky about wine. If the wine you send is not good, he will throw it out for you." Qian was a little worried. "Or don't send it. My grandfather doesn't really care about these things." Lin Feng knew Qian's worries and said with a smile, "Don't worry, your grandfather will definitely be satisfied with my wine." Lin Feng thought to himself that this is a system thing. How could your grandfather not be satisfied? Seeing Lin Feng say this, Qian was relieved, And then she touched her belly and said pitifully, "Brother Lin Feng, I'm hungry. I prepared a tonic porridge for you. You could eat it to replenish your blood." When Qianqian heard the word replenish blood, she thought of the scene last night and blushed for a while. Qianqian's walking posture was a bit awkward, and Lin Feng saw it and walked directly to Qianqian. "Just sit on the sofa, I get it for you." After a while, Lin Feng came over with a bowl of porridge. Qianqian drank the porridge on the side, and Lin Feng played with his mobile phone idly. Suddenly, a message caught his attention. "PUBG in-country image spokesperson?" Lin Feng was slightly stunned. Now the popularity of the PUBG game can be said to have reached an unprecedented level, not only in Yin country, but also in the world. You can see a lot of people playing PUBG in internet cafes in any country in the world. In Lin Feng's previous life, although PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds was also very popular, it was far from this level, and it was much worse than League of Legends. But it's different in this world. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is the undisputed number one. With the popularity of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, the operator can be said to have made a lot of money, and it is simply rich, and it can even be said that it is not inferior to the domestic Penguin company. Because of this, the operator attaches great importance to PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, so it is not so surprising to choose a spokesperson in Yin country this time. Qianqian asked curiously at this time, "Brother Lin Feng, what are you looking at?" Lin Feng said with a smile, "In order to increase the popularity of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, the operator wants to find a spokesperson for PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds in Yin country." "Does the game still need a spokesperson?" Qianqian asked curiously. "Maybe they have made too much money now, and want to spend it." Lin Feng laughed. "Just by looking at the popularity of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, you can imagine how much money the operator has made." At this time, netizens on the internet were discussing the selection of spokespersons for PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, and it was directly searched on Weibo. Many professional players were also discussing after seeing this news. Lin Feng saw that several people in the WeChat group of the professional team were discussing it. "Weishin, the operator is doing these fancy operations all day long. I heard that they want to invite celebrities to endorse. Why not invite me, Weishin?" "Little Lion, I say Weishin, can you have some shame?" "Little Star, why must it be a celebrity? Can't we choose from among the professional players?" "Show Lily, anyway, there is no place for us, eat melons." 17 Beast, eat melons +1. Then a lot of eat melons started to appear. Lin Feng smiled and closed the chat box, and did not brag with them in the group. Soon, the official operator launched an event on the official website, allowing many netizens to participate in the vote, and select the most suitable spokesperson in the public's mind. Lin Feng entered the official website of the operator, and looked at the event. He was stunned. "Why is my avatar hanging on it?" Lin Feng found that the spokespersons this time included not only a few celebrities, but also several well-known professional players, such as Weishin and Little Lion, and of course Lin Feng. Then Lin Feng also saw Lin Qingyu. Lin Qingyu's popularity was also terrifying, mainly because she was so beautiful, and had very strong skills. A large number of male fans instantly regarded Lin Qingyu as a goddess. Chapter 458. It is precisely because of this that Lin Qingyu also appeared on the voting list. Seeing that in addition to these professional players, the rest are some popular stars nowadays. For example, Xiao Ying, who is now very popular, and Chen Qiqi, who has always liked to play PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, and Mu Gingxin. Of course, in addition to them, there are some others. Lin Feng had to sigh that the operator was really willing to spend money this time. He was willing to invite even such a popular star. In fact, in this world, the operator and the domestic Penguin company have already reached a cooperation to share the Yin country PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds market together. I don't know if it was planned by Penguin company, but the weapons in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds also have many skins, as well as various special treasure chests and costumes, which all need to be purchased with money. Of course, the skins and costumes themselves do not have any attribute bonuses, and will not affect the fairness of the game. But if you are a rich man, when you see others holding weapons decorated with beautiful skins, don't you feel cowardly? Charge. Of course you have to charge. I must have what you have, and I must have what you don't have. It has to be said that the skin system satisfies the sense of achievement of rich players, but does not destroy the balance of game attributes. It is indeed a very good idea. Even Lin Feng himself has several skins, but he doesn't use them often. It costs 98 yuan to buy the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds game itself, and some rich players charge for skins, which is a huge income. It can be said to be a cash cow. Of course, all this has little to do with Lin Feng, and he has no intention of being a spokesperson. Lin Feng asked at this time. By the way, Qianqian, what do your parents like? You should bring something for them when you go there. No need, brother Lin Feng. Why are you so polite? Qianqian said quickly, but she felt very sweet in her heart. Brother Lin Feng's words showed that he valued this visit to her home and valued her very much. Lin Feng said, I still have to, after all, it's my first time to your home. Qianqian thought for a while and said, my father likes to drink tea, you can just buy some tea and go there. Speaking of tea, Lin Feng immediately remembered that when he opened the gold treasure chest a few days ago, he got several kilograms of 18 trees in the palace special Longjing tea. As far as Lin Feng knows, this kind of tea is absolutely priceless in the market, and it may not be bought even if you have money. It is very precious. It is most suitable to give it to Qianqian's father. Even if Qianqian's family is very wealthy, there are probably not many opportunities to drink such precious tea. The system is like Doraemon's pocket. Whatever Lin Feng needs, he has it just right. Lin Feng smiled and said, then bring 2 kilograms of tea to your father. I happen to have 2 kilograms of precious tea handed down from my family. Hearing that Lin Feng started to talk nonsense again, Qianqian rolled her eyes at him. Brother Lin Feng, can you be more serious? Lin Feng smiled and said nothing. He immediately took out 2 kilograms of tea from the storage room. It was the 18 trees in front of the Emperor Longjing tea. Qianqian saw that Lin Feng really took out 2 kilograms of tea, and immediately ran to the door of the storage room to take a look. She was shocked by the dazzling array of things inside and asked, Brother Lin Feng, why did you buy so many strange things? Lin Feng was also helpless. He didn't buy these things. He got them from treasure chests. Lin Feng threw some seemingly useless things directly into the storage room of the villa. Fortunately, the villa was large, and the room used as a storage room was quite spacious. Lin Feng said helplessly, Ahem. Just buy it casually. The system's affairs cannot be told to anyone, including Qianqian, who is closest to him. It's not that he doesn't believe Qianqian, but this matter is too incredible and ordinary people can't accept it at all. It turns out that Brother Lin Feng often buys things. Qianqian covered her mouth and laughed. Brother Lin Feng, let's go shopping. I buy you a handsome suit. Qianqian said at this time. Lin Feng waved his hand quickly. No, I have a suit at home that fits me well. Lin Feng still remembered the last time he went shopping with Qianqian. Even if he was extremely strong, he couldn't bear it. Qianqian was immediately unhappy. No, the suit in your house was not bought by me. You have to wear the suit I bought. Seeing Qianqian like this, Lin Feng had to agree. Okay, I go with you in the afternoon. When it was afternoon, Lin Feng drove his Maserati President out. Although the Maserati President is also a luxury car worth more than 2 million, it is not particularly eye-catching in a big city like Shenzhen, and it will not attract too many people's attention. If it is a Lamborghini Reventon, it will be different. Someone will take out their mobile phones to take pictures in minutes. Since Qianqian doesn't like to be too high-profile, Lin Feng didn't drive the Lamborghini this time. Driving the Maserati, they soon arrived at the Happy Coast Shopping Center, which is considered a relatively luxurious shopping center in Shenzhen, and is not far from the villa area where they are. Women are born shopaholics, and even girls like Qianqian get excited and start shopping as soon as they arrive at the shopping center. Qianqian directly pulled Lin Feng to the Zegna suit store in the shopping center. Zegna is a famous luxury suit brand, and it is also a higher grade than the famous Armani suit. The salesperson of the Zegna clothing store immediately came over to greet Lin Feng and Qianqian. Qianqian immediately smiled and said, Please find a suitable suit for my boyfriend. The salesperson was a foreign lady. Seeing Qianqian and Lin Feng, she smiled and said, Miss, you and your husband are really a perfect match. Your husband has such a perfect figure. You can definitely find the most suitable clothes in our store. Zegna is most famous for their custom-made suits, but Lin Feng's figure is very close to that of the model, so there is no need to customize it. Just take out one, and it will fit him very well. The salesperson immediately brought out a suit according to Lin Feng's height and weight. Lin Feng tried it on, and it was very suitable. Let's take this one. Lin Feng was too lazy to jump again. The one in front of him fit him well, and looked very good. Qianqian said on the side, Then let's take this one. I think it's good too. Since Qianqian also liked it, Lin Feng was ready to pay for it, but was stopped by Qianqian. Brother Lin Feng, this time it's a gift from me to you, I must spend my own money. Qianqian said seriously. Lin Feng knew that Qianqian had no shortage of money, but he still joked, Your money is my money, what's the difference? Qianqian blushed. Of course, I haven't married you yet. Chapter 459. Qianqian ran to pay the bill, and then the two walked out of the suit shop. The subsequent experience was just like usual. Lin Feng was helplessly dragged by Qianqian to go shopping, carrying a lot of bags in his hands. What kind of clothes, lipstick, perfume? Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. If he had known, he would not have agreed to go out with her. Qianqian usually looks delicate and can't even run 1,000 meters. But now she is still full of energy after shopping for 2 hours, not tired at all. The shopping lasted until the evening. Seeing Qianqian was still in high spirits, Lin Feng could not help but say, "Qianqian, let's go eat first. We buy things later, there's no need to rush now." Lin Feng found that although Qianqian was a shopaholic, she was not unrestrained in her shopping. However, Lin Feng was not afraid of her buying, but she was afraid of her shopping. Qianqian saw the large and small bags on Lin Feng's body and said with a smile, "Brother Lin Feng, you need to exercise well. You're so tired after just a short time of shopping." Lin Feng had time to look sad. How long had it been? It's been an afternoon. Qianqian was embarrassed to continue shopping when she saw Lin Feng like this, so she followed Lin Feng to a restaurant near the mall. This restaurant is located on a luxurious road in Shenzhen. It is very crowded. Usually, reservations are required to get a seat. However, tonight, Lin Feng and Qianqian were lucky, and there was an empty seat. Lin Feng and Qianqian came to the restaurant and ordered a few dishes. Lin Feng followed Qianqian around the street for an entire afternoon and was already very hungry. After ordering the dishes, he immediately started to wolf them down. Qianqian just ate a few bites and said she was full. Lin Feng asked, "How much did you eat? Are you full now?" Hearing Lin Feng's words, Qianqian puffed up her lips and said, "I've been losing weight recently. I've gained several pounds." Lin Feng almost spit out a mouthful of rice. "You're still losing weight?" Qianqian's figure is absolutely standard, not too thin or too fat, just right, neither losing beauty nor lacking fleshiness, it can be said to be just right. But this girl insisted on losing weight, thinking she was too fat. Lin Feng said, "Your figure is pretty good now. If you lose more weight, you won't feel anything." "Hate," Qianqian said shyly. She naturally knew what Lin Feng meant by the feel. "Ahem. Anyway, you should eat more. I don't like people who are too thin," Lin Feng said. Hearing Lin Feng say that he doesn't like skinny people, Qianqian could only take a few more bites of rice. "Okay, I eat a little more." Lin Feng and Qianqian finished their meal quickly, and just as they were about to leave, they saw the waiter coming over. The waiter smiled and said, "Sir, we are holding a couple singing event here. If you participate, you will have a chance to win a gift." At this time, Lin Feng saw that there were indeed several couples on the opposite side preparing to go on stage to sing. Lin Feng thought that these restaurants were doing these fancy things all day long. Just when he was about to refuse, he saw Qianqian looking at Lin Feng with anticipation. "Brother Lin Feng, why don't we participate? You sing so well, and I can sing a little." Seeing Qianqian's anticipation, Lin Feng withdrew his idea of refusing and said with a smile, "Sure, let's participate." Lin Feng and Qianqian followed the waiter to the designated seat. There were 3 couples in front of them. The 3 couples went up to sing one by one. Lin Feng nodded secretly. They all sang well. After all, those who have the courage to sing must not be bad. Qianqian stood behind Lin Feng and said, "Brother Lin Feng, they seem to sing well." Lin Feng scratched Qianqian's nose lovingly. "Compared to our Qianqian, it's far worse. Just a smooth talker." Qianqian said she didn't care, but she was very happy in her heart. Qianqian asked happily, "Brother Lin Feng, what are we going to sing later?" Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "Don't you like Because of Love the most? We will sing this song later." Qianqian was excited. "Sure, Brother Lin Feng, how do you know I like this song? You play the same song on repeat in the house all day long. How can I not know?" For Lin Feng, it doesn't matter what song to sing. He will never forget any song he has heard, and he can sing it perfectly. At this time, it was Lin Feng and Qianqian's turn to go on stage. There were 2 couples behind Lin Feng and Qianqian. At this time, Lin Feng silently mourned for the 2 couples behind him. After he and Qianqian finished singing, the 2 couples would probably be under great pressure. Needless to say, Lin Feng's singing voice is naturally good. He has released an album with Ran, and even Ran said that she is not as good as Lin Feng in singing. Although Qianqian's performance is slightly inferior to Lin Feng's, she is also very outstanding. She even won the 3rd place among the top 10 singers on the Shenzhen University campus this year. There were even scouts who wanted to sign a contract with Qianqian because she was pretty and wanted her to debut as a star. Qianqian naturally refused without hesitation, as she had no interest in being a star. And with her family background, if she really wanted to be a star, it would be easy. After Qianqian and Lin Feng came on stage, they attracted a lot of attention before they even sang, because they were so well matched and so dazzling. Lin Feng was tall and handsome, while Qianqian was sweet and had an impeccable figure. Such a pair of people standing on the stage was pleasing to the eye even if they did nothing. Wow, that little brother is so handsome. That little sister is also very beautiful, so beautiful. Take a picture, they are simply a couple of gods. Why do I think that man looks familiar? Some guests below began to discuss. After Lin Feng got the microphone, he said, "Next, I will sing a song because of love for everyone." After he finished speaking, the accompaniment sounded, and Lin Feng spoke. "Give me a CD from the past. Listen to our love at that time. Sometimes I suddenly forget that I still love you." After Lin Feng finished singing, Qianqian started to sing the next part. "I can't sing songs like that anymore. I will blush and hide when I hear it." Lin Feng's voice has a deep magnetism, as if it pierces into the soul. Qianqian, who was by Lin Feng's side this time, also performed exceptionally well and expressed the emotions of the song vividly. As soon as she started singing, the whole house was shocked. Some guests in the audience were even moved to tears because of the emotion. An old man in his 80s said with emotion, "This young man sings really well, and he has 3 times the style of me in the past." The old man next to him immediately poked him. "How shameless are you? You were still herding cattle in the countryside at this age. What do you mean, herding cattle can't be handsome and suave?" The old man said stubbornly. Chapter 460. I'm still in love with you. The last sentence was sung by a man and a woman, and Lin Feng and Qianqian looked at each other affectionately. After the song ended, the whole audience burst into applause. There was no applause after the previous couple sang, but there was loud applause after Lin Feng and Qianqian sang. It can be said that the contrast is quite sharp. When the 2 couples behind saw that Lin Feng and Qianqian performed so well, and their looks were so outstanding, they were embarrassed to go on stage and chose to withdraw directly. This love song duet activity was very high and low, and Lin Feng and Qianqian were the well-deserved first. As long as you participate in this activity, there will be prizes, but Lin Feng and Qianqian are the first, so the prizes are naturally more generous. The waiter immediately stepped forward and said with a smile, "Sir, congratulations on winning the championship of this event. This is a gift from our store. It's not a respect." Lin Feng took a look and found that it was the latest version of Apple mobile phone. I thought this restaurant was really generous, but it made sense. After all, it was a restaurant located in a busy street in Shenzhen. How could it be short of money? Just now, Lin Feng and Qianqian ordered a few dishes, and it cost hundreds or thousands of yuan. The waiter continued with a smile and said, "We will also waive your meal. If you don't need this phone, I can convert it into cash for you." Lin Feng's phone was very easy to use. He had no intention of changing it yet, and he was not used to using an Apple phone, so he asked Qianqian, "Qianqian, do you want this phone?" Qianqian shook her head. "It's too troublesome. I still have to transfer the data." "Forget it." Qianqian's phone was also the latest model of Apple. There was no need to use this. Moreover, with her and Lin Feng's financial situation, they could afford any phone they wanted. Even a diamond-studded one was affordable. Lin Feng nodded. "Then you can help us get a cash discount." The waiter immediately transferred 10,000 yuan to Lin Feng via WeChat. Although 10,000 yuan was not a big deal for Lin Feng, it would be a waste if he didn't take it. After Lin Feng took the money, he took Qianqian out of the restaurant and returned to the villa area. At this time, a video began to circulate on the internet. Although Lin Feng was just an esports anchor, and was usually very low-key, there were still many people who knew him. At that time, some guests who were eating under the stage recognized Lin Feng, and then took a video and uploaded it to the internet. After seeing this video, Lin Feng's fans immediately began to forward it crazily, and the internet was full of news about Lin Feng. And the official selection of spokespersons for PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds was also in full swing, and the most popular ones were Lin Feng and Lin Qingyu. These 2 are not only professional players of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, but also very popular. Most importantly, their looks are no less than those of celebrities. They look like a perfect match made in heaven. Wei Shen looked at the online votes and said in frustration, "What's going on? Why is my vote count so low?" Aluka, who was sitting next to me, said, "Captain, don't compete with Lin Feng. You are not opponents of the same level." Wei Shen immediately glared at Aluka and said, Is the training too easy? Overtime tonight. Aluka's face suddenly fell, and he quickly said, "Don't, Captain, I was just joking." "I'm not joking, training overtime." Wei Shen's face darkened and said, "Now Lin Feng's one team is so strong, plus there are other teams eyeing it, we must have a sense of urgency." The performance of the 4AM team in the past year was not particularly outstanding. Lin Feng's one team suddenly appeared, and the other teams were pressing step by step. The 4AM team can be said to have a very difficult time. You must know that before, the 4AM team was the star team of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Not to mention the first in strength, the popularity was definitely the first. It can be said that it has declined seriously during this period. After hearing Wei Shen's words, the three players also became nervous. During this period, their performance as the 4AM team was indeed very average, and the gap was very large compared with the past. With the captain Wei Shen taking the lead, the three players also began to train intensively. The online voting data shows that Lin Feng and Lin Qingyu are in the lead, but this does not mean that they will become the spokespersons of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. The specific results will still be decided by the official personnel of the operator. Lin Feng didn't care about this matter at all. However, his immediate boss Li Xiao was very concerned and called him directly. "Lin Feng, the operator wants a spokesperson for PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds in Yin Country. Do you know about this?" As soon as the call was connected, Li Xiao asked. "I know. This matter has been spread like crazy on the internet. How could I not know? It's good that you know. This is your chance to seize and strive to get the spokesperson position. I'm not very interested in this. What a great opportunity. Why don't you know how to cherish it?" Li Xiao said with a look of regret. She was really troubled by Lin Feng's lack of progress. Now Lin Feng has become the well-deserved pillar of the Huyao live broadcast platform, but the live broadcast is still the same as before, often late, or even leaving early. What's worse is that sometimes he fishes for 3 days, and dries the net for 2 days. However, the most annoying thing is that Li Xiao can't do anything about him at all. He doesn't listen after I tell him. He doesn't do it after I listen. This gives Li Xiao a headache. Lin Feng naturally knew what Li Xiao was thinking, and said casually, "Yeah, I pay attention, don't worry." "Well, I still have to go live. Let's talk about it here, I hang up first." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he quickly hung up the phone. Li Xiao listened to the beeping sound from the other end of the phone and was annoyed. This bastard is obviously perfunctory, and he said he was going to live broadcast. It's not time for him to live broadcast yet. Li Xiao doesn't believe that Lin Feng, a salted fish anchor, will go live in advance, even if she believes that sows can climb trees. Li Xiao doesn't believe that you, a salted fish, will go live in advance. Brother Lin Feng, who was that just now? Qianqian walked out of the kitchen with 2 bottles of yogurt in her hand. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Nothing, it was Xiao who called to talk about some work." Qianqian covered her mouth and laughed. "She called to urge you to live broadcast. This time it's really not." Qianqian handed the yogurt in her hand to Lin Feng, and then turned on the TV in the living room. "Start watching the sweet soap opera again." Lin Feng saw Qianqian start watching the soap opera again, and couldn't help saying, "What's so good about this? It's better to watch Country Love and Temptation to Go Home."